East Sea Jiejiao Island, the Dao field of Jiejiao Sect. Zhao Gongming awakened from his meditative trance, Dao rhythms still swirling around him, yet his eyes remained tranquil and pristine. Since he and the Sanshao sisters had bowed together before the Tongtian saint in the East Sea to become his disciples, countless years had already flowed by. At that time, the Shanqing saint, Zhao Gongming's master, the Tongtian saint, had only recently proven the Dao and ascended to sainthood. Because a rift had arisen with the Yuanshi saint in Kunlun over disputes of doctrine, the Tongtian saint left Kunlun and came to the East Sea in search of a new Dao field. There he happened upon Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao fairies just as they were completing their transformation into human form and accepted all of them as disciples. By a stroke of fate, Zhao Gongming became the senior disciple of the outer sect. Yet when all was said and done, an outer disciple was still merely an outer disciple. Even as first among them, he could not be compared to the true personal disciples. Zhao Gongming's original name was Zhao Xian. He had once been an ordinary man of the 21st century who inexplicably traversed into the great desolation, becoming the very first wisp of clear wind between heaven and earth. At first, as a transmigrator, he had assumed he would surely receive some sort of system, then go on to kick saints and punch Hanjun. Yet to his disappointment, after innumerable ages, he never discovered any so-called cheat, and at last he abandoned the search entirely. Through endless years of cultivation, relying on the foundation of an innate spiritual being and a comprehension that was not lacking, he finally succeeded in taking on human form, and his cultivation deepened with each passing day. Though he had long since assumed human form and become the foremost outer disciple of Jiejiao Sect, he did not dare relax in the slightest. This was the great desolation beneath the saints. All beings were but ants. Not to mention that he was still a step away from Great Luo Golden Immortal. Even if he attained the Great Luo realm, he would still be no more than an ant. Had he not seen how upon the land of the great desolation the Wu and Yao races were battling so fiercely that heaven and earth dimmed? Their immortals and gods fell like rain, Great Luo Golden Immortals, Tai Golden Immortals. Even the death of quasi-saints was a commonplace sight. He had once secretly descended to the land of the great desolation to take a look, only to be so terrified by the sheer ferocity of the war that he trembled uncontrollably. Calamitous chi permeated all things. Cultivators were trapped in the great tribulation, their souls befogged, unable to glimpse the heavenly secrets or discern the mandate of heaven, and in the end they met with annihilation of both body and Dao. Yet even this was not what Zhao Xian feared most. For now it was merely the Wu Yao great tribulation and did not concern the three teachings. When the investiture of the gods, tribulation erupted in the future, Jiejiao Sect would be one of the principal actors. With his current strength, he did not believe he could possibly escape that calamity. As one of Jiejiao Sect, he would inevitably be drawn into the heart of that tribulation. At such times, it was not a matter of wanting to hide, and simply doing so. Could it be that when Jiejiao Sect marched out in full force, Zhao Xian would choose to become a deserter? He might wish it, so yet feared he would not be able to escape. Therefore his only path lay in increasing his strength as much as possible. A resonant clang of the Dao bell suddenly rang out, drawing Zhao Xian's scattered thoughts back and calming his heart in an instant. It was once again the day his master would preach the Dao. Zhao Xian rose at once, bathed and burned incense, then carefully straightened his robes, making himself immaculate before setting off toward the Dao palace. Greetings, senior brother. Along the way, many male and female cultivators bowed to Zhao Xian. He remained composed, merely inclining his head lightly in acknowledgement. Although he was only the foremost outer disciple within the entire Jiejiao Sect aside from the 4 personal disciples beneath the Tongtian saint, even the 7 attendant immortals were slightly inferior to him. He and the Sanshao sisters might be outer disciples, yet in terms of the teachings and guidance they received, there was little difference from the personal disciples. All had inherited the true teachings of the Tongtian saint. In truth, outer disciples fell into several categories. One kind was like Zhao Xian and the Sanshao sisters, who had received genuine transmission, outer in name, yet surpassing many personal disciples in reality. Next were those who were truly outer disciples, who did not receive the true teachings and merely had occasional chances to listen to the saint's sermons without formally entering his gate. Lastly were the nominal disciples, outer in name only, who in fact did not receive the saint's instruction at all. In this great desolation, without a saint supporting one from behind, who would dare wander recklessly? If struck down, one would simply scatter into ash. Eldest brother. Hearing the call, Zhao Xian halted his steps, and at last a faint smile touched his usually calm features. Yo Xiao, Qiongxiao, Bixiao, my younger sisters. These 3 were the immortals in Jiejiao Sect who shared the closest bond with Zhao Xian. He was the first wisp of clear wind between heaven and earth to take shape, while they were the first multicolored clouds to assume form. The 4 shared the same root and origin, before they had taken form, they had accompanied each other constantly. After assuming human form, they supported one another even more, their bond deepening until they naturally addressed one another as siblings. Precisely because their feelings ran so deep, the original course of fate would later see the Sanshao sisters setting up a grand formation to face the assembled immortals, all in order to avenge Zhao Xian. Eldest brother, eldest brother, eldest brother. Among the Sanshao fairies, Yu Xiao was the gentlest and most reasonable. Xiao came next, while Bi Xiao was the liveliest, her nature not yet settled and her temper the most fiery. It seems Yu Xiao has made great progress recently. I fear the Dao Luo Golden Immortal realm is already within arm's reach. Zhao Xian's gaze swept up and down over Yu Xiao, assessing her cultivation. Yu Xiao smiled lightly. I would say the same of you, eldest brother. Xiao is doing well too. As for Bi Xiao, Zhao Xian glanced at Bi Xiao again and could not help but shake his head. These days you must have been off playing everywhere once more. Compared to last time, you have not advanced in the slightest. Eldest brother. Bi Xiao stepped forward to cling to Zhao Xian's arm, acting coy. We are not some mortal rabble. Our lifespans are endless, so why hurry so much? And we are disciples of a saint. If we go out, who would dare provoke us? Zhao Xian's expression hardened. Nonsense. Cultivation is undertaken for one's own sake. How can you be so lax? Moreover, the world is in turmoil and calamitous qi pervades all. Apart from our master and martial uncle, those beings of saintly stature who remain untouched by endless tribulations, we disciples must tread with utmost care, or we will suffer greatly in time. Bi Xiao shrank back slightly under Zhao Xian's rebuke, fear rising in her heart. Among the four siblings, Zhao Xian and Yu Xiao possessed the highest cultivation and greatest prestige, and the Sanshao fairies usually held Zhao Xian in deep respect. Enough, Bi Xiao. Eldest brother is so strict for your sake. You must never slack off again. Fearing that discord might arise between her brother and younger sister over this matter, Yu Xiao quickly spoke to ease the atmosphere. I understand, eldest sister. Seeing that Yu Xiao also spoke in this way, Bi Xiao did not dare give voice to the grievance in her heart. Zhao Xian's face softened slightly. From now on, Yu Xiao, keep this girl by your side. Do not let her run off everywhere. Only when she has reached the Quasi-Saint realm may you let her roam freely again. Bi Xiao's expression immediately turned bitter. She had yet to reach the Dao Luo Golden Immortal realm, having only just stepped into the Tai Golden Immortal stage. Who knew how long it would take her to become a Quasi-Saint? Yu Xiao covered her mouth as she laughed softly. Understood. Come, let us go listen to Master's sermon. It is only because Master regards us as personal disciples in his nurturing that we have such chances. Look at the many outer sect disciples. How could they ever have an opportunity like ours, no matter how they yearn for it? Zhao Xian spoke to his junior sisters as he rode upon the clouds. Only with these few sisters would he patiently say so much. First, their relationship was unlike that with others. Second, these junior sisters were pure in nature and did not commit misdeeds. The four went together side by side and arrived at Bio Palace. At this moment, many people had already taken their seats within the Dao Palace. At the head sat Master Shangqing Shengren, while beneath him on four aligned mats were his four personally transmitted disciples. Behind the four mats lay the seats for Zhao Xian and his companions. The 7 immortal attendants, whose status was unique, neither typical disciples nor merely aides, occupied positions on each side instead of the main area. Disciple pays respects to Master. Zhao Xian, accompanied by Sanshao, and the others bowed respectfully. Tongtian Shengren nodded and said rise. Yet Zhao Xian refrained from seating, immediately opting instead to bow to Duo Bao and the others, saying greetings, senior brothers and sisters. Duo Bao, as the foremost disciple of Jiejiao's inner circle, nodded and remarked, junior brother, there is no need for excessive courtesy. Please take your seat, Master is about to commence the discourse. Zhao Xian together with Sanshao took their seats first. Afterward the other outer disciples bowed to Tongtian Shengren before seating themselves. In truth, few were qualified to attend this discourse compared to the vast number of disciples in Jiejiao. Once all the disciples were seated, Tongtian Shengren reopened his eyes. A divine radiance flared as the rhythm of the Dao flowed, and a colossal celebratory cloud ascended from above his head, accompanied by resonant Dao sounds and celestial music. Not daring to delay, Zhao Xian and the other disciples likewise manifested their celebratory clouds, causing the 3 top blossoms to appear as they began to listen to the discourse. Surveying the grand hall, it was clear that only Duobao, Jinling, Shengmu, Zhao Xian, and Yunxiao shone with the most magnificent top blossoms, flawless, enveloped in pure aura, and truly the genuine immortals of the Xian sect. Among them, Duobao and Jinling Shengmu had advanced into the Daoyuo realm ahead of Zhao Xian and his peers. Meanwhile, the 7 immortal attendants lagged slightly behind. Several exuded mixed auras tainted by residual impurities and faint karmic burdens. These 7 immortal attendants who attained enlightenment in non-human forms inevitably carried remnants of karmic ties from before their induction into Jiejiao, regardless of their later status. However, such matters were of no concern to Zhao Xian, who listened intently to his master's lucid explanation, his heart swelling with joy. Countless profound truths of the Tao flooded into him, dispelling all previous confusion. To hear the Tao by day and die by night. What bliss! Unwittingly, Zhao Xian slipped into sudden enlightenment, feeling that the long-imposing Daoyuo bottleneck had finally begun to yield. The Daoyuo bottleneck was exceedingly tenacious, like the unyielding ice of the northern sea, layered and as solid as rock. Always impervious to his efforts, insights, or assaults in the past, it now began to yield as Tongtian Shengren's discourse acted like an icebreaker cleaving through the ice. With the fissure formed attaining, the Daoyuo Jingxian state became as inevitable as water following its course. Like a determined icebreaker, the breakthrough surged forward, shattering the thick layers of ice one after another. As Zhao Xian sat cross-legged in meditation, his aura suddenly surged with vigorous fluctuations. The three top blossoms atop his head began rotating rapidly, releasing countless trails of pure energy accompanied by heavenly music. Yet his aura exploded with newfound intensity. This sudden surge of energy from Zhao Xian captivated those around him, drawing numerous admiring glances. Yunxiao's face lit up with joy, and even Duo Bao and the others wore expressions of wonder. Even Tongtian Shengren paused his discourse, his face breaking into a smile of heartfelt satisfaction as he watched Zhao Xian. This turn of events was indeed unexpected. Although Zhao Xian was no slouch in determination or insight, being one of the outstanding figures in Jiejiao, his progress still held a note of pleasant surprise. Yet for him to take this leap before even his two personal disciples was truly remarkable. Over time, the majesty of Zhao Xian's aura grew ever more magnificent and steadfast, as an eternal imperishable Tao rhythm began to circulate within him. Zhao Xian opened his eyes with delight, for he had finally entered the realm of Daoyuo Jingxian. After traversing countless ages without a hint of slack, his persistent efforts had now borne fruit. Daoyuo signifies the eternal freedom spanning all spaces, while Jin denotes immortality, the idea of being indestructible despite countless trials. A celestial being who is both ageless and imperishable. Of course, this immortality does not mean being invulnerable to death. Rather, it signifies that barring external calamities, a celestial of the Daoyuo Jingxian level has completely transcended the limits of lifespan, with his 5 energies converging and 3 blossoms assembled, rendering him ageless. Although in the vast expanse of Honghuang, a Daoyuo Jingxian might not be the pinnacle, as there are those of the quasi-saint and saint realms, this achievement was still no small feat. After all, in the vast realm of Honghuang, there were only 6 saints. While the number of quasi-saints might seem abundant at a glance, they were exceedingly scarce compared to the multitude of cultivators. Similarly, the number of Daoyuo Jingxian was also few. At least within Jiejiao, apart from Master Tongtian, only Duo Bao and Jinling Xingmu had attained this realm, and today Zhao Xian joined their ranks. Excellent! Excellent! Tongtian Shengren abruptly halted his discourse and lashed out with praise, his delight entirely justified. Zhao Xian's aura, wrapped in pure energy and devoid of karmic entanglements, remained steady and transparent even after his breakthrough, an exceedingly rare phenomenon promising limitless future achievements. Moreover, the bond between this disciple and the 3 from Sanshao was profound. Their innate talents were no less remarkable than those of the 4 personally transmitted disciples. In short, he had in one stroke acquired 4 outstanding disciples. It is all thanks to Master's wise guidance. Zhao Xian rose and bowed as the other disciples in the hall offered their congratulations. Congratulations, junior brother. Congratulations, senior brother. Zhao Xian returned each greeting courteously, showing not an iota of arrogance despite entering the realm of Daoyuo Jingxian. Congratulations to the host on entering the realm of Daoyuo Jingxian. The auxiliary Dao Comprehension System has now been activated. A crisp voice suddenly resonated within Zhao Xian's mind, jolting him from his euphoric breakthrough. However, he maintained his composure, forcefully concealing any sign of disturbance. He knew better than to let Master detect any anomaly, lest this auxiliary system be mistaken for a demonic invasion. But perhaps this proverbial golden finger had arrived rather too late. He had traversed the Honghuang for countless myriads of years from his birth to his manifested form. He dared not slack even for a moment, precisely because he lacked the so-called golden finger of a time traveler. Thus he pursued the Tao with utmost caution and diligence. Unexpectedly, having attained the Daoyuo Jingxian state, the golden finger finally made its appearance. Alright, take your seats. Gongming, although you have entered the Daoyuo Jingxian state, you must not afford any slack. Your innate talent is exceptional, and you must not squander your cultivation roots. This Daoyuo Jingxian state is but the beginning of your celestial journey. Tongtian Shengren waved his hand, quieting the clamor in the hall, and earnestly admonished, Zhao Xian, adhere strictly to my teachings, disciple. Slackness is not an option. Zhao Xian quickly acknowledged, while the other disciples, apart from the 4 personally transmitted ones, could not help but feel envy in Jiejiao. Though vast in numbers, how many truly received the master's personal guidance? Zhao Xian, already the foremost outer disciple held in high esteem by the master, and on par with the personally transmitted disciples, had now ascended further by breaking into the realm of Dao Jingxian. Today's lecture concludes here. Too much is as bad as too little. You should go back and digest this well, and you will surely benefit from it. The disciples streamed out one after another, leaving only Zhao Xian in the hall. Gongming, do you wish for any rewards? The elder Tongtian inquired. Zhao Xian shook his head repeatedly, saying, Master has taught me so much. Oh, what reward could I possibly need? Tongtian nodded. You lack for nothing in terms of magical artifacts. With the sea stabilizing pearl in hand, the key is to comprehend it deeply. Having more may actually hinder you. This treasure is a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. If it hadn't been for the heavens' disallowance leading to the loss of 12 or even 36 sea-stabilizing pearls combined, it could have even ranked among the innate supreme treasures. Zhao Xian nodded. Master, can the 12 lost sea-stabilizing pearls still be found? Tongtian shook his head. Difficult. The 12 sea-stabilizing pearls have been lost since their birth, trapped in an unknown place. Moreover, treasures can gather dust and fade into obscurity, or they may transform beyond recognition, becoming untraceable. How hard it is to find them now. Zhao Xian nodded, committing this to memory, hoping for an opportunity to seek them out in the future. That sea-stabilizing pearl must be well safeguarded. This treasure may relate to your path to enlightenment. Do not take it lightly. Tongtian's expression was serious as he reiterated his caution. I understand, Master. Over these years I have often contemplated this and have gained much. That is good. Master, I wish to cultivate the 9 turns mystic art. Why? What you are currently practicing is my direct transmission. It is not inferior to the 9 turns mystic art. Tongtian was taken aback, somewhat puzzled. What I cultivate is indeed not lacking. My magical power is robust, directly connected to the Dao, but I still wish to try this 9 turns mystic art. I have heard that while it is difficult to practice, it can strengthen the physical body and replenish magical power. If cultivated to perfection, one could achieve a sacred physical body. Tongtian nodded. All right. The 9 turns mystic art was established by Master Hongjun based on the path of the physical body, taught by the Father God, supplemented by my school's golden core Dao. After the Father God fell, and the world underwent great changes, this path became increasingly arduous, its difficulty unprecedented. However, because of its immense power, it serves as a divine art for protecting my school. If you wish to practice, I will not stop you. Success or failure depends on fate. Thank you, Master, for your support. Zhao Xian bowed respectfully. Tongtian's saint reached out and touched Zhao Xian's forehead, and suddenly a text of the art surged into Zhao Xian's mind. This 9 turns mystic art, also known as the 8 and 9 mystic art, engages in the transformation of fate, encompassing both physical body and spiritual cultivation. After 9 turns, one can strip away the post-heaven myriad evils and reveal the innate true yang. It refines the 3 souls and 7 spirits born of heaven, unifying into 9 turns. From then on, the golden core remains eternal, and the nascent soul gathers permanently, with the body able to endure endless tribulations. This is what is meant by achieving a sacred physical body. Furthermore, this art contains many combat techniques, such as manipulating the heavens and earth, shrinking space, and being invulnerable, making it extraordinarily powerful. Learning this art provides a significant advantage in battle. Observing the current sects, most purely pursue magical power and prefer to overpower others by strength and realm. However, this is understandable since the Dao ancestor Hongjun began preaching in the Zhijiao Palace, the masters and teachers established the 3 teachings of the Xianmen after achieving sanctity. Although the disciples of the Xianmen have minor disputes among themselves, major calamities have never affected them. Whether it was the Dragon Han calamity or the Wu Yao calamity, the disciples of the Xianmen never participated. With fewer conflicts, naturally their combat methods are not proficient. This is also why the Xianmen prefers to use magical artifacts to crush opponents. That said, it must be acknowledged that as long as you have a magical artifact, and it is powerful enough, killing in battle using magical artifacts is indeed convenient and swift. Of course, there is another reason: the difficulty of cultivating the 9 turns mystic art is exceedingly high. According to Zhao Xian's knowledge, since the beginning of the Fengshen calamity among the generations of disciples in the Xuanmen, only one Yang Jian has successfully cultivated it, and even then not to completion. Apart from him, there was also a Yuan Hong, which shows how difficult this art is. Although it is not the complete path of Pangu, it deeply captures its essence. Coupled with the golden core Dao of the Xuanmen, it is indeed remarkable. In this world, the strongest physical body belongs to the Wu clan. This race is endowed with nature, possessing an innately powerful body and no nascent soul solely cultivating the physical body, with all their magical powers and abilities rooted in their physical form. Zhao Xian understood how the future of the Jiejiao would unfold and naturally wanted to prepare in advance. He would not let go of anything that could enhance his power. If there is nothing else, then you may go. Zhao Xian hesitated. What is it? Seeing Zhao Xian's unusual expression, Tongtian asked, if you have something else, speak it all at once. Although the Shangqing saint eventually led the Jiejiao to a place of no return, he genuinely cared for him. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many disciples willing to accompany him in setting up the great array of 10,000 immortals, each ending up dead, or losing their paths, or becoming someone else's mounts meeting tragic fates. Master, I observe that there are many disciples within the sect with a mix of good and bad. Many disciples are flaunting the name of the Jiejiao or master, causing trouble outside. This could bring disaster instead of fortune. Zhao Xian spoke cautiously, not daring to elaborate. Some matters cannot be stopped just because one understands them. Tongtian's expression darkened slightly, then he sighed and fell silent. Why not conduct a thorough investigation and remove some disciples? Zhao Xian suggested in a low voice. You do not know, your senior martial uncle established the human teaching. Though he has few disciples, he has the Taiji diagram to suppress fate. Your second martial uncle established the Chan teaching, taking in 12 direct disciples, and also possesses the Panga banner to suppress fate. Only my Jiejiao, though having the 4 swords of extermination, the foremost in slaughter, lacks a supreme treasure to suppress fate. Thus I can only recruit widely, forming the great array of 10,000 immortals to suppress fate. This truly is a last resort. Zhao Xian understood now, it was as he thought. Although the Jiejiao intercepts a sliver of heavenly secrets, and has teachings for all, there is still a fundamental distinction between good and evil. Yet Master seems oblivious to the current chaotic situation of the Jiejiao, which is somewhat unreasonable. But Master, I observe that in the vast wilderness where beings exist, there must be calamities. Although Master has attained sainthood, and is imperishable, through calamity our disciples in the sect will likely not escape calamities in the end. If this continues unchecked, it could lead to great disaster. Tongtian frowned upon hearing this, then calculated with his fingers. Although the Wu Yao calamity has nearly reached its end, the calamity's aura still lingers, and the heavenly secrets are obscured. Even as a saint, it is hard for me to deduce. However, what you say does make sense. I will consider it carefully. I have heard that there is a chaos bell in the heavenly court. Zhao Xian seemingly mentioned it casually. Tongtian saint subtly nodded. Once you leave this door, do not speak of it. I have my own plans, but now is not a good time to seek it. If we are not careful and fall into calamity, it could be disastrous for our Jiejiao. The disciple understands. I observe that the 2 clans of Wu and Yao, although fierce and powerful, will surely not achieve a good outcome in their conflict. There will be opportunities then. Although Zhao Xian was worried about the fate of the Jiejiao, he understood that some matters could not be rushed. Under the fallen nest, how can there be intact eggs? To preserve the Jiejiao, as much as possible, careful planning and gradual arrangements are necessary. Moreover, in this era where saints manifest their power, one must be cautious in all actions. Reckless arrangements could very well lead to one's own demise. The so-called saints possess profound understanding of all things. In this vast world, they perceive the past, present, and future, mastering the flow of time, life, death, and reincarnation. With just a thought, the heavenly laws shift, limitless and boundless, neither born nor perished, returning to the void. They can gather or disperse, neither born nor extinguished, enduring through eons, transcending time and space, untouched by causality, wandering beyond material existence, not bound by the cycles of time, eternally existent. Such an existence, do you still wish to scheme against them? Wouldn't that be courting death? He had once read many ancient novels and watched numerous films, and while he did not think much of it at the time, he now found it naive and laughable. Only a saint can scheme against another saint. If a mere ant schemes against a saint, the only outcome is death and obliteration. You should go focus on your cultivation and do not overthink. Zhao Xian bowed and departed, stepping out of the Dao Palace and letting out a long sigh. His heart was much more at ease. There was still plenty of time. As long as his master was not stubbornly inflexible, careful planning could still afford the Jiejiao a glimmer of hope. What he needed to do now was to cultivate diligently and elevate his strength as quickly as possible. Elder brother. Although Zhao Xian had lingered in the Bo Palace for a while, there were still people waiting for him outside the Dao Palace. It was none other than the 3 Shao sisters. Congratulations, elder brother. No need for such formality. I see you are close as well. Your talent is not inferior to mine, and becoming a quasi-saint is just a matter of time. Zhao Xian shook his head. Elder brother exaggerates. Would you like to visit our sister's Dao field? Yun Shao smiled. Elder brother enjoys solitary cultivation, but it seems you have yet to visit since my sisters and I moved to the Santian Island. This visit would be a perfect occasion for a banquet in your honor. Zhao Xian pondered for a moment and nodded, all right. Let's go take a look. Thus Zhao Xian followed the three Shao sisters to Tongtian Island. Speaking of Dao fields, Zhao Xian also had one at the Luofu Cave on a Mei Mountain. Upon first seeing it, he felt a connection to that place. However, he had only left a mark there before returning to Jiejiao Island for secluded cultivation and had not visited again. In any case, no one dared to seize it. The EC was still relatively calm, but the conflict between the witch and demon clans on the primal land was becoming increasingly fierce, and that place could very well become a hotspot for troubles. Upon arriving at Tongtian Island, Zhao Xian first took a look around. The island was abundant with spirit roots, celestial fruits, and divine birds, an exceptionally rare paradise. Very nice, this is indeed a treasure trove for cultivation. Zhao Xian sincerely praised, then asked, I see this place is splendid, but why is there no protective formation for the island? The disciples of Jiejiao are known for their expertise in formations, a fact recognized across the three realms, much like the Master Taiching is adept in alchemy and Master Yuan Shi in weapon refining, each excelling in their respective fields. We haven't had the chance to set one up yet. Yin Xiao shook her head. Oh, like her elder brother Zhao Gongming, she preferred focused cultivation, which was why she had made such rapid progress. Since we've arrived, I will help you set up a formation here, as a crucial place for cultivation. If there is no protective formation, while there may be no concern for strong enemies attacking and endangering your lives, it would still be extremely dangerous if your cultivation were to be interrupted at a critical moment. Then thank you, elder brother. Yin Xiao thought for a moment and did not refuse. Although generally speaking it would be better for her to set up the island's formation herself to avoid leaving any potential backdoors that would require careful guarding. However, her elder brother was not among those she needed to worry about. Moreover, while Yin Xiao was skilled in offensive formations, her defensive capabilities were not as strong as Zhao Xian's. Just in time, I had some insights recently. I comprehended the Sea Calming Pearl and combined it with formation techniques to derive a 24 heavenly formation integrating offense and defense. You and I can perfect it here, and it may yield remarkable effects. As Zhao Xian spoke, he waved his sleeve, and numerous rare materials flew forth, his magical power surging as he crafted the formation instruments with his fingers, sketching formation patterns upon them. Yin Xiao was not idle either. She asked questions and communicated while assisting in the carving. Moreover, Yin Xiao herself had profound knowledge in offensive formations, and their exchange was mutually beneficial. The 24 heavenly formation gradually became more refined. After several dozen days, Zhao Xian and the three Shao sisters finally completed the arrangement of the formation. This 24 heavenly formation integrating offense and defense would be difficult for enemies to discern its intricacies while approaching from outside Tongtian Island. However, once inside the formation, it would be like entering a realm of 20 layers, each layer nesting within another. Within each layer were countless killing arrays, some disorienting, some lethal. The chilling winds howled, invading one's senses, while black mist obscured the sun and moon. It was a hauntingly eerie sensation, drifting aimlessly, lost in obscurity. With such formidable power, it was largely due to the three Shao sisters' exceptional expertise in the Nine-Bend Yellow River formation. Only through their combination could it be so terrifying. Remarkable. Although our cultivation is still lacking, it is barely sufficient for now. Even a quasi-saint's arrival may not necessarily break through. Once our realms advance further, we can modify it, and perhaps even a saint would find it difficult to breach for a time. The younger sister by Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Zhao Xian shook his head. The might of a saint is hard to fathom. How could it be compared to an ordinary formation? Moreover, our current cultivation is still low. Understood, elder brother. Upon entering Tongtian Island, the three Shao sisters began to prepare for a feast, while Zhao Xian finally found time to carefully study the so-called system within him. Although this system arrived a bit late, only manifesting after reaching the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, it was not too late. The title of Great Luo Golden Immortal sounds impressive, but in the primal realm it is merely the beginning of the true path of immortality. Before Great Luo, nearly all were merely the accumulation of magical power, leading to a qualitative change, especially before the Golden Immortal realm. Even after attaining the Golden Immortal realm and reaching the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, it still relied on comprehending the Dao, primarily focusing on magical power. However, after Great Luo, it was different. This is the realm where one truly needs to comprehend the great Dao. If one cannot grasp it, they may never step into the quasi-saint realm, let alone the realm of saints above the quasi-saints. Zhao Xian carefully studied it, and seemed to understand. He had roughly grasped the function of this so-called auxiliary enlightenment system. This auxiliary enlightenment system did not directly increase his cultivation level, but provided him with an opportunity for enlightenment once a day for 1 hour each time. If not used, the time could automatically accumulate for the next opportunity. Additionally, if 10 opportunities were not used, they could be exchanged for 1 sudden enlightenment. According to the description, when using this enlightenment opportunity, one's comprehension would be double that of usual, and during sudden enlightenment, it would be tenfold. Moreover, accumulating 10 sudden enlightenment opportunities could be exchanged for one profound awakening. And during this so-called profound awakening, comprehension would soar to 100-fold. Moreover, this system is crafted from the harmonies of heaven and earth, serving as a source of nourishment. Thus, aside from enhancing comprehension, it serves another purpose. That is, 10 instances of enlightenment can be exchanged for one opportunity to refine one's aptitude, thereby enhancing one's inherent qualities. In an instant, Zhao Xian realized how to utilize this Dao enlightenment system. Whether it be enlightenment, sudden realization, or profound understanding, all are exceedingly precious and should be utilized judiciously. The best moments to leverage this are during the comprehension of techniques and while listening to the master's teachings. If it can be avoided, do so. Strive to accumulate opportunities to refine your aptitude. The stronger your aptitude, the greater your comprehension and foundation, and the higher your future potential will be. One is a temporary gain while the other is a long-term path. With this thought, he began to recall the contents of the 9 turns mystic art in his mind. Just a brief glance made him feel perplexed and dizzy. Zhao Xian certainly did not wish to give up. Although he had anticipated the difficulty he would face in understanding this technique, he still felt a twinge of reluctance when the truth was confirmed. After persisting to watch for just a quarter of an hour, Zhao Xian felt dazed, and the brilliant 3 flowers atop his head seemed to sway precariously. Zhao Xian suddenly jolted awake, cold sweat trickling down his back. As expected, this technique was known for its difficulty of forcing himself to watch had nearly led him to the brink of madness. Zhao Xian pondered for a moment, unsure if he would gain anything from utilizing this Dao enlightenment system. Resolute in his decision, he used one opportunity for enlightenment. Since obtaining this golden finger, several dozen days had passed during which he had achieved 3 sudden realizations and 4 regular opportunities for enlightenment. Suddenly, Zhao Xian felt his mind clear, his thoughts becoming sharper and quicker than ever before. He couldn't help but tremble with excitement. It was indeed effective. Looking at the 9 turns mystic art again, what was once obscure now seemed much simpler. Various mysteries surged to his mind, and Zhao Xian reaped significant rewards. In the blink of an eye, an hour had quietly passed. The 9 turns mystic art once again became perplexing, and Zhao Xian felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. This 9 turns mystic art was indeed formidable. In just 1 hour, he had only comprehended the first layer. It is said that the first layer of the 9 turns mystic art corresponds to the realm of not yet attaining immortality. Given his current status as a Great Luo Golden Immortal, it should have appeared exceedingly simple, yet this was not the case. This technique is profoundly mystical, involving the secrets of the physical body, blending with the path of the golden core, making entry extremely difficult. Understanding it would seem remarkably simple, yet for those who do not comprehend it remains unfathomable. Even a Great Luo Golden Immortal would likely find it hard to grasp its intricacies immediately. So that's how it is. Tempering the physical body and refining the soul requires immense willpower, great fortune, and the endurance of significant pain to achieve success. In essence, this technique is most suitable for those with naturally powerful physiques. And what is the strongest form of physical body? That would undoubtedly be the chaos beings. With the chaos chi refining them daily, their advancement would be remarkably swift. The Wu clan, however, cannot do this as they lack souls and can only refine their physical bodies. Yet this technique integrates both the physical body and the soul. If the physical body is strong, then so too is the soul. The chaos chi. Perhaps I can find a shortcut now? Zhao Xian's heart stirred. The chaos chi is exceedingly formidable, capable of erasing all things. Only those who reach the saint realm can freely roam the chaos and establish a sanctuary within it. The Great Luo Golden Immortal is merely the minimum requirement to enter the chaos, yet even they cannot survive long in the chaos. Why did the Dao ancestor hold teachings in the Azure Cloud Palace within the chaos? And only 3,000 worldly guests. This chaos serves as a form of selection. If you haven't even reached the Great Luo realm, why would you wish to listen to the Dao ancestors' teachings? It would be as if you were fed the understanding of the Dao, yet you couldn't digest it. The chaos chi is a high-grade energy. All things are born from the chaos, and the spiritual energy that cultivators absorb similarly originates from the chaos chi. However, to cultivators of lower realms, the chaos chi is akin to poison. It destroys the body and grinds the soul. Prolonged exposure can erode the 3 flowers atop one's head, close the 5 energies within one's chest, diminish one's cultivation, and ultimately lead to death and dissolution of the Dao. Only upon reaching the saint level can one directly absorb the chaos chi to replenish their own magic. While Zhao Xian had only just entered the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, he still met the minimum requirement for engaging with the chaos chi. Though roaming the chaos was out of the question, if he could seek out some chaos chi to temper his physical body, it might yield miraculous results. Practicing the 9 turns mystic art requires external force to refine both the physical body and the soul, demanding extremely high standards. It must be executed meticulously without any oversight, otherwise weaknesses may be left behind, leading to unforeseen calamities during future confrontations. Surely no method is more suitable for assisting in the cultivation of the 9 turns mystic art than using the chaos chi. What is my brother thinking? Yunxiao brought forth celestial wine and delicacies, noticing Zhao Xian lost in thought, and inquired aloud. I was contemplating some cultivation matters. There's a technique I've just begun to glimpse, but I lack some chaos chi. Chaos chi. Yunxiao exclaimed in surprise. What technique requires this? For beings of the primordial era, chaos chi is like poison. It is the 9 turns mystic art. I plan to use chaos chi to refine my physical body. What a coincidence. I happen to have some on 3 Immortal Island. My. Zhao Xian was taken aback. Indeed, at the very center of 3 Immortal Island, there is a spring that nurtures a white lotus, which is a form of innate spiritual root. Although it is yet to reach the 9th grade, it is already an 8th grade white lotus. This is exceedingly rare, and within that spring lies the chaos chi. What a fortuitous meeting. Had you not invited me to 3 Immortal Island, I might have missed it. Zhao Xian was quite pleased. Yunxiao shook her head. Although chaos chi is rare in the primordial era, it is not considered precious. To diminish the chaos chi is deemed merit in the realms of the primordial era. It is not difficult to find. With the source of chaos chi resolved, Zhao Xian felt a weight lift from his heart, and he then feasted and discussed the Dao with the 3 sisters for several days before parting. Subsequently, Zhao Xian and Yunxiao simultaneously declared a retreat. Yunxiao, having engaged in Dao discussions with Zhao Xian, gained insights, and after previously listening to the teachings of the Master Tongtian Saint, had also made progress, finally finding a sliver of the Great Luo opportunity. Perhaps when they next emerge from retreat, Yunxiao will be able to break through to the Great Luo realm. However, Qiongxiao and Bixiao still have a long way to go. Qiongxiao is slightly stronger and is now in the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, while Bixiao is still in the early stage. Zhao Xian, on the other hand, plans to enter retreat to cultivate the 9 turns mystic art. The so-called convergence of time, geography, and harmony among people truly marks an excellent opportunity for comprehending the Dao and tempering one's cultivation. Following Yunxiao's guidance, Zhao Xian arrived at the center of 3 Immortal Island, where he beheld that spring and the innate spiritual root. These sisters have indeed encountered great opportunities. Before the creation of heaven and earth, there was a supreme treasure known as the Chaos Blue Lotus, which nurtured the Pangu Great God. When the heavens were opened, 5 lotus seeds were born, one of which matured into the 24th grade creation Blue Lotus. Yet due to lacking the merits of opening the heavens, it could not exist in the world, and was on the verge of shattering just as the 3 pure ones passed by. The Taiji obtained the flat crutch transformed from the red flower, the Yuqing received the wish-fulfilling gem transformed from the white lotus, while the Shangqing Saint got a sword made from the green lotus leaf. The remaining 4 lotus seeds, having yet to mature, transformed into a 12th-grade merit golden lotus, a 12th-grade karma fire red lotus, and a 12th-grade world-destroying black lotus. The last one was supposed to become a 12th-grade pure world white lotus, but due to insufficient innate qualities it failed to take form. Thus there emerged this 8th-grade pure world white lotus. This white lotus is indeed precious, yet due to its lower grade, it cannot be considered significant. Were it a 12th-grade pure world white lotus, not only would Zhao Xian be unable to resist its allure, even saints might attempt to seize it. It is known that the Western sect relies on the 12th-grade merit golden lotus to suppress their fortunes due to their barren land lacking treasures. Tragically, it was even drained by a mosquito, causing its grade to drop from 12 to 9. However, the Dao is vast, and by evading a part of it, there lies a glimmer of hope. Though this pure world white lotus has not fully formed, it grows in such a blessed land nourished by chaotic energy. Given sufficient time to grow, it could potentially transform into a 12th-grade lotus. However, this time frame will undoubtedly be exceedingly long. Yet for a cultivator, especially one with true Taoist insights, is there not an abundance of time? As long as one avoids entanglements with causes and effects and remains cautious, there is no reason one cannot wait for that day. Zhao Xian merely sighed, acknowledging that this white lotus, being only of the 8th grade, is currently of little use. Yet this spring has profound mysteries. The chaotic energy permeates and the Dao rhythm flows, otherwise the pure world white lotus would not have taken root here. Zhao Xian stepped forward, approaching the spring, and sat in midair. He then mobilized his entire magical power to begin drawing the chaotic energy from within the spring. Simultaneously, he pondered the crucial points of the 9 turns mystic art while circulating his mystical techniques. The chaotic energy started to envelop him from below. In an instant, Zhao Xian felt a pain so intense, it was nearly unbearable, radiating from every part of his body, even penetrating deep into his spirit. The chaos ground like a mill, and Zhao Xian was being ground by this heavy, terrifying, chaotic energy, continuously refining his physical body and spirit. It was akin to forging steel constantly hammered while his spirit burned like a great fire, refining pure yin and igniting pure yang. However, the pain in the aspect of the spirit was surprisingly the least. Currently, he was at the realm of a Great Luo Golden Immortal, having long since refined his 3 souls and 7 spirits into one, transforming into a primordial spirit, stripping away the postnatal myriad yin and reverting to the innate true yang known as the pure yang true immortal. Yet even so, he could still feel his primordial spirit rapidly advancing, growing stronger and becoming more brilliant and pure. This progress shocked Zhao Xian. Pain was trivial as long as there was advancement that was sufficient. One must understand that pursuing the Dao is like crossing a narrow bridge. Each checkpoint is a bridge. Many exhaust their potential after crossing the Great Luo checkpoint, finding it hard to advance for life, or they may progress slowly, their cultivation speed drastically reduced, ultimately relying on long periods of time to grind through. Time flows swiftly, and cultivation knows no years. Uncertain how long had passed, Zhao Xian opened his eyes, his gaze betraying his delight. As he expected, this chaotic energy was like a tiger, adding wings to his cultivation of the 9 turns mystic art. With just a small amount, he easily completed the first turn of the 9 turns mystic art, a great advancement in the primordial spirit. Yet the most significant progress was not in the primordial spirit, but in the physical body. Merely completing the first turn increased his physical bodhi's strength by more than 10%. One must note that although he had not previously specialized in the physical body as a Great Luo Golden Immortal, his body, while not supreme, was certainly not weak. Zhao Xian took a deep breath. No wonder this technique states 9 turns are accomplished without mentioning the physical body attaining sanctity, yet it can be indestructible, comparable to a magical treasure. The physical body and primordial spirit are the treasures of this Dao attainment. What he is doing now is refining the foundation, honing the basis of Dao attainment. The better the foundation, the greater the chances of future Dao attainment. This is the reason for Zhao Xian's joy. Although there was no significant improvement in realm, his strength had greatly progressed. Zhao Xian calmed his mind, restoring a tranquil and peaceful attitude. For cultivators, one must avoid extreme joy and sorrow, otherwise they may easily be exploited by external demons, leading to what is known as deviating from the path. Once his state adjusted to the best, noticing that the chaotic energy within the spring was still quite abundant, he decided to forge ahead and continue practicing the subsequent layers of the 9 turns mystic art, not seeking the 9 turns, but at least aiming to reach the current limit. He began to expend ordinary comprehension opportunities to comprehend the subsequent layers of the 9 turns mystic art. As the layers of the technique increased, the content became increasingly profound and obscure. Fortunately, with the assistance of the comprehension system, his understanding became much simpler. In the blink of an eye, 100 years passed. Zhao Xian awoke from his meditation. For a cultivator at his level, a mere 100 years is but a fleeting moment, hardly qualifying as a significant closed-door retreat. It could only be considered a minor retreat, yet due to the presence of the comprehension system, the gains from this century were far greater than those from 1,000 years in the past. With sufficient understanding and the principles comprehended, grasping the Taoist techniques became effortless. Ultimately, it was the absorption of spiritual energy to accumulate his own magical power that held him back. However, this century of closed-door meditation allowed him to achieve the 6th turn of the 9 turns mystic art, and his cultivation realm advanced a small level, reaching the midstage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. In fact, he did not intentionally strive to enhance his cultivation during this century. Instead, he focused on diligently practicing the 9 turns mystic art. This breakthrough in realm can only be described as a side effect and natural progression. The reason he stopped and did not continue cultivating the 9 turns mystic art was that the chaotic energy in the spring had already become insufficient. After all, this was merely a spring with a limited quantity of chaotic energy. That it could support him in achieving the 6th turn was already a rare feat. At this point, the spring was nearing depletion. If he were to forcibly absorb more, it would likely not suffice even for the White Lotus to utilize. Zhao Xian activated the protective formation of the closed-door area and exited. Outside, the sisters Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao had already heard the commotion and were waiting for a long time. "Big brother, you have exited your retreat." Bai Xiao smiled radiantly. Is Yun Xiao still in seclusion?" Zhao Xian, not seeing Yun Xiao, was somewhat surprised, not expecting her to remain in retreat for such a long time. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a majestic and overwhelming aura rising from the other side of Saint Tongtian Island, astonishing in its might. Zhao Xian felt a sense of relief. He had thought Yun Xiao had encountered some bottleneck in her breakthrough, but now it seemed she was indeed fine. Great Luo Golden Immortal. Excellent. Yun Xiao may be the fourth disciple in the sect to step into this realm. Indeed, not long after Yun Xiao's figure gracefully approached from a distance, her aura, already drastically different from before her retreat. It was undoubtedly confirmed that she had stepped into the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Congratulations, junior sister, on attaining the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Yun Xiao displayed a gentle smile. Thank you, senior brother. However, she quickly widened her eyes. Senior brother, you have already broken through to the midstage of the Great Luo. She couldn't help but be astonished, as she had thought her own speed of cultivation was already quite fast, yet she did not expect her senior brother to have made such significant progress in just 100 years. One must understand that beyond the Great Luo, seeking further advancement is exceedingly difficult, and the time required is incredibly long. A mere 100 years, perhaps a lifetime for mortals, may seem sufficiently long to them. Yet for great cultivators, a casual retreat can extend to thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Moreover, the primordial times are often measured in epochs and calamities, with a single epoch spanning 129,600 years and a calamity equating to 5 epochs, which is 56 billion years. In other words, from Zhao Xian's previous understanding, the age of Earth is less than a calamity, while among the beings of the primordial times there are those who have lived through several calamities, even a few immeasurable calamities of great powers. Just like Zhao Xian and Yun Xiao today, both are the Luo Golden Immortals, untouched by the passage of time. Without external tribulations, they can indeed be considered immortal and indestructible. It is nothing to worry about. You have stepped into this level and should understand that transitioning from Tai E Golden Immortal to the Luo Golden Immortal might be a hurdle, but once you cross this hurdle, it becomes a natural process, merely a matter of time and accumulation. Zhao Xian was unconcerned, and indeed it was true. Breaking through from the early to the mid-stage of the Luo Golden Immortal was not particularly difficult and could not be considered a bottleneck. That's still impressive. One step forward leads to another. Who knows, perhaps my elder brother could become the first disciple of our Xian sect's 3rd generation. Yun Xiao spoke with admiration, recognizing her elder brother's exceptional character and talent. It was merely that he entered the sect a bit late, otherwise the few direct disciples in the sect would likely not surpass him. Nonsense. Moreover, this conversation should remain between us siblings. If outsiders heard it, they might be displeased. Zhao Xian, though not afraid of others finding fault, did not wish to invite trouble from verbal disputes. He was particularly averse to trouble. With time for inner strife, it was better to focus on proper cultivation. What is the situation outside? Zhao Xian looked toward his second sister Qiong Xiao. He and Yun Xiao had been in seclusion, and to know the outside affairs they naturally needed to ask Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao. Among these two foster sisters, Qiong Xiao was the more stable and obedient one. The conflict between the Wu and Yao clans. Zhao Xian nodded. In the primordial times, where years were not counted and time held little value, he needed to grasp the current information to ascertain the present era and judge the future's trajectory. The great battle has not yet erupted, but minor skirmishes are constant. However, the tension between these two clans has escalated remarkably, and it seems that all it would take is a single opportunity for a decisive battle to occur. Qiong Xiao recounted everything she knew. Zhao Xian nodded. An opportunity. It seems it is not far off. What do you mean by that, elder brother? Yun Xiao looked at Zhao Xian with curiosity, feeling that his words held deeper implications. The heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. You will naturally understand in due time. Zhao Xian said no more. At this point, Zhao Xian suddenly raised his hand to calculate, and although he was amidst a calamity where the heavenly secrets were chaotic and obscure, an intuition stirred within him. On a whim, I have decided to travel through the primordial realm. Zhao Xian explained. Moreover, since transforming and taking shape, I have entered my master's sect to diligently cultivate, and I have yet to explore this primordial continent. That's true. I remember my senior brother went to a May mountain and sought out a blessed cave. It's just that so many years have passed, and he has not returned. Ha ha ha. At that time I felt that the cave was destined for me, so I set up protections, yet I have yet to examine it closely. Zhao Xian felt somewhat embarrassed. When it came to that cave, he only remembered that the original site of Zhao Gongming was at the Luo Fu cave on a May mountain, and it was not merely a capricious whim. Thus he set up protective formations and left restrictions, then departed without even taking a closer look. But there was nothing to be done at that time. His cultivation was low, and he was timid. He had barely reached the golden immortal realm, and in the primordial world, a random ferocious beast could easily crush him. Therefore, after that incident, he never ventured out of the East Sea and never left the Bo Palace. A quintessential example of a cautious cultivator. It can be said that among the disciples of sages, very few individuals like Zhao Xian are as careful and cautious as walking on thin ice. Sometimes, even the three Xiao sisters felt that Zhao Xian's cautious demeanor was somewhat excessive. In the primordial realm beneath the sages, everyone else is insignificant. Thus, as long as one relies on the sage and does not offend other sages, one can rest easy. This is a universally acknowledged understanding in the primordial realm. Have you not seen how arrogant the Wu and Yao clans are? Yet they have never dared to seek trouble with the Xian sect or the two Western teachings. But little do they know here, even sages can become pawns. Therefore one can afford to be careless 100 times, but not once can one afford to be wrong. I have just broken through to the Luo Golden Immortal realm, and still need some time to stabilize my realm, so I cannot accompany my elder brother on this journey through the primordial realm. Yinxiao spoke with some regret. She did not particularly enjoy conflict, did not like to venture out, and also did not care much for making connections with deities who for her, the most comfortable and suitable way was to focus on quiet cultivation. With a heart free of desires detached from causality, she resembled the homebody in Zhao Xian's understanding. He thought this was just fine. If Yinxiao were like Bai Xiao, he would truly have a headache. Moreover, if it were not for Zhao Xian crossing over to become Zhao Gongming, his character would have been entirely different. Otherwise, he would have been the real troublemaker, while the siblings' entanglements were precisely due to him. Elder brother, I also want to travel. I feel like I have hit a bottleneck. Bai Xiao suddenly interjected. Zhao Xian and Yunxiao simultaneously turned their gazes toward this restless younger sister, their eyes filled with meaning. Bai Xiao felt a bit flustered under their scrutiny. At the early stage of Tai, Golden Immortal, you tell me you have hit a bottleneck. Just wait, don't think about going out to play. Elder brother has important matters to attend to. What would you go for? As Yinxiao spoke, Bai Xiao dared not speak further. As for Qiong Xiao, she was always indecisive, so whatever the elder brother and sister said, she would follow. Zhao Xian pondered for a moment, weighing his words. If I return from this journey, and you can enter the Luo realm, I will gift you a fine magical treasure. What do you say? Really? Bai Xiao was immediately captivated by his words. At that time, when Zhao Xian and the three Xiao sisters went to the EC to pay their respects to their master, Zhao Xian had the sea calming pearl and the dragon binding rope. His master also bestowed upon Yunxiao the primordial gold dipper and gave Qiong Xiao the golden Jiao scissors, all powerful top-tier offensive and protective treasures. Only Bai Xiao, due to her uncertain nature, was given merely a celestial garment. Moreover, this robe was just a medium-grade, innate spiritual treasure, not of high quality, lacking offensive capabilities, and slightly insufficient even for defense. Elder brother, this. Yunxiao hesitated to speak further. No worries. Although the master said that the younger sister's nature was uncertain and did not bestow her with powerful treasures out of concern for her potentially causing trouble, as long as she could cultivate to the Luo Golden Immortal level with both of us guiding and restraining her, there would be no issues. All right. I will remember elder brother's words. Bai Xiao was overjoyed, truly wishing for a powerful magical treasure. Whether it was the primordial gold dipper of the elder sister or the golden Jiao scissors of the second sister, she was extremely envious. Having decided to traverse the chaos, Zhao Xian no longer delayed, gathering briefly with the Sanxiao sisters to celebrate Yunxiao's breakthrough to the Daoist immortal realm before departing from Sanxian Island towards the Golden Ao Island's Bio Palace. Zhao Xian needed to inform his master about his journey through the chaos. Perhaps Tongtian himself was indifferent, or perhaps his master was already aware, but it was proper etiquette to do so. Why is Zhao Xian so favored by Tongtian? Setting aside his innate talent, is it not because Zhao Xian is exceptionally respectful? Disciple pays respects to master. Upon entering Bio Palace, Zhao Xian encountered the Saint Tongtian. What brings you here? Tongtian opened his eyes, glanced at Zhao Xian, then expressed surprise. You've broken through again. Calculating the time, it has been merely a century since the last sermon. Moreover, you've also mastered the 9 turns mystic art. Saint Tongtian is known among all saints for being the least pretentious, especially in front of his core disciples, always presenting himself as a remarkably handsome young man. It's all thanks to master's teachings. I've had some fortune, and indeed I have mastered the 9 turns mystic art, though my level is still low. Very well. Saint Tongtian was genuinely pleased at his level. There were few things that could stir his emotions, yet the achievements of his disciples still moved him. Master, I have taken a whim and plan to travel through the chaos. Zhao Xian spoke, seeking guidance from traveling through the chaos at this time. Tongtian frowned. The witch and demon clans each occupy the heavens and the earth, and conflicts persist across the vast land of chaos. With your current cultivation level, you are still somewhat lacking. However, since it is a whim, there must be some fortune involved. If you hesitate and miss this opportunity, it would be a pity. Let me calculate for a moment. After a long while, Tongtian nodded. Although the tribulation energy is rampant, and the heavenly secrets are chaotic. I have discerned through calculations that your journey does not hold much danger, and there is fortune awaiting you. Thank you, Master. Zhao Xian felt reassured. Although saints could also be blinded amidst tribulations, there is a difference between being in the tribulation and being outside it. Well, then you may go. Tongtian suddenly felt a stir in his heart. I have heard that your Ta Ching master uncle has established a lineage at Shouyang Mountain and has taken on a disciple named Xuandu. Your Ta Ching master uncle has always been indifferent to worldly matters and rather unconcerned about accepting disciples. However, the fact that he has taken you on as a personal disciple must mean that this disciple possesses some extraordinary qualities. Perhaps you should pay him a visit. Understood. Zhao Xian eagerly agreed. Regarding your Yu Qing master uncle. Upon hearing this, Tongtian's expression changed slightly, becoming somewhat grim. During their time at Kunlun Mountain, conflicts had arisen between him and Yuan Shi over differing views on accepting disciples, leading to their eventual falling out. Moreover, Yuan Shi had claimed that his disciples were merely lowly beings lacking intelligence and strength, hardly worthy of his attention. Master, although you had a minor disagreement with Master Yuan Shi regarding accepting disciples, after all we share the same Dao lineage, and the brotherly bond is deep. Furthermore, now that both have established their own lineages, why must there be lingering grievances? Tongtian's expression softened slightly, a hint of nostalgia in his gaze, as if recalling the times when the three brothers supported each other in pursuing the Dao, ultimately achieving enlightenment, together resonating through the heavens. However, after parting at Kunlun, the eldest brother did not wish to involve himself in the conflict between him and Yuan Shi, and thus left for new paths, while he himself departed Kunlun, venturing eastward to establish a new sect. Very well, do as you see fit. Tongtian waved his hand, saying no more. He then handed Zhao Xian a token. This saint's decree carries my aura, and in the event of an insurmountable danger it can unleash a blow equivalent to a perfected saint, which may help you turn peril into safety. Zhao Xian quickly accepted it. Thank you, Master. His heart overflowed with joy. With this, he had less to fear traveling through the chaos, as this was a saint's decree, and its greatest function was to signify his identity. As a disciple of a saint, carrying a saint's personally bestowed decree for protection, unless one was truly foolish, no one would dare to act against Zhao Xian, for that would be tantamount to slapping the saint's face. Master, what if that strike does not kill the enemy? Zhao Xian carefully stored the token and asked tentatively. Get lost. Tongtian waved his sleeve irritably. Once that strike is triggered, I will know you are in danger. Can't I come to your rescue then? Is this saint in your heart truly so unworthy? Zhao Xian repeatedly stated he dared not, and then took his leave. Tongtian was not truly angry, the reason being he favored this disciple, for he found that among the disciples of the Jiejiao Sect, this disciple, though not officially a personal disciple, acted in ways that aligned most closely with his own principles. If Zhao Xian were to know Tongtian's thoughts, he would undoubtedly be immensely grateful. All his efforts over the years had not been in vain, and the goodwill he had cultivated had finally borne fruit. Speaking of cultivating goodwill, Zhao Xian had also studied this carefully, maintaining the greater principles while aligning himself with his master, yet holding his own opinions in trivial matters without becoming a mere flatterer, but rather discerning his master's character and then emulating it. This is called being a disciple who resembles his teacher. The balance in this is a profound study. After all, saints exist in their presence. Some matters are best left understated, and overdoing it may yield worse results than doing nothing. Of course, the most crucial aspect remains strength. If one's strength does not improve quickly, then all else is moot. Leaving Bo Palace, Zhao Xian summoned clouds and mist, employing his teleportation techniques, and headed directly towards the vast land of chaos. The vastness of the chaos is such that even a saint cannot traverse it in a short time, let alone a Great Luo Golden Immortal like Zhao Xian. For ordinary mortals, it would take a lifetime to traverse this great expanse of chaos. Currently, the witch and demon clans are still striving to contain each other, and the land of chaos has not yet been shattered, making it seem even more expansive. Everywhere is brimming with rare talents and spiritual energy, yet this is only for those who are true immortals, for those with great powers. Should one possess low cultivation or be an ordinary person, they would find the chaos to be exceedingly perilous and daunting. Whether it is the ferocious beasts hidden within the dense forests or the malevolent spirits of great demons, they are beyond what they can handle. Some ferocious beasts are remnants of the chaos, lacking intelligence, yet possessing formidable physical. Zhao Xian did not hurry on his journey. He had set out with the intention of exploring the chaos. Thus, after leaving the eastern sea and reaching the shore, his pace slowed. Walking slowly, he would sometimes set up a dwelling to ponder the Tao, at other times admire the mountains and rivers, or even seek treasures and spiritual plants in perilous locations. Although the celestial treasures and earthly delights on the land of chaos had been plundered time and again by waves of cultivators, he still found quite a bounty. Moreover, the witch and demon clans are not skilled in alchemy, and do not place much importance on such celestial treasures. Should they come across them by chance, they would simply consume them outright. Perhaps due to the favorable circumstances, Zhao Xian traveled and cultivated simultaneously, making rapid progress in his understanding. Although he had not yet reached the point of breaking through to the next realm, he could feel his improvement each day. Speaking of which, this exaggerated enhancement was not solely due to this. He did not remain idle during his 100 years of seclusion. In those 100 years, the Dao Comprehension System must have accumulated countless opportunities for enlightenment. While he was practicing the 9 turns mystic art, he certainly could not exhaust that many opportunities. Thus, he refined his own aptitude multiple times. Every 1,000 days and nights, he could gain an opportunity to refine his aptitude. In those 100 years, he had refined his aptitude dozens of times. Although each enhancement was minimal, around 1%, after dozens of times, his innate qualities and foundation improved nearly by 30%. Do not underestimate this 30%. Zhao Xian's innate roots and qualities were among the best in the entire primordial world, not the very best, but certainly among the elite. To enhance by 30% on such a foundation, the effect is beyond imagination. Temporarily increasing one's comprehension is useful, but such opportunities to enhance aptitude and foundation are always rare. In the primordial world, the future achievements of a being largely depend on the quality of their roots, which are predetermined from birth. Postnatal beings cannot compare to innate beings, and among innate beings there are distinctions of rank. Zhao Xian, as the first pure breeze of heaven and earth entering the Dao, belonged to the category of innate roots. Although that was not bad, he was not considered top tier in the primordial world. However, with this assist system, he could forcibly alter his roots and enhance his comprehension and aptitude, effectively defying fate. Moreover, this was done quietly, making it a serendipitous opportunity that was truly rare. In contrast, the method of temporarily increasing comprehension could only be said to be useful and sometimes effective, but it only addresses the symptoms, while changing one's aptitude addresses the root cause. As long as he continues to improve, his future achievements will undoubtedly be significant. As for the realms below that of a sage, they are no longer a challenge for him. It is merely a matter of course. Only achieving sagehood and obtaining the Dao fruit of the primordial supreme will be a true challenge for him. However, he believes that as long as he perseveres, attaining the Dao and becoming a sage will not be difficult. One day, near a human gathering place, a Daoist in a blue robe rode slowly upon a 5-headed blue lion. At a glance, it was clear that this Daoist had a luminous Dao heart, pure and serene, surrounded by a clear aura, flawless and unblemished, with an ethereal presence that was unmistakably that of a true immortal. As he walked, faint celestial lights surrounded him, and sacred hymns resonated. His youthful face exuded cleanliness and gentleness. This person was none other than Zhao Xian, who had traveled the primordial world for several years. This journey lasted several years, yet Zhao Xian's exploration of the primordial world was still just. During these years, Zhao Xian made significant strides. His cultivation at the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal not only stabilized, but also slightly improved, reaching the peak of the mid-stage, ready to step into the later stage at any moment. His physical body and primordial spirit had been polished to perfection, radiant and resplendent. His steed, the Blue Lion, was a rare breed from the primordial world, belonging to the same race as the Jiejiao Immortal who served his master. However, the Jiejiao Immortal had already entered the Great Luo and transformed into an 8-headed blue lion. If he were to enter the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, he could transform into a 9-headed blue lion, possessing immense powers and grandeur. The 5-headed blue lion, however, was still lacking in rank, barely reaching the Golden Immortal stage. Even so, it was still quite rare, not only because of its Golden Immortal realm, but also due to its pure bloodline. Its future achievements were unlikely to be low. With proper nurturing, it might not be inferior to the Jiejiao Immortal in the future. This was also why he was eager to capture this blue lion and tame it as his mount. Finally, I have encountered people. Zhao Xian sighed as he looked at the humble and backward human settlement before him. Throughout his journey, he had encountered very few intelligent beings. He was probably not far from Master Uncle's Shouyang Mountain. Years ago, the Saint Nuwa created humans from earth using the 3 light, divine water, the 9 heavens, spirit soil, and her sacred blood. He was probably not far from Master Uncle's Shouyang Mountain. Years ago, the Saint Nuwa created humans from earth using the 3 light, divine water, the 9 heavens, spirit soil, and her sacred blood, modeling them after the innate Dao body, establishing great merit to become a sage. Afterward, the Saint Nuwa seldom intervened with humanity. He did not think there was anything wrong with how the Saint Nuwa acted. After all, this involved the calculations of a sage which ordinary people could hardly fathom. At that time, humanity was weak and could hardly survive on the primordial earth. Fortunately, Master Taiching established the human sect, setting up a Taoist temple on Shouyang Mountain to protect some humans. Yet he also did not meddle too much in human affairs. Subsequently, humanity took root and survived, near Shouyang Mountain slowly prospering. One of Master Taiking's disciples was among the 3,000 innate humans. As an innate human, they naturally had unique advantages. Although their lifespan could not compare to those innate beings, their cultivation talent was exceptional. Humanity was fragile, yet they had no means of cultivation. The Xiandu left the humans seeking immortals and wisdom, worshipping every mountain, hoping that the powerful beings on the mountains would accept him as a disciple, but to no avail. In the end, he wandered through hardships and arrived at the foot of Shouyang Mountain, where he was accepted as a disciple by Master Taiching, becoming the inheritor of his teachings. The intertwining of fate is indescribable. To say that there was no sage's intervention in this, he would never believe it. Worshipping every mountain, but not being accepted by any immortals, yet at the foot of Shouyang Mountain, he caught the eye of the sage Taiching. Monsters! There are monsters! Suddenly a scream shattered the tranquility of the human settlement. A human happened to see Zhao Xian riding the five-headed blue lion emerging from the forest, instantly terrified to the point of losing control. The entire settlement was startled. Countless people rushed out in panic from various places. Some wielded wooden sticks and stones, seemingly preparing to fight back, while others hurriedly fled. However, despite their panic, Zhao Xian saw many bright points, such as the fleeing individuals being mostly women, children, and the elderly. Meanwhile, the able-bodied men picked up rudimentary weapons ready to confront the so-called monsters. My lord, these ants are quite rude, unable to recognize a true being with their mortal eyes. Allow me to swallow them whole. Before Zhao Xian could speak, the blue lion beneath him voiced its displeasure in a deep, resonant tone. Zhao Xian frowned. Have you ever eaten a human? Not at all. I come from a poor and remote place filled with danger and ferocity, where even humans are scarce. Where would I find something to eat? Then why do you keep saying you want to eat humans? Zhao Xian asked, his tone perplexed. The blue lion shook its head. I only heard others say that humans look weak and vulnerable, but consuming them is extremely beneficial for cultivation, allowing one to progress rapidly. You should count yourself fortunate that you have not devoured human flesh. Zhao Xian sneered coldly. Remember this, while you wretched beast, from this day forth, should you defy my command and dare to consume humans, I shall strip your tendons and flay your hide, sever your cultivation, shatter your physical form, and grind your spiritual soul to dust, leaving you trapped in agony beyond life, and denied peace even in death. The azure lion trembled violently, realizing it had violated its master's most solemn taboo. Though it could not fathom why its master forbade it from feasting upon these insignificant, two-legged mortals, it dared not disobey. Perhaps the master possessed an exceptionally benevolent heart. From the moment the azure lion first beheld him, it perceived pure azure chi swirling about his form, utterly untainted by karmic entanglements or spiritual burdens. In all its long existence, it had scarcely encountered a cultivator so immaculate. Master, I swear, I shall remember. Henceforth I shall cultivate with purity and virtue, forsaking all demonic and malevolent deeds. Assume human form. Do not frighten these people. Zhao Xian leapt down from the azure lion's back and gave it a sharp kick. No wonder the humans were terrified. Though the five-headed azure lion appeared majestic and awe-inspiring, to Zhao Xian, to ordinary mortals, it was nothing short of a grotesque monstrosity, a lion bearing 5 heads, and thus profoundly unsettling. With a single somersault, the azure lion transformed into a young Taoist acolyte clad in azure robes, his head adorned with 2 topknots, and his cheeks plump and rosy, strangely endearing. When I do not require a mount, you shall appear thus, Zhao Xian murmured, gently stroking the boy's head, deeply pleased with his new guise. Yes, master. The child nodded vigorously, eager to prove his obedience. After all, his master's divine powers were incomparable, and resistance was futile. Serving as a mount was no disgrace. Moreover, his master's origins were extraordinary. He was a disciple of the celestial sage Tongtian, a being whose destiny stretched infinitely beyond mortal reckoning. Perhaps this very servitude was a rare karmic opportunity. Where are the demons? Where are they? Are you demons yourselves? In moments, Zhao Xian and the acolyte, formerly the azure lion, were encircled by a band of humans clad in crude animal hides, brandishing primitive weapons. They had arrived too late to witness the azure lion's true form. All they saw now was a serene, transcendent immortal exuding ethereal grace, and beside him a cherubic, pink-cheeked Taoist boy. Surrounded by so many frail mortals, the azure lion grew deeply uneasy. It bared its fangs and snarled, attempting to intimidate them. Yet its adorable appearance only rendered its ferocity comically benign. Fear not, good people. I am a cultivator from the EC, a disciple of a celestial sage, not some demon. At these words, the crowd instantly relaxed, lowering their crude weapons. It was not gullibility that moved them, but the weight of the phrase disciple of a celestial sage, a title too sacred to be uttered lightly. Though humanity remained weak and undeveloped, its origin was divine even after eons had passed. The legend of the celestial matriarch Nuwa fashioning humankind from clay endured unbroken among them. And if one was truly a peer of the celestial matriarch, if one bore the same exalted status, then such a being was beyond mortal comprehension. As for anyone daring to falsely claim discipleship under a celestial sage, well, such audacity would surely invite swift annihilation. One would have to be utterly reckless, or already weary of life. Soon the tribe's alarm dissolved, and those who had fled gradually returned. We pay our respects to the Great Immortal. Then the eldest elder, the most venerable among the tribe, led the entire gathering in deep obeisance before Zhao Xian. Rise all of you. Zhao Xian surveyed his surroundings. Humanity at this age was still profoundly primitive, uncivilized, living like beasts in the wild. Who could have foreseen that this seemingly inconsequential race would one day ascend as the sovereign force of heaven and earth, succeeding even the mighty tribes of the Wu and the Yao, especially within the vast primordial realm of Hongluang, where lifespans of sentient beings stretched across millennia. The mere century-long lifespan of postnatal humanity seemed shockingly brief. A minor meditation retreat for Zhao Xian spanned 100 years. A prolonged seclusion might consume several thousand, long enough for countless generations of humanity to rise and fade. Only the 3,000 primordial humans possessed longer lifespans. And even that century was merely theoretical, their actual longevity constrained by the harsh realities of Hongluang. Wedged precariously between the Wu and Yao tribes, enduring brutal natural conditions, chronic hunger, disease, and ceaseless suffering, meant that reaching 40 years of age was considered exceptional longevity. Zhao Xian sighed inwardly. In this lifetime, having attained enlightenment as the pure breeze, he was no longer human. But his affection for humanity remained profound and unwavering. At the very least, he felt no shame in his former humanity. The tribe was sizable enough to have erected a modest temple of the celestial matriarch, crude and low yet remarkably rare for its time. Humanity at this stage was desperately impoverished. Even basic sustenance was uncertain, meals irregular and meager, yet they still maintained incense offerings to the celestial matriarch Nuwa. Such devotion revealed genuine heartfelt gratitude. Inside the temple stood only a rudimentary stone statue, its features indistinct, its form hazy and undefined. Yet Zhao Xian did not dare gaze upon it for long. He cast but a fleeting glance before bowing his head respectfully, and offered a solemn reverent kowtow. After all, propriety never offends, even if unseen reverence is never misplaced. And when addressing a woman, even one elevated to the rank of celestial sage, one could not assume her magnanimity extended to tolerance of impropriety. Besides, what if she was watching? With that thought, he produced 3 exquisite incense sticks, crafted from celestial herbs and infused with meritorious virtue, the finest incense reserved for sacred purification rituals. He lit the incense, placed it reverently before the altar, then added several spirit fruits as offerings, only then preparing to depart. At that very instant, a subtle ripple shimmered through the temple and vanished as swiftly as it appeared. Zhao Xian's hair stood on end. He sensed the piercing gaze of an incomprehensibly vast and august presence fix upon the temple. Whirling around, he beheld a hazy, luminous figure materialize within the shrine. Compassion, boundlessness, mercy, gentleness. These were Zhao Xian's first impressions. And of course, unfathomable power. I pay my respects to the celestial sage. Oh, who is this? I sense from my celestial abode of Huahuang Tian a cultivated Taoist of the Orthodox sect offering incense in my honor. How unexpected to find it is none other than Tongtian's senior brother's disciple. Zhao Xian felt a flicker of nervousness. He had approached the temple with little more than hopeful intent, to cultivate goodwill with the celestial sage, and never imagined his gesture would truly summon her presence. Meanwhile, the azure lion acolyte at the doorway collapsed prostrate upon the ground, face buried, trembling uncontrollably. Zhao Xian stole a glance, and inwardly winced. How undignified. Could the boy show even a trace of backbone? Amidst heaven and earth's chaos, why have you left Tongtian senior brother's cultivation ground to wander here? This disciple guided by inner resonance journeys across Hongluang. Upon encountering your holiness's temple, I came to offer incense and pay my deepest respects. Though startled, Zhao Xian felt no fear. He was after all himself a celestial sage's disciple and had committed no transgression. His earlier astonishment stemmed solely from the sudden, overwhelming manifestation of divinity. You have a good heart. The Saint Nuwa assessed Zhao Xian from head to toe and then expressed her approval. However, what she did not mention was that just a moment ago, when Zhao Xian presented incense to her, she had not paid much attention. As a revered Saint Nuwa, although worshipped as the Holy Mother by the human race, was not someone who could be easily stirred. Even the heavenly court and the demon clan regarded her as the great saint of the demon race, yet she paid them no mind. If it weren't for her brother Fushi still being in the heavenly court, she might not have even cared to glance at them. Only by ascending to the position of a saint can one truly comprehend the vision and thoughts associated with such a role. Before becoming a saint, she had inquired about the conflicts between the Wu and Yao clans, but after achieving sainthood, she found such disputes rather childish. What earthly dominion, what heavenly dominion, is something one can simply contend for. Have you consulted the 6 saints of the Primordial Chaos? Have you asked the one at Xixiao Palace? Did they agree? Even if this saint were to ignore it, or even assist the demon clan in obtaining the earthly dominion, would the other saints simply stand by and do nothing? After becoming a saint, she stepped out of the Primordial Chaos, opening up the Hua Huang heaven in the midst of chaos to continue her comprehension of the Great Dao. She even urged Fushi to leave the whirlpool of the Wu and Yao clans. But Fushi was already entranced by the calamity and refused to heed her advice. This left her feeling, however, the reason she could not help but descend with an avatar from the Hua Huang heaven today was that she found Zhao Gongming before her rather intriguing. He had just triggered a fluctuation in the human race's fortune, prompting her to come down and take a look. The Saint Nuo waved her sleeve, and Zhao Xian felt the world turn upside down, the stars shifting, and when he looked again, the two were no longer in the Holy Mother's temple. They were now on a low mountain not far from the human tribe, where they could overlook the entire tribe. What do you think of the human race? Nuo stood for a long time before suddenly asking. Zhao Xian was somewhat at a loss, and could only answer ambiguously. The methods of the saint are extraordinary and the divine abilities vast, which is why such a miracle could occur, creating a race with boundless potential. There is no need for you to be so cautious. This place has long been shrouded by my concealment of the heavenly secrets. Even as fellow saints, they cannot know what is said between us. This was clearly not the answer Saint Nuo desired. Such a response could not invoke the fortune of the human. I molded clay to create humanity, obtaining 30% of the human race's fortune and gaining a measure of merit, while my senior brother Ta Ching established the teachings of humanity, here also gaining 30% of fortune and likewise earning merit. Saint Nuo's tone was devoid of waves. There are pros and cons. Although this diluted 60% of the human race's fortune, it also provided them with a foundation to stand on. With the backing of 2 saints, even if neither I nor my senior brother, Ta Ching, truly intervened in human affairs, the beings of the heavens would still favor the human race, due to our presence at least not making it too difficult for them. Indeed, if not for the favor of the 2 saints with the current capabilities of the human race, it would be very difficult for them to survive in the primordial chaos. This is not flattery. 2 portions of fortune and 2 portions of merit, both being opportunities for attaining sainthood, this establishes a profound bond of incense for the human race. This is the foundation for survival in the primordial chaos. However, the human race is currently not regarded highly by anyone. After all, compared to the Wu and Yao clans, they are truly too weak. Saint Nuo shook her head, appearing rather helpless. The lifespan of the human race is too short, making them too inconspicuous on this vast expanse of the primordial chaos, a fleeting existence. Sometimes after I merely meditate and comprehend the Tao, once they age and pass away with many generations cycling through. I believe that the future of the human race is promising. It is likely that one day they may even surpass the Wu and Yao clans. Oh, do you really think so? Saint Nuo's gaze sharpened. As a saint, she understood the course of heaven. Although she could not see clearly, she could vaguely perceive some clues. But this junior beside her could also possess such insight. No wonder he could trigger a fluctuation in fortunes. It is indeed true. I have great hopes for them. Although their lifespan is short, it is precisely this fleeting existence that will drive them to be more proactive, creating unprecedented brilliance and civilization. Civilization? What do you mean? Saint Nuo finally showed some interest. Zhao Xian pondered carefully, and after a long moment he replied, "To weave heaven and earth is called culture, to illuminate the 4 corners is called brightness. One is called literary grace and brilliance, the other is called virtue and radiance. Furthermore, there is cultural governance and enlightenment, and also cultural education flourishing. And thus humanity shall flourish." Humanity flourishing. Saint Nuo nodded noncommittally. I actually do not wish for humanity to contend for the earthly dominion. I only hope they can follow their natural course and experience fewer tribulations and disasters. To be the protagonists of the earthly dominion, to strive for that so-called heavenly dominion, just look at the Wu and Yao clans. They are in constant warfare. How tragic. Your kindness is admirable. Zhao Xian bowed respectfully to Saint Nuo. You are indeed interesting. Most beings of the primordial chaos have lifespans without end. Who would value such a weak race as you do? Saint Nuo turned her gaze to Zhao Xian, her tone becoming serious. If one day the human race faces calamity, what will you do? Naturally, I will do my utmost to assist. Zhao Xian replied earnestly. He was not speaking carelessly, but genuinely thought this way. Not to mention that in his previous life, he was of human descent, thus his feelings for this race were naturally exceptional. Even if it were not for Saint Nuwa, he would still do so. It was not a matter of wanting to help the human race seize the earthly dominion, rather it was about allowing the human race to live better. Saint Nuwa nodded meaningfully. Remember what you said today, oh I hope you do not forget. Rest assured Saint Nuwa will certainly remember. Saint Nuwa nodded, then reached out and summoned the holy decree hanging at Zhao Xian's waist, holding it in her hand. After playing with it for a while, she casually tossed it back, reattaching it to Zhao Xian's waist. Although I do not know why, I observe that you share a deep karmic connection with the human race. In the future, there will be some merit opportunities that should belong to the human race. You should take care of it. Within this holy decree, I have left a trace of my aura. In the future, if there is anything, you may call upon me with it. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Xian saw the figure of Saint Nuwa gradually becoming transparent and then slowly dissipating. He vaguely heard a statement, some matters that saints can do you cannot, yet there are some matters that you can do and he can do, but saints cannot. Then Zhao Xian suddenly realized, as if waking from a great dream. Looking around, where was there any low mountain? He was still in that Holy Mother's temple. My lord. The Qing lion boy saw Zhao Xian in a daze and couldn't help but call out. Zhao Xian came back to his senses. What is it? Who is in this temple? Why are they called the Holy Mother? Is it really worthy of my lord's personal offering of incense? The Qing lion boy looked puzzled, unable to grasp the reason behind it. This could not be blamed on him. Since his birth he had lived in the wilderness, seen little of the world, and was unaware of the origins of this matter. He did not even know that this so-called Holy Mother was Saint Nuwa, one of the 6 saints of heaven and earth. Zhao Xian had yet to recover from the shock. It had felt as if he had just experienced a vivid dream. However, upon awakening, everything seemed to vanish without a trace. Just moments ago, the young Qing lion had trembled on the ground, frightened by the authority of the saint like a mouse. Yet when Zhao Xian finally reacted, he saw that this Qing lion Taoist seemed entirely oblivious to what had transpired. Silent, yet vividly clear, this was the power of a saint. Truly formidable. He took a deep breath, about to explain the cause and effect to this foolish lion, when the Qing lion Taoist blurted out, I think this statue looks rather unappealing, yet here it is being worshipped by these ordinary mortals. As he spoke, the Qing lion Taoist shook his head. Zhao Xian was momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say, merely looking at this dim-witted lion with the gaze reserved for the deceased. My lord, what is the matter? The Qing lion Taoist shivered involuntarily at Zhao Xian's gaze, feeling increasingly confused. It's nothing, just eat something good in the coming days. Zhao Xian shook his head and turned to leave. He didn't know this lion. Even if it were captured to be made into braised lion head, he wouldn't recognize it. My lord, wait for me. The Qing lion Taoist felt something was amiss as Zhao Xian left so decisively, a vague sense of foreboding creeping into his heart, feeling as if calamity were imminent. But he couldn't understand why. My lord, please save me. Am I about to go mad? I feel like some evil force is out to harm me. As a unique being from the primordial era, the Qing lion was born with a strong divine sense. Although he couldn't grasp the situation, his instinct for survival compelled him to seek help from Zhao Xian. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian, who had been in a hurry to leave, suddenly froze, then quickened his pace. It's over. This newly acquired amount of his might truly be lost. For a period afterward, Zhao Xian stayed in this human settlement and learned about its origins. Originally, the human population was small, living in one place, did not seem crowded. Despite the harsh environment and difficult survival, they managed to get by. However, there is a characteristic of the human race that cannot be overlooked. Their reproduction rate is particularly fast, astonishing all the races of the primordial era. Thus, the original area began to feel insufficient, leading several human leaders to discuss sending some people and their kin to migrate and settle elsewhere, resulting in the current scale. Currently, the greatest challenge facing the human race is the complex and harsh living environment, compounded by the rampant ferocious beasts, posing a significant threat to human survival. To this end, Zhao Xian dedicated some time to help the tribe clear out the ferocious beasts lurking nearby. This simple act earned him immense gratitude from the human tribe. It's worth noting that the ferocious beasts, which he viewed as insignificant, were a tremendous disaster for the humans. Often entire tribes would be devoured by these beasts. The main reason for this is that humans lack systematic cultivation methods. Such teachings were only available in their ancestral lands. However, due to various migrations, the original cultivation methods were completely severed. Thus, Zhao Xian took to the platform within the tribe to share some rudimentary cultivation methods. Although basic, they were immensely suitable for the current human race. As long as they diligently cultivate, attaining immortality is not difficult. This also provided a semblance of self-defense. Now with the heavens and earth still connected, as long as there are cultivation methods, and someone to guide them, cultivation is not particularly challenging. While not reaching the level of Tai or De Luo, becoming an immortal is genuinely within reach. After passing down the teachings, Zhao Xian did not linger in the tribe for long and rode off on his Qing lion to continue his journey to the next location. However, at this moment, his once mighty five-headed Qing lion looked particularly miserable with three of its heads bleeding profusely, a rather frightening sight. Yet Zhao Xian did not dare to speak plainly about it, as this was the punishment of a saint. His best course of action was to remain indifferent and uninformed. Just then the Qing lion quietly spoke. "My lord, have I offended some great practitioner?" Zhao Xian cast a sidelong glance, hesitating for a moment before nodding. Then, "Is it the one from the Mother of Saints temple?" The Qing lion's voice grew even softer, its confidence waning. Zhao Xian nodded again. "Who exactly is that?" The Qing lion looked around cautiously, asking carefully. "A primordial divine being who possesses the power to create humans from clay, revered as the mother of humanity and the holy woman of the monster race Nuwa." As soon as Zhao Xian finished speaking, the Qing lion collapsed to the ground, its limbs limp. "You wretched beast, what are you doing? Are you trying to defy me and die?" Zhao Xian swayed and gracefully landed, then pointed at the foolish lion, berating it. "My lord, my legs are weak." The five-headed Qing lion spoke with a whimper. Zhao Xian was both amused and angry, thinking to himself that if not for the saint's mercy, this lion would have surely faced dire consequences for its slander against the saint. Just as he was about to explain further, the Qing lion suddenly rolled on the ground, transforming back into a young Taoist in a blue robe, then swiftly dashed back toward the human settlement. "What are you doing?" "My lord, I am going to apologize." The Qing lion, now in the form of a Taoist, rode the clouds back to the human settlement, then tumbled and crawled into the Mother of Saints temple, bowing deeply, completely humble, with no trace of disrespect, repeatedly knocking his head while pleading for mercy. "I am blind and have offended the saint, who I hope the saint will forgive me." After bowing dozens of times, he suddenly heard a soft snort. "This time I will spare your life for your lord's sake. If you offend again, you will find no escape from death." Thus this matter was settled. Zhao Xian was inwardly astonished, realizing he had not worried in vain. A woman's grudges are fearsome. A female saint's grudge is even more terrifying. Had it not been for the Qing lion's last-minute reaction, the situation would have likely been far worse. With this incident behind them, their journey continued, and as they moved forward, they drew closer to the heartland of humanity, leading to more frequent encounters with human tribes. As before, Zhao Xian helped them drive away ferocious beasts, cut down mountains, and teach them cultivation methods. This journey with its stops and starts slowed their pace considerably. Sometimes when encountering particularly gifted individuals among the humans, he might stay for several years teaching, without any formal title of master and disciple. As time went on, Zhao Xian's reputation among the humans grew immensely. Stories of a true cultivator achieving enlightenment began to spread in many places. And the virtues of teaching humanity brought him great satisfaction. Virtuous merit is never excessive. Though seemingly inconsequential in daily life, it proves indispensable at critical junctures. Among its many functions, Zhao Xian prized most highly its power to neutralize karmic obstructions. In the Primordial Chaos, wanton killing was strictly forbidden. Even a single act of intervention often entangled one in karmic bonds. Such entanglement invited tribulation chi and karmic obstructions inviting outer demons, a perilous fate for cultivators of the orthodox path. Why did several of the 7 attendant immortals serving beneath Master's throne, though esteemed disciples of the Jiejiao Sect, exude muddled, impure auras lacking the pristine celestial chi that envelopes orthodox cultivators, and instead bearing ominous, baleful energies? This very phenomenon led Elder Master Yuanshi to denounce the Jiejiao Sect as clouded with foul miasma. Though his doctrinal disputes with Master Tongtian stemmed fundamentally from divergent interpretations of the Tao, conflict thus inevitable, the critique held undeniable weight. Indeed, some of Elder Master Yuanshi's observations were not unfounded. Though the Jiejiao Sect had not yet fully descended into such disarray, the trend would steadily worsen with time. Given Master Tongtian's open-door policy toward discipleship, countless unworthy individuals assumed the Jiejiao Sect's name while committing unjust deeds, accumulating karma unable to expiate their sins, and thereby eroding the sect's celestial fortune. Such impostors were especially despicable. Though humanity remained weak at this juncture, it was heaven ordained to succeed the Wu and Yao clans as sovereign masters of the realm. Zhao Xian's current endeavors, educating and safeguarding humankind, thus aligned perfectly with the heavenly Tao, earning him virtuous merit. Each act yielded only modest merit, yet Zhao Xian pursued his mission with unwavering diligence. Wherever he entered a tribal settlement, he taught, guided, and protected, small increments coalescing into a substantial accumulation. Though humanity's numbers paled beside those of the Primordial Chaos, such comparison was relative to the Wu and Yao clans whose origins stretched back eons. How long had they flourished? And how long since humanity's own genesis? At Mount Shouyang within the 8 Scenic Palace, Supreme Sage Taiching, who had been expounding the Great Tao to his disciple Xuandu, abruptly ceased his discourse. Master, what has occurred? Xuandu asked, puzzled by the sudden pause. An intriguing young cultivator has emerged from below. He is a disciple of my junior brother Supreme Sage Tongtian. Throughout his journey, he has tirelessly taught and guided humanity, transmitting the Dao lineage, thus accruing merit and cultivating profound blessings. Supreme Sage Taiching customarily manifested as an aged sage. Now stroking his flowing white beard, he remained seated within the 8 Scenic Palace, yet his gaze had already pierced 10,000 li to rest upon Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian now appeared markedly transformed, not only encircled by pure luminous qi, but also shimmering faintly with golden light of accumulated merit, unmistakably revealing his profound blessings and cultivated virtue. His cultivation foundation and innate aptitude were likewise exceptional, perhaps even on the cusp of ascending to the late stage of the Great Luo Immortal realm. It seems Supreme Sage Tongtian had indeed taken a remarkably gifted disciple. Yet what truly arrested Supreme Sage Taiching's attention was none of these. Rare though they were not unique. What truly startled him was the sacred edict suspended at Zhao Xian's waist. That Master Tongtian might bestow such an artifact upon a favored disciple was plausible, but the faint, unmistakable resonance of Sister Nuwa's aura clinging to it was profoundly anomalous. Since attaining Buddhahood, Sister Nuwa had withdrawn almost entirely from worldly affairs, even offering only gentle counsel, never intervention, to her elder brother Fushi, and remaining utterly aloof from all matters concerning the Yao clan. She had established her abode deep within the chaotic void, residing serenely within the palace of Nuwa, taking no disciples whatsoever. For her now to show such extraordinary favor toward a disciple of Tongtian's was nothing short of extraordinary. One could only wonder whether stillness had bred restlessness, and whether some deeper design was unfolding. Shall I descend the mountain to greet him, master? Xuandu asked, comprehension dawning. The sage's residence atop Mount Shouyang was profoundly tranquil. Supreme Sage Taiching disdained clamor, so the entire palace housed only Xuandu himself, the immortal green ox who served as his mount, and the sage himself. After arriving there, Xuandu devoted himself to rigorous cultivation. Blessed with an innate Dao body and exceptional aptitude, he swiftly advanced, now having attained the early stage of the Great Luo Immortal realm. Such progress was hardly surprising under unknown tutelage from Supreme Sage Taiching. Failure to reach the Great Luo realm would have been astonishing. Very well, you may go. Supreme Sage Taiching nodded. Watching Xuandu depart the palace and descend the mountain, he let out a soft contemplative sigh. He held this disciple in high regard, his temperament and talent both commendable, harmonizing perfectly with the sage's own disposition and deeply resonant with the principle of non-action. Yet, he still required refinement. At present he fell far short. The sage recalled a recent inquiry he had posed to Xuandu. Upon entering Mount Shouyang, how will you treat humanity? Xuandu had replied, calmness and non-action, meaning deliberate detachment and non-intervention, clearly indicating profound insight into the principle of non-action. Yet the sage remained unsatisfied with this answer, for Xuandu grasped only one facet of non-action, failing to penetrate its supreme essence, non-action, yet nothing left undone. Though cultivators ought to align themselves with nature, and the heavenly Tao, rigid adherence to doctrine becomes itself a fetter, a deviation leading inevitably to spiritual derailment and demonic obsession. Nonetheless, the sage chose not to intervene or enlighten him directly. Instead, he observed silently, awaiting the moment Xuandu would independently grasp this pivotal truth. Only then would the great Tao be fully realized. Yet the disciple named Zhao Gongming descending the mountain intrigued him, for the sage perceived that his actions extended beyond mere acquisition of human merit. They embodied sincere practice of his sect's teachings. The Jiejiao Sect proclaims the great Tao numbers 50, heaven manifests 49, yet one remains hidden, veiled in mystery. What the Jiejiao Sect seizes is precisely that singular thread of vital hope. Among the third-generation disciples, he was a rare soul of clarity, not rash, not arrogant, not blind to celestial numerology, earning the sage's genuine admiration. Still, though Zhao Xian shone brightly, he remained but a junior cultivator. The sage's deeper concern lay with the grand celestial oath, and the intricate stratagems unfolding among peers of his own exalted rank. His gaze swept across the vast expanse of the primordial chaos settling upon the western lands, its implications profound and inscrutable. More often than not, he refrained from deliberate scheming, preferring to follow the natural course, the very essence of non-action. Yet this did not preclude at the opportune moment guiding events with effortless grace, steering destiny, like a silent current accomplishing purpose without apparent effort non-action, yet nothing left undone. Those sages stand beyond karmic entanglement. Reckless conduct inevitably corrodes their celestial form. Now the Wu and Yao clans stood locked in precarious confrontation. Tension coiled like a slumbering volcano, needing only the faintest external spark to erupt catastrophically. One could surmise the two Western patriarchs residing in the blissful Western paradise were growing increasingly restless, and one wondered what new machinations they now devised. The West remained barren and impoverished. If those two wished to profit from the Eastern turmoil, they could scarcely tolerate the current stalemate. Without chaos, without war, how could the West ever rise? In the past, the demon ancestor Luo Ho first instigated a war among the three clans of Dragon Phoenix and Shilin, leading to chaos in the primal world. Later, a great battle ensued between him and Hongjun Daozu due to a dispute over the Dao. This marked the Dragonhan catastrophe and the conflict between the Dao and the demons. It was precisely because of these continuous battles that the spiritual roots of the Western Earth veins were destroyed, turning the West into a barren and harsh land. Compared to other regions where heavenly materials and earthly treasures abound, and beings possess exceptional talents, the West truly falls short. However, this also involves the Daoist sect. The destruction of the Western Earth veins is largely attributed to the Xuanmen, hence the karmic debt incurred, which is also the reason why Hongjun Laozu stated that the Western teachings would rise. The two saints Jane and Junti established 800 sects. Although they were nominal disciples of Hongjun, they later seized the opportunity of becoming saints to transform the Western teachings into Buddhism, formally severing ties with the Tao. Whether this action is good or bad is difficult to judge, but the ambitions of these two saints are glaringly evident. No one could have anticipated such boldness from them. By the side of the 8 treasure pool of merit in the West, Jane and Junti sat opposite each other. Jia Yin's expression was sorrowful, his complexion waxen, deeply troubled about how to strengthen Buddhism. Junior brother, how many disciples have you accepted recently? I've taken in a few hundred, but the West is still lacking. The disciples' talents are limited and truly capable individuals are scarce. Only a handful can be of substantial use. At this rate, when will we be able to greatly flourish in the West? Jane sighed deeply. There is no other way. Constrained by the heavens and earth of this realm, we can only take our time to plan. The Tao ancestor once said that it is destined for the West to prosper, but when will that time actually come? I observe the East, where heavenly materials and earthly treasures are abundant. Beings possess exceptional talents, and they cultivate at an astonishing pace. Especially the Chan and Jie teachings, which have gathered many excellent disciples, making me envious. Junior brother, do not speak of that nor scheme against those two. The 3 pure ones are of one family, sharing the same roots. Even if the 3 of them have now parted ways and established their own teachings, if we were to intervene, we would surely face their combined opposition. Jane immediately understood that Junti seemed to be harboring thoughts about the Chan and Jie teachings. However, this is not a wise course of action. The 3 pure ones have eliminated their 3 corpses, and with the establishment of their teachings and attainment of sainthood, their power is exceedingly formidable, with Taching Saint being the most powerful among them. Seeing the 3 pure ones establish their teachings and attain sainthood, both he and Junti felt anxious and thus established their own teachings, hoping to achieve sainthood through merits. But little did they know that establishing Buddhism, though it also grants merits, is not sufficient for both of them to attain sainthood together, which led to the establishment of the 48 great vows. In simpler terms, it is borrowing merits from heaven and earth and gradually repaying them in the future. If they owe karmic debts to others, they can simply abandon their pride and eliminate the cause directly. For example, that Hong Yun, foolishly unaware of the celestial order, has caused the two to incur the karmic debt of achieving the Tao, which cannot be repaid. What then? They can only ride the tide and let others like Kunping take care of him. However, when it comes to owing the karmic debt of the heavenly Tao, their usual methods will not work. They cannot simply eradicate the heavenly Tao, can they? In fact, as long as Buddhism in the West flourishes, repaying this merit is not a difficult task. Yet the opportunity for the West to flourish has been slow to arrive, which they both observe and feel anxious. Recently, in the heavenly court, Emperor Jun and Chang Shi have become Tao partners, establishing a heavenly marriage to enhance the fortunes of the heavenly court. Subsequently, 10 golden crows were born, all of which are extraordinary beings with pure bloodlines, truly remarkable. Junti suddenly spoke after a moment of silence about a certain matter. Are you not thinking of bringing those 10 golden crow princes into our Buddhist sect? That may be difficult, not to mention that the Saint Nuwa is revered as the great saint of the demon race. They would have to enter her sect to learn. Even if they do not, our schemes may provoke displeasure from our senior sister. Jane shook his head in opposition. Although he was also quite tempted by the 10 golden crow princes, each possessing top-tier divine bloodlines, and the strong fortunes of the heavenly court, if brought into the sect Buddhism, would likely experience a surge in fortune. However, while it sounds appealing, its feasibility is rather low. Although having disciples of saints sounds good, there are 6 saints in the primal world, and the 2 of them, whether in strength or reputation, cannot compare to the other 4 saints. Even though Saint Nuwa attained sainthood through merits, Jane can be considered slightly superior to her, while Junti cannot match her. No, I do not intend to take in those 10 golden crow princes. Zunti's tone was profound. I have heard that those 10 little golden crows are rebellious, bold, and reckless, and rely on their special status to cause chaos in the heavenly court. Fortunately, Emperor Jun discovered this in time and detained them, confining them in Yang Valley and relocating them to the Fusang Divine Tree for shelter. If we were to slightly manipulate things and release them again. Jiayan's expression grew even more sorrowful. He was still somewhat hesitant and did not know whether this action would be good or bad. Senior brother, do not hesitate any longer. The recent inaction between the witch and demon clans may be good for others, but what benefit does it bring to us in the West? Instead, we should provoke them slightly, let them fight, and create chaos, and only then will we have the opportunity to gain some benefits. Jane sighed. Very well, let it be as you say. Jane shook his head, but ultimately agreed to Zuni's plan. Upon seeing his senior brother's acceptance, Junti could no longer contain his smile. For him, as long as the West could flourish, he did not care about the means employed. Had it not been for this, neither he nor Jane would have lowered their saintly status to personally toil for the West. This trip to the East still requires careful planning to ensure the West can benefit more from it. Instigating a conflict between the witch and demon races is not the goal, merely a means. His true aim is to gather more heavenly materials and earthly treasures from the East, acquire more magical treasures, and guide more fated beings. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Xian, traveling through the primal world, has today arrived at a new human tribe. As soon as Zhao Xian arrived at this place, he noticed something unusual which astonished him. After careful observation, he discovered that the anomaly here was not due to the place itself being remarkable, but rather because there was an extraordinary individual among the tribe. This person was merely in their teens, which would not be considered an adult in later generations, but in the primal world they were already a pillar of the tribe, being the main workforce for hunting and labor. When Zhao Xian arrived, he immediately recognized the child's extraordinary nature. The child was blessed with a bountiful heavenly fate, showing signs of fortune and prosperity. Though young, they were composed and wise. Moreover, upon seeing Zhao Xian ride in on a 5-headed green lion, the child remained unfazed, their eyes filled with curiosity. Zhao Xian's gaze flickered as he calculated with his fingers, unable to suppress a smile. The youth stood composed and insightful. Upon seeing Zhao Xian riding a cerulean lion, rarely seen with 5 heads, he instantly recognized it as a primordial beast of the Chaos era, a mighty demon who had cultivated to enlightenment. Yet he did not falter. Instead, he bowed deeply. Tong pays homage to the immortal sage. Tong was named after his father's surname, Tong. A time when human understanding of surnames remained rudimentary, unbound by later strictures. A given name served less as identity than as a simple marker, a means of address. Names arose either from ancestral branches of the human homeland or were drawn directly from the myriad things of the world. Tong's father bore the name Tong, and upon his passing the young man inherited it. I have visited countless human tribes. Many, upon beholding my cerulean lion, tremble uncontrollably, urinating in fear, speechless, unable even to stand. And you, why do you show no fear? Zhao Xian asked, intrigued. Tong shook his head. Immortals may be benevolent or malevolent, demons likewise possess virtue or vice. Your lion, though divine, bears no taint of cannibalism. I sense no peril in its presence. Zhao Xian paid little heed to the preceding discourse on virtue and vice. The true significance lay in the final phrase, no sense of danger. It indicated that this human before him was indeed extraordinary by birth. Though utterly uncultivated, he could intuit moral essence and perceive latent threat, thus discerning fortune from misfortune, evading calamity, and embracing auspiciousness. Rise. I observe that in your tribe, men, women, elders, and children alike, all labor ceaselessly, hunting, gathering, none idle. Why then do you alone refrain from work? Zhao Xian smiled as he addressed the youth. Without cultivation, human life is fleeting, and at this young man's age he should be among the tribe's principal laborers. Indeed, humanity's existence was arduous. Many perished before adulthood, worn down by relentless toil and perilous hunts. Please allow me to clarify, immortal sage. I am no idler. Rather, I face certain difficulties and feel compelled to reflect upon them carefully. Tong was unshaken by Zhao Xian's words, for his statement was truthful. He sat in quiet contemplation, undisturbed, precisely because he had already completed all tasks assigned to him that day. Oh, pray tell, Perhaps I may offer insight. Zhao Xian dismounted from the cerulean lion which rolled upon the ground and transformed into a childlike attendant who followed closely behind. The creature sensed its master's unusual regard for this mortal, a deference it had never witnessed before. In past journeys through human tribes, Zhao Xian had bestowed cultivation methods more than once. Though occasionally encountering prodigies, none had ever truly captured his attention, not even as formal disciples, nor even as probationary ones. As the master himself said, accepting disciples hinges upon karmic affinity, not mere talent. And if talent alone were the measure, who in the world could surpass the master himself? Yet today his demeanor held an uncanny resonance. Could it be that he intended to take a disciple? Speak plainly what occupies your thoughts. What difficulty confronts you? Zhao Xian strode toward the tribe, while Tong walked half a pace behind, to honor his seniority. From earliest memory, I knew most humans dwell in caves, either dug underground or nestled within mountain hollows. Yet though habitable, such dwellings bring manifold hardships, dampness, gloom, stagnation. Prolonged residence invites illness, and illness brings death. Many infants and elders perish precisely because they live thus. As Tong spoke, anguish filled his eyes, not only for his people's suffering, but for his own helplessness before it. Zhao Xian's expression darkened slightly. He had long perceived this flaw, but withheld comment, for heaven's Tao unfolds in due order, and premature intervention proves futile. Today, however, the moment had ripened. Indeed, this dilemma emerges only when humanity reaches a certain stage of development. In ancient times, the divine sovereign Nuwa fashioned humanity. 3,000 primordial humans born robust and long-lived, needing no cultivation to endure the perils of the chaotic wilderness. Heaven served as their canopy, earth their bed. Dwelling thus seemed natural, and shelter was never contemplated. Yet as humanity multiplied, post-primordial generations swelling in number, problems multiplied in turn. These later humans possessed frail constitutions vulnerable to both bitter cold and scorching heat, threats that imperiled survival. Thus they sought refuge in natural caves. But as populations grew further, natural caves proved insufficient, so some proposed excavating artificial ones. Such burrows constituted humanity's earliest abodes. Now with humanity's evolution, the flaws of these primitive dwellings have grown increasingly apparent, necessitating new forms of shelter to propel human advancement. This archaic mode of habitation drastically shortened lifespans, elders withered, infants perished, severely constraining population growth. When Tong finished speaking, Zhao Xian nodded. Your reasoning is sound. This matter is profoundly consequential, no less vital than hunting game or foraging food. Indeed, resolving it would benefit all humanity. Then please, immortal sage, teach me. Hearing these words, Tong instantly understood. Zhao Xian affirmed his insight, and perhaps heaven itself, witnessing his struggle, had sent this sage to guide him. Zhao Xian said nothing, but led Tong beyond the tribe to a nearby forest. Come here, he beckoned, drawing the youth close, then pointed to a bird's nest nestled high in a tree. Observed. Tong followed his gesture, gazing upon the nest, then fell silent, struck by a vague, ineffable resonance, yet still unable to grasp its full meaning. Does your eminence suggest we dwell in trees, elevated above the earth, thereby escaping the dampness of caves? Tong ventured cautiously after a long pause. Zhao Xian shook his head. That is a nest, the dwelling of birds and small creatures. But I do not bid you live in trees. Look again, more closely. Tong studied the nest, anew, delicate, intricate, woven entirely from twigs. Wood, Tong exclaimed, realization dawning. You mean, we too may construct dwellings from wood, just as birds build nests, only larger, designed for human habitation? Precisely. A promising pupil. Zhao Xian nodded. I understand now. Thank you, immortal sage. I believe I know how to proceed. Tong cried out in delight, hastily bowed, then turned and sprinted back toward the tribe. He would share this revelation with his kin. He had discovered the path to building new dwellings. Though still hazy in outline, he felt certain, through diligent trial, that this method would prove viable. Zhao Xian looked at the jubilant figure and chuckled. He did not directly tell Tong what to do. Instead, he merely pointed him towards a path. He then encouraged Tong to try slowly. Rather than simply providing the answer, he preferred to guide Tong to think for himself. The most powerful aspect of humanity has never been their strength, but their wisdom. Limited life, infinite contemplation, and thus great creations arise, constructing a brilliant civilization. This is education rather than merely pouring knowledge into them. Tong returned to the tribe brimming with excitement and shared his idea with the tribe leader. The leader, in his 30s, was in the prime of his life and was both enlightened and authoritative. Many in the tribe had harbored resentment towards Tong for not working, gossiping about him, yet the leader told the tribesmen that Tong's thoughts were valid. Although they had not yet found a suitable method to solve the problem, without contemplation a solution would never be found. He had actually considered the issue himself, but found no solution. He believed Tong was very clever and might truly find a way. He listened to Tong's idea. Your suggestion is quite reasonable. Perhaps we can give it a try. Thus the leader gathered all the men from the tribe who had not gone hunting using rudimentary stone axes to fell trees, then brought them to the clearing in the tribe to begin the first construction of wooden houses. During this time Zhao Xian settled in the tribe and helped Tong solve problems whenever he faced difficulties in building. For Zhao Xian, constructing a house was as easy as building a palace. With the power of creation, it was merely a blink of an eye. However, for the humans at that time, using their rudimentary tools to build a proper house that ensured warmth, comfort, and safety was an exceedingly difficult task. Tong encountered more and more problems, yet the progress of the house construction accelerated. Finally, when the last issue was resolved, the first house belonging to the human race was completed. At the moment the house was completed, the will of heaven sensed it, and a great golden light of virtue descended from the sky, landing directly in the human tribe, where Zhao Xian resided, dividing into two halves, one half landing on Tong, and the other half on Zhao Xian. These merits, combined with the virtue gathered from previously educating the human race, subtly formed a halo which served as a protective shield of virtue. If the merits were increased, they could even condense a golden body of virtue impervious to external evils, eliminating karmic obstacles and sins, making it difficult to entangle with causality. The other members of the tribe were unaware of the descending virtue, while Tong felt a slight sensation but could not comprehend it. He merely sensed a sudden lightness in his body, as if something had changed, yet he could not pinpoint what was different. With the house built, the people in the tribe began to cheer, praising the new dwelling. They discussed starting tomorrow to construct more houses for the tribe, so everyone could live in new accommodations. Time passed swiftly, and Tong discovered the method for constructing wooden houses. He, alongside his tribesmen, began to build more dwellings. Due to his immense contributions, he garnered the support of many within the tribe, and the leader willingly ceded his position to Tong. The new leader, Tong, was called Yichao Shi by many, signifying that he had brought them new homes. As this name gained more recognition, Tong simply decided to adopt the name Yichao Shi. Under Yichao Shi, the tribe underwent a transformation, thriving and flourishing. Consequently, Yichao Shi's fame grew, and nearby human tribes began to hear of his renown. The method for constructing wooden houses spread further afield, reaching more human tribes. The humans declared Yichao Shi a formidable and talented leader. Zhao Xian witnessed all of this unfold and found it quite fascinating. From nothing to something through hardships, he observed Tong's growth from inexperienced to competent as he led the tribe towards expansion. Feeling inspired, Zhao Xian seemed to have found a glimmer of opportunity, a chance to break through to the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Everything fell into place. A minor breakthrough did not create much of a commotion. In just a few hours, Zhao Xian smoothly entered the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. At this point, he had to begin contemplating matters concerning the sacred realm. Cultivating to the late stage of Great Luo, he would then continue to strive for the perfection of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Following that would be the Quasi-Saint realm. Countless cultivators have reached the Great Luo stage, but those who could break through to the Quasi-Saint realm are truly rare. Quasi-Saint, as the name implies, is the initial step into the way of saints, merely a step away from the true realm of saints, yet this step is a vast chasm for many. Among the heavens there are only 6 saints, and currently the Lord of Heaven, Emperor Jun Dongwang, and several great saints of the demon race all stand at the Quasi-Saint realm. In addition, there are many renowned great beings such as Xinyuanzi and the old ancestor of the underworld river, all of whom exist within this realm. They have not failed to consider attaining the path to sainthood, nor have they not tried, but all ended in failure, illustrating just how challenging that step truly is. The Quasi-Saint realm, strictly speaking, cannot be considered a true realm. It is merely a transition, a process of a Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivating towards sainthood. Yet this process is arduous and lengthy, hence it is delineated as the Quasi-Saint realm. It can also be divided into early, middle, and late stages. Each step taken proves you are closer to becoming a saint. However, to go from the late peak of Great Luo Golden Immortal to sainthood is akin to progressing from 1 to 9, whereas the transition from the late peak of Quasi-Saint to sainthood is like progressing from 9 to 100, even 1000. This is also why those who have achieved the completion of the Quasi-Saint realm remain trapped within this realm. To attain sainthood, there are 3 methods. One is through power, but this power does not simply refer to raw strength or the physical path. Some even claim that the great Pangu achieved sainthood through the path of power, which is a misconception. Indeed, the great Pangu attained sainthood through power, but this power refers to immense magical power and great abilities, meaning not relying on the heavenly path, breaking barriers, and returning great strength to oneself. This requires condensing the primordial Dao fruit with one's own great power, achieving the path of primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. The primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal can rival a saint, yet a saint does not necessarily possess the primordial Dao fruit. For example, the 6 saints of the Honghuang do not possess the primordial Dao fruit. Instead, they occupy the heavenly saint position, which is the heavenly fruit position. The effect of this saint position is of the same level as the primordial Dao fruit, but fundamentally different. Heavenly saints are more akin to beings that leverage the authority of the heavenly path. The two complement each other. If the heavenly path is unbroken, the saint is immortal, but if the Honghuang is destroyed and the heavenly path ceases to exist, even a heavenly saint, despite their status, would find it difficult to escape. However, cultivators who have attained the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal Dao fruit are truly free and at ease. They can exit the Honghuang and enter the chaos without any impact on their own realm. Even if the Honghuang world perishes and the heavenly path collapses, the primordial Great Luo remains the primordial Great Luo. One attainment is eternal, impervious to calamities. The first method to achieve sanctification, known as proving the Tao through strength, is the most difficult of all. To put it simply, even the 6 saints, Master Hanjun Laozu, the leader of the Zhijiao Palace, has never used this method to prove the Tao. Aside from proving the Tao through strength, there is a second method, which is the method of severing the 3 corpses. This involves severing the corpses of benevolent thoughts, malevolent thoughts, and obstinate thoughts. Specifically, it means cutting off one's own desires and emotions, observing the myriad states of the world with a tranquil heart. After clarifying the self, one can then reintegrate the 3 corpses of thought. By refining the foundational chaos and primordial purple energy of the Tao and entrusting the primordial spirit to the heavenly Tao, one can attain the mixed origin. This method of proving the Tao requires comprehending and embodying the heart of the heavenly Tao, tapping into the ultimate principles of the Tao. This method ranks just below proving the Tao through strength. As far as is known, only the Holy Master Hongjun has succeeded in proving the Tao this way. For instance, Zhao Xian's master, the Tongtian saint, along with his 2 senior uncles Ta Qing and Yu Qing, while they have severed the 3 corpses, were able to achieve sanctification thanks to the legacy of the creation of the heavens and the merits of establishing a teaching which combined allowed them to succeed. However, this still barely counts as the method of severing the 3 corpses, because the subsequent merits of establishing a teaching merely accelerated the process of proving the Tao, akin to taking a shortcut. The 2 Western saints, the Taoist of guidance and the Taoist of appropriation, are also similar, but due to their insufficient foundation and less prominent backgrounds compared to the 3 pure ones, they have taken even more shortcuts without the legacy of the creation of the heavens. Thus, the strength of the 2 Western saints is far inferior to that of the 3 pure ones. Hence, taking shortcuts also requires paying a price. Why is the Ta Qing saint the strongest among the 3 pure ones? Naturally, it is because before achieving sanctification, the Ta Qing saint traveled further on the path of proving the Tao, coming closest to the fruit position of the saints. In fact, even if the Ta Qing saint did not establish a teaching given enough time, he could also purely prove the Tao using the method of severing the 3 corpses. However, the world is unpredictable and the heavenly Tao is difficult to fathom. Who could have guessed that among the 6 disciples of the Zhijiao Palace, Nuwa would be the first to achieve sanctification? And speaking of Nuwa, we must mention this third method of achieving sanctification. This is known as achieving sanctification through merits. By moving the heavenly Tao with boundless merits, the great Tao is moved by her, achieving sanctification through supreme benevolence. With immense merits, willpower, and fate, one directly activates the grand concepts of the Tao, breaking free from one's own shackles. By refining the foundational chaos and primordial purple energy of the Tao and entrusting the primordial spirit to the heavenly Tao, one can attain the mixed origin. The Nuwa saint proved the Tao using this method, and her vast merits originated from the great deed of creating humanity. Achieving sanctification through merit is regarded as the lowest of the 3 methods of proving the Tao, as this method results in relatively weaker power. However, to say that the difficulty of this method is not lower than that of severing the 3 corpses would not be entirely incorrect. It requires an immense quantity of merits to achieve sanctification. Obtaining such is no easy. Moreover, merely having vast merits is not enough. One must also move the heavens and the grand Tao through one's actions, which necessitates true fortuitous encounters, great compassion, and immense determination, capable of performing acts that align with the heavenly Tao and rectify the Tao. Among the many great beings in the primordial chaos, witnessing the Nuwa saint achieve sanctification through this method has inspired similar thoughts in others. The most notable of these is the old ancestor of the river of the underworld. The old ancestor of the river of the underworld initially imitated the Nuwa saint by creating the Azura race from an endless sea of blood. It is said that this race has exceptionally beautiful females, but ugly and fierce males. The heavenly Dao responded, granting merits that significantly advanced the old ancestor's cultivation, yet he still failed to achieve sanctification. Later, after witnessing the 3 pure ones and the 2 Western saints establish teachings and achieve sanctification, the old ancestor of the river of the underworld also founded the Jiejiao Sect, similarly obtaining vast merits. Although this allowed him to progress exceptionally far on the path of proving the Dao, far surpassing ordinary quasi-saints, he ultimately still could not truly step into that realm. It is a true step away, yet that step is like a chasm of vast difference. Below the saints all are but ants, and even the old ancestor of the river of the underworld cannot escape this iron law. However, although the old ancestor of the river of the underworld did not achieve sanctification, his cultivation is still exceptionally high. Among the practitioners below the saints, the strength of the old ancestor can certainly be ranked at the top, even surpassing the ruler of the heavenly court, Emperor Jun of the demon clan. Furthermore, the unique nature of the endless sea of blood, which gathers all the filth and evil of the world endlessly, is why it is said, as long as the sea of blood does not dry, the river of the underworld will not perish. Of course, it cannot be denied that this is somewhat exaggerated. At least if a saint were to take action, there are certainly ways to deal with him. However, given the significant implications, no saint would really do such a thing. After all, he possesses great merits and luck, and generally no one seeks trouble with him. Moreover, the old ancestor of the river of the underworld is an astute individual. Although he is powerful, he rarely ventures out of the sea of blood. Even when plotting, he does so discreetly, never stepping into the spotlight, adept at the path of self-preservation. Zhao Xian is aware of all 3 methods of proving the Dao, and he has specifically inquired with his master, the Tongtian saint, who without any reservations taught Zhao Xian the methods of severing the 3 corpses and achieving sanctification through merit. In fact, at this point, achieving sanctification in the Primordial Chaos has become exceedingly difficult, if not nearly impossible. However, whether one can achieve it is one matter, while whether the disciple can achieve it is another, and whether the master teaches it is yet another. Moreover, the Tongtian saint does not care at all if one of his disciples becomes a saint. According to his words, if he can produce a single saint, that would be a remarkable feat. At least currently, only Hongjun Laozu has a saint among his disciples. Yet Hongjun Laozu is different. His relationship with the 6 saints is actually both teacher and friend, this friendship being one of Dao companions. And which of these 6 heavenly Dao saints is simple? Either they have astonishing backgrounds with the legacy of the creation of the heavens destined to achieve sanctification, or they emerge in response to the era favored by the heavenly Dao. And Hongjun Laozu has silently become the master of the saints, a kind of ambition and planning that is indeed rare in ages. However, to return to the point, according to Zhao Xian, the 2 methods of proving the Dao taught by his master Tongtian are no longer feasible in today's primordial chaos. This is due to the lack of several important conditions, the first being the absence of primordial purple energy. Primordial purple energy can assist one in comprehending the Dao and realizing ultimate principles, but that is not its primary function. Its true purpose is to grant the fruit position of the heavens. This is what is meant by the heavenly Dao saint position. Without this position, there can be no foundation for sanctification. Thirdly, Hongjun Laozu has merged with the Dao, and the heavenly Dao has gradually become more complete, making it increasingly difficult to obtain merits, and it is impossible to generate new saint fruit positions. Hongjun Laozu once stated clearly in the Zhixiao Palace that there should be 7 heavenly Dao saints in this world, but ultimately only 6 disciples achieved sanctification. As for the primordial purple energy representing the 7th heavenly Dao saint, it has completely dissipated due to various calculations, and in the end it simply vanished without a trace, leaving no one to retrieve it. The primordial purple aura dissipated, leading many to speculate and doubt whether a great power had secretly taken it, though such a possibility was nearly non-existent. Yet the fading of the 7th primordial purple aura also implied that the 7th heavenly Dao saint would no longer appear. After all, the heavenly Dao is capricious. Thus, given the current situation, Zhao Xian had only one last path remaining to achieve sainthood, which was to prove his path through strength. This is not to say that methods such as slaying the 3 corpses to attain the Dao or achieving sainthood through merits were inferior. After all, they too lead to the status of a saint. Zhao Xian never considered these 2 methods of attaining sainthood as lacking. Below the saints, everyone else is but an ant. He had never forgotten this. Even the weakest of saints could easily subdue a quasi-saint, just like a father disciplining his son. Take, for instance, the weakest among the 6 saints, the Daoist of quasi-preparation. Even the lord of the demon race, Emperor Jun, would dare not show disrespect in his presence. At least from Zhao Xian's perspective, the identity of the saint was unimportant. What mattered was achieving sainthood first. Sainthood represented strength, status, authority, and a detachment from karmic ties, granting one immunity from various taboos. In truth, these methods of proving the Dao all have their pros and cons. For instance, proving the Dao through strength to become a golden immortal of the primordial Great Luo, although it offers freedom and immense power, also comes without the restrictions of the chaos and primordial realms. However, this also means that should one be killed, they would truly die. The saying among heavenly Dao saints that the heavenly Dao is indestructible and saints do not perish is no jest. Yet he also had no other choices, as the other two paths were blocked. He was left with only one final road to prove the Dao through strength, using great magical power to manifest the primordial Great Luo fruit and become a golden immortal of the primordial Great Luo. However, it was difficult. The challenges within were immense. It was only because he now possessed this auxiliary enlightenment system that he truly entertained this thought. How difficult! Zhao Xian gazed at the sky and sighed deeply, his tone filled with helplessness. Yet at the same time his gaze grew increasingly resolute. First, establish a small goal, achieve sainthood before the calamity of the gods. Master, what troubles you? The figure of Yu Chao appeared not far away, his expression somewhat joyous upon seeing Zhao Xian had emerged from seclusion. It's nothing, just some thoughts about cultivation. Zhao Xian waved his hand, as there were some matters he found inconvenient to disclose. After all, he couldn't exactly say he was pondering the realm of saints. Since Yu Chao built his house under Zhao Xian's guidance, he began to refer to Zhao Xian as master, and Zhao Xian did not deny or reject this. Or perhaps he inherently had this intention. Yu Chao was indeed a person of great fortune, with a clear mind and decent aptitude, and with the merits of building houses to educate the human race. His future achievements were bound to be significant. Congratulations, master, on your tremendous progress in cultivation. Yu Chao respectfully bowed, then sincerely congratulated him. Yu Chao, do you wish to take me as your master? Zhao Xian suddenly spoke. The young Qing lion disciple, observing with a detached demeanor, thought, indeed the master has taken a liking to this human. However, the master's eye for talent is undeniably sharp. Now this human was adorned with merits. When his magical eye opened, he could see a golden radiance surrounding Yu Chao, which was his merit. The little lion looked at this scene and nearly drooled with envy. This was not merely merit, this was akin to a protective talisman. With merit, it was not only true that other Taoist immortals would not dare to kill such individuals randomly, but even beasts would retreat far, as this was something favored by the heavenly Dao, and offending it could lead to great trouble. Of course, this excluded the savage beasts of the primordial chaos, as these ignorant creatures were already abandoned by the heavenly Dao. Am I not already your disciple, master? Yu Chao displayed a puzzled expression. Zhao Xian chuckled softly. Although I teach you the mundane craft of construction, and you call me master, I tacitly accept, but you know I am a seeker of the Dao, possessing my own divine powers and creations capable of attaining immortality and traversing the primordial chaos, roaming the heavens and earth. Would you be willing to learn such skills? Master, Yu Chao did not react with the usual excitement others displayed upon hearing Zhao Xian's words. Instead, he hesitated. The young Qing lion, seeing his expression, became exasperated. You mere mortal, how can you not grasp the situation? My master is a disciple of a saint, a true Taoist immortal. If others were to hear the master's words, who would not bow in reverence? It is indeed difficult to find a path to the Dao. Such an opportunity may never arise again. Yu Chao immediately bowed. I'm sorry, master. Zhao Xian waved his hand. It's fine, you may rise. I have a good idea of what you are thinking. You are merely worried that if you take me as your master, you will have to leave your human tribe, and you feel reluctant to abandon them, correct? Yu Chao nodded. Master is insightful. I indeed think this way. I do not wish to abandon my position as chief. It's just that the human race is currently facing great difficulties, and if I were to leave neglecting them, I would feel guilty. Zhao Xian nodded. Very well. If you were to leave with me, without hesitation, I would be rather displeased. I do not wish to force you. Although we share a master-disciple bond, the timing is not right. You should focus on your cultivation here, and when the time is ripe, I will come to find you. I bow to you, master. Yu Chao was overjoyed upon hearing these words. He did not wish to take Zhao Xian as his master out of reluctance, nor did he not want to cultivate for immortality. It was just that he felt a bit uneasy. Now you see, the human race is too weak, lacking truly powerful individuals to stand guard. Without strength, there is no confidence, and without confidence, it will be hard for the human race to rise. Thus, your cultivation is not just for yourself, but for the human race as well. Zhao Xian continued. Moreover, I foresee that the human race will face many tribulations in the future. If you do not strive in your cultivation, you might find it difficult to achieve anything. I understand, master. I will definitely cultivate earnestly. Yu Chao nodded. Are you leaving, master? Zhao Xian nodded. Having lingered for too long, it is indeed time to depart. Saying this, he pointed his hand and infused the method of cultivation into Yu Chaos Sea of consciousness. Then Zhao Xian withdrew his hand and bowed towards the west. Zhao Gongming of Bo Palace pays respects to senior brother. Xian Du greets you, junior brother. In the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared before him and bowed back to Zhao Xian. It turned out that the visitor was Xian Du, a disciple of the Taiji saint. Zhao Xian was observing this unique disciple of his uncle, while Xian Du was also inspecting this junior brother who had earned the praise of his master, feeling somewhat intrigued. However, upon closer inspection, Xian Du was taken aback. Zhao Gongming was indeed extraordinary, having already reached the late stage of the Great Luo. Moreover, his aura was pure, his cultivation stable, his magical power profound, and his Dao skills exceptional, leaving Xian Du with a feeling of being unable to fathom him. The Dao rhythm flowing through his entire being was as if it were naturally bestowed, devoid of any artifice, further protected by merit, making Xian Du feel somewhat ashamed of himself. What a terrifying junior brother! He had not known that within the three teachings there existed such an extraordinary being. I arrived just in time, unexpectedly encountering my junior brother accepting such a talented and beautiful. Xian Du glanced again at the person behind Zhao Xian, the Yuchao clan. Initially, he had not paid much attention as he noticed that this person had not yet officially embarked on the path of cultivation. However, upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but be startled. This person actually emanated a rich radiance of merit coupled with an abundance of fortune. No wonder he was valued by this junior brother and accepted as a disciple. Disciple, why aren't you greeting your master, uncle? Zhao Xian reminded. Yuchao clan hurriedly bowed deeply, saying, disciple pays respects to master uncle. Xian Du nodded, hesitated for a moment, then pulled out a porcelain bottle from his sleeve, saying, this is a 9 turns golden core bestowed by the master. Taking it can allow one to ascend amidst the clouds and become an immortal instantly. If used to lay a foundation, it could pave the way for a smooth future leading to the attainment of the Great Luo. Zhao Xian's eyes brightened. He had naturally heard of the reputation of the 9 turns golden core. It was said that consuming one could directly certify as a Great Luo Golden Immortal. However, he did not believe such claims. Yet what Xian Du said was quite reasonable. While mortals could become immortals, by consuming it they would not reach the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. But if used to transform the physical body, reshape the foundation, and establish a solid Dao base, the prospect of achieving the Great Luo in the future seemed credible. Moreover, this treasure pill was indeed an external elixir which aided in the cultivation of the internal elixir technique. That was the proper path. Furthermore, this elixir was extremely precious. Perhaps only the Ta Ching sage could concoct such miraculous pills in the entire primordial realm. Even so, given the current status of the Ta Ching sage, it was rare for him to refine even a single batch, and even if he did, it would only be a few. Outsiders were all seeking, but could not obtain it. Thus, there was the renowned pill conference that shook the 3 realms. Truly, it lived up to its fame in the pill path, even more resounding than the name of the Jiejiao Sect path. How could I accept such a precious elixir? My disciple cannot bear such a generous gift from senior brother. Zhao Xian declined. Not at all. I have already reached the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, and this elixir is of no use to me. I have no disciples under my wing, so it is better to give it to your disciple to lay a good foundation. Furthermore, since he called me master uncle, how could I not give him a greeting gift? Xian Du did not mind. He truly did not regard this elixir highly, as his master, the Ta Ching sage, was unmatched in the art of pills throughout the primordial realm. However, no matter how little he cared, it was because he felt that Zhao Gongming was quite remarkable, deserving of such camaraderie. Otherwise, he wouldn't casually give away this elixir. Then I thank you, senior brother. Zhao Xian nodded, indicating that Yuchao clan could accept it. Yuchao clan then accepted the elixir and bowed in gratitude to Xian Du. From the previous reaction of the master, he also knew that this item was certainly extraordinary and very precious. After all, how precious could an elixir that allows mortals to become immortals be? Although it was merely the lowest level of the celestial immortal realm, it was still immortality. And the lifespan of a celestial immortal was 129,600 years, perfectly matching the number of 1 yuan. How many beings yearned for such a thing? Why did senior brother come here? Zhao Xian asked aloud. In truth, he had already guessed that since he had arrived here with Master Uncle Ta Ching's abilities, he could naturally discover it. Moreover, he had never thought of concealing it. This Xian Du senior brother was probably here for him. A few days ago, the master was explaining the Dao to me. Suddenly sensing that my junior brother was here, he specially sent me to welcome you. Xian Du chuckled lightly. To be honest, Zhao Xian was the first disciple of the 3 doctrines that he had seen since joining the sect, making him feel much closer. As for the disputes among the 3 doctrines, he did not understand them much. Even if he did, he wouldn't care, and the master had never discussed such things with him, knowing well that it was not his nature to pay much attention to them. That said, among the 3 doctrines, the true conflicts lay between the Chan and Jie sects, with little to do with the Rin sect. His Rin sect had only one disciple, and being a standalone entity, how could they involve themselves in such matters? How can I trouble senior brother to come all this way? I will just instruct my disciple for a moment, and then accompany you to Shoyang Mountain to meet Master Uncle. Isn't my junior brother planning to take his disciple with him? Xiandu was surprised upon hearing this. He has unfinished mortal ties. When the time is right, I will come back to take him away, Zhao Xian explained. Xiandu then did not ask further. Zhao Xian walked with Yu Chao clan through the tribe with Yu Chao clan, quietly following him. After a long time, Zhao Xian suddenly asked, why do the living inhabit their houses while the deceased are abandoned in the wild? This thought suddenly came to him as he felt that he had not yet completed this matter, and sensed that he had overlooked some. Then he saw many humans once deceased whose kin abandoned their bodies in the wild, either allowing them to be ravaged by the wind and rain or devoured by beasts. This, Yu Chao clan was taken aback. Build houses for the dead. Fool, where did you originally live? Zhao Xian's brow furrowed. Underground. Then why not bury the deceased's body into the earth, letting dust return to dust and soil return to soil? Only then can the dead have a proper end, and this can also reduce ailments for the living. Yu Chao clan realized, saying, so that's how it is. Thank you for your guidance, master. After saying this, Yu Chao clan gathered the entire tribe to announce this matter. With his current prestige, this quickly garnered support from many people. Thus they immediately began to dig out a pit, gather the deceased's bodies into wooden boxes, and then bury them. The most primitive burial ceremony was completed. The heavenly Dao sensed this and immediately showered them with a massive amount of merit. Like last time, it was again split in two, but this time, Zhao Xian alone received 80%. Zhao Xian felt joy in his heart. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could consolidate a body of merit. In the distance, Xiandu's brow twitched and his eyes widened in disbelief. His junior brother truly was remarkable, obtaining merit once again, and quite a substantial amount at that, making him somewhat envious. Junior brother possesses great skill. The world says earning merit is difficult, yet junior brother acquires it so effortlessly, making even senior brother envious. Regardless, having more merit is never a bad thing. Those with merit find their cultivation aided as if by divine assistance. This was also the reason he earlier said that Zhao Xian had acquired a good disciple. The Yu Chao clan also possessed merit. If he were to cultivate, he would surely progress by leaps and bounds. Coupled with the 9 turns golden core he had provided, the future achievements were boundless. However, what surprised him the most was Zhao Xian himself, as Zhao Xian's strength was still above him. He was merely at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, and just entering this state, yet Zhao Xian had already broken into the later stage. It wouldn't be long before he stepped into the Quasi-Saint realm. He could not believe that someone as talented as Zhao Gongming would remain stagnant in the Great Luo realm. Having resolved his final concern, Zhao Xian obtained what he desired, and finally decided to leave this place. In truth, there were many human tribes he had yet to visit, but now that Master Taiching had sent senior brother Xuandu to fetch him, he had to temporarily set aside his travel plans and meet with his master first. Zhao Xian rode on a Qingshi following Xuandu towards Shoyang Mountain. In midair, as he looked back at the tribe of the Chao clan, he suddenly sighed. Life and death are fleeting. This physical body has found its resting place, but where should the wandering souls go? Xuandu listened quietly to these words, unsure how to respond, and he found it difficult to follow Zhao Xian's line of thought. Such questions were beyond his contemplation. The two soon arrived at the foot of Shoyang Mountain, also known as Shou Mountain. Here the saint of Taiching acquired the supreme treasure of humanity, the Kongtong seal, which he used to suppress the fate of the human race, and this place also held the naturally occurring copper mother known throughout the 3 realms. The saint of Taiching was also extremely adept at the path of external alchemy, thus he established this place as a teaching ground for humanity and built the saint's palace. The saint's palace was named the 8 Scenery Palace, and the origin of this name is quite interesting. It is said that Shoyang Mountain has 9 great wonders: the vast sea and deep abyss, the peaks of Kunlun, the divine splendor of Bel and Flower, the radiance of moon and sun, the illusory light of Yao, the misty smoke of water, the rainbow, and clouds, the falling stars of the world, and the chaos of the primordial. 9 is the ultimate number, which diverges significantly from the path of the saint of Taiching, hence the palace was called the 8 Scenery Palace. Upon arriving here, Zhao Xian could only feel a sense of tranquility, or perhaps a sense of desolation. Surprisingly, in the vast Shoyang Mountain, there was only senior brother Xuandu, as a disciple apart from the saints Mount the Great Qingshi. Not even a child was present. This was quite inconsistent with the stature of the saint. Back when Zhao Xian's master, the Saint of Tongtian, had not yet established a teaching ground on the Golden Turtle Island in the East Sea, he had countless disciples following him as he departed from Kunlun Mountain, and later at the Bo Palace opened wide the gates for more disciples, gathering thousands of immortals to pay their respects. This was no joke, it was a genuine reality. Such high-profile behavior with no restraint, and no governance over his disciples inevitably invited calamities. It's no wonder many saints later plotted against the Jiejiao Sect. Upon entering the Great Hall, he saw an old man who bore no trace of aura, appearing like an ordinary mortal who understood nothing of cultivation. Yet upon closer inspection, Zhao Xian felt this old man was both present and absent in this place. Reality and illusion intertwined, seeming both true and false, reclining high amidst the 9 layers of clouds, and the futon spoke of truth. Behind him lay a massive Tai Chi diagram, where yin and yang flowed, emanating waves of subtle, yet terrifying fluctuation. This must be the innate treasure, the Tai Chi diagram, and the seemingly ordinary old man beneath, it was none other than the revered saint of Tai Ching, whom even his master respected greatly. Disciple Zhao Gongming of the Bo Palace pays respects to master, wishing master eternal longevity. Zhao Xian performed a grand salute. After all, one must show respect to the esteemed. Rise. A calm voice came from above, causing Zhao Xian to secretly breathe a sigh of relief, uncertain if he had passed the test. Thank you, master. Zhao Xian stood up, hands clasped, appearing extremely respectful. The saint of Tai Ching pointed to a futon below. Sit. Wait a moment. Zhao Xian paused, giving a dry laugh in front of master. How can a disciple dare to sit? Standing is quite fine. Is that so? I see you have quite a bold spirit. The old man suddenly chuckled. Zhao Xian felt a chill run down his spine, uncertain of what the saint of Tai Ching meant by that. I observe that you came ashore from the East Sea, starting from the shores of the East Sea, educating humanity, along the way doing better than I, the master of humanity. Zhao Xian nearly stumbled at these words, not daring to accept. No worries, I did not mean to blame you. My disciples are few, and Xuandu is also not one to manage affairs. You have done well. Furthermore, there is probably also the intention of Sister Nuwa in this matter. The old man smiled gently, but while Zhao Xian felt relieved, he also felt a prickling on his scalp, knowing that doing nothing, yet doing everything, was the essence of governance. He believed that if he felt something was right, he would let it flow naturally, and if it felt wrong, he would do nothing. This was true tranquility and non-action. However, the reason he felt relieved was that the saint said he did not blame him, which should indeed be true. A revered saint need not speak in riddles or conceal their meaning, as that would be a disgrace to their status. Thank you for your leniency, master. Indeed, it is due to the kindness of the saintess. The saint is compassionate and cannot bear to see humanity suffering, instructing me to offer more help, and I can only comply. Zhao Xian spoke sincerely. The saint of Tai Ching nodded. He did not doubt those words, for the sacred order at Zhao Xian's waist had already revealed much, allowing Sister Nuwa, who was not fond of meddling, to leave her aura behind, which was quite significant. Moreover, he truly had no intention of blaming him. After all, as long as Zhao Xian did good for humanity, there would be no issue. If humanity flourished, the fate of humanity would prosper, and the prosperity of humanity would bring about the flourishing of the Tao of humanity. At most, he might have snatched some of the credit for educating humanity, but that could not be blamed on Zhao Xian. How is your master doing? The saint of Tai Ching changed the subject. Master is well, but often speaks of missing you, master. Since parting from Kunlun Mountain, it has been a long time without seeing each other. However, due to the complex affairs within the sect, I could not make the trip, which is why I specifically sent a disciple to inquire about your well-being. Zhao Xian spoke with genuine feeling. The saint of Tai Ching sighed, softly, feeling somewhat complex. Although he knew the young man before him was not entirely truthful, if his master truly sent him here to pay respects, why would he linger around the human tribes? However, some words were indeed not wrong. Back in the day, the 3 brothers lived together at the peak of Kunlun, supporting each other and traveling through the wilderness. Those days were so carefree, yet now they had gone their separate ways. Yet he did not wish to interfere in the conflict between Yuanshi and Tongtian. You are quite the slippery one. Your lazy nature is entirely different from your master. The saint of Tai Ching shook his head. If he were as you are, I would be much less worried. Zhao Xian chuckled awkwardly. He could not respond to that. The saint of Tai Ching spoke of his master, which made him feel uncomfortable merely listening to it. Are you going to visit your master Yuanshi as well? The saint of Tai Ching asked another question. Naturally. Master said that this is a conflict of righteousness with Master Yuanshi. There is no brotherhood involved. How could I not go? This sentiment resonated well with Zhao Xian, and the saint of Tai Ching nodded in approval. He actually most wished for Yuanshi and Tongtian not to turn against each other. Although the Xuangu school seemed prosperous, it was actually full of leaks, and internal strife was futile. You may stay here for now. In a few days I will be giving a lecture. If you are interested, you can come and listen with Xuandu. Zhao Xian was overjoyed. Thank you for your generosity, master. Zhao Xian was genuinely delighted. He hadn't expected to hear his master uncle's teachings upon arrival. This was the Ta Ching sage, the foremost of the 3 purities, a figure to whom even the Tongtian sage had to bow in respect. In terms of Taoist understanding and strength, the Ta Ching sage certainly deserved the title of the foremost among the 6 saints. Moreover, Zhao Xian was not afraid of learning too much or too diverse. With the aid of his golden finger and his goal being to prove the Tao through strength, he naturally sought to learn as much as possible, fearing neither abundance nor variety, but rather the lack of both. Above in the heavenly court, Yi Jun's expression was somber as he gazed down at Tai Yi and Fu Shi. Brother Fu Shi, the Zhoutian star array you proposed is quite remarkable. If we can set it up, it would likely be on par with the formation of the Wu clan. Coupled with Tai Yi's Chaos Bell, we would have a strong chance of winning the battle. Rest assured, Heavenly Emperor. We are hastily refining the array flags, but this great formation, although powerful, requires considerable effort to set up. The refinement of these array flags is indeed troublesome, needing 365 large Zhoutian star flags along with 14,800 small Zhoutian star flags. With our demon clan's countless immortals working together to gather the strength of millions of gods and demons, we shall be unstoppable. Fu Shi stepped forward to respond. Given his special status, and that his sister Nu Hua was now a revered sage, even Di Jun, as the Heavenly Emperor, showed him no hint of disdain or neglect. Furthermore, his innate talent in the array arts was extraordinary. Previously, to counter the terrifying 12 capital heavenly god slaughtering formation of the Wu clan, he had proposed the Zhoutian star array, which made Di Jun place even greater trust in him. Indeed, even Bai Zhe fell short in comparison. This is excellent. Di Jun nodded, his tone filled with excitement. He had invested considerable effort in setting up this Zhoutian star array. First, he had formed a heavenly union with Shihi, which not only incorporated the moon star into this great formation, placing it alongside the sun star as the core focal point, but also elevated the fortunes of the heavenly court, achieving two goals with one action. However, his 10 young sons were quite troublesome, so he had to send them to Yang Valley for reflection. But will the sages still not intervene? Di Jun changed the subject, asking this question once more. In truth, he was quite displeased with Nu Hua. After she was born from the demon clan and became a saint, she was revered as the holy mother of the demon clan, a situation he had personally facilitated, yet in return all he received was that the sages would not get involved in the conflict between the Wu and the demon clans. If a sage had intervened, the demon clan would have likely defeated the Wu clan by now, completely seizing control of the heavens and earth, becoming the true rulers of the realm, instead of being in such an awkward position. Moreover, although the demon clan controlled the heavenly court and enjoyed great fortune, Di Jun still sought to rise further and attain sainthood, yet he found this impossible. Despite significant progress in his cultivation, the realm of the saints felt both tantalizingly close and painfully distant. Thus he speculated that perhaps only by completely becoming the sovereign of the heavens would he have a chance, relying on the overwhelming fortunes of that time. The more powerful he became, the more he felt the gap between himself and the saints, and this disparity only intensified his desire to conquer the Wu clan. And now did he have any other option left? To not advance was to retreat, and retreat would mean certain destruction. There was no other choice left for him. No, the sages have stated they will not participate in the conflict between the demon and Wu clans. Fu Shi shook his head. Sigh. Everyone in the great hall couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The demon clan had a sage, yet remained indifferent to their plight. How regrettable. Moreover, the Wu clan was indeed formidable, deserving of the bloodline of Pangu, the father god. The 12 ancestral Wu were comparable to peak Quasi saints, and if they were to form the capital heavenly god slaughter formation, manifesting Pangus' true form, they would wield the might of a sage's strike. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so passive. After everyone left, Di Jun sat alone in the Lingxiao treasure hall, his expression pensive. Who could be more troubled than the two clans, the Wu and the demons? Originally, with the strength of both clans, they could have dominated the primordial world, but who would have known that 6 sages would suddenly emerge, making it seem as though they had suddenly gained several masters above them, leaving no one daring to offend them. Although he knew that the conflict between the two clans was likely something the sages would relish, they still had to fight, for what if unifying the heavens truly offered a chance to reach sainthood? Which clan would abandon the fight, and who would dare to? In the end, they could only contend to the death. Husband. A gentle call snapped him from his reverie. Shihi, is there something you need? Di Jun looked at the visitor with a slight headache. He was busy with the affairs of the demon clan every day and was trying to spend as much time as possible on cultivation. Although the prospect of attaining sainthood was currently bleak, every bit of improvement in strength increased his chances. How could he find time to deal with women? How long has it been since you last visited our children? You've locked them away in Yang Valley. You must be close to forgetting about them. Shihi raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased by this. Di Jun shook his head. What are you saying? If I hadn't discovered the situation in time, they could have caused a disaster. Locking them in Yang Valley is for their own good, and I've also placed one of the 10 innate spirit roots, the Fusang divine tree, there, which is extremely beneficial for their growth. Given how long they've been held, it should be enough, right? I think they must have realized their mistakes by now. Should we bring— Dijun didn't want to waste too much time on this matter, so he nodded. Fine, once I finish the affairs of the Heavenly Court, I will personally go. Good. They were unaware that at this moment others had already set their sights on the 10 little golden crows, and it was even a sage who personally plotted against them. The Zhuanti sage traveled eastward, carefully concealing his movements. When a sage acted with intent, even another sage could hardly detect their presence. Although this matter was somewhat dishonorable, for the sake of the West, Zhuanti couldn't care less about the face of a sage, and could only find a way to intervene personally. He had already learned that Dijun had indeed imprisoned the 10 golden crow princes atop the Yang Valley's Fusang Divine Tree, having set up quasi-saint restrictions to prevent their escape, and there were no guards left behind. He could accomplish this without anyone being the wiser. Zhuanti looked at the eastern lands, so rich and fertile with treasures scattered everywhere and talented people rising from the earth. A hint of envy arose in his eyes. If the West could one day achieve such prosperity, he and his brother would be at ease. He descended from the clouds, landing in a mountain range, then waved his sleeve, drawing a piece of heavenly treasure nurtured by the world into his robe. Although it was merely an ordinary innate treasure in the impoverished West, he was not the least bit disdainful. This item has a connection to the West. Zhuanti chuckled lightly, and then his figure slowly vanished from the spot, as if he had never been there. Far away in Shouyang Mountain at the 8th Scenic Palace, the Ta Ching sage who had been silently reciting the Huang Ting suddenly paused and shook his head slightly. Zhao Xian settled in the 8th Scenery Palace and quickly became familiar with Xuandu over the past few days. He had a good grasp of Xanda's character. To put it simply, this senior brother was a very straightforward person, lacking in cunning and schemes, wholeheartedly pursuing the Tao and indifferent to worldly matters. Of course, being the only direct disciple of the Ta Ching sage with the sage's protection, it seemed that he needed little calculation, and his future was indeed bright. Zhao Xian compared himself and realized he truly couldn't compete with Xuandu, who could simply coast along due to his status as the sage's favored disciple, free from worries. Thinking of himself as a disciple of the Jiejiao, especially one of Tongtian's most esteemed disciples, he would undoubtedly be the first to suffer when tribulations arose. Sometimes it's not easy to escape if one wishes to. Moreover, during the Great Tribulation of Fengshen, were they, the so-called Jiejiao disciples, really that important? Or could one truly evade a calamity? From Zhao Xian's perspective, it seemed unlikely. The most terrifying aspect of the Great Tribulation of Fengshen lay not in the Jiejiao disciples' ignorance of the heavenly order, but rather in the schemes of several sages against another sage. Just think, if something were to happen to his master, the Tongtian sage, would Zhao Xian and his fellow disciples really fare any better? Under an overturned nest, how could there be any intact eggs? Wasn't the greatest reliance of Zhao Xian and the other Jiejiao disciples their master? In the primordial era, without a sage's shelter, it would be quite tragic. They would forever merely be pawns destined to be discarded. Ding! A bell sound startled Zhao Xian from his meditation. He knew it was the Ta Ching sage preparing to impart teachings. Zhao Xian lit incense and bathed, arranging his robes meticulously. He did not simplify the complex rituals just because the speaker was not his master, but rather he approached them with even greater seriousness and attention to detail. This was not only a sign of respect towards the sage, but also a respect for the Tao. Without a sincere heart, how could one attain the Tao fruit of the mixed origin? If it were truly that easy, perhaps there would already be sages everywhere in the primordial era. But in reality, how many quasi-saints struggle at the final step, unable to take that leap, hopeless of attaining the Tao? Just a little short here, a little short there, and before you know it, the gap widens significantly. But in reality, how many quasi-saints struggle at the final step, unable to take that leap, hopeless of attaining the Tao? Just a little short here, a little short there, and before you know it, the gap widens significantly. Please have a seat. The Ta Ching sage appeared just as he had the last time, without any noticeable change despite the teachings ahead. Thank you, Uncle Master. After paying his respects, Zhao Xian seated himself on a mat as directed by the Ta Ching sage, and Xuandu did likewise. The Ta Ching sage observed Zhao Xian's actions with a secret nod, realizing why his third brother had sent this disciple over. It was clearly to showcase his exceptional disciple. His third brother's personality hadn't changed. He still loved to show off as always. However, he had to admit that this disciple of Tongtian was indeed remarkable, appearing quiet, yet possessing great potential. Among the third generation of disciples in the Xuanmen, this person was undoubtedly the best, even surpassing the most praised disciples of Yuan Shi. As for his own disciple, there was still much room for improvement. How the future would unfold was uncertain, but at present he was still somewhat inferior to Zhao Gongming. It was not only a gap in cultivation, but also in background. More importantly, it was a difference in vision and in terms of background. Although Xuandu was a congenital human, he was still somewhat inferior to Zhao Gongming, a congenital deity. However, while this factor was significant, it was not the most crucial. What Zhao Xian admired most was his brilliant and clear Dao heart. As a sage, how could he not see through Zhao Xian's essence? This child appeared plain and amiable, yet his resolve was unwavering, not easily shaken even in front of a sage, and he had grand ambitions truly unique. Having such lofty aspirations is not surprising, but finding someone who can remain patient, grounded in their cultivation while harboring such ambitions is rare. His discerning eyes had seen through all the quasi-saints in the current primordial era. They were all individuals with great aspirations and ambitions, yet in terms of demeanor, they could not compare to this disciple of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Oh wait, that's not entirely accurate. In Yuanzi is a person of great perseverance and fortune. If not for that one missing element of fate, he could very well have attained a sage position. Today I will teach the Tao of Taiji. Taiji is fundamentally non-action. Entering the realm of the two instruments brings forth action. A action can transform into non-action. Non-action through action, the existence of existence and non-existence. The Tao of heaven is natural with yin ruling stillness. From the ultimate stillness comes movement, and movement gives rise to yang. Yang is active, and from the ultimate activity comes stillness leading to yin. This is the principle of yin and yang giving birth to one another. The universe is the foundation of movement and stillness, and movement and stillness are refined together. The law does not depart from movement and stillness are the essence of Taiji. The Tao does not depart from yin and yang serve the purpose of movement and stillness, cultivating both form and spirit are the essence of life. As soon as the Ta Ching sage began to speak, Zhao Xian felt a tremor throughout his body. His uncle master was indeed worthy of being a sage, possessing such a broad mind devoid of sectarian biases. It was no wonder even his normally proud master felt admiration. This Tao of Taiji is the core path of the Ta Ching sage, or what could also be called the path of non-action. The two are fundamentally one. And now this profound principle of the Tao was unfolding right before Zhao Xian. The Ta Ching sage spoke neither fast nor slow, gradually delving deeper. At times he would pause to demonstrate the law and clarify doubts for the two disciples. Zhao Xian suspected that Xuandu had likely already understood these rudimentary concepts. This was clearly to accommodate him. With this thought, Zhao Xian became even more focused. With his refined and powerful aptitude, it did not seem difficult to comprehend. He was like a parched sponge greedily absorbing the water, and the teachings of the Ta Ching sage flowed like a mighty river. His terrifying comprehension allowed Zhao Xian to grasp the sage's teachings almost immediately. As the essence of the Tao circulated wildly within him, before long, a massive Taiji diagram suddenly appeared beneath him. The yin and yang fishes continuously revolved, reflecting the innate supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram, behind the Ta Ching sage, creating an extraordinary spectacle. The Ta Ching sage was astonished, secretly taken aback. He had underestimated this disciple of Tongtian, whose aptitude and comprehension were so formidable that it nearly made him overlook the truth. As time passed, the content he was discussing had nearly caught up with Xuandu's pace, and as this profound principle of the Tao became increasingly obscure and challenging, even Xuandu began to struggle. The Tai Ching saint continued to expound on the principles of the Taiji Tao, delving deeper and higher, quickly surpassing the requirements of the Great Luo realm. At this moment, Xuandu's expression shifted unpredictably. Despite his tightly closed eyes, he struggled to comprehend the profound content, yet it yielded no assistance whatsoever. The result of forcing himself to listen was that he felt as if the sound of the great Tao thundered in his ears, rendering his head numb and his heart, in turmoil, gradually slipping into a state of confusion difficult to maintain. Initially, he could still barely understand some concepts. Eventually, he became completely lost, unable to grasp anything. The Tai Ching saint had long noticed this situation, sighed softly, and waved his sleeve, sending the entranced Xuandu out of the great hall. While the path of cultivation emphasizes a quest for knowledge, it equally requires moderation. Too much or too little can be detrimental. Given Xuandu's current realm, continuing to force himself to listen might lead to mental obstacles hindering his path. Thus the Tai Ching saint decided to intervene and send him out. This is akin to the time when Hongjun Laozu delivered teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace, where 3,000 worldly guests were captivated. Many listened in rapture, some scratched their heads in confusion, while even more were completely lost, unable to comprehend. Only 6 saints showed notable performance, but even so the Tai Ching saint did not dare claim to have fully grasped everything his master taught. This requires both comprehension and talent. Did one truly think that Hongjun Laozu's position as a saint was determined solely by order? How could that be possible? The Tai Ching saint pondered while continuing to speak. The ultimate principles of Taiji transformed into numerous golden lotuses continuously falling from the sky, enveloped in auspicious clouds, as pure energy descended. At last, even Zhao Xuandu began to feel a bit overwhelmed, for the content being taught by the Taiching Saint had already started to exceed the realm of quasi-saints, ascending toward a higher level, albeit just a thin layer. The difficulty was increasing exponentially, as if he were discussing the method of attaining the Taiji Dao. The path of Taiji directly leads to the Saint Dao, achieving sainthood through this path, though not through sheer force borrowed many external powers. However, after becoming a saint, it is not unchanging. After long years of refinement and summarization, the current Taiji Dao emerged, directly leading to the ultimate truth of the Hongyuan Great Luo. As Zhao Xuandu listened, these profound principles seemed to grow increasingly obscure and strange. He felt an urgency, not wanting to miss even the slightest detail. He had an intuition that if he missed this unparalleled opportunity, it would be difficult to find another. The Taiji Dao is exceptionally profound. Although he cannot attain sainthood through it, he knows it will serve as the foundation for his own path. Therefore, without hesitation, he began to utilize the comprehension opportunities from his auxiliary system, finally putting to use the accumulated chances. Once he used a regular comprehension opportunity, he immediately sensed a difference. Typically, this feeling was not particularly significant. Perhaps it was because he had never encountered a situation with such high demands for comprehension before. Initially, the Taiching Saint noticed the change in Zhao Zhendu's expression, thinking he was nearing his limit, but unexpectedly the disciple quickly regained his composure and fell into rapt attention once more. This time, even the Taiching Saint could not help but be astonished. What background did this disciple of Tongtian have? No wonder Tongtian valued him so highly. Even Yuhua seemed to be placing her bets on him. The Taiching Saint's gaze flickered, a thought stirring within him as he calculated secretly. The heavenly secrets he perceived were chaotic, yet he vaguely felt something was amiss, ultimately making a firm decision. Thus in Zhao Xuandu's ears the difficulty of the Taiching Saint's teachings was raised yet again, as if he had forcefully elevated it by an entire level. Anxious in heart, Zhao Xuandu directly exchanged 10 regular comprehension opportunities for a sudden insight. His thoughts became smooth once more. The sponge that was almost saturated with water suddenly expanded tenfold, and the water that was nearly full became negligible. The smile on the Taiching Saint's face grew increasingly pronounced. What a fine lad, this is getting more and more interesting. No wonder Tongtian is so proud. Such comprehension is indeed worthy. Thus Zhao Xuandu, who was listening, and the Taiching Saint, who was teaching, seemed to be engaged in a tug-of-war. In the end, Zhao Xuandu even began to exchange 100 regular comprehension opportunities for an enlightening experience, finally persisting until the end of the teachings. The Taiching Saint fell silent, his voice of teachings abruptly stopping, only looking at this disciple before him with an unusual gaze. At the same time, he felt a mixture of amusement and helplessness, not expecting that the first to inherit his teachings was not his own direct disciple, but rather a disciple of Tongtian. However, he did not mind. Some matters are best left to nature. When necessary, one merely goes with the flow. Though the portal is not as carefree as Tongtian, it is not as strict as the Primordial either. As the saying goes, today you plant melons, tomorrow you reap melons. There is always cause and effect. Zhao Xuandu opened his eyes, his complexion somewhat pale. Even with the assistance of his golden finger, he had reached his limit, and the sheer volume of information absorbed at once left him with some indigestion. He was like a glutton, accepting all principles without rejection, devouring them entirely. Yet all this information was now completely piled up in his mind, requiring gradual digestion. Remembering is one thing, understanding is another, but in the end he still needed to thoroughly integrate these concepts, combining them with his own circumstances, transforming them into his own use, extracting what he needed, and finding his own path to sainthood. Thank you for your generous guidance, senior uncle. Zhao Xuandu bowed deeply. This was the grace of teachings. Although they lacked formal titles of master and disciple, the essence of their relationship was indeed that of a teacher and student. Strictly speaking, he was now a registered disciple of the Taiching Saint. It is also due to your exceptional comprehension. I have shared everything I needed to. The rest requires you to slowly reflect and grasp. How much you can gain from it depends on your own fortune. The Taiching Saint's attitude became even more amiable. He genuinely liked this junior from the bottom of it. Although he was not directly under his tutelage, he was still a disciple of his junior brother. The three pure ones are essentially one family sharing the same roots. Zhao Xuandu's brilliance brings honor to the uncle. The disciple understands. I will diligently follow senior uncle's teachings. Zhao Xuandu quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Though he only guessed from some details, he vaguely understood that the current Shangqing Saint had not yet developed any dissatisfaction toward his master. Nor did he harbor any thoughts of opposing his master. However, upon reflection, if Zhao Xuandu's guesses were correct, according to the original fate, the Taiching Saint and his master stood on opposing sides, and it was likely that the Primordial was the one who contributed the most. After all, it was the Primordial Saint who had a conflict with his master over the Great Dao. Of course, there was another reason that could not be overlooked. His master's actions posed a threat to all the saints. Yet that sort of extermination, when Hongjun Laozu granted the treasure, stated that only the 4 saints could not break it. How many troubles did it leave for the Tongtian saint? Though the sword of extermination and the Panga banner are both innate supreme treasures, they are truly top-tier killing treasures, inevitably causing apprehension. Zhao Xian believed that the Ta Ching saint's generous importation was due to his relationship with his own master, but that was not the case. Although it cannot be denied that this was indeed one reason. However, what Zhao Xian overlooked was whether the Ta Ching saint believed he had the potential to attain sainthood through the Dao. The answer is no. Only those who have truly crossed that threshold and attained sainthood can comprehend how difficult it is to become a saint in the current primordial world. The final trace of primordial purple energy, dissipating, also signifies the disappearance of the last holy position, and only those who have refined the primordial purple energy understand the profound nature of such a creation. It's no wonder that there are only 7 such positions in the entire primordial world. Without primordial purple energy, everything comes to a halt, and one is destined to never ascend to the holy position and become a sage of the heavenly Tao. Whether it be the method of severing the 3 corpses to attain sainthood or the method of virtue, both require one essential element: primordial purple energy. As for the alternative path, the Ta Ching saint had never considered it. After all, even Hongjun the Grandmaster could only attain the Tao by severing the 3 corpses. Proving the Tao through power demands an exceedingly high level of talent, so high that it breeds despair, and the last person to prove the Tao through strength was the Pangu Father God. Is Zhao Xian talented? Yes, very talented. Is his comprehension strong? Yes, very strong, yet it is still far beyond the ordinary, and he has not yet reached the point where he can prove the Tao through strength. The Ta Ching saint could be certain of this, which is why he truly admired Zhao Xian, and was willing to impart the core Tao, knowing that no matter how powerful Zhao Xian became, he would not pose a threat to him, at best just adding another top-notch quasi-saint under his senior brother Tongtian. But without attaining sainthood, one remains an ant. What difference does it make whether there is one more or one less ant? Thus he casually left behind a pawn today. Little did the Ta Ching saint know that Zhao Xian had his own true trump card. Although his current talent was still lacking to prove the Tao through strength, it was not without opportunity, and certainly not a dead end, for he still had a golden finger capable of infinitely enhancing his talent, altering his foundation, increasing his comprehension, and defying fate. Alright, go ahead, make sure to digest what you have gained. The Ta Ching saint nodded. Regardless of the various schemes laid down by his senior brother Tongtian and junior sister Nuwa, he had successfully placed his piece today. He was quite satisfied. Zhao Xian left the palace feeling at ease and sensed a profound sense of fulfillment, having gained exceptionally rich rewards today, unprecedented. At his level, ordinary treasures and elixirs, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures no longer stirred his interest. Only the profound principles conveyed by a saint could make him feel as if he had found a great treasure, thus allowing himself to take another step forward on the path of Tao. Today I have acquired the Taiji Tao, and I have already grasped one of the most precious things from my master Ta Ching. There is still one more thing left, and it is something that I can obtain, which is the Tao of alchemy. Zhao Xian thought to himself, it is no secret that the Ta Ching saint excels in alchemy, probably no one in the entire 3 realms can surpass him. I did not come here merely to pay a visit to my master. If there were no benefits, why would I come? Before coming, he was contemplating how to ask the Ta Ching master to teach him something to guide him a bit, yet he never expected the Ta Ching master to take the initiative to lecture, and on his own accord, Tao no less. When the opportunity knocks, how can Zhao Xian not be pleased? Therefore, as long as he learns the Tao of alchemy, this trip will be complete. Moreover, he has a premonition that as long as he digests part of what he has gained this time, he will likely soon reach the perfection of the Great Luo Golden Immortal and then step into the quasi-saint realm. As one progresses to the later stages, the difference in realms, even if just a small level, is as vast as the sky and the earth. However, his speed is already quite fast enough to make many people feel ashamed and flee in embarrassment. One must know how little time has passed since he broke through the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet now he is already in the later stage of the Great Luo, and if he waits a little longer, he may even achieve the perfection of the Great Luo. The quasi-saint realm is just around the corner, among the disciples of the 3 teachings, which one can match Zhao Xian's rapid progress. No hurry, I still have time. The battle between the Wu and the Yao has not yet ended, and I have plenty of time to push forward vigorously. Zhao Xian steadied his mind, secretly reminding himself not to become arrogant just because of his fast cultivation speed, nor to rush for quick success, leading to an unstable realm. To prove the Tao through power, he needs an even deeper foundation to comprehend more of the Tao, to penetrate more principles, and to walk more steadily step by step, so that he can seize that fleeting opportunity. Junior brother, Xian Du's voice echoed in Zhao Xian's ear. Senior brother Xian Du. Zhao Xian hurriedly bowed. Xian Du waved his hand, his expression somewhat complex. As the elder brother, he was overshadowed, especially since he was the first to comprehend the Taiji Dao, yet his current attainment was actually lagging behind. What a twist of fate. Junior brother is indeed remarkable. Such high talent is rare in the world. Xian Du could not help but exclaim, every time their master taught it would last for a day, or 2, or 3 to 4 days. It was not that he was unwilling to teach more, but his own capacity to absorb was limited, and listening too much would instead be detrimental. However, Zhao Gongming managed to listen to the teachings for 3 consecutive months. In comparison, the gap became somewhat apparent. Senior brother is too kind, I am merely fortunate. After exchanging pleasantries with Xian Du, he spoke cautiously lest he provoke this senior brother and arouse resentment. Then he once again entered seclusion to digest what he had gained. At this moment, the Zhuan-Ti Daoist was scouring the primordial land for treasures and using his palm-sized Buddha kingdom to ferry many primordial beings inside, intending to bring them back to the west. Since crossing eastward, he had been inclined to gather everything he could see into his sleeves. It is quite rare for a saint to reach such a level. Wait, he is not the only one. There is another person similar to him, also a saint, and that person is his senior brother, the Jian Daoist. This journey yielded treasures that could be described as neither too large nor too small. It is large because he collected many items, and small because the quality of these items was mostly average, not to mention the difficulty of finding any top-grade innate spirit treasures. This primordial continent had long been scoured by countless saints and beings, leaving little behind for him to collect. Did he think that the Wu and Yao clans on this primordial continent or the other saints are fools or blind? Nevertheless, despite this, Zhuan-Ti Daoist felt quite satisfied after his search and silently arrived at the final destination of this journey, Yang Valley. Upon arriving outside Yang Valley, Zhuan-Ti stood in front of the quasi-saint restriction for a long time, hesitating slightly. It was not because he feared offending the Yao clan or the saint revered as the holy mother of the Yao clan Nuwa. Rather, he knew that once he released the 10 golden crows, it would bring about a terrible catastrophe for the primordial world. The backlash from the heavenly Dao and countless causalities would mostly be borne by the Yao clan. As a saint, he is not entangled in causality, but it may still lead to a loss of fortune and blessings for the West. This is a wicked deed. However, given the current state of the Western Buddhist sect, which is lifeless, it might be better to place it in a desperate situation and hope for rebirth, betting that this harvest can compensate for these losses. After understanding the key to this matter, Zhuan-Ti finally made his move. With a casual gesture, the quasi-saint restriction was quietly broken. Having completed all this, Zhuan-Ti did not linger, vanishing in an instant. A wind began to stir in the primordial world. Elder brother, what have we done wrong? Why are we being confined here by father? In the midst of the Yang Valley, a small golden crow cast its gaze upon the largest one among them. That was their elder brother, and they understood the importance of hierarchy. He was the strongest among them, and deserved. These 10 golden crows had not been born long. However, due to their extraordinary talents, and possessing the most authentic golden crow bloodline, with proper nurturing, their future achievements could be limitless, potentially producing 10 Great Luo Jinxian, or even 10 quasi-saints. This was because their starting point was exceedingly high, and their upper limit was not low either. However, since their birth, their mother Shiha had treated them like treasures, showering them with affection. Coupled with the identity of the Prince of Heaven, others constantly flattered and yielded to them, causing the personalities of these 10 golden crow princes to become unruly and tyrannical, looking down upon everyone. Father said that because we left the heavenly court and flew into the wilderness, many beings have died, almost causing a great disaster. The eldest prince scoffed at this statement and continued, in fact, it's not a big deal, it's just some insignificant beings dying. What does it matter? As the Prince of Heaven, especially the eldest prince, not only did he look down on those beings in the wilderness, but even the great saints of the demon clan in the heavenly court treated him with utmost respect, daring not to show any disrespect. This was also the reason for his arrogant demeanor. The youngest golden crow prince opened his mouth, feeling that his elder brother's words were not entirely right, but when it came to finding a rebuttal, he could not find any arguments. Do not be afraid of father is only putting on a show due to his identity as the heavenly emperor to punish us a little. Moreover, you say this place, where is the semblance of punishment? This Fusang divine tree is incredibly precious, one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots, comparable to the ginseng fruit tree of the Great Immortal in the Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou. Yet it was specifically transplanted here for the sake of the few of us. If one puts it that way, the eldest prince really did not speak incorrectly. Their only punishment was that they could not run around during this period. I've made great progress in my cultivation during this time. Perhaps I can break this restriction and let us go out early. The eldest prince was eager to try, and whether escaping from the Yang Valley would anger father was not within his considerations. Without hesitation, the eldest prince took off from the Fusang Divine Tree amidst the eager gazes of his younger brothers and struck at the location of the restriction. Crash! The restriction shattered in response. The eldest prince was momentarily stunned, feeling a bit dazed. He had not used his full strength with that strike, merely testing it. And yet, the restriction was broken, which was why he was in a daze. Elder brother is amazing. In such a short time his cultivation has improved so much. The group of golden crows immediately erupted in excitement, all being awed by the display of their elder brother. Father Dijuan once said that although this restriction was at the Quasi-Saint level, if broken from the inside, it only required the realm of a Great Luo Jingxian. Could it be that elder brother has already reached the Great Luo realm? A flurry of flattering words flew from the mouths of the little golden crows, making the eldest prince feel greatly pleased. It was this feeling he enjoyed, which was why he disliked staying in this small Yang Valley. He wanted to go outside to the larger world to make more people revere him. Now that the restriction is broken, can we go out? One of the princes whispered. Instantly the scene fell silent, and all eyes turned to the eldest prince. The eldest prince pondered for a moment before nodding. I think we can let's go out for a stroll. At worst we can sneak into the wilderness for a bit, and then come back quietly without father noticing. The 10th prince wanted to refute, but was intimidated by his elder brother's authority and lacked the courage to speak. With the strongest power and highest prestige, how could he listen to his words? If he spoke up, it would only anger his elder brother and bring trouble upon himself. It must be noted that the 10 brothers themselves were the Golden Crow bloodline, known to be naturally irritable and prone to anger, hence often conflicting and even fighting, but father never intervened. He believed this was a very good thing. The survival of the demon clan relied on contention, contending for territory, food opportunities, and fate. It was precisely because their elder brother was greatly valued by father that they received such nurturing. Let's go. We'll be quick in our return. With that, the eldest prince leaped into the air, flying towards the outside of the Yang Valley, while the other golden crows followed closely behind. Only the 10th prince remained stationary, caught in hesitation, unsure of what to do. If he went, it would likely anger father. If he didn't go, elder brother and the others might take their anger out on him. Little 10, what are you doing? Why aren't you following along? Sure enough, elder brother suddenly turned around, looking down at the 10th prince with an increasingly displeased expression as time passed. Elder brother, I'm a bit scared, or I don't want to go. The 10th prince finally mustered the courage to say a word. Are you waiting for us to leave and then report to father? Of course not, I'm staying right here, not going anywhere. We don't believe you. Among us brothers, you are the most scheming, acting in a sneaky manner. Today, whether you want to or not, you have to go. The 10th prince realized he could not avoid today's ordeal upon seeing elder brother's anger, and sighed inwardly, only able to follow along. The Yang Valley is the place of sunrise, located at the end of the world, deep in the East Sea, where the sun bathes in the waters of the East Sea before rising into the sky opposite to the place of sunset in the Yuyuan. The 10 golden crows first flew out of the Yang Valley, arriving above the East Sea. Their dominant golden crow bloodline made them resemble 10 suns radiating intense heat. The sky turned crimson and the waters of the sea began to boil, causing countless fish and shrimp to be cooked to death and numerous aquatic beings to suffer calamity. This was truly burning the heavens and boiling the seas. At once the few top cultivators in the wilderness, including those saints, turned their gazes toward this place, each with their own inscrutable expressions. At the same time, they were secretly calculating, as some were confused, some were doubtful, and some were secretly pleased. Senior brother, the show is about to begin. The Quasi Tiandao, who had already returned to the sacred land of Buddhism in the West, chuckled to the Jain Taoist. The Jain Taoist's face was sorrowful as he looked at the continuously dying beings, repeatedly saying sin, sin. His mouth spoke of compassion, yet he did not make a move to save them. Since the 10 golden crows had come out, they would not be satisfied with just this, instead flying over the East Sea towards the wilderness continent. In the wilderness, the first to suffer calamity would be the human race, for the origin of the human race was at the shore of the East Sea. It was here that Nuwa Saint created humanity. Although more and more humans later migrated elsewhere, this place remained the most concentrated area of the human race. 10 golden crows soared through the sky as if 10 suns had simultaneously appeared above their flames, embodying the most oppressive and terrifying solar fire in existence. How could the beings of the primordial land withstand such heat? The earth turned barren, vegetation withered, and countless lives were scorched to death, while the human tribes by the eastern sea were in a state of shock. Having never witnessed such a horrifying sight, they could only pray to the heavens and beseech the saints. Yet it was all in vain, as countless people were burned alive by the intense heat, turning into desiccated corpses. Endless resentment surged forth, transforming into the power of karmic retribution. The majority falling upon the 10 golden crows, while a portion flew toward the heavenly court, tainting its flourishing fortune, which subtly began to decline. If not for the current, overwhelming fortune of the court, the likes of Emperor Jun and others would surely have noticed immediately. Moreover, another portion directly fell into the west, but the two saints worked together to conceal its traces. Although they could not prevent this karmic power from entering the west, they could eliminate the evidence. The already waning fortune of the Buddhist sect plummeted further, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet what truly pained the saints was not just this slight loss of fortune, as they could always find a way to restore it, but the real trouble lay in that terrifying karmic power. If this were elsewhere, like in the Taoist sect, it wouldn't be too problematic. With some time, they could gradually eliminate it through merits. However, the Buddhist sect prized purity above all. Pure fortune, pure willpower, and pure merits were most suitable for Buddhist practitioners, but now this karmic power was like ink on white paper, exceedingly conspicuous. Though it could be removed, the Taoist of reception felt that his junior brother's actions were somewhat misguided. It was not merely a matter of personal opinion, but he sensed that even after the removal of this karmic burden, it might still bring disaster to the Buddhist sect in the future. Heaven's will is unpredictable. Even saints merely borrow a fraction of power and cannot see the whole picture. Moreover, with Hong Jun having united with heaven and earth, it became even harder to fathom. Nevertheless, junior brother Junti ultimately acted for the sake of the Buddhist sect and the West, so he could only sigh and refrain from rebuking. Thus the two of them joined forces to resolve the crisis. As the 10 golden crows journeyed westward, more and more human tribes suffered calamities, some of which had been previously taught by Zhao Xian. Because he had imparted cultivation methods and spread teachings, many among these tribes possessed some cultivation skills. Though most were at low levels and had shallow practices, it was still quite rare and greatly enhanced their ability to endure disasters. However, it only meant they could hold on a bit longer. At the critical moment, the instinct to survive compelled some of them to pray in unison to the immortal who had taught the cultivation methods. Thus Zhao Xian, who was in seclusion and had perfected his cultivation to the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, suddenly awakened. He had never experienced divine incense offerings and was unfamiliar with the concept of prayer, so he only vaguely heard voices ringing in his ears, filled with sorrow, as if a great calamity was approaching and they were pleading for his help. Zhao Xian's heart stirred. Stepping out from his secluded place, he gazed into the distance, where he spotted a massive cloud of flames in the east with 10 suns faintly discernible. He immediately understood what was happening. It must be the disaster caused by the golden crows. Senior brother Xuandu. What is it, junior brother? Zhao Xian simply called out, and Xuandu's figure appeared beside him. Senior brother Xuandu, let us go save the lives of the human beings. They are facing an unprecedented... Xuandu hesitated upon hearing this. The development of the human race should follow the will of heaven. If we interfere too much, it may not necessarily be a good thing. Senior brother, I alone cannot manage. I implore you to assist me. Zhao Xian felt somewhat helpless. What was wrong with this senior brother? Wasn't he a member of the human race? Why was he less enthusiastic than someone not of human descent? Very well, I shall accompany you. Xuandu sighed. Thus the two descended the mountain, and then parted ways for greater efficiency, enabling them to save more people. In truth, Zhao Xian thought that if it weren't for the sake of his master, he would be reluctant to invite anyone else for such a good deed. However, one thing was true, he truly could not save so many people alone. He arrived first at a human tribe, and with a slight movement of his heart, he used his great magical power to set up a formation. This formation was derived from the teachings of the Jiejiao, and combined with his master's Taiji Yin-Yang principle, serving a singular purpose to dispel the terrifying solar fire and reduce the temperature. The effect was quite remarkable, and Zhao Xian was overjoyed, though he found the efficiency somewhat too slow, leaving him unsatisfied. Just as he was troubled, a stream of light flew in from afar, revealing a Taiji diagram enveloped in chaotic energy. This? Zhao Xian was immediately stunned. Wasn't this the innate treasure Taiji diagram of his master, the Supreme Purity? While he was still astonished, the Taiji diagram circled around him once, and then directly landed in his hand. Zhao Xian immediately understood, feeling ecstasy as he bowed towards Shouyang Mountain from afar, then set off towards the next human tribe. With the Taiji diagram, Zhao Xian's speed increased significantly. The terrifying power of the Taiji diagram allowed him to instantly dispel the solar fire over a vast area and set up a protective formation. Countless saved humans expressed their gratitude through bowing, but he had no time to linger. More and more human tribes were rescued by him. Although many casualties still occurred, at least there was no total annihilation. Among them was the nesting clan, which rejoiced upon seeing their master come to their aid. Zhao Xian felt much relieved upon confirming their safety, as he did not wish for his newly accepted disciple to perish due to this unwarranted disaster. However, Zhao Xian soon discovered an issue. This Taiji diagram was indeed powerful and exceptionally useful. He had never encountered such an incredible magical treasure that could stabilize yin and yang, solidify earth, water, fire, and wind, delineate purity and turbidity, and evolve chaos. It was far superior to the sea-controlling pearl he possessed. Yet despite its usefulness, it consumed an excessive amount of magical power. Only true saints could unleash the full power of this treasure without worrying about energy depletion, but he was not capable of that. Currently, he was merely a Great Luo Golden Immortal at perfection, and soon this treasure would drain him of all his magical power. Keep in mind that he practiced the 9 revolutions mystic art, making his magical power far greater than those of the same realm, yet he still couldn't resist its drain. He felt that if this continued after a few more uses, he would be drained to a mere husk. Just as he was pondering how to solve the problem, the sacred talisman hanging at his waist suddenly shook. A warm flow surged from Zhao Xian's side, instantly spreading throughout his body. He felt his once depleted magical power replenish in an instant, ceaseless and unending. What an impressive path of creation! Zhao Xian immediately understood the source of this warm flow, estimating that it was indeed the breath bestowed by the Saint Nuwa that had taken effect. Nuwa was most adept at the path of creation, which is characterized by the ability to create and transform yin and yang, life and death, endlessly, with enduring magical power. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zhao Xian whispered his gratitude, then quickened his pace, starting to rush among the various human tribes. More and more human tribes were being protected, but some of the tribes closest to the EC had been completely destroyed, with no possibility of rescue. Ultimately, it was still a step too late. The power of the true fire of the sun was such that even lower-ranked golden immortal cultivators could not withstand its burning, let alone ordinary mortals. The tragic scenes left Zhao Xian, who had lived as a human in his past life, silent and seething with anger towards the 10 golden crows. Had it not been for his desire to avoid getting caught up in the conflict between the witch and demon clans, he would have definitely torn those 10 arrogant golden crows apart. In the direction of the EC, Zhao Xian had saved all he could, and he began to head further westward. With the development over the years, the survival range of humanity was expanding, now bordering the western witch tribes. In fact, some friendly witch tribes had begun to show scenes of coexistence between humans and witches. The rare appearance of both the witch and human races as innate Dao bodies, though their physiques differed, presented a slight opportunity for coexistence, even intermarriage. Among them, the most famous was the tribe of the ancestral witch Hutu. As the last to be born and take shape, she bore the least resentment from the demon gods, hence her character was gentler and kinder, unlike her elder brothers who were volatile and brutish. At that time, the human race had just migrated near the Hutu tribe, and being too weak was often preyed upon by wild beasts or perished due to various terrifying environments. Hutu, feeling pity, took them into her tribe, providing protection and teaching her kin to hunt for the humans. This was the first fusion of the two races, and what delighted Hutu the most was that she discovered that although humans were weak, their reproductive ability was very strong. Though the witch race was strong, their reproductive capability was terrifyingly low. Intermarriage could solve this issue. She found that the offspring born from the intermarriage of humans and witches, while not as physically strong as the witches, were still quite powerful and could even give birth to nascent souls. However, this was only true for the Hutu tribe. Other ancestral witch tribes were not the same. They also had humans, but in limited numbers and of low status, unable to coexist peacefully, resembling a form of slavery. Hutu had once advised several elder brothers explaining the benefits of this integration, but they paid no heed, believing that the witch race was strong enough not to need such measures. Their greatest hesitation stemmed from whether such intermarriage would pollute the witch bloodline, so Hutu ceased to speak further. When Zhao Xian arrived at this place, the ancestral witch Hutu had already protected several tribes, but because the witch race lacked nascent souls, relying solely on physical abilities or innate divine powers, they were somewhat deficient in the art of spells, resulting in considerable casualties. The dead were not only humans, but many witches as well. After all, many among the witch race were also of weak strength. I have met a fellow Taoist. After Zhao Xian helped the ancestral witch Hutu resolve the stubborn true fire of the sun, Hutu was the first to bow to Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian was taken aback and hurriedly returned the gesture, saying, "So it is the ancestral witch Hutu in person." Hutu's politeness was chiefly due to Zhao Xian's somewhat intimidating presence. Not to mention the sacred talisman at his waist, which clearly bore the presence of two saints. She was very familiar with the Sage of Heaven and the Saint Nuwa. What astonished her even more was the Taiji diagram floating above Zhao Xian's head, swirling with chaotic energy, where yin and yang transformed and creation was at work, exuding immense terror, and it also bore the aura of someone she was very familiar with. It was indeed the Taiji sage. She couldn't help but wonder about the background of this young man who possessed such a terrifying backing. Even she, as one of the 12 leaders of the witch race, did not dare to be careless. The 12 ancestral witches possessed astonishing powers. They were indeed strong, but ultimately, they were merely comparable to the peak of quasi-saints, lacking when compared to the realm of saints. In truth, if one were to speak of strength among the 12 ancestral witches, it was not the leading Emperor Jiang who was the strongest, but rather Hutu. Hutu, being the last to be born, bore the least resentment from the demon gods, resulting in the birth of a very faint nascent soul, so weak, it was almost negligible. She hadn't even noticed it herself at first. Thank you for your assistance, fellow Taoist. Hutu herself was a peaceful and kind person, not fond of conflict. Even when she clashed with the demon race, it was merely due to the 12 ancestral witches sharing the same root, and fearing her elder brothers would suffer losses. Thus, she had no choice but to take action. There is no need for the ancestral witch to be so polite. I must also thank the ancestral witch for the protection of the human race. At this moment, the 10 golden crows were still recklessly heading further west. Just now, Hutu had been too busy rescuing the humans to have time to capture them, and now she could only let them run far away. However, their luck finally ran out. Upon reaching a witch tribe, the terrifying true fire of the sun immediately caused heavy casualties among the tribe. The tribe's leader, the Great Witch Kwafu, was furious. Grabbing his peach staff with a casual wave, he struck one of the golden crows, sending it staggering, nearly plummeting from the sky. All the golden crows were immediately alarmed. What a terrifying opponent. They felt they were not a match for him, as Kwafu had struck once, and seeing he hadn't killed one grew even angrier. The witch's physical divine powers manifested, transforming into a giant 100 feet tall, with muscles like twisted dragons, exuding violent beauty. Kwafu was a great witch among the witch race, comparable to the pinnacle of the Great Luo, possessing considerable strength. Seeing that the 10 golden crows were no match for him, they immediately took to their wings and fled. Thus the giant began to pursue, taking exaggerated strides to drive them out of the vicinity of the witch tribe, occasionally countering with his peach staff. However, although the golden crows were slightly inferior in strength, they were extremely fast, and Kwafu was not adept at flying, so for a time, he could do nothing about them. Meanwhile, Hutu, who was in front of Zhao Xian, also witnessed this scene. Although Kwafu had the upper hand in strength, he still could not handle the 10 golden crows. She, needing to entertain Zhao Xian, could not leave at the moment, so she called upon another great witch from the tribe. I have met the ancestral witch. Hutu nodded, gesturing with her hand, and a bow and arrow artifact appeared. You are most skilled at archery. I take this bow and assist Kwafu. Do not let him come to harm. In truth, Hutu was extremely furious with the actions of the 10 golden crows, as similar incidents had occurred before, but thanks to Emperor Jun's timely intervention, the casualties of the witch clan were not significant, and the matter was left unresolved. However, this time was different. The 10 princes of heaven had turned the Hongwang continent upside down, resulting in countless deaths of living beings, and the witch clans suffered heavy losses as well. It must be noted that the witch clan had difficulty in reproduction. Although they were powerful in combat, their numbers grew exceedingly slowly, which was also the reason why they were always unable to completely suppress the Yao clan. Kwafu chased after the 10 golden crows, and at first the 10 princes were indeed quite flustered, but they quickly discovered Kwafu's weakness, his speed. Realizing this, the golden crows had a sudden idea, conferred among themselves, and then launched a counterattack, unleashing terrifying solar true flames that enveloped Kwafu. Kwafu fought back with great effort, but due to his slow speed and lack of offensive means, he was soon besieged, and quickly found himself at a disadvantage. This greatly boosted the confidence of the golden crows. Kwafu was not adept in battle, and despite his formidable strength, he soon revealed more weaknesses. Kwafu felt an intense heat all over his body. Had it not been for the witch clan's inherently strong bodies, he would have likely been reduced to ashes by the solar true flames by now, but even so, the flames were unbearable for him. Thirst. An unbearable thirst. This was Kwafu's feeling at that moment. Thus he hurried to a river and allowed his massive frame to collapse to the ground, beginning to gulp down the river water, and in no time, he drained the river dry. Yet he was still unsatisfied, and as the attacks from the 10 golden crows grew increasingly fierce, his thirst intensified. He began to search for another river, but the golden crows gave him no opportunity. After a fierce struggle, Kwafu ultimately could not withstand it, and in the end he fell to the ground, refusing to accept defeat, burned alive by the solar true flames. When the Great Witchy arrived, it was already too late. Seeing his friend die in such a tragic manner ignited a raging anger within him, compounded by the past grievances caused by the golden crows, leading to heavy casualties among his kin. Thus he drew the sun destruction bow given to him by Hutu, knocked an arrow, and shot. This bow was a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, incredibly powerful, and a rare weapon of attack. As the Great Witch, he possessed not only immense physical strength, but also trained his mental prowess, making his archery skills exceedingly terrifying. Bang! The bowstring vibrated, and a golden crow fell in response. The Sun Destruction Bow was exceptionally effective against true flames, and the most vital aspect of the Golden Crow was its body of solar true flames, resulting in the death of one prince. He drew back the bow and shot continuously, unleashing 9 arrows, each one lethal, as the 9 Golden Crow princes were almost effortlessly annihilated on the spot. The only remaining one was the youngest among the Golden Crow princes, the 10th prince, who had long sensed the danger. Upon realizing the situation was dire, he did not consider counterattacking, but instead turned to flee, offering no pause, which gave Yi a slight delay. He had no intention of letting him escape. Once more he drew the bow and knocked an arrow, the terrifying projectile, silently speeding toward the Golden Crow. The 10th prince's soul felt a surge of dread, thinking today is the end. Just at that moment when the arrow was about to reach him, a streak of light arrived, first transforming into a giant bell that enveloped the 10th prince entirely. Clang! A light sound echoed as the terrifying arrow struck the bell, producing a crisp ringing, yet the bell itself remained unscathed. This was the supreme innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, in the hands of Tai. It was also the object that suppressed the fate of the Yao clan in the Heavenly Court. The Chaos Bell was a deep chaotic yellow. It was formed from the shattered Pangus axe during the creation of the world. It later fell into the Sun Star and became a companion treasure of Tai. Surrounding the bell were the sun, moon, and stars, while the bell's interior contained mountains, rivers, and the myriad clans of Honghuang, all hidden within. 5-colored radiant light illuminated the heavens, and the sacred might of chaos shook the universe. The Chaos Bell was infinitely mysterious and possessed boundless creation. It could imprison time and suppress space, rebounding attacks from any treasure or divine weapon and ignoring the damage of all divine abilities and spells. It possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities, ensuring victory at its peak. The sound of the bell echoed throughout the cosmos, causing the heavens and earth to lose color and the universe to tremble. Yi's expression changed. He immediately knew who had arrived. Dongwang Tai. Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai shared the same root and source, both ruling the Heavenly Court together, and Dongwang Tai was also revered as the Yao Emperor. His strength was extremely formidable, and his status was on par with Emperor Jun. Dongwang Tai's figure appeared beside the Chaos Bell, looking down at the scattered Golden Crow corpses around him, his expression darkening to the extreme. How dearly did his brother Emperor Jun cherish these 10 beloved sons, yet now 9 had been killed in one go, leaving only one survivor. If his brother knew, how furious would he be? Before his brother entered seclusion, he had entrusted the affairs of the Heavenly Court to him, yet unexpectedly such a sudden incident occurred. Had it not been for his patrol through the heavens and earth encountering this by chance, the last one would surely have been killed. Damn, which clan? Today I'll kill you as interest. Dongwang Tai immediately recognized the person before him as a member of the Witch clan, and his murderous intent surged. In an instant he made a bold move. However, his attack was interrupted by another. The Yao clan was the great enemy of the Witch clan, who now that the Yao Emperor had descended, how could the ancestral witches not notice? Especially since he dared to attempt to kill a great witch right before their eyes. The ancestral witch Emperor Jiang, who controlled space, was the first to arrive and acted to protect the great witch Yi. Are you Witch clan planning to start a war? Dongwang Tai's expression darkened to the point of almost dripping water. Those who wish to kill my Witch clan must first ask if I agree. Emperor Jiang spoke disdainfully. Had it not been for the fact that this fellow before him was protected by a supreme treasure with both offensive and defensive capabilities, he would have truly wanted to tear him apart. It was Yao clan who first caused trouble. If you want to fight, then let it begin. As soon as he finished speaking, several figures rushed in from all directions. It was indeed the ancestral witches. Even Hutu, who was entertaining guests, bid farewell to Zhao Xuandi and instantly joined the battle. Dongwang Tai, holding the Chaos Bell, possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities, but the ancestral witches were always united, fighting together, which made it increasingly difficult for him to hold his ground. Seeing so many ancestral witches present, Dongwang Tai's heart sank. Normally he wouldn't mind, but at this moment he felt apprehensive, because there was still a Golden Crow prince. He had to help his elder brother preserve the last bloodline. Thus he fought with his hands tied, fearing that a residual force from their battle would turn his nephew to ashes. Seeing that he could not win, Dongwang Tai did not linger, but instead rolled up the 9 corpses of the Golden Crows, taking the Chaos Bell and heading straight for the Heavenly Court. He needed to immediately inform his brother Emperor Jun, and he also knew that today's events would likely not end well. Zhao Xian hovered midair, his cold gaze surveying all that had transpired this day. Toward Ho-Tu, the ancestral god of earth, his impression was profoundly favorable. She was a true grand cultivator imbued with genuine compassion. Unlike certain hypocrites who wore the mask of virtue while preaching benevolence and righteousness, yet schemed in darkness, wielded unchecked tyranny, and callously disregarded the lives of countless beings. Yet he knew, War between the Wu and Yao clans had now become inevitable, and it was beyond his power to intervene. When two colossal clans clashed, a minor figure like himself would be crushed without mercy, even at best. Even quasi-sages fell like rain once hostilities commenced. How much less could a de Luo Xian, barely qualified for the upper echelons of battle, hope to survive? As for orchestrating schemes to ensure one clan's total victory over the other, Zhao Xian had no desire to court death so recklessly. In his view, war between the Wu and Yao clans was preordained. Even were they somehow to achieve lasting peace, forces would arise to force confrontation. Not only the sages, but heaven's will itself. At least for the sages, the current state of Hong Huang failed to satisfy their ambitions. It offered insufficient ground for spreading their Dao. And as for heaven's grand design, only when both clans relinquished their roles as central protagonists could space be cleared for the human race to ascend. My apologies for keeping you waiting, fellow Daoist. Ho Tu arrived belatedly, having assumed Zhao Xian had long departed, only to find him patiently awaiting her return, which stirred a quiet flush of embarrassment. No matter, Zhao Xian replied, momentarily at a loss for words regarding the day's turmoil. Ho Tu sighed deeply, luxury draped over blossoms, oil poured upon blazing fire. All I see is endless death. She had never dreamed of seizing the celestial court or ruling heaven and earth as sovereign. As she said, though both Wu and Yao clans appeared to bask in soaring fortune, they had in truth reached an impasse. Beneath their splendor lurked a terrifying crisis. So you perceived it all along, fellow Daoist. Zhao Xian sighed again. Perceiving changes nothing. I am bound to the Wu clan, entangled in this maelstrom, unable to break free. Her voice carried only profound helplessness. Strangely, she sensed this young man possessed extraordinary depth. His being favored by three sages could not be mere coincidence. It was precisely for this reason she spoke with such candor. Moreover, these truths were hardly secret. Any discerning observer could grasp them plainly. Heaven's will is inscrutable, save the sages who among mortals can truly fathom it. Zhao Xian uttered a seemingly trivial remark, elegant in its ambiguity. Ho Tu barely registered the words at first, but upon reflection she sensed hidden resonance within them. The more she contemplated, the more her heart raced with foreboding. Heaven's will and sage. Two simple terms, yet brimming with staggering implications. Yet when she probed Zhao Xian with veiled questions, he remained utterly impassive, as if those words held no deeper meaning whatsoever. With no recourse, Ho Tu turned to Dao discourse with him, and Zhao Xian, deeply intrigued by the Wu clan's cultivation of the physical body, found rich parallels with his own ninefold mystic art. The Wu clan, born from Pangu's sacred blood, inherited their corporeal legacy directly from the primordial deity himself. Thus their mastery of the body Dao surpassed even Zhao Xian's highest expectations, deepening his insight into the ninefold mystic art immeasurably. Meanwhile, Ho Tu stood astonished, though Zhao Xian's cultivation stood at the peak of de Luo Xian, far below her own quasi-sage perfection. This discourse left her unable to underestimate him in the slightest. To her eyes, his path forward lay utterly unobstructed. No barriers remained. With steady progress, he would inevitably ascend to quasi-sagehood, as naturally as water flows downhill. Indeed, Zhao Xian stood on the very threshold of quasi-sagehood. Merely crossing that threshold eluded countless cultivators. Many spent eons striving only to remain forever stalled. Were quasi-sagehood so easily attained, the Wu clan would not rely solely upon its 12 ancestral gods to shield it from calamity. Nor would the Yao clan, despite its formidable might, possess fewer quasi-sages than the Wu. Yet in recent years the Wu clan's advantage had steadily eroded, the primary reason being the extreme difficulty Wu cultivators faced in ascending to quasi-sagehood. Without access to Pangu's sacred blood, the body Dao permitted practitioners to advance no further than de Luo perfection, i.e., Great Wu perfection, effectively marking the outer limit of their potential. Their Dao discourse bore abundant fruit, for both Zhao Xian sensed his ninefold mystic art would soon break through the seventh transformation, and perhaps even reach the eighth. The seventh transformation marked a pivotal threshold. Its successful completion signified the art's consummation, granting a body capable of quasi-sage level strength. The eighth transformation elevated one to mid-quasi-sage power. The ninth and final transformation unified all, achieving quasi-sage perfection. Thus, even perfect mastery of the ninefold mystic art could not transcend quasi-sagehood, a fact that did not surprise Zhao Xian in the least. If sagehood were attainable so effortlessly, it would indeed defy all reason. 9. The ultimate numeral defined the art's 9 transformations, a celestial decree. To become a sage, however, demanded shattering that very decree. Fellow Daoist, your affairs will soon grow urgent. I shall not detain you further. Today's discourse has enriched me greatly. I shall return another day to continue our exchange. Zhao Xian calculated the hour and judged it wise to depart, lest he become ensnared in unfolding events. My tribe welcomes you always. Ho Tu courteously escorted him beyond the tribal borders. Zhao Xian lingered, not mounting clouds at once, and setting course for Shouyang Mountain. Ho Tu stood outside the tribe watching Zhao Xian recede into the distance, then slowly retraced every word he had spoken, until softly she murmured, "Disciple of Tongtian sage. Zhao Gongming, what an astonishing young man." She lifted her gaze toward the heavens, recalling his words. Heaven's will is inscrutable, and felt inexplicably a gathering storm of peril and intrigue. Meanwhile, Dong Huang Tai hurried back to the celestial court with his sole nephew, the last surviving bloodline of his elder brother Dijun, bearing news of the 10 Golden Crow's near-fatal ordeal. Instantly, the Yao clan trembled. Dijun, long secluded in seclusion, forcibly broke his meditation. Empress, he arrived in anguish. How could this be? How could this be? Who dared commit this atrocity? I shall pursue them unto death, blood for blood, life for life. She stared in disbelief at the corpses of her 9 sons, then cradled their lifeless forms, each word dripping with blood and grief, her hatred so palpable it chilled the marrow of all who heard. Dijun, upon hearing the news, felt as though struck by 10 thunderbolts. Though his 10 sons had been unruly, he cherished them deeply, especially for their prodigious talents which promised extraordinary futures. Now, with such grievous losses, he could scarcely comprehend reality. Worst of all was his gnawing guilt. He himself had confined the 10 youths to Yang Valley. Thus today's tragedy bore the indelible imprint of his own hand. Now, besides anger, he felt a deep sense of guilt, and he even placed a significant portion of the blame for the children's deaths on himself. Moreover, seeing Shihi's sorrowful expression only intensified his self-reproach. Tai, tell me what exactly happened. At this moment, Dijun resembled a volcano on the brink of eruption. The overwhelming anger that was about to spill over was palpable to everyone in the heavenly court, causing them to fall silent and tremble, afraid to show any emotion. They all understood that the heavenly emperor was genuinely enraged, and no one could stop him. Tai then clarified everything he knew. Upon hearing that his 9 sons had been killed by the great shaman of the Wu clan, Dijun could no longer contain his fury and roared, "I, Dijun, am irreconcilable with the Wu clan. Husband, you must avenge our children." He was nearly driven to madness. In the past, the Demon Clan and the Wu clan had conflicts, but they were well contained, as both clans understood the principle that when 2 tigers fight, one must be hurt, so they prepared carefully and restrained themselves. However, now everything had changed. The 2 clans had truly turned into blood enemies. There was no room for reconciliation between the 2 clans. Gather the troops. Mobilize against the Wu. With boundless anger, Dijun finally made his decision, and the reason he firmly resolved to do so was because Fu Shi had informed him that the great formation of the heavenly stars had been completed. Once he had arranged for the war, only he and their youngest son remained in the Great Hall. Husband, when the great battle begins, I want to go too. I want to personally slay the members of the Wu clan. As a mother who had lost her children, and having lost 9 at once, this blow had nearly driven Shi to the brink of sanity. You cannot go. Dijun shook his head, immediately rejecting Shihi's words. Though he was furious as the ruler of the heavenly court, his strong rationality allowed him to discern some inconsistencies in the situation. Shihi looked at him with eyes full of hatred and confusion, unable to understand why the usually amiable Dijun had suddenly become so resolute. Are you perhaps afraid of the might of the Wu clan and unwilling to provoke them? If that's the case, I will go alone. I will first kill that De and then destroy that tribe. Shihi thought Dijun was attempting to back down. Shihi, calm down and let me finish. Dijun's expression turned serious. I will definitely exact my revenge, but the Wu clan cannot stop me. Moreover, I have already gathered the troops and will soon mobilize them into the wilderness, but I am currently concerned about another matter. What matter? At this moment, Shihi had finally calmed down a bit, regaining a shred of rationality. I suspect someone is plotting. Dijun stood up, his face extremely grim. The barrier I set in Yang Valley is at the perfected sage level. To open it from the outside requires considerable effort and will surely attract attention. Shihi suddenly felt a chill, recalling something, and found it hard to believe that at such a transcendent level someone would truly conspire against them. What benefit would that bring them? It seemed that upon catching the confusion in Shihi's eyes, Dijun sneered. This is not aimed at you and me, nor is it for our children, but rather it is directed at both my Demon clan and the Wu clan. Shihi immediately understood, falling silent for a moment. At this time, she didn't even know whether to continue seeking revenge. Don't think too much. I need you to do something. Now that we only have this one child left, we cannot allow any more accidents. Take him to the Huahuang Palace and seek a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let this child serve beside the Holy Mother in the future. Dijun finally made up his mind. Though the Holy Mother explicitly stated she would not involve herself in the affairs between the Wu and Demon clans, she is still the Holy Mother of my Demon clan, and there is some connection there. I believe she will agree to this. She felt reluctant upon hearing this, but she also understood that Di Jun's reasoning was sound. As Di Jun speculated that this matter might involve a scheme from a sage, she felt a great terror within her. If there was a place to be safest, it would surely be beside a sage. She did not delay, how a great battle was imminent, and there would not be much time left for her. So, she hurriedly took the frightened 10th prince, and left the heavenly court, heading towards the Hua Huang Palace in the chaos. Before they reached the Hua Huang Palace, the Holy Mother Nu Hua already knew the purpose of their visit, seeing she struggling through the chaos while protecting her young son. Holy Mother Nu Hua eventually sighed, waved her hand, and in the next moment the world shifted. The stars moved. Just as he and the 10th prince were still in chaos, they had already arrived at the Hua Huang Palace. I pay my respects to the Holy Mother. May the Holy Mother have boundless longevity. This time Shihi's demeanor was very low, even somewhat humble. I know why you have come, and I will grant your request. Holy Mother Nu Hua sighed softly. After all, there were still some ties of incense. Moreover, she and her brother originally came from the demon clan. How could such a connection be easily severed? Even though Fu Shi disregarded her advice and insisted on serving in the heavenly court, it was not without her influence. Though she had attained sainthood and was no longer entangled in cause and effect, the debts incurred previously remained. Thus her brother served in the demon clan's heavenly court to repay some of that debt for her. Holy Mother, Shihi dares to request that the Holy Mother accept him as a disciple. Shihi suddenly thought of something and gritted her teeth. Though the Holy Mother's agreement to provide protection was already a rare blessing, being accepted as a disciple would be the true foundation for her child. Holy Mother Nu Hua was taken aback upon hearing this, and did not blame Shihi for her rudeness, but she shook her head. I will not accept male disciples, but I promise to find him a teacher. She initially intended to refuse outright, but then she changed her mind at the last moment. You need not worry. I will not disgrace your child. Seeing that Shihi seemed a bit unconvinced, Holy Mother Nu Hua shook her head. If it were not for an old friend, she truly would not have said so much. Did they think sages were easy to deal with? Shihi also realized that the Holy Mother was beginning to show some displeasure, so she nodded. In that case, I thank the Holy Mother. Holy Mother Nu Hua watched as Shihi departed, heading straight back to the heavenly court, and glanced at the anxious little Jin Wu below. She sighed. Had I known this would happen, why did I even bother back then? You may stay here for now. When the time is right, I will take you to find your teacher. Moreover, from now on you shall be called Luya, severing all ties with the demon clan and the heavenly court. You must not let anyone else know of this matter. Do you remember? Holy Mother Nu Hua instructed, understanding that Shihi brought this child here to sever as many ties with the demon clan and the heavenly court as possible, thus ensuring his safety. Although she no longer concerns herself with many matters of the primordial era, she had her suspicions about this event from the very beginning and understood the underlying cause. However, such matters are difficult to articulate, especially those that cannot be publicly addressed. It was indeed Emperor Jun and Shihi who reacted swiftly, quickly forming some guesses from the subtle clues. Although they did not have a clear target, they were aware of the hierarchy of the mastermind behind it all. Thus they sought her guidance, entrusting their young son to her. As for finding a master for Luya, she was not merely speaking idly. At that moment, it was a sudden inspiration, a whimsical notion. Indeed, her target was Zhao Xian, whom she had crossed paths with once before. Although they had only met once, he left a deep impression on her. Both his aptitude and comprehension were highly satisfactory, and his future achievements would likely be formidable, perhaps the foremost under a sage. Moreover, although Zhao Xian was not of the human race, he was filled with compassion and sympathy for their plight. He would also make an excellent teacher. Placing this child under his guidance for proper instruction would not be a bad thing at all. As for whether Zhao Xian's background could ensure Lu Ya's safety, she had no concerns in that regard. The most favored disciple of Brother Tongtian, now also valued by the Taiching sage, combined with her own high opinion of him, meant that with the saint's decree in hand, he could traverse the entire primordial era. What intrigued her most was Brother Taiching, who was clearly not one to meddle in trivial matters, single-mindedly pursuing the Tao. Even after becoming a sage, he showed no sign of complacency. Though he advocates for non-action while achieving everything, the matters that could truly draw his involvement or attention are quite interesting. She knew that Taiching's sage, who appeared indifferent to everything, was in fact the most profound thinker and the one with the most extraordinary methods among the three Qing brothers. Even the methodologically renowned Brother Yuan Shi was far inferior. Otherwise, how could he securely hold the top position among the three Qing and subdue both Yuan Shi and Tongtian? Such capability was something Nuwa felt she could not achieve herself. She wondered what it was that caught Zhao Xian's attention, or what schemes he might have left behind. Quickly the Saint Nuwa cleared her thoughts. Since becoming a sage, she had not encountered anything as enigmatic and intriguing as this in a long time. Her primary concern now was the safety of her elder brother Fushi. The impending war between the witches and the demons was unavoidable, and as sages they dared not intervene recklessly. Since her counsel was ignored, she resolved to act when her brother's life was in danger. She hurriedly left the Nuwa Palace, and upon her return, she was alone, moving swiftly through the chaos. When she arrived at the Heavenly Court, she found Emperor Jun preparing to lead a host of demon sages against the witch clan. "Why are you back?" Seeing Shihi's figure, Emperor Jun realized that something had happened even before seeing the young son, but he actually wanted both Shihi and the child to remain in the Nuwa Palace. The war between the witches and demons was too perilous, and he wished for Shihi to avoid it. She shook her head. "I understand your intentions, but I will not leave. The Tying Star is one of the core components of the great array of the heavenly stars. Who else? But I can perfectly master this star." "Very well." Emperor Jun sighed, deeply realizing that Shihi ultimately could not let go of her vengeance for her child. "Let's set off," he commanded, leading the way towards the primordial continent. Shangxi followed closely behind. Then Dong Huang Tai wielded the chaos bell, followed by a multitude of powerful demon beings, by Zai Kuan Peng Fushi. This time, apart from a few low-ranking demons left behind in the heavenly court, nearly all of the demon race had come out. After the powerful beings of the Quasi-Saint level came a host of Great Luo Golden Immortals, followed by millions of demons in formation. In an instant, boundless demonic energy surged into the sky, flags fluttered, war drums thundered, and the clouds rolled, as if ignited by the spirit of battle. Zhao Xian had returned to Shouyang Mountain, standing at the mountain peak, gazing at the rare spectacle unfolding. The demon race blotting out the sun and stars nearly covered the entire sky, causing the sun and stars to lose their brilliance with a rolling demonic aura that stirred the mind. No wonder they say demons, monsters, and ghosts bring a miasma. This scene truly defies description. Zhao Xian first observed the formation of the demon race in the heavenly court, then turned his attention elsewhere, opening his divine eye to inspect the fortune of the demon race in the heavenly court. In an instant, he seemed to see a blazing sun radiating brilliance with an immensely prosperous fortune that made Zhao Xian gasp in admiration. Indeed, it was the top primordial clan that occupied the heavenly court, and such an abundance of fortune could only be matched by the witch clan. Even the three teachings of the Xianmen could not compare. This was the benefit of being the protagonist of the heavenly land. Oh, no wonder those top clans could not resist vying for it. Because it was simply too tempting. With such fortune, cultivation would undoubtedly progress by leaps and bounds, and the path to enlightenment would be unobstructed, free from inner demons and karmic obstacles, breaking through barriers as easily as eating or drinking. Indeed, the effect of luck was terrifying. When luck is on one side, it indicates the favor of the heavenly Tao. It is often said that those blessed by luck find treasures along the way, continuously encountering opportunities, turning dangers into safety, becoming unkillable, and rising to power at an unimaginable speed. However, Zhao Xian soon discovered something unusual within. Although the demon race's fortune was abundant, it was also unstable and hollow, interspersed with many black and gray areas, as if someone had spilled ink on a white sheet of paper. It was quite jarring, and those black and gray areas made Zhao Xian feel extremely uncomfortable. "That is karmic retribution." A voice came from behind Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian hurriedly saluted. "Greetings, Master Uncle." The Taiching sage smiled and nodded. "You did well this time. You saved many people. This is a great merit." Moreover, the Taiching sage pointed towards the demon race's heavenly court. The immortal path values life, and there is no limit to those saved. Yet they do not understand this, hence the phrase demonic beings, killing and creating karma, with no moral restraint, ultimately leading to this karmic retribution, which is not easily dispelled. "I understand, Master. My own sect also has those reckless and ignorant of fate. The Master wishes to expel and punish them, but is concerned about the Master-disciple bond. It seems I must be the bad guy." The Taiching sage smiled, even more recognizing that this young man was clever, deducing what he was about to say with just a few words, and knowing who he was referring to. "Your master is a person of emotion. I know his character, so it is no surprise that such matters arise," the Taiching sage said, leaving it at that. Although he had remained on Shouyang Mountain for years, he had heard many things about the reckless behavior of the disciples of the Jiejiao Sect, which led him to his earlier comments. What worried him most was that the conflict between the disciples of the Chan and Jiejiao sects was escalating. Although currently restrained, if this continued, they would likely meet swords in the future. Moreover, the root of this conflict did not lie with the disciples themselves, but with the two master brothers. "Senior uncle, my master, and elder uncle Yuanshi. This matter ought not to be spoken of by a junior disciple. Yet when two venerables quarrel, it is the disciples beneath them who suffer. If this continues, disciples of the two sects may soon regard each other as mortal enemies." Zhao Xian wore an expression of profound grievance. though in truth the rift between his master and elder uncle Yuanshi stemmed from a fundamental divergence in Dao cultivation, a root cause impossible to uproot. So long as that root remained, reconciliation would remain unattainable. Yet his aim was never to resolve this so-called Dao contention. He lacked the power to do so. His true objective was mitigation, to confine the conflict within defined boundaries. Nor did he seek Yuanshi's favor toward the Jiejiao Sect. His real target was senior uncle Taiqing. Now that was the true pillar of strength. Clinging to him would open doors. Then he could gradually cultivate goodwill with Lady Nuwa, and later grow familiar with Lady Hudu. Even if he never attained sainthood, he would walk the world unchallenged. In his eyes, the fabled investiture of the gods' tribulation was already half surmounted. Upon hearing this, sage Taiqing felt astonishment stir anew within him. The youth had struck upon his innermost thoughts with uncanny precision. What made it all the more remarkable was that such audacity did not irk him. In fact, it delighted him. Then how do you propose to proceed? Sage Taiqing asked, intrigued. Competition is permissible, but only within established rules. Within those bounds, let them vie freely, contesting supremacy as they will. Without rules, however, matters may descend precisely into the chaos I fear. True reconciliation is neither achieved by ignoring estrangement nor by enforcing artificial separation. It arises instead through measured, bounded contention, which in turn fosters deeper exchange. Sage Taiqing nodded. Very well, then this task falls to you. Zhao Xian blinked in surprise and hastily shook his head. I fear I am utterly unfit for such a duty. If I say you are fit, then you are. But the time is not yet ripe. With that decree, Zhao Xian suddenly recalled. This venerable beside him was none other than a heavenly Dao sage, and indeed the most formidable among them all. Strangely, among all the sages Zhao Xian had encountered, each radiated overwhelming sacred majesty. Even his own master was no exception. Only elder uncle Taiqing stood apart. At times one instinctively overlooked his transcendent cultivation, perceiving him instead as an ordinary elderly man, whereupon inexplicably one's heart would open wide, pouring forth truths without reserve. Frankly, Zhao Xian felt a tremor of apprehension. He had only discovered this peculiar ability after several encounters with elder uncle. So subtle, so silent, it sent chills racing down his spine. It begins now. Observe closely. Such spectacles are exceedingly rare, especially for juniors like Sage Taiqing spoke suddenly, his voice calm. Since his formation at the dawn of creation, he had witnessed countless wars. The primordial clash among the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans, the epical Dao contention between Patriarch Hanjun and demon ancestor Luo Ho. But Zhao Xian and others, having taken form far later, had missed these grand confrontations entirely. Even senior brother Xuandu had been summoned here by elder uncle Taiqing to observe and perhaps glean some profound insight. Xuandu abhorred conflict. He avoided combat whenever possible. Reserved and taciturn in daily life, he often left elder uncle Taiqing exasperated. The Yao clan descended upon the realm like a collapsing sky. The Wu clan responded with equal swiftness, assembling swiftly under the leadership of their 12 ancestral Wu. Though fewer in number, the Wu clan surpassed the Yao in individual cultivation. Their unified presence exuded an aura no less formidable than that of the Yao's countless legions. Roiling waves of fierce, malevolent qi surged upward, their vital blood energy rising in defiance, halting the Yao's overwhelming advance. Emperor Jun, you avian wretch. You cannot even reign in your own brood, yet you've slaughtered countless Wu lives. I hadn't yet sought you out, and now you deliver yourself to my doorstep. Ancestral Wu Dijiang beheld the Yao host blotting out heaven and earth. He knew full well that battle today was inevitable, though none had expected the final confrontation to arrive so swiftly. Yet battle. Had the Wu ever known fear? Born of the sacred blood of Father Pangu, they were nature's supreme warriors, the race most innately gifted for combat. Emperor Jun sneered coldly. Form the array, kill. Today the Wu clan shall perish. Instantly, countless Yao warriors assumed their pre-rehearsed positions, grasping ritual banners. 365 great Zhodian stellar banners drew down the starlight of 365 principal stellar bodies. 14,800 lesser Zhodian stellar banners likewise channeled the light of 18,000 secondary stars. Emperor Jun and Shi moved simultaneously, one to the left, one to the right, occupying the core positions, channeling respectively the radiant energies of the Sun Star and Moon Star to serve as the grand array's pivotal nexus. Only Dong Huang Tai remained outside the array, holding aloft the Chaos Bell as he ascended to its zenith. The bell instantly expanded millions of times in size, enveloping the entire formation, rendering it impregnable, yet poised for devastating offense. The Zhodian stellar array was complete. At its activation, it drew upon the celestial firmament itself, converging the power of myriad stars. The heavens trembled, stars plummeted, as if reality itself were about to invert. A magnificent formation, Sage Taiching standing beside, Zhao Xian could not suppress his praise. Its destructive force exceeded all expectation, its full power rivaling that of a sage's strike. That was precisely why he was so astonished. Indeed, it was fitting that one of the two mightiest races of the Primordial Chaos should possess such an array, and have succeeded in deploying it. Truly extraordinary. Only sages remained unshaken. Even the most eminent quasi-sages entering it would likely meet annihilation. He wondered how the Wu clan would respond. He knew them well enough. Their enduring rivalry with the Yao across such vast eons attested to unfathomable depth of power and resilience. Sure enough, upon witnessing the array, the Wu clan recoiled in shock. They had not anticipated such a lethal stratagem from the Yao. Had they been careless, grave losses would have followed. The 12 ancestral Wu exchanged glances, knowing full well that unless they unleashed their utmost power today, the Wu clan faced extinction. 12 banners wreathed in piercing, heaven-piercing, malevolent chi appeared in their hands. This formation was named the Doshin Shensha Array, a sacred configuration tied to the Dao-realization of all 12 Wu. Having practiced it repeatedly, they could deploy it with astonishing speed. Before the Yao even launched their first assault, the Wu formation was already complete. Also known as the 12 Doshin Divine Demon Array, it harnessed the combined strength of the 12 ancestral Wu to condense Panga's sacred blood and gather the cosmos' most potent malevolent chi, thereby manifesting the true body of Pangu, whose physical might equaled that of a heavenly Dao sage. Within the array lay infinite layers of folded spacetime specifically designed to nullify spatial displacement. 12 eternal towering divine pillars pierced the heavens. No matter how one attempted to warp space, escape beyond their encirclement proved utterly impossible. During cosmic tribulations, when malevolent chi reached its zenith, the Doshin Shensha Array attained its peak potency. The moment the array activated, Zhao Xian watched as the heavens dimmed. Endless torrents of malevolent chi surged from every corner of the primordial chaos, staining the entire sky black, shrouding existence in gloom and obscurity, until above the array they coalesced into a colossal, awe-inspiring silhouette. It was the true body of Pangu. A single glance sent Zhao Xian's spirit reeling, as if he beheld that towering figure defying heaven itself, battling the 3,000 primordial deities, cleaving the void, establishing earth, water, fire, and wind. Countless revelations flooded his consciousness. Yet Zhao Xian still felt it insufficient. He knew this manifestation, though but a phantom, was the sole surviving echo in this chaos of the mighty sage who had attained sainthood through sheer physical might. To glean even a sliver of understanding might illuminate his own path to Dao realization. In that instant he resolved, trade 100 ordinary insights for a single moment of divine enlightenment. His mind ignited, his comprehension soaring 100-fold in an instant. Gazing once more upon that titanic heaven-supporting, earth-anchoring figure, he perceived the Dao laid bare before him, a radiant sovereign path, its ultimate principles surging toward him like an unstoppable tide. He did not strive to grasp them fully now. Instead, he seized every vision, every insight, and sealed them deep within his memory, preserving them for future revelation when the time demanded. As this formation emerged, not only did Zhao Xian's expression change, but even the Taiching saint's demeanor shifted, his face growing serious. This celestial god-slaughter great formation can actually condense the true form of Pangu. Such terrifying power could severely injure even a saint if they were not careful. However, the formation has its obvious flaws. It consumes an immense amount of energy, and a true full-force strike can only be maintained once. If used repeatedly, the formation will collapse on its own. The Taiching, Yuqing, and Shangqing, known as the Three Purities, pride themselves as the true inheritors of Pangu, having transformed from the 3 strands of pure qi that emerged from the primordial spirit of Pangu after his fall, thus attaining their saintly status. Though the Witch clan also claims to be the true inheritors of Pangu, calling him their father god, they have never regarded the Witch clan highly in the past. Yet it turns out that this clan is indeed related to the father god Pangu, and the connection is quite profound. At this moment, not only the Taiching saint, but many other saints of the primordial era were drawn to the colossal commotion. The 6 saints turned their gazes toward the formation, watching the phantom that could make the earth lament and the heavenly Dao retreat, as various thoughts surged in their minds. The Taiching saint withdrew his thoughts only to see Zhao Xian already seated in meditation, staring intently at that phantom, with subtle echoes of the Dao resonating from him, chaos rumbling, and the atmosphere astonishing. Is he once again trapped in a state of enlightenment? The Taiching saint chuckled in astonishment. This young man is truly impressive, and judging by his demeanor, he must be comprehending something extraordinary. However, he believed that Zhao Xian's enlightenment was due to the formation itself, which possesses unparalleled power, and is undoubtedly one of the top formations of the primordial era, not inferior to the extermination sword formation. It was not surprising that he gained some understanding from it given that the Jiejiao Sect is so adept at formation arts. In comparison to Zhao Xiandu's performance lagged slightly. He was observing the two formations and similarly gaining some insights, but it was evident he was missing the key. However, matters like this depend entirely on personal fortune, and he could not offer guidance lest it jeopardize Xiandu's prior understanding. With the formations of the witch and demon clans now established, the true clash finally began. Each side manipulated their formations, utilizing their power to attack one another as terrifying waves spread from the point of collision across the primordial lands, turning the world upside down and making the stars sway. Countless beings cried out in fear and despair. The immortals and gods fell silent, and the atmosphere between heaven and earth brimmed with murderous intent. What had initially been a relatively thin aura of calamity suddenly surged violently, enveloping the entire primordial continent. The heavenly secrets were obscured, and countless beings felt as if they were shrouded by something invisible and formless. Even the saints felt a significant difference. Their calculations of the heavenly secrets completely failed, making it difficult to predict even when they were not in calamity. This is precisely the calamity of being in a disaster without realizing it. Such a heavenly calamity is like this. Perhaps you have consciously tried to avoid it, ignoring it, but sometimes those disasters can still descend upon you through the causes you never cared about. This is why in this world many cultivators fear getting involved in karmic retribution, because while karmic retribution may seem inconsequential in daily life, once a grand calamity arrives it could become a death warrant for cultivators. Why do saints hold such an exalted status? Is it not because they remain uninvolved in karmic matters? Of course, avoiding karma is one thing, but deliberately provoking it is another matter entirely. Upon collision, immense casualties immediately appeared within both factions, who on the witch side the 12 ancestors of the witch were naturally unharmed, but the other, witch clan members suffered greatly. Similarly, on the demon side, the 365 demon immortals at the formation nodes managed to hold their ground, but the 14,800 demon immortals at the auxiliary star nodes suffered over half their casualties in an instant. In that moment, the fallen immortals rained down like a storm, blood splattered everywhere, bodies shattered, and primordial spirits shattered. An endless aura of malice seeped out from the battlefield. Countless warriors from the witch and demon clans filled the gaps in their formations as the two massive formations began to consume the lives of both clans like giant grinding wheels. As time passed, great witches began to fall within the witch ranks, and Great Luo Golden bled within the demon ranks. The war had instantly plunged into a state of extreme brutality. The entire primordial land felt deeply moved by such a battle scene. Yet soon the expressions of the 6 saints of the primordial era shifted as they discovered a troublesome matter. This battle was originally none of their concern, allowing them to fight to the death as they wished. If they could perish together, it would be even better. However, as the battle progressed, they realized the situation was slipping beyond their control. Because the power of these two formations was simply too astonishing, their collision threatened to destabilize the entire primordial world, placing it on the brink of imminent collapse. If this continued, the primordial world might be destroyed in an instant, something they could not tolerate. Crack! Suddenly the ground beneath the witch clan let out a sound of unbearable strain, and then it collapsed with a thunderous roar. The saints' expressions changed dramatically. Even the Western Buddhist sect Zhuan, who instigated this war, felt a surge of panic and a sense of regret emerged. If his selfish desires led to the destruction of the entire primordial realm, neither the eternal saint nor teacher Hongjun would spare him. Senior brother, what should we do now? Zhuan's heart raced, and his tone was filled with anxiety. Jiayi's expression grew even more sorrowful. His junior brother believed he had crafted a flawless plan, yet most of the saints were well aware of it, merely allowing things to unfold naturally without interference. Or rather, their intentions were the same. They just did not want to bear that karmic burden. Now, with the great battle damaging the heavens and earth, Jiayin discovered that the merit and fortune of his Buddhist sect had diminished yet again, with more karmic retribution silently gathering here, further exacerbating the dire state of the Buddhist sect. Junior brother, I don't know either, but don't panic, let's just wait and see. At this moment, even as saints, we dare not intervene lightly, lest we invite great calamity upon ourselves. Boom. Once again a tremendous roar erupted. The space near the battleground between the two clans could not withstand such a violent surge of energy, beginning to shatter, and this area was expanding. The earth was marked by several deep chasms which continued to extend toward both ends. The land lamented, the world trembled, and everyone knew they were nearing their limits. It was not that the battle was reaching its limits, but rather that this realm was approaching its limits. The collision of the two formations was akin to the clash of the weakest saints. How terrifying! Just as the saints intended to intervene and stop this battle, they suddenly witnessed myriad auspicious clouds in the sky, 1,000 strands of good fortune swirling, fragrant aromas wafting as a figure sat cross-legged on a lotus seat, slowly manifesting in the air. The emergence of Hongjun Laozu sent shockwaves not only through the Wu and Yao clans, but also among the 6 sages of the Primordial Chaos. Did the master not declare in the Zhijiao Palace that after his 3rd discourse on the Dao, he would merge with heaven and earth? Then why has he reappeared now? Or is this very reappearance the result of such merger? Zhuanti secretly felt his scalp prickle. Had the master already perceived his involvement in today's calamity long before it unfolded? None had anticipated that Hongjun Laozu, having merged with the Dao, could manifest once more. And yet all sensed an unmistakable truth: he had grown infinitely stronger, infinitely more inscrutable. Cease. Hongjun Laozu spoke with no trace of emotion, his voice light as drifting mist, addressing the embattled Wu and Yao clans, as though bidding someone to pause over a trivial matter. Yet both clans were drunk with bloodlust. The staggering losses within their ranks had ignited seething rage and profound hatred. No command, not even from Hongjun himself, could halt their fury. In truth, many among the Yao clan had once cultivated under the Zhijiao Palace's teachings, and the Ho-Tu branch of the Wu clan had attended the 2nd discourse. Thus all knew precisely what this figure embodied in the primordial chaos, the soul, being whom even the sages revered as master. Seeing that words alone could not quell the war, and witnessing the primordial continent tremble beneath the crushing pressure of 2 colossal formations threatening imminent disintegration, he let out a soft, sorrowful sigh. Hongjuan's figure suddenly materialized between the 2 formations. With a flick of his sleeve, he struck the Yao clan's Zhou Tian Xing Do formation. A formation so formidable, it had withstood the collision of the Du Tian Shin Sha formation unscathed, yet it shattered instantly beneath his blow. Without pause, he turned and delivered a second strike, dispelling the illusory visage of Pangu, and causing the Du Tian Shun Sha formation to collapse outright. Spectators stood awestruck. Even the assembled sages felt their spiritual hearts quake. None dared claim they could dismantle 2 supreme formations with such effortless grace. We pay homage to the master. Tai Ching sage was the first to step forward and bow. Then came Nuwa sage, Tongtian sage, and Yuan Shi sage, while the 2 Western sages lingered last. We pay homage to the master. Jiayin Daoist and Zhuanti Daoist stood trembling. After the 3rd discourse, they had heard rumors of Hongjuan's impending merger with the Dao, prompting subtle shifts in their plans. Their transformation of the Western religion into Buddhism amounted to a complete severance from the Xian Gate, a quiet, profound betrayal of Hongjun himself. Yet Hongjun Laozu did not immediately acknowledge them. To the sage's greetings, he offered only the faint. You 2 clans have recklessly ignited strife, ravaging countless lives and nearly shattering heaven and earth. The primordial chaos itself verged upon annihilation. Henceforth the Yao clan shall govern the heavens, the Wu clan the earth. For 10,000 years no war shall be waged. His voice, cold and detached, echoed across the 4 directions, silencing every soul into breathless stillness. The Wu and Yao clans, once arrogantly aloof, even toward the sages, were now thoroughly cowed. Hongjuan's intervention had delivered true, irrefutable awe. To dismantle both peerless formations without exertion, not a single labored breath, not a ripple of fatigue. If he truly wished them destroyed, he could have crushed both races into oblivion in the blink of an eye. Thus both clans restrained themselves utterly. Though neither wished to cease hostilities, none dared defy Hongjuan's decree. They bowed their heads and acquiesced. Moreover, Hongjun had stipulated a 10th Ascendier truce. Beyond that span, even he would possess no authority to intervene. Then at last the decisive confrontation between Wu and Yao would commence. We humbly obey the Dao ancestors' edict. All 12 patriarchal Wu and the 2 Yao sovereigns stepped forward in unison, paid deep reverence, and then withdrew with their kin. Though brief, the battle exacted a terrible toll. The 12 patriarchal Wu, core pillars of the Wu clan, remained unharmed due to their immense power, yet their elite Wu warriors suffered catastrophic losses, many perishing outright. The Wu clan had always been few in number, and cultivating a single elite Wu warrior demanded incalculable time and effort. Yet this single clash had decimated their entire cohort. The Yao clan fared little better. 2/3 of the 365 great Yao who wielded the great Zhou Tian star banners fell in battle, while countless lesser Yao immortals, holding the minor Zhou Tian star banners, perished beyond count. Upon returning, Yao to the celestial court, Wu to their tribal lands, both sides tallied their losses and recoiled in horror. Devastation, so total, threatened near extinction. Accordingly, both clans resolved to lower their banners, withdraw from conflict, and devote themselves wholly to rebuilding strength, preparing meticulously for the ultimate showdown 10,000 years hence. Meanwhile, Hongjun gazed down upon his 6 disciples, eyes distant and austere, As sages you must diligently safeguard this primordial chaos. Never allow its ruin. This war has grievously wounded heaven and earth. Now restore the earth's veins and mend the cosmos. We understand. Tai Ching's sage nodded solemnly. Hongjuan's meaning was clear. The sages must act. Stabilize heaven and earth, shoulder the burden of restoration, and minimize the damage inflicted by this catastrophe. In truth, Hongjun was deeply dissatisfied with their conduct. Should the primordial chaos truly collapse, not only would its denizens perish without burial, but the sages themselves would suffer dire consequences. With that, Hongjuan's form gradually faded until he vanished entirely. Yet just before departing, his gaze lingered briefly upon Zhuanti, unreadable in intent. The sages exchanged glances. Once Hongjun departed, Zhuanti and Jieyin sat rigid under the collective scrutiny of their peers. Unable to endure another moment, they hastily excused themselves and retreated westward. Greetings, elder brothers. Nuwa sage bowed respectfully to the three pure ones, then turned to Tongtian sage. Elder brother, Tongtian has indeed taken an exceptional disciple. Tongtian, puzzled by her remark, asked, Sister, what prompts such words? Is not Zhao Gongming? Nuwa's jest was light-hearted. She had no intention of claiming another's disciple, nor would Zhao Xian himself ever consent. Even Tai Ching's sage now nodded approvingly. Your disciple is truly outstanding. No wonder you entrusted him to the world. Perhaps you even released him deliberately to flaunt before me. Tongtian's sage laughed heartily. He understood his elder brother and sister were envious, captivated by the excellence of his chosen disciple. Only Yuanshi sage remained impassive, momentarily perplexed. What kind of disciple could elicit such rare, effusive praise from the eldest sage? The heavenly sage was extremely pleased, asking, Is my disciple still with senior brother? The Taiji sage nodded and proceeded to highlight some of Zhao Xian's recent actions, generously offering words of praise. Meanwhile, the primordial sage found it hard to interject. He was always deep in thought. If it were merely about the disciple of the heavenly sage, he would have scoffed at it without concern. However, receiving praise from the great senior brother and catching the attention of the Nuwa sister made it intriguing. This piqued his interest in Zhao Gongming, whom he had yet to meet. After a round of pleasantries, the primordial sage took the lead and asked, How do we resolve the task that our master just entrusted us with? Though it may cause some damage, it is not a significant issue for us. It is merely a matter of lifting a finger. The heavenly sage responded nonchalantly. Although he had a slight dispute with the primordial sage, he still gave him face by being the first to take the conversation. Repairing the heavens and the earth could earn them merit, which was also the reason they had previously teamed up to drive away the two saints from the west. This amount of merit is of little use to us. It would be better to leave it for our disciples. The Taiji sage thought for a moment and said so. The assembly of saints nodded in agreement, not opposing the idea. Even Nuwa, who had no disciples, did not refute it. For their current realm, this small amount of merit truly did not pique their interest, but it was quite substantial for their disciples. Although the battle between the witches and the demons was terrifying, fortunately Hongjun acted decisively to halt it, so the damage to the heavens and earth wasn't too severe. Now the biggest trouble here was merely to eliminate the chaotic energy. As long as they cleared that, mending the heavens and the earth would be a trivial matter. Soon Zhao Xian and Xuandu arrived together, while Kunlun Mountain was farther away, requiring more time for the disciples of the Chan sect to get here. Greetings, master, and both senior uncles. Upon seeing the four saints present, Zhao Xian's heart raced. What a grand assembly this was. Moreover, it was also his first time seeing the primordial sage. The primordial sage displayed no excess expression. However, after seeing Zhao Xian approach, he carefully scrutinized him from head to toe. Noticing that Zhao Xian did not resemble those demonic fiends, but instead exuded pure spiritual energy, he realized that this disciple was even more outstanding than his own students. Instantly, he understood why his elder brother valued this disciple so highly. Moreover, this Zhao Gongming had already reached the consummation of the Great Luo Golden Immortal at such a young age, able to step into the quasi-saint realm at any moment, indicating his top-tier cultivation aptitude. In truth, Zhao Xian was currently striving to suppress his cultivation. He had just experienced a profound realization, yielding results that were simply unbelievable, stirring within him an impulse to break through to the quasi-saint realm. Had it not been for his firm will, he might have already become a quasi-saint. However, he preferred to take things slower and more steadily. Only with a sufficiently solid foundation could he reach even greater heights. He still had ample time to grow and did not need to rush. Being overly eager would only destabilize. This place is riddled with fractures and chaotic energy is pervasive. Today I summoned you to help dissipate this chaotic energy. For the primordial era, it counts as a merit. The Taiji sage explained the reason for their summons. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian's eyes lit up. My disciple happens to need a large amount of chaotic energy for cultivation. He'll handle this. The saints did not take this matter to heart. Since Zhao Xian was willing to take on the most challenging task, they were indifferent. They merely gave a few instructions, and then left the area, leaving only Xuandu and Zhao Xian behind. Junior brother, this workload is quite substantial. Xuandu stared at the cracks that spread across the vast land of the primordial era, feeling a headache. This workload was indeed considerable. Given their cultivation levels, to completely repair this place might take decades, or even a century. Just take your time. Zhao Xian was unfazed. How could he miss such a good opportunity? It was just right for practicing the 9 turns mystic art, and he felt confident he would manage the 7th turn this time. The 9 turns mystic art is a technique derived from residual teachings, and it is not complete. The 9th turn, for instance, remains theoretical, and from a certain perspective it cannot truly be achieved. The so-called 9 turns returning to one achieving sanctity in the physical body is no joke. However, it is essentially a hypothesis, as the cultivation method for the 9th layer of the technique does not exist, leaving only speculation. After all, achieving sanctity in the physical body is a realm that only the Pangu Father God has reached. Others, even the saints, have never truly attained this state. Thus, from the beginning, the 9 turns mystic art has not been perfect, with only the 8 turns available for cultivation. However, by a stroke of coincidence, he happened to catch a glimpse of the true form of Pangu. After some insights, he gained a rough idea about the 9th turn. With 100-fold comprehension, he was even stronger in this regard than the saints. This also represents an opportunity to complete the 9 turns mystic art. Unfortunately, the battle between the witches and demons was too brief, limiting his time for observation. It seems he must visit the witch tribe next time. Hearing Zhao Xian's words, Xuandu felt helpless. He actually preferred to stay on Shouyang Mountain. However, this was a task personally assigned by their master, and after following Zhao Xian to save the human race last time, he gained considerable merit and understood the benefits of merit. No wonder so many people were so eager for it. If he were to truly push this task away, he would be out of his mind. After these days of interaction, Zhao Xian gained a basic understanding of his senior brother. If his senior uncle was about tranquility and inaction, then Xuandu was more of a Buddhist type, a standard homebody. The two divided their tasks. Zhao Xian would dissipate the chaotic energy, while senior brother Xuandu would use his methods to link and slowly repair the shattered land and terrifying chasms. Zhao Xian balanced work and cultivation, guiding the swirling chaotic energy, while diligently practicing the 9 turns mystic art. His physical body, which had been stagnant for a long time, finally began to progress rapidly once more. This was the first time Xuandu had seen Zhao Xian cultivate. He could only marvel silently, as he was actually using chaotic energy to temper his physical body, something that ordinary people could not accomplish. The chaotic energy could obliterate all things. Even with Zhao Xian's current physical strength, direct contact with the chaotic energy inflicted a pain that could consume the soul and corrode the bones. His body was continually worn away, then rapidly reborn, becoming even more resilient. Moreover, the weight of the chaotic energy was constantly refining his body. However, Xuandu observed that throughout the process, Zhao Xian remained calm, never once changing his expression. It seemed that Zhao Xian possessed such great determination that he could surpass him in reaching the consummation of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. It was worth noting that he was currently only at the early stages of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, while the mid-stage still felt distant. This repair work was not particularly difficult, especially with Zhao Xian specifically handling the chaotic energy. Thus their cooperation was efficient, but this process was bound to be time-consuming. Xuandu and Zhao Xian worked diligently, tirelessly repairing the heavens and the earth. As time passed, their cooperation became increasingly harmonious, and their speed of repair improved significantly. However, it was still too slow for that terrifying battlefield. Fortunately, it wasn't long before their reinforcements arrived. Among the disciples of the Taching Sage, only Xuandu was present, so there were definitely no newcomers. The Chan sect had mobilized all its forces, with the 12 direct disciples of the Primordial Sage leading the charge, and at the forefront was the chief disciple Guangqingzi. Zhao Xian sighed in relief upon seeing this. Thankfully, it wasn't the Chan sect's deputy leader Ran Dang Dao Run. Years ago, after the Primordial Sage attained sainthood, he set up a grand formation at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Those who passed through could join his sect, which was exceedingly selective. Randang Dao Ren entered the Chan sect during that time. At that time, Randang Dao Ren had already reached the quasi-saint level, so the Primordial Sage was reluctant to accept him. Thus they established a relationship as half-master and half-friend, allowing him to become the deputy leader of the Chan sect. Zhao Xian had a fateful connection with Randang Dao Ren through the sea-stabilizing pearl, and they would inevitably cross paths sooner or later. Zhao Xian did not wish to encounter him now. It wasn't that he feared Randang, but rather that he didn't want to come into conflict with the Chan sect at this moment. After all, he was the deputy leader of the Chan sect, though he ultimately turned traitor and left the Tao to join the Buddhist path, attaining Buddhahood in the West. I greet you senior brother Guangqingzi. Although they might be adversaries in the future, at least for now neither side had shown animosity, and Zhao Xian remained respectful, leaving no room for criticism. Junior brother Gongming. To his surprise, Guangqingzi was unexpectedly courteous. Generally, disciples of the Chan sect looked down upon those of the Jie sect. Although Zhao Gongming was not a demon or a beast, he did not expect them to treat him kindly. This outcome surprised Zhao Xian, as he had no idea that the primordial sage had specifically instructed Guangqingzi before his departure. The other disciples of the Jie sect were one thing, but Zhao Gongming was special. No rifts should arise. After all, even if he did not regard Tongtian, he still had to consider the reputation of his older brother, the Taching sage. Moreover, once Guangqingzi arrived, he noticed that Zhao Xian's cultivation was even higher than his own, making him even less daring to act rashly. As the chief disciple of the primordial sage, he had only reached the perfected Tai Golden Immortal stage, not even attaining the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. With my senior brother bringing a large group of helpers, our task will be much easier. Zhao Xian smiled on the surface, but internally he wished they would not come. After all, this was all about merit. Even if it took longer, the ultimate reward would certainly be substantial. Junior brother, you are too polite. The last to arrive were the disciples of the Jie sect, but the leader was not Duo Bao, but Yun Xiao, with all three of the San Xiao present. Along with them were the Golden Spirit Saint Mother, the Wudong Saint Mother, and the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother. This lineup was already considerable, comprising the core disciples who had all come. Duo Bao was engrossed in secluded cultivation and had no interest in managing affairs. He was different from Xiandu. Xiandu revered the path of non-action and preferred to let things unfold naturally, while Duo Bao took a hands-off approach. Yun Xiao had been entrusted with important duties due to her breakthrough to the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, thus became the leader for this mission. Elder brother, the San Xiao were somewhat delighted to see Zhao Xian. Over the years, Zhao Xian had traveled through the wilderness, and there had been no news from him, which made them quite worried. They didn't expect to meet everyone here. You have finally arrived. Zhao Xian was genuinely glad. He had once enjoyed staying in the Bio Palace. Although he spent most of his time cultivating, he still had plenty of interactions with the other disciples, earning him a high reputation. Even Duo Bao, due to his status as the chief disciple, could only stand on equal footing with him. Yun Xiao was happy to see Zhao Xian, and was about to speak, when she suddenly shook in disbelief, and said, Elder brother, are you about to break through to the next realm? Zhao Xian nodded. At any time, but I've been holding it back. No rush, no rush. Xiong Xiao Bai Xiao and the other disciples were all astonished, especially the Golden Spirit Saint Mother, and the other two direct disciples, who felt a mix of emotions. As direct disciples, they had been completely suppressed by Zhao Xian. Duo Bao did not come this time, and chose to cultivate in seclusion instead, as he had heard from the master about Zhao Xian's recent progress. He felt an urgency, and thus did not want to concern himself with such trivial matters. Zhao Xian's rapid advancement and Yun Xiao's close pursuit made even his usually calm mindset involuntarily feel a sense of urgency. Junior sister has made considerable progress too. Zhao Xian saw that Yun Xiao had already reached the peak of the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, likely not far from the midstage. There's something I haven't congratulated you on, senior brother. At this moment, Turtle Spirit Saint Mother spoke up. She had joined the sect the latest, and was still behind Zhao Xian and the San Xiao, so calling him senior brother was not inappropriate. What do you want to congratulate me on? Zhao Xian was puzzled, not understanding where this congratulation came from. The Turtle Spirit Saint Mother was the most lively among the disciples, and even somewhat spoiled. After all, she was the one who dared to swing a sword at the saint during her first meeting with Tongtian. The Turtle Spirit Saint Mother was the reincarnation of the spirit of Golden Ao Island. When the master wanted to take Golden Ao Island as his cultivation ground, it startled the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother, leading to a conflict between the two. Fortunately, Tongtian was magnanimous, not only absolving her of the offense against the saint, but also accepting her as a direct disciple. Senior brother and senior sister Yun Xiao have both advanced to the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, and with future quasi-saint prospects, the master has already promoted both of you to the ranks of direct disciples. The Turtle Spirit Saint Mother stated. Zhao Xian suddenly realized, but he merely smiled and said nothing. He truly did not place much importance on the status of disciples. Even if he was just an outer disciple with his current strength and reputation, no one inside the sect dared to look down on him. Moreover, even if he had not been promoted to direct disciple, the master had never treated them poorly. There was hardly any difference from direct disciples, and he had also granted them treasures like the Sea Stabilizing Pearl and the Mixed Yuan Golden Pail. After some pleasantries, the disciples began to help with the tasks. Zhao Xian was still responsible for eliminating the chaotic energy, while the other disciples assisted in mending the heavens and the earth. Eventually, everyone pulled the chaotic energy from various directions and directed it all into Zhao Xian's vicinity. With such a good opportunity, Zhao Xian naturally could not let it slip, thus beginning a round of intense cultivation. As time went on, Zhao Xian's physical body grew stronger, and the amount of chaotic energy he required increased, causing the speed of consuming the chaotic energy to accelerate. In the wilderness, time was perhaps the most worthless thing. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Now this vast battlefield had already been completely repaired by the combined efforts of the disciples of the three sects, essentially returning to its original state. It should be noted that the disciples here were all at least at the Tai Golden Immortal level, yet accomplishing this task took several decades. Guang Qingzi and the other disciples of the Chan sect had long since taken their leave after completing their tasks. Brother Xian Du returned to Shouyang Mountain, and the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother and the others returned to Bio Palace. At this point, only the San Shao remained here. The reason they lingered was to protect Zhao Xian. Upon realizing that Zhao Xian needed chaotic qi for his cultivation, everyone gathered all the chaotic qi present and offered it to him. After all, this chaotic qi needed to be extinguished, otherwise if left to spread it would gradually erode, more places returning all things to chaos. This is also why there is merit in extinguishing chaotic qi in the primeval wilderness. With the abundant chaotic qi, Zhao Xian's previously stagnated 9 turns mystic art began to progress rapidly, now nearing the 7th turn. The Sanshao sisters did not dare to be careless, so they did not return to Jiejiao Island with the Golden Spirit Saint Mother, but instead stayed here to protect him. Zhao Xian sat cross-legged, suspended in midair, enveloped by dense chaotic qi. This chaotic qi was restrained around his body by Zhao Xian's magical power, unable to escape. However, the originally vast chaotic qi had diminished over time, consumed by Zhao Xian's physical power during his bodily training. Boom! Zhao Xian felt his body shake violently, as if breaking free from a certain shackle, shattering a constraint. The already maximized physique began to undergo a transformative change, with the strength of his body increasing rapidly. Zhao Xian knew that his physical form had taken the first step into the Quasi-Saint realm. The 7th turn was achieved. If he were to gain the opportunity to cultivate the 8th turn, he would possess a complete Quasi-Saint body. However, after his physical body advanced to Quasi-Saint, his magical power was still suppressed. Therefore, at present he still appeared to be a complete Deluo Jinxian, but in reality the strength of his physical body was already incomparable. With his body reaching the Quasi-Saint realm, he began to possess extraordinary abilities. First and foremost was strength. Even using pure physical power, he could contend with ordinary innate spirit treasures without falling behind. Though it might not seem significant in ordinary times during battles, it would make a world of difference, certainly surprising his opponents. Moreover, within the 9 turns mystic art, there were also the 36 supreme divine abilities, such as the manifestation of heaven and earth indestructibility and the manipulation of creation. These are known as the 36 heavenly gang divine abilities. With the completion of the 7th turn, these divine abilities also progressed, all reaching a small level of success, with some even achieving great success. The reason they have not all reached great success yet is ultimately due to the limitations of realm, but at this moment, he could be considered immensely powerful with countless transformations, truly worthy of being the supreme battle method of the Xianmen. During the Fengshen Great Calamity, Yang Jian, a 4th-generation disciple of the Xuanmen, displayed his might with the 9 turns mystic art, battling heaven and earth, and could even sometimes overwhelm some 3rd-generation disciples of the Xuanmen despite only having reached the 6th turn, just a Luo. When Zhao Xian elevates his magical power to the Quasi-Saint early stage with his strength, he must also be cautious against the peak of the Quasi-Saint. Thank you 3 junior sisters for your protection. Zhao Xian opened his eyes, ending his seclusion, and expressed his gratitude to the Sanshao sisters. Another 100 years passed, and his gains were naturally not limited to just achieving the 7th turn of the 9 turns mystic art. More importantly, he underwent multiple transformative changes to enhance his own qualifications, increasing his innate talent and comprehension by 30%. This means that at this moment Zhao Xian's qualifications and innate talent had been improved by 60% compared to before he obtained the golden finger. The enhancement in qualifications and innate talent deepened his foundation, making his path ahead smoother. This is also why he continually suppressed his realm, striving to deepen his foundation. The benefits of this are unimaginable. Though he had not yet stepped into the Quasi-Saint realm to an ordinary Quasi-Saint early stage, he was merely however, by now he could hardly suppress this realm any longer. If before it felt like he was suppressing a stream, now it felt like he was suppressing a vast and surging river which had even begun to transform into the sea. The most direct manifestation of this foundation is the overwhelming quantity and intensity of magical power that far exceeds that of other cultivators of the same realm. In terms of offensive capabilities, this is an overwhelming advantage. Big Brother's cultivation is advancing at a terrifying speed. Such a pace truly leaves me in despair. Yinxiao exclaimed sincerely. If before reaching the Deluo Jinxian realm their cultivation speeds were quite similar at that time, Yinxiao even thought her qualifications were slightly better than Zhao Xian's, and her cultivation speed was also faster. However, after breaking through the Deluo Jinxian, everything suddenly changed. Zhao Xian seemed to be accumulating strength over time, or perhaps he was late to bloom. His cultivation speed not only did not slow down due to the increased difficulty of advancing realms, but instead seemed to be accelerating. She did not understand how Zhao Xian achieved this, but that did not prevent her from admiring her elder brother from the... Actually, there is another reason why I have been suppressing my realm. Once I step into the Quasi-Saint realm, I can sever the 3 corpses, but I am still unsure whether I want to do so. Whether severing the corpses is ultimately good or bad for the future remains uncertain. Zhao Xian finally voiced his concerns. The benefits and drawbacks of severing the 3 corpses to achieve the Dao are quite clear, but whether severing the 3 corpses would affect his ultimate proof of Dao through strength, he was unsure. This is also why he hesitated. Yet he truly could not bear to give up the advantages brought by severing the 3 corpses, namely the ability to have multiple avatars, allowing his energy to be more abundant. All those great powers, whether saints or quasi-saints, who does not have a few avatars. This not only allows for more time, but also enables him to accomplish several times more tasks in the same amount of time, which is not only more beneficial for his cultivation, but also allows him to participate more leisurely in later layouts. However, to sever the corpses, one needs innate spirit treasures, and the better the quality, the more beneficial it is for severing the corpses, the best being top-grade innate spirit treasures, and at least good-grade innate spirit treasures. Otherwise, the meaning of severing the corpses is diminished, and it may even destabilize his realm. Now in the primeval wilderness, the vast majority of top-grade treasures have already found their masters. If he wants to sever the corpses, the only thing he can use is the Dinghai Pearl, which can only allow him to sever the good corpse. Aside from that, in his view, good corpses, evil corpses, and obsession corpses are all part of oneself. If severed, would what remains truly be him? This is inherently a path of detachment from emotions, aiming to align more closely with the Tao. Why do they say saints are emotionless? Because they sever good and evil obsessions, and with the saintly fruit position, they align even more closely with the Tao. The one who walked this path most thoroughly is Hong Jun, who ultimately merged himself with the Tao. A truly ruthless individual. The 3 clear ones have all severed the 3 corpses, yet none have achieved the Tao through this method. If the 2 respected masters and the original master could not do so due to insufficient foundation, he believes it. But can Taiqing Shibo really not achieve the Tao through severing the 3 corpses? He does not believe it. Perhaps it was precisely because Taiqing Shibo saw the drawbacks within that he forcibly stopped at the last step. Of course, these are merely his speculations, and he cannot investigate further. If he cannot find a solution, he will have to give up on severing the corpses. Zhao Xian's own Tao is that good is me, evil is me, obsession is also me. All paths of heaven and earth are part of me, and great power returns to oneself. How can one allow for severing in every direction? That would merely be creating a puppet for the Tao. Restoring the heavens and earth this time centered primarily on dispelling the primordial chaos. Thus Zhao Xian received the greatest share of celestial merit among the entire party. Such merit was an unparalleled treasure. No amount was ever excessive, no quantity too meager. Even sovereigns held it in the highest esteem. It served both as a vital resource for forging merit-forged artifacts, and as a potent catalyst for cultivation. Artifacts forged with merit incurred no karmic entanglement when used to slay foes, while using it for self-cultivation left no latent perils or hidden flaws. Yet employing merit solely for cultivation demanded staggering quantities, and its efficiency remained disappointingly low, rendering it impractical. Brother, will you accompany us back to the East Sea this time? Yinxiao asked. Zhao Xian's wanderings had indeed lasted long. Nearly 2 centuries had passed since his last return to Bio Palace. Still, for cultivators dwelling in the vast wilderness, 2 centuries were but a fleeting breath. The vast wilderness is boundless. I wish to traverse its lands and witness its wonders while this rare opportunity remains. Whether such a chance will arise again is profoundly uncertain. Zhao Xian knew full well that once the war of the divine clans and the demon tribes erupted in full fury, vast tracts of the vast wilderness would be utterly obliterated, never to re-emerge. This time, though devastation had been extensive, the damage remained comparatively contained. Once the chaotic qi was eradicated and controls swiftly re-established, full restoration remained possible. Yet some things once shattered could never be mended, such as Mount Buzhou. Brother speaks wisely, and with your imminent ascension to quasi-sovereignhood, we may well greet you next as a true quasi-sovereign. Yinxiao smiled softly. Were this to come to pass, Zhao Xian would stand unrivaled as the foremost disciple across the Jie sect, the Chan sect, and even the Rin sect founded by the supreme sovereign Taiching. Among all the third-generation disciples of the Profound Gate, he would be the very first to break through to the quasi-sovereign realm. Even the 12 direct disciples under Master Yuanshi, their senior cousins, had already been met. The most accomplished among them was Guang Chengzi, yet he had not yet attained the rank of Great Luo Immortal. He stood merely at the pinnacle of the Tai realm. Senior brother Xuandu, meanwhile, had only just entered the early stage of Great Luo Immortality, roughly matching their own cultivation. Within their own sect, aside from Zhao Xian, Duobao cultivated most swiftly, yet beside Zhao Xian his pace seemed scarcely more than a flicker of candlelight before the sun. A slight disparity might invite murmurs, but Zhao Xian's lead was so vast, so unassailable, that words failed them entirely. All they could do was redouble their diligence, striving desperately not to let the chasm widen beyond hope. I accept your auspicious blessing, sister. Zhao Xian smiled faintly, then remembering something leaned in and spoke quietly to the 3 Xiaos. Upon your return, cultivate diligently. Yun Xiao must hasten her ascent to quasi-sovereignhood. Bi Xiao and Xiong Xiao must strive without delay to transcend into the Great Luo Immortal realm. And should you find spare time, consider visiting the human race. The human race. The 3 Xiaos exchanged glances, puzzled, uncertain why Zhao Xian would single them out. They knew of humanity, of course. The sovereign Yuan had molded them from clay, earning immense merit in doing so. Humanity was thus undeniably the sovereign's creation. Yet why visit them? Though every being in the vast wilderness knew of humanity, owing to its sacred origin, none truly concerned themselves with it. They knew only that this race was frail and primitive, devoid of strength, its cultivation lineages severed and unsustainable, and lacking even a single great divine artisan within its entire population. What race then would command genuine attention? Precisely, Zhao Xian nodded. Should you find occasion, wander among them freely, whether aiding and protecting them or enlightening and guiding them. Both paths yield profound virtue. Zhong Xiao and Bi Xiao still wore expressions hovering between doubt and credulity, while Yun Xiao gazed thoughtfully upon the radiant golden aura of merit encircling Zhao Xian, dazzling, as if spun from pure sunlight. Zhao Xian, seeing Yun Xiao's gaze, knew instantly that this wise and composed younger sister had grasped his meaning. I shall remember. I'll make a detour to the human realm upon my return. Her reply pleased Zhao Xian deeply. He sensed she had truly absorbed his counsel. Yun Xiao understood her elder brother was offering guidance, not mere advice, but a direct path. Merit was scarce and elusive, many disciples yearned for it, yet possessed neither means nor method to acquire it. Yet here he revealed a shortcut, clear and luminous. Then depart now. I shall return to senior elder brother's abode. Having bid farewell to the 3 Xiaos, Zhao Xian set out for Shouyang Mountain, where he intended to remain for the foreseeable future. He had even left his mount there. Master Taiching's abode still held countless treasures. To depart, without claiming those beneficial to his cultivation, would be sheer waste. Master, you finally returned. I've grown dreadfully bored waiting here. When shall you take me forth again to roam the vast wilderness? No sooner had he arrived at Shouyang Mountain than he was intercepted by the Taoist acolyte, a 5-headed azure lion, who had not yet allowed him to pay respects to his elder brother. Confined to Shouyang Mountain, the azure lion had grown stifled. The mountain housed but a handful of beings, none of whom he dared provoke. Even the lowest ranked among them was a sovereign's mount, and when he approached they wouldn't deign to acknowledge him, plainly regarding him with disdain. After days of humility and submission, he had learned firsthand how harsh the world could be, and now his sole desire was to journey across the vast wilderness alongside Zhao Xian. He refused absolutely to stay any longer. Master Taiching's mount was an azure ox, an exotic creature of the vast wilderness itself, an enlightened being who had attained the rank of Great Luo Immortal. Zhao Xian stared in quiet awe. Sovereigns were sovereigns indeed, even their mounts matched his own cult. As for the azure lion's complaints, Zhao Xian dismissed them lightly. Clearly the incident involving the sovereign's lampooning had failed to temper his nature. He required discipline, perhaps even hardship, to refine his spirit. Look at him, then look at you. He is a Great Luo Immortal, a peerless divine beast. And you, should you neglect your cultivation, you may well lose your place beside me on future journeys. Zhao Xian spoke no idle threat, as his own realm ascended a mount who stagnated would inevitably be. He had lingered but a moment when senior brother Xuandu arrived. Having assisted Zhao Xian in restoring heaven and earth, Xuandu too had accrued great merit, and having seen Zhao Xian enter seclusion, had earlier returned to Shouyang Mountain. Junior brother, you're back. Xuandu, whose rapport with Zhao Xian ran deep, hurried forward. Our master awaits you in the grand hall. Best go there without delay. As for your mount, entrust him to Qingmi. He'll oversee his training in your stead. Zhao Xian rejoiced, inwardly pressed for time. Delegating this task to Qingni would spare him considerable trouble. Yet a quiet question stirred in his mind: why did elder brother summon him so urgently? He could recall no recent transgression, or any act remotely out of step with propriety. Upon entering the great hall, Master Tai Ching was indeed already waiting here. That mischievous boy caused me to be delayed for a moment. Master Tai Ching waved his hand, not taking these matters to heart, for he was not a petty person. Apart from the way of Taiji, I also possess another skill, the art of alchemy. This path, though difficult, is also a supreme one. Do you wish to learn? Master Tai Ching inquired, as he had a general idea of Zhao Xian's reluctance to leave Shouyang Mountain. However, he did not dislike this. Being eager to learn was a good thing, and he indeed required someone to inherit his path of alchemy. Currently, he had only one direct disciple, and the inheritance of the way of Taiji was set, but he had yet to find a suitable heir for the path of alchemy. Initially, he intended for Xian Du to undertake both duties, but unfortunately he discovered that Xian Du had little interest in alchemy, whether it be the path of internal alchemy or external alchemy. Since this was the case, he would not force it. As Zhao Xian wished to learn, it was fine to teach him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian was indeed overjoyed. Disciple is willing to learn. I have long heard of Master Uncle's profound skills in alchemy, unmatched in the three realms. I have already had this intention, but I did not dare to speak up. Zhao Xian spoke sincerely, straightforwardly, revealing his inner thoughts. Indeed, Master Tai Ching nodded upon hearing this, quite pleased with Zhao Xian's attitude. Teaching him the path of alchemy seemed to be a good choice. My path of alchemy is divided into internal and external alchemy. Internal alchemy, also known as the Golden Core Path, is a method of cultivation that differs slightly from the currently prevalent methods of cultivation. Master Tai Ching continued, I see that you have practiced the 9 turns mystic art, which contains the essence of the Golden Core Path. Therefore, it should not be unfamiliar to you. Master Tai Ching raised his gaze towards the outside world, speaking with a hint of worry. Since the opening of the heavens, several calamities have passed. Over this long period, the primordial world has undergone many changes as spiritual energy has been declining year by year. Though not obvious, ordinary people generally cannot feel it. But for a sage, it is as clear as seeing patterns on the palm. I speculate that in a few years the current methods of cultivation may no longer be applicable. For those of us who have achieved cultivation, it will have little effect. But for those seeking the Tao, it will be a disaster, which is why the Golden Core Path has emerged. Currently, many disciples of the Xianmin are practicing this path, and the results appear quite good. However, this path requires drawing from the great elixirs of heaven and earth to forge one's own sturdy essence, forming the Taoist Golden Core. The difficulty of cultivation is immense, and it is best to use external elixirs for assistance. After Master Taking's explanation, Zhao Xian finally understood the origins of this path of alchemy. Currently, cultivation was relatively simple. The Tao was not hidden, and it was not difficult for cultivators to comprehend the profound truths of the Tao. But if one were to wait until the day when spiritual energy is exhausted and the laws are no longer apparent, then the current methods of cultivation would inevitably become outdated and be eliminated. Those who have already achieved success in cultivation would not be greatly affected, but others would be in dire straits, equivalent to having their path to the future severed. This Golden Core Path is prepared for those individuals. As for the so-called external elixirs, they are made from countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures formed into pills to aid in cultivation, assisting in the refinement of one's golden core. Since you are already aware of the Golden Core Path, you can comprehend it yourself later. I will no longer elaborate on it. What I am teaching you now is the path of external elixirs. Master Tai Ching said solemnly, do not think lightly of this path simply because it serves as an auxiliary. Do not disregard it. Without the assistance of external elixirs, the difficulty of cultivating the Golden Core Path would deter many. Master Tai Ching sighed. I have categorized external elixirs into 9 turns based on the requirements of each realm. The 9 turns immortal elixirs are divided into the 9 turns purple gold elixir 9, turns great return elixir 9, turns reincarnation elixir, each with its own marvelous effects. Zhao Xian listened intently as Master Tai Ching began to explain the path of refining external elixirs, from selecting heavenly materials to understanding medicinal properties, progressing from first turn elixirs to 9 turns immortal elixirs in a detailed and gradual manner. However, this was only theoretical knowledge. Merely knowing these theories was not enough. He needed to actually. With Zhao Xian's insight and aptitude, the content taught by Master Tai Ching did not pose much trouble for him, and he progressed remarkably quickly. Once he had memorized the entire theory of external elixirs, Master Tai Ching finally began to teach him how to identify various innate fires. The 2 most important aspects of refining external elixirs are the quality of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures used for refinement. Another critical factor is the choice of flames. On the primordial continent, there are countless innate divine fires, each named according to their characteristics. For example, the true fire of Samadhi. This is the most widely used flame in the three realms, drawing upon the essence of the cultivator's spirit to forge divine fire. This fire varies in power depending on the realm and cultivation level of the cultivator, with strengths and weaknesses. This fire is not an innate fire but a kind of fire divine ability. It can be used for alchemy, though it is only barely sufficient for low-level elixirs. For 8-turn and 9-turn elixirs it falls short. Currently, Master Tai Ching uses the 6-ding divine fire for cooking. This fire ignites upon contact and is difficult to extinguish. Without corresponding treasures, it is hard to control, and this fire possesses the ability to cleanse marrow and transform the essence, making it quite suitable for alchemy. The 9 turns of the Great Elixir involve a process of removing impurities and refining the essence at each turn, which is why Master Tai Ching chose this type of flame. There is also the true fire of the sun, which has immense destructive power and great strength, but is unsuitable for alchemy, as its high temperature easily destroys elixir materials, making it notoriously fierce and difficult to tame. Additionally, there is the red lotus of the 12-grade karma fire released by the ancestor of the underworld river. This is a peculiar flame ignited by the fuel of karmic causality. It is often said that when karma fire burns the body, this principle holds. If one has little karma, encountering this fire may be perceived as trivial, but for those entangled in endless karma, the likelihood of being burned to ashes without a chance of reincarnation is very high. There is also the ghost fire of the Ling Coffin Palace lantern, a companion treasure of the Lamp Master. This fire connects to the underworld, communicating with spirits, and belongs to the category of Yin fire. It is also not suitable for alchemy, at least not for elixirs intended for human use. Of course, there are stronger flames, but each type of fire has its own focus, and not every characteristic is effective. Alchemy is certainly a practice that must be engaged in, and no matter how much one learns, it ultimately requires hands-on experience. Thus, the Tai Ching saint directly threw him into the alchemy chamber, where the 8 trigrams furnace was set up with the 6-ding divine fire blazing within. Zhao Xian thought his senior uncle would guide him step by step, perhaps even demonstrating something again. However, he was ultimately disappointed, as the Tai Ching master had no intention of doing so. Instead, he handed Zhao Xian a stack of alchemical formulas along with a heap of rare materials, instructing him to practice. In the words of his uncle, there was no need for teaching. The more one practiced, the more naturally one would understand. Especially when it came to the 1st to the 6th tiers, these were all common pills that could be learned even with eyes closed. The external pills of the 9 turns are categorized as spirit pills between the 1st and 3rd turns, which are used by ordinary people or cultivators of lower realms. The 4th to 6th turns are known as treasure pills, and at this level the pills possess different qualities, especially the 6th turn treasure pills, which can even be effective for immortals. From the 7th to the 9th turns they are called immortal pills. Consuming these pills enhances one's Dao attainment, prolongs life, and aids in breaking through realms. Even a typical great cultivator would cherish obtaining one, especially the 9th turn golden core, which is invaluable and equally potent as the fruits of innate spiritual roots. Zhao Xian was relieved to find that each formula provided detailed steps and techniques for refining each type of pill, requiring little time to grasp. No wonder his uncle said to just follow along with the practice. Thus, Zhao Xian began his relentless days of refining external pills, starting with the 1st-tier spirit pills. The materials used for these pills were of low quality and the techniques were simple, allowing him to produce them all with minimal failures. The same applied for the 2nd to 3rd turns. Only when he reached the 4th turn treasure pills did his failure rate suddenly increase. However, with persistent observation and summarization, he quickly found solutions, and thus he clumsily advanced to the 6th turn pills. Pills at this tier were quite troublesome with numerous types, and the techniques began to grow more complex, requiring more time to refine a batch of pills. As he continuously practiced, his understanding of the path of external pills deepened, and with the aid of the supporting system his progress became remarkably swift, allowing previous practices and the profound truths of alchemy to converge. When he suddenly realized that refining the 6th turn treasure pills wasn't as difficult as he had imagined, he finally recognized that he seemed to have crossed this threshold. At this moment, the long-absent Tai Ching saint reappeared. As he looked at the pills rolling out of the furnace, round and golden, pure and immaculate, their appearance was excellent. He nodded slightly. Not bad, not bad. The pills are of exceptional quality. They finally show some promise. Zhao Xian felt as if he were dreaming. Wasn't it said that alchemy was not simple? Why did he feel he had learned so quickly? During this period, extensive foundational practice had greatly enhanced his understanding of medicinal properties, timing, and fire control, yielding unimaginable gains. In truth, the path of external pills is profound and not so easily learned, and Zhao Xian's rapid understanding was solely due to his extraordinary aptitude and comprehension far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. Although this 6th turn treasure pill is good, it is ultimately a common pill vastly inferior to the immortal pills. It lacks meaning. Today, I will begin to teach you the methods of refining immortal pills. Refining common pills merely revolves around the 3 essences of a cultivator's spirit, energy, and mind. The effects of these pills are simply to enhance these 3 aspects. However, after reaching the immortal realm, continuing to progress will render these aspects insufficient. The Taiching Saint began tossing rare materials into the furnace, the entire process fluid and seamless, with various techniques flowing in succession, while explaining the significance and effects of each step to Zhao Xian. What do you think is the difference between immortal pills and common pills? The Taiching Saint asked as Zhao Xian observed attentively. Zhao Xian pondered carefully the Dao. Understanding the Dao, the Taiching Saint nodded, a promising student indeed. This was a batch of 9 turns purple gold pills with materials of great value. Even a saint would find it challenging to gather all the ingredients for a single batch, which is why the Taiching Saint rarely opened a furnace. Once you reach the 7th turn, refining pills becomes akin to refining oneself. You must incorporate the essence of the Dao into the mix, eliminate impurities, and refine with purity, thus naturally creating immortal pills. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian reflected deeply and suddenly had a revelation. He finally understood the crux of refining immortal pills. In fact, there is no fixed formula for immortal pills. Different materials, varying times, and distinct purposes will yield different pills. Even with the same materials and time frame, the resulting pills can have different effects. The so-called endless transformations lie solely in the mind. This process lasted for 14 days. During these 14 days, the Taiching master addressed all of Zhao Xian's confusion about refining pills from the 7th to the 9th turns using this batch of 9 turns purple gold pills. The path ahead became smooth, leading directly to the 9th turn. On the day the pills were completed, celebratory clouds descended, purple chi arrived from the east, flowers fell from the sky, and the fragrance of the pills filled the room, leaving people enchanted. 9 turns purple gold pills flew out of the furnace, spinning in the air, their purple gold hue resembling golden iron, the essence of the Dao flowing, as if someone were whispering the great Dao in his ear. The Taiching Saint took a gourd and collected 8 of the 9 turns purple gold pills, leaving only 1. Take this pill and study it carefully. The Taiching Saint casually tossed the 9 turns purple gold pill to Zhao Xian. This pill was exceedingly precious. It was rare to find even a single one throughout the 3 realms. Yet now it was casually thrown to Zhao Xian. Holding the 9 turns purple gold pill, Zhao Xian found it still warm, the fragrance of the pills wafting. However, at this moment, it seemed completely devoid of scent, as the medicinal aroma and Dao essence were tightly locked within the pill. Zhao Xian carefully sensed it, feeling as though the pill had a breath, like a living being. Of course, he knew this was an illusion, merely a phenomenon triggered by the flow of the Dao essence within the pill. In the following time, Zhao Xian's speed increased rapidly. The 7th and 8th turns posed no difficulty for him. However, he could not succeed with the 9th turn golden core, failing 7 or 8 times in a row. Looking at the precious rare materials he had wasted, Zhao Xian finally felt a pang of regret. Despite the continuous failures, Zhao Xian's mental state remained excellent, not becoming anxious. He even recalled his uncle's words, refining pills is akin to refining oneself. During this period of external pill cultivation, he was refining himself, constantly polishing himself, like a pill merging into one from the 9 turns, removing impurities, becoming pure and untainted, refining into a bright golden and round form. The Taiching Saint observed Zhao Xian's current appearance with satisfaction. This was the true reason he had Zhao Xian learn the path of external pills. He could see that Zhao Xian's foundation in cultivation was solid and substantial, far beyond that of others. However, his mindset revealed significant flaws marked by concerns about gains and losses, hesitance, and seemingly heavy doubts. This was not merely about refining pills, it was about refining the heart, about cultivating an unparalleled and luminous Dao heart. In recent days, the Taiching Saint has been indifferent to Zhao Xian, relentlessly pushing him to practice alchemy. He was wondering how long it would take for this young man to break free from that strange cycle. To his surprise, just the next day, Zhao Xian began to intentionally refine himself and hone his mental state, a kind of enlightenment that is exceedingly rare. Today, he felt the time was ripe. Greetings, Master Uncle. Zhao Xian was called by the Taiching Saint, feeling a bit apprehensive. Could it be that he was in trouble for wasting too many precious materials, making his master uncle feel pained, and now he was here to reprimand him? In truth, he felt remorse himself, as the 7 or 8 furnaces of materials he used could have produced dozens of 9 turns golden cores, which were incredibly precious. Who would have thought that the last furnace would fail, turning everything into ash? Have the 9 turns golden cores been successfully refined? Asked the Taiching Saint. Zhao Xian shook his head with a troubled expression. Not yet, I always feel like I'm lacking something. I don't plan to refine again in the short term. The Ta Ching Saint nodded. Indeed, you are still lacking some opportunities. Oh, wait for the right moment. It will come naturally. Do not force it. Let it flow naturally. Then he changed the subject. I see you have already reached the perfect realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, yet you hesitate and stall. Why is that? Zhao Xian was taken aback, realizing that his master uncle already knew where his problem lay, and he had been beating around the bush. But since his master uncle took the initiative to ask, he had no reason to hold back and decided to express all his thoughts and concerns, including his understanding of the path to the Holy Realm and his worries about the method of slaying the 3 corpses. Please enlighten me, master uncle, and show me a clear path. Zhao Xian bowed deeply. After a long moment without a response from the Ta Ching Saint, he wondered if his request was too much or if he had inadvertently said something wrong. So he quietly raised his head to gauge his master uncle's expression. To his surprise, the Ta Ching Saint was looking at him with a smile full of meaning. Feeling an inexplicable flutter in his heart, Zhao Xian had the ominous premonition that something significant was about to happen, now a feeling he had never experienced before, as if he had provoked a great trouble. Of course, he was not worried about this master uncle being detrimental to him, as he believed he hadn't said anything too taboo to anger him. Thus, the only possibility left was that question he just asked. The entanglement of karma was immense. Master uncle, perhaps it would be better for me to go back and think it over first. Zhao Xian felt a chill run down his spine, hastily trying to find an excuse to extricate himself. But it was too late. The next moment, the Ta Ching Saint's words left him frozen in place. You must have wanted to ask this for a long time, haven't you? You were just beating around the bush in front of me, hesitating and indecisive. So I sent you to practice alchemy to hone you. The Ta Ching Saint's smile grew wider. Did you know that I never slayed the 3 corpses to become a saint? Zhao Xian's mind buzzed suddenly blank. He only heard the phrase never slayed the 3 corpses. Did that mean this master uncle achieved the Dao through strength? Don't overthink it. I did not achieve the Dao through strength. The Ta Ching Saint seemed to know what he was thinking and immediately denied it. Strictly speaking, I never slayed the corpses, yet it is somewhat similar. As for why I did not, it is for the same reason as your concerns. Therefore, because I never slayed the corpses, I follow the path of non-action, achieving everything through non-action. It appears to be in harmony with the will of heaven, yet in reality, there are no taboos. Because your original master uncle slayed all 3 corpses, he acted in accordance with heaven. Because your master struck down 2 corpses, he sought life amidst death, navigating the celestial changes to escape one. Because your master Aunt Nuwa completed her merits and became a saint, she retreated after achieving her goals, resolutely avoiding the primordial chaos unless necessary to avoid entangling karma. As for those 2 in the west, they even risked their merits to become saints, retreating to the desolate lands of the west, further establishing the Western teachings to break away from the mysterious door. So what have you understood? The Ta Ching Saint smiled wider, his gaze fixed on Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian's mouth twitched, filled with regret, realizing he should not have asked. It was his own fault for being so talkative. Why did he even ask about such matters? Now he felt as if he had uncovered some monumental secret, but knowing secrets is not always beneficial. The more one knows, the faster one meets demise. It seems the 3 corpses cannot be slayed. Zhao Xian opened his mouth, finally dryly stating this. The Ta Ching Saint shook his head. Not so. The 3 corpses can indeed be slayed, yet they can also not be slayed. The ability to slay or not depends on the person. For some, slaying the 3 corpses is the most expedient way to become a quasi-saint. Are the so-called drawbacks really that important? Only those like you who can break through to a quasi-saint even without slaying the corpses would have such worries. Zhao Xian nodded in agreement. This statement was indeed correct. For most people, as long as they could become quasi-saints, that little cost did not seem to matter. Moreover, slaying the 3 corpses does not mean one becomes a puppet. It merely brings one closer to the Dao, closer to the unfeeling path of the Supreme, suppressing one's good and evil attachments to the extreme, yet emotions would still exist. However, one point is that the closer one gets to the Dao, the less obvious it is in the short term, but over time human emotions will gradually become more indifferent. If the Dao heart is not firm, one might truly become an unfeeling puppet of the Dao. Did Master Uncle just say that you did not slay the 3 corpses to achieve the Dao, eh? Zhao Xian regained his composure, finally grasping the crux of the conversation. As for the other secrets, although they shocked him greatly, he did not care. This information had nothing to do with him. Knowing how would change nothing for him. If he truly wanted to intervene in the calculations and games involved, he would undoubtedly leave not even a trace behind. The Ta Ching Saint secretly nodded, impressed by his courage and quick reaction. He had intended to scare him a little. However, the truth is that what he just said was not entirely false. In fact, most of it was true, only some details were concealed. Indeed, I have not slayed the corpses, but I did not achieve the Dao through strength. The Ta Ching Saint took his time, not in a hurry. Do you know the origins of your masters and your original master uncle's backgrounds? Zhao Xian naturally knew this question, nodding. The Panga great god opened the heavens and perished, his primordial spirit shattered into pure chi, which then transformed into three friends after the creation of heaven, namely, you my master and my original master uncle. The Ta Ching saint nodded. I have a divine ability known as one chi transforms into three pure ones. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian's mind suddenly became extraordinarily clear, as if a door had opened in his heart. Indeed, as you surmise, this divine ability stems precisely from my origin and primordial roots. I was born with innate knowledge. Taiching sage observed Zhao Xian's expression shift, and thus offered the explanation. Zhao Xian instantly grasped it. No wonder this art was named One Chi Manifests Three Pure Ones. He had previously assumed the name arose from misreporting. The truth, however, proved far more profound. Pangu, the primordial deity's celestial spirit and pure chi, coalesced into the three pure ones, and in doing so bequeathed an unparalleled divine art. Yet, Zhao Xian wondered what then linked this art to senior brother Taiching's threefold severance of the corpse cultivation method. Taiching sage reclined slightly, propping himself up on one elbow, his palm cradling his chin as he lazily fanned himself with a banana leaf fan. A gentle smile played upon his lips and his voice flowed with unhurried grace. One Chi manifests three pure ones is a supreme art of manifestation, capable of forging three distinct avatars, each possessing formidable strength scarcely inferior to the cultivator's true self. For instance, as my true self attained sagehood, those three avatars each reached the pinnacle of quasi-sagehood. But how does this relate to the severance of the corpse? Zhao Xian for a moment could not fathom the connection. The severance of the three corpses, good, evil, and ego, constitutes the orthodox path to Dao realization. Yet my method differs. I imbue one avatar with my virtue, another with my vice, and the third with my egoic attachment. Tell me, do you perceive the distinction between these two approaches? Taiching sage was in no rush. He delighted in watching younger generations chafe with impatience, yet remain utterly baffled. Yet this time he would be disappointed. Zhao Xian grew steadily calmer. Upon hearing senior brother Taiching's question, his mind raced, thoughts colliding like thunderclaps within his consciousness. And was there truly a meaningful difference between methods that appeared nearly identical? Zhao Xian believed there was, and as a sage, senior brother Taiching would never utter falsehood. And suddenly inspiration struck. Tentatively he replied, what is severed is me, yet no longer mine. What is divided remains me, and still wholly mine. Na spark flared in Taiching sage's eyes. Intriguing. This junior disciple had actually discerned it. Precisely so, the distinction lay in that subtle, yet pivotal nuance. By channeling virtue, vice, and ego into avatars, he had covertly traversed the established path of threefold severance, thereby attaining sagehood through sheer force of will. For what he projected outward remained intrinsically part of him, even if reintegration held no necessity. Yet the very word sever and severance of the corpse encapsulated the perilous abyss inherent in that orthodox Dao realization path. Though the good corpse was him and the evil corpse was him, once severed, all karmic bonds were irrevocably sundered. And Taiching sage nodded approvingly. Exactly so. Zhao Xian now understood completely. In short, this art was extraordinarily potent. Before him stood his senior uncle, whose face might as well have borne the inscription, beg me, for I am ready. A cold smile flickered across Zhao Xian's lips. I, Zhao Xian, am no opportunist who bows before profit, nor one devoid of moral fiber. Thus Zhao Xian rose abruptly, then bowed deeply, not subserviently but with unwavering dignity, and spoke with heartfelt sincerity. I beg your esteemed uncle's compassion. Bestow this divine art upon me. There is no need for such formality. Rest assured, nephew. I spoke of this art only because I intend to. He was never one to stint on generosity. When bestowing favor, he gave lavishly. When collecting returns, he did so abundantly. Truth be told, were it not for Zhao Xian's astonishing innate talent and profound comprehension, he would not have bothered expending such effort. After all, sowing a seed does not guarantee a bountiful harvest. Most seeds rot, perish mid-growth, suffer malnutrition, yield feeble blossoms and meager fruit, or bear nothing at all. In Zhao Xian, however, reasoned acquire it first, refine the details later. As for karmic debt, opportunities to repay will surely arise. Na Great Luo cannot repay a sage's karmic debt, nor can a quasi-sage. In extreme cases, such debt may even culminate in annihilation. But what if a sage repays a sage? Throughout his journey, Zhao Xian had exercised utmost caution, avoiding unnecessary karmic entanglements with others and likewise refusing to impose them upon others, especially sages. If fortune favored him with a benevolent sage, all would be well. But should he encounter one without moral bounds, the outcome could prove dire. Consider Hong Yun of old. Both Pewdie and Jean owed him karmic debt for aiding their attainment of sagehood, yet instead of gratitude they reduced him to ashes and smoke. Strictly speaking, Pewdie and Jean handled the matter most rationally. The debt they owed was immense. If repaid, Hong Yun himself must ascend to sagehood. But was that feasible? Since it was not, they chose the swiftest solution: eliminate the creditor, thus dissolving the debt entirely. Though Zhao Xian now incurred karmic debt to Taiching Sage, it remained comparatively modest, for he ultimately pursued the path of sovereign realization through sheer power. As long as it was not a Dao attainment debt, he feared no inability to repay. This art is profoundly abstruse. I may transmit it to you, yet whether you grasp its essence depends entirely upon your own karmic affinity. This is beyond my aid. Taiching Sage raised a finger and gently touched Zhao Xian's forehead. And instantly a stream of pure qi entered Zhao Xian's mind, a sight that left him momentarily stunned. Where was the art? Was this it? No script, no instruction, no exposition. Only that single current of pure qi. He even questioned whether senior uncle had erred. This is the art, Taiching Sage remarked indifferently. The transmission had been made. Whether Zhao Xian could fathom it lay beyond his concern. I bestowed this same art upon your master and senior brother Yuanshi, but neither succeeded in comprehending it. Moreover, this art is too transcendent to endure in written or spoken form. All understanding must arise inwardly. Each cultivator perceives only as much as their own capacity allows. Yet even a fleeting glance within his mind left Zhao Xian dizzy. His vision blurred, his spirit unsteadied. The art's difficulty was staggering. In the days that followed, Zhao Xian's life atop Mount Shouyang grew markedly lighter. He devoted himself chiefly to refining elixirs, or meditating upon the peerless art. One qi manifests 3 pure ones. Yet progress remained agonizingly slow. Even with auxiliary systems mitigating its difficulty, advancement crawled forward like a tortoise. He now faced a triple impasse. External alchemy stalled at the 9th refinement. He still could not forge the 9th refinement golden core. Physical cultivation advanced with ever-increasing terror, and his comprehension of one qi manifests 3 pure ones had likewise ground to a halt. Only his cultivation realm retained potential for breakthrough. He knew it was time to depart, to leave Mount Shouyang, resume his wanderings across the Primordial Chaos, seek the quasi-sage awakening, and swiftly ascend to quasi-sagehood. His low cultivation level increasingly hindered him, and in truth his purpose in coming to Mount Shouyang had long since been fulfilled. He had heard the supreme Tao of Taiji mastered the art of external alchemy, and even acquired an unparalleled divine art as unexpected bounty. To linger further would verge on greed. On this day Zhao Xian first paid a visit to Master Taiching. He had lingered here for so long it was only right to say a word before leaving. Although he had indeed acquired something valuable, he planned to leave without further ado. Preparing to leave, Master Taiching asked without opening his eyes, still seated in meditation and performing hand seals. Yes, Master. Zhao Xian nodded. It was indeed time to depart. He had stayed on Shouyang Mountain for quite a while. His plan to travel through the wilderness must continue. He couldn't just linger here forever. Moreover, there were many places he still needed to visit. First was Kunlun Mountain, the current site of Master Yuanshi's teachings. Having come to pay respects to his master, it would be remiss not to visit the second master as well, so he must go there sooner or later and perhaps catch a glimpse of the renowned Lantern Taoist. Then there was Mount Buzhou, rumored to be transformed from the spine of the Panga god, which was truly extraordinary. Many sacred places of the saints were located here, and many members of the witch tribe honored this place as a holy land. Very well. Master Taiching nodded. As for your cultivation level, do not rush, let it come naturally. Zhao Xian was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, then nodded, deciding to heed Master Taiking's advice. From now on he would neither suppress himself nor deliberately seek breakthroughs. Where do you plan to go next? I intend to go to Mount Buzhou. I have long heard that it is quite remarkable and extraordinary. It is a pity I have not visited it in my cultivation thus far. Master Taiching raised his hand to calculate, and then nodded. That place is good. It is a fine destination. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Go on. Go on. Do not trouble me any further. Master Taiching waved his hand, signaling Zhao Xian to exit the hall. Outside, senior brother Xuandu was aware that Zhao Xian was about to leave. Why are you in such a hurry to leave, junior brother? Did I not treat you well? He quite liked Zhao Xian as his junior brother. After spending time together, he found that Zhao Xian treated others with warmth and was not the type to stir up trouble. His greatest passion was the pursuit of cultivation and understanding, which suited him perfectly. Senior brother, you flatter me. I have lingered here for too long and may have disturbed you. Zhao Xian chuckled softly. I will come again to Shouyang Mountain to discuss the Tao with you another day. Upon hearing this, Xuandu understood Zhao Xian's determination to leave and did not press further, wishing him well on his journey. Zhao Xian then mounted the green lion and set off slowly down Shouyang Mountain. During this time, not only was Zhao Xian diligently cultivating, but the Green Lion was also undergoing intense training, albeit not by its own volition, but rather out of necessity. Ever since senior brother Xuandu casually suggested that Zhao Xian let the Green Lion be trained by Qing Si, it had suffered immensely. Although the Great Green Bull was merely a steed of the saints and not even a disciple, it was still close to the saints, and was an extraordinary creature of the wilderness. It possessed considerable insight into the cultivation methods of unique species, and had learned some rudimentary Dao methods from the saints. Although these were merely surface-level skills, they were abilities that the Green Lion had never encountered before. Zhao Xian could teach it, but he was too busy with his own cultivation and had many matters to attend to. Where would he find the time to manage it? Zhao Xian had stayed on Shouyang Mountain for several decades while the Green Lion advanced from the early stage of the Golden Immortal Realm to the peak of the Golden Immortal Realm, and even grew an extra head. It had become a six-headed Green Lion. If it could reach the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, it could sprout yet another head. With some effort, it might even catch up to that esteemed Qiu Shou Xian, who was one of the 7 attendants under the Heavenly Gate. If you are to be my steed, you might draw the ire of certain individuals. Zhao Xian suddenly thought that this Green Lion was of the same kind as Qiu Shou Xian. If Qiu Shou Xian saw this creature becoming Zhao Xian's steed, he would likely become angry and might even think that Zhao Xian was humiliating him. I am the steed of my master, and choose to follow him. What does it matter to me what others think? The Green Lion grumbled, having become much steadier now. This was mainly due to the Great Green Bull being so fearsome. Despite being a steed as well, it had already reached the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, and was nearing perfection, and it might even become a quasi-saint in the future. Meanwhile, it was still just a little kitten, and the gap between it and its master was growing wider. It knew that if one day it could no longer keep up with its master, the only fate awaiting it would be abandonment. What do you know? If you continue to be so oblivious, you might get killed one day. Zhao Xian scoffed. The Green Lion shook its head, saying, Do not fool me, master. I am your steed, and as long as you are strong, who would dare disrespect you or harm your steed? Zhao Xian laughed heartily. You certainly have learned to be clever. As he spoke, he reached into his sleeve and took out the 9-turned-purple gold pill that Master Tai Ching had bestowed upon him, glanced at it, then casually tossed it to the Green Lion beneath him. The Green Lion reacted swiftly, swallowing the 9-turned-purple gold pill in one bite. Thank you for the reward, master. However, it thought within that the old bull was indeed correct. As a steed, one must be sensible and learn to flatter the master. As long as the master was pleased, what magical elixirs would not be at their disposal? Both Master Tai Ching and Zhao Xian were remarkable individuals. Just a tiny bit that such figures let slip from their fingers would be enough for them to feast and be sated. Swallow this pill and refine it well. You should have no trouble reaching the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Zhao Xian reminded. He had observed the pill thoroughly and understood its essence. According to Master Tai Ching, he was already capable of refining the 9-turn pill. The key was to find that fleeting opportunity. Perhaps it would come in a flash of inspiration or a sudden whim, at which point he would know. If the 3 Shaos were here, he certainly would not give the pill to them. While the pill was excellent, it was best to cultivate to the Great Luo realm on one's own to establish a solid foundation. Relying on the pill might lead to an unstable foundation, which would be detrimental when breaking through to quasi-saint. However, he had no high expectations for the Green Lion. Reaching the Great Luo full circle was sufficient. As for quasi-saint, he himself was not even a quasi-saint yet. Why had the Great Green Bull advanced to the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm so quickly? It was precisely because it encountered a good master. Eating pills was as easy as eating beans. Even a pig could achieve the Great Luo realm with such treatment. Before long, Zhao Xian sensed something unusual about the Green Lion beneath him. Waves of energy were wildly surging within it, causing great discomfort. The 9-turn gold pill was truly remarkable. It had barely been consumed for long, and it was already showing. It turned out that the Green Lion had already achieved the peak of the Golden Immortal realm, but had been stuck at the threshold of the Tai Golden Immortal realm for a long time. Now with the pill, that door should open wide. Zhao Xian gently stroked one of the Green Lion's heads, slowly helping it untangle the chaotic magical power within, while using pure qi to shield its spirit. Do not panic, perceive carefully. Breaking through and comprehending the Dao is a rare opportunity for you. The Green Lion quickly calmed its mind and began to carefully comprehend. At this moment, Zhao Xian was not in a hurry to continue his journey, but instead stopped to patiently wait for the Qing Lion to break through. His timely intervention not only helped the Qing Lion sort through its internal mana, eliminating impurities and refining its golden core, but also stimulated the Dao rhythm within the 9-turns purple gold pill, allowing the Qing Lion to contemplate it deeply. With such assistance, the Qing Lion's breakthrough to the Tai Golden Immortal realm was practically a foregone conclusion, encountering no obstacles at all. Soon the Qing Lion's body shook, its true form expanded significantly, its fur became shinier, and smoother, exuding an imposing presence, and alongside its original 6 heads a new head grew out of thin air. Zhao Qian nodded, confirming the achievement of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. "Thank you, my lord," the Qing lion exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. "Indeed, following my lord has proven to be wise. It has only been a short while, and I am already a Tai Golden Immortal. In such a realm, if I were at the foot of the mountain, I could easily claim a territory and become a great demon king commanding a region. However, that's not quite right. The demon clan and the witch clan are currently engaged in fierce battles. If I were to act recklessly, I might find myself skinned and drained of flesh and blood by the witches tomorrow." Did you gain any insights just now?" Upon hearing this, the Qing lion became even more excited, its tone filled with joy. "My lord, I think I have awakened my innate divine ability." "What kind of divine ability is it?" Zhao Qian knew that most exotic species from the primordial era possessed their own divine abilities determined by their bloodlines. Those who could awaken innate divine abilities were usually beings of pure and superior bloodlines. "With my 7 heads, I can unleash mana of 7 different types: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, each with its unique utility, making it hard for opponents to defend during battle." As it spoke, one of the Qing lion's heads lifted and opened its mouth, unleashing a fireball. This was no ordinary flame. It was true fire of 3 mysteries, capable of injuring the flesh and soul, dazzling the eyes, and was indeed extraordinary. Zhao Qian nodded, acknowledging its power, stating that while it was decent, it could only be described as rich in variety, but the overall power was rather mediocre. He understood that many great demons specialized in one ability, which made their divine powers extraordinarily potent. The Qing lion's ability could only be considered a jack of all trades. It could bully lower-ranked cultivators, but when compared to those with truly powerful innate divine abilities, it fell short by more than a little. For instance, Kong Xian, the son of the Phoenix, possessed the 5-color divine light as his innate divine ability, which was indeed formidable, allowing him to make a name for himself in the primordial world. "Keep practicing. This divine ability is not bad." Zhao Qian refrained from discouraging the Qing lion. After all, the ability to awaken an innate divine ability was already commendable. It may not be strong, but it would benefit the Qing lion's future path. "You have only refined less than 1/10 of the 9 turns purple gold pill. Take your time to refine it, solidify your foundation, and becoming a Great Luo Golden Immortal will be no problem." The 9 turns purple gold pill is said to allow mortals to attain immortality and even achieve Great Luo, although there is an element of exaggeration. It is not something one can break through from a mortal to Great Luo in one day, but rather a gradual process. "If one day I become a Great Luo, will you be able to grant me more pills?" the Qing lion asked, grinning. "As long as you're practicing enough for yourself, what's the use of giving you more?" Zhao Qian was puzzled about what this foolish lion intended to do. "When my lord attains sainthood, I will go to take a disciple to serve as a mount for my lord's disciple," the Qing lion declared proudly, wanting to emulate the old bull. Zhao Qian was left speechless. Such grand ambitions. This wild aspiration made him feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Let's go." Zhao Qian shook his head, unsure of what this fellow was thinking. He had expected the Qing lion to ask him for territory to establish itself as a king after he attained the Dao. After breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal, the Qing lion became even more majestic, and its speed increased significantly. They traveled along the way, stopping and moving, heading straight for the Buzhou Mountain. Along the way, he did not miss any famous mountains or rivers. If there were immortals hiding here, he would visit to discuss the Dao. If he were lucky enough to encounter an unclaimed paradise, he would scour for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Previously, he had not learned how to refine external pills, but he had this habit. Now that he had learned alchemy, he enjoyed collecting these medicinal materials even more, and his harvest was not small. Except for lacking a primary material to act as a pill guide, he had gathered several sets of materials for the 9 turns golden pill. However, most paradises and cave heavens now had owners. It was not necessarily scattered immortals. Some top-tier cave heavens were occupied by the 2 schools of the Chan and the intercepting teachings. Only those with background could stand firm in the primordial world. Just as he had once occupied the Mount Luofu cave, which was also a premier cave paradise. In fact, he had not stayed there, but left behind some restrictions before departing. However, he was certain that no one would dare to encroach on his territory. Others might not recognize Zhao Qian, but who would dare say they did not know the name of the intercepting teaching? If they truly did not know, the Saint of Heaven would teach them to recognize it. Perhaps he should take some time to check on it and manage it. As time passed, Zhao Qian finally approached his destination. "My lord, is this the Buzhou Mountain?" the Qing lion asked, carrying Zhao Qian, looking up at the towering straight and dark mountain peak that pierced into the depths of the clouds, its mouth feeling a bit dry. "Indeed, it is remarkable." Zhao Qian was equally astonished. He had seen many grand and majestic immortal sanctuaries, such as Golden Ao Island and Shoyang Mountain, which were renowned among the saints. Yet upon seeing this ancient, mysterious, and primal Buzhou mountain filled with a wild aura, he still felt amazed. Let's go and take a look. Zhao Xian glanced into the distance where he vaguely spotted the distribution of witch clans. He chose not to disturb them and did not wish to have too much interaction with the witch clan. After all, not all ancestral witches are as kind and reasonable as the Hutu ancestor witch. Aside from the Hutu ancestor witch, the rest of the ancestral witches are known for their brutality, impulsiveness, and ferocity. The Qing lion received the command and carried Zhao Xian toward Buzhou Mountain. There is a reason why one says that the mountain cannot be reached too quickly. Although they had seen Buzhou Mountain from afar, they were still quite a distance away, and they soon noticed something unusual. As they got closer to Buzhou Mountain, they began to feel an invisible pressure growing stronger. "My lord, why do I feel that you have become much heavier?" This was the first time the Qing lion felt tired. It felt as if it was carrying a great mountain, making its body feel extremely heavy. At this moment, Zhao Xian also understood that Buzhou Mountain was filled with a terrifying pressure, exuding a feeling of eternal existence, connecting heaven and earth. Zhao Xian had no choice but to dismount from the Qing lion's back, fearing that he would crush this lion. He himself was relatively fine, although he felt the pressure as well. It was not too apparent due to his strong physique. However, when he landed at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, he immediately felt a tremendous shock to his body, and that pressure became even more pronounced. Meanwhile, the Qing lion next to him could not bear it, and was directly flattened to the ground, unable to move. Do not resist. Every mountain bears its own imposing presence. Only by yielding to its flow may one grasp its true essence. Zhao Xian first gazed upward at the terrifying mountain range, then bent his head to address the azure lion crouching on the ground. Upon hearing these words, the azure lion immediately lowered its guard, ceased resisting, and instead attentively perceived that overwhelming presence, then moved with it unforced and fluid. Instantly, it felt a sudden lightness descend upon its body. Though palpable pressure still pressed upon it, the crushing weight had vanished. No longer did it lie humbled upon the earth. Now it could rise upright. Master, this mountain is truly formidable, and naturally, it is awe-inspiring indeed. Zhao Xian nodded. This mountain is formed from the spinal column of the primordial deity Pangu, upholding heaven and earth across immeasurable eons without faltering. Though Pangu perished, a lingering resonance of his divine aura remains here. Especially oppressive to those who neglect bodily cultivation, yet for practitioners of corporeal refinement, this place is nothing short of a treasure vault. No wonder many Wu clans dwell encircling this mountain, not merely out of reverence for Pangu, but because this sacred site anchors their destiny and fortune, an unparalleled locus of auspicious energy. A swift insight pierced Zhao Xian's mind. He suddenly grasped a profound truth: the celestial court, seized by the Yao clan, had become their nexus of fate. Likewise, Mount Buzhou served as the Yao clan's sovereign seat of fortune. Thus the celestial court must be shattered, and Mount Buzhou toppled. Only when both are utterly destroyed will the fortunes of the Wu and Yao clans dissipate, and only then shall the mandate of heaven, the title of supreme sovereign of all under heaven, cease to be immutable. Zhao Xian ascended the mountain with the azure lion at his side. With every step higher, the oppressive aura intensified, yet Zhao Xian felt no discomfort. Instead, his ninefold mystical art stirred spontaneously, circulating of its own accord, an astonishing phenomenon. Compared to the vast Honghuang land, Mount Buzhou exuded a far more ancient, untamed savagery. Dense shadowed groves cloaking its slopes, while living beings were scarce save for fleeting glimpses of ferocious beasts prowling deep within. Though born from Pangu's spine, Mount Buzhou retained a surging tyrannical aura of slaughter and malevolence, hostile to Yao beasts seeking enlightenment and transformation. Those born here often emerged with muddled innate wisdom and stunted intellect, little more than primal bestial entities of the primeval wilds. Such beasts might possess formidable strength, yet they remained savage, unrefined, so crude that even the Yao themselves refused to acknowledge them as kin. They were mere beasts, untamed and nameless. In the epoch following creation, before the ascension of the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans, a time existed when these ferocious beasts ruled the Honghuang realm, swarming across the land with terrifying power. They were born from the grudge-laden malignant Qi left behind by the fallen 3,000 primordial demigods, devoid of sentience, gifted with raw innate might, cruel and bloodthirsty, ever hungering for strife, plunging the entire Honghuang world into chaos. Only through the combined intervention of countless mighty cultivators were these beasts ultimately eradicated. Though scattered remnants still appear from time to time, their numbers have dwindled to near insignificance. The mountain teemed with extraordinary resources. Immortal herbs and spirit fungi bloomed abundantly across its slopes. Zhao Xian gathered many until their sheer abundance wearied him and he ceased collecting altogether. The Azure Lion meanwhile gleefully devoured everything in sight, swallowing spirit fruits and immortal herbs by the handful. Though such fare offered little further benefit to its already advanced constitution, it feasted with unrestrained delight. Zhao Xian harbored no compulsion to scale Mount Buzhou. Its peak pierced directly into the celestial realm, yet what purpose would he serve there? He pursued no fixed objective, his path unfolded freely, guided only by whim and wandering. Then he halted before a modest courtyard, sealed by a formidable restriction array. Even the faintest trace of its latent power leaking unintentionally from the barrier sent a shiver of visceral dread coursing through Zhao Xian. Moreover, he sensed, faintly ambiguously, a familiar aura lingering here. An master whose immortal abode is this? Before the array, the Azure Lion grew even more subdued, trembling instinctively, fearing that any careless touch would reduce it to dust in an instant. Zhao Xian himself lacked certainty, but a quiet intuition stirred. Could this be the hermitage of a sage prior to attaining sainthood? At that very moment, the sacred edict suspended at his waist suddenly pulsed, then rose weightlessly into the air. With a gentle sway before the terrifying array, a gateway shimmered into existence upon its surface. Zhao Xian inwardly affirmed his suspicion. This was indeed the secluded cultivation ground of the sage Nuwa before her ascension, a sanctified Taoist sanctuary. Though long abandoned, the site remained preserved in solemn integrity. Before creating humanity and ascending as a sage, Nuwa, alongside her elder brother Fuxi, dwelled here for an unfathomably long age. Only after achieving sainthood did she cleave a realm from chaos itself, the Huanghuang heaven, establishing her immortal palace, the Huahuang Palace, as her eternal Taoist seat. Thereafter she never returned. And Zhao Xian bowed deeply toward the heavens in solemn reverence, receiving no sign of objection, then entered the sanctum with the Azure Lion through the small portal now open upon the array. From without it appeared no more than a humble courtyard, but once inside they discovered a realm of boundless depth and wonder concealed only by the array's illusory veil. Most astonishing to Zhao Xian was the presence of living beings within. And who are you? How dare you trespass upon this sacred ground? A sharp, youthful cry rang out ahead, immediately rousing all life within. From every direction, serpentine beings, human above, serpent-tailed below, rushed forth, surrounding Zhao Xian and the Azure Lion with wary vigilance. All were female in form, graceful, exquisite, radiant with pure limpid qi, their essence serene and unblemished, truly extraordinary beings. For a moment Zhao Xian faltered, how to explain. Though the sacred edict had granted him entry, and thus Nuwa's tacit consent, what words could convey such a truth? An idea sparked within him. He withdrew the sacred edict and extended it toward one of the serpentine beings. The Holy Mother's aura, she cried aloud, even before touching it. And another unfamiliar aura, equally profound and inscrutable, and then their entrance must have been sanctioned by the Holy Mother. Indeed, Zhao Xian nodded earnestly. And have you met the Holy Mother? Another asked. And he nodded again. Yes, I have. Why has the Holy Mother never returned? We have not seen her for so long. A voice murmured softly, thick. At last Zhao Xian deduced their origin. These beings were creations of Nuwa, born from her mastery of the Tao of creation, fashioned in her own image. Yet this truth remained unknown beyond these walls. He saw at once their utter innocence, understandable given their isolation from the outer world. Here deceit and guile held no purchase. This was a true, unspoiled sanctuary. Why have you entered? The leader, still uneasy, pressed Zhao Xian for his purpose. And he shook his head. I do not know. I followed only where this edict led me. The serpentine beings nodded vigorously. Only the Holy Mother herself could have set this seal. No ordinary being could ever breach it. And you must behave with utmost restraint. Do not damage anything here. The leader cautioned him once more. And of course, I shall tread with care. How could I dare act recklessly within a sage's sacred Taoist ground? Zhao Xian almost smiled. Their number was small, barely 100 souls. Many still unascended to immortality, each possessing the pristine purity of untouched parchment, yet all possessed of exceptional potential for Taoist cultivation. It is evident that although these beings are naive to worldly matters, they hold the sage Nuwa in profound reverence and respect. Their dwellings are constructed from wood built by themselves on the outskirts rather than taking residence in the ready-made courtyard. Seeing this, Zhao Xian also built a thatched hut for himself on the periphery, not daring to occupy the sage's residence. He did not know how long he would stay on Mount Buzhou, so having a place to settle was a good choice. Just as he got settled, a very young girl managed to evade the others and stealthily approached Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian looked at the little girl before him, unsure of how to respond, but wary of causing trouble, feeling helpless in the moment. You came from outside, can you tell me what it is like out there? The little girl immediately asked, her gaze fixed on the outside, yet due to the restrictions in place the sun and moon could be seen, but the outside world remained obscured. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Xian shared some interesting experiences from his travels. This made the longing in the girl's eyes even more pronounced. What is your name? Zhao Xian's heart stirred as he suddenly felt that the little girl before him seemed to share a karmic connection with him. It was a vague yet peculiar feeling. He could not explain why, yet it was undeniably there, strangely fascinating. What do you mean, what is my name? The little girl asked with a puzzled expression. I mean your name. Zhao Xian replied, somewhat speechless. Name? We don't have names. The little girl shook her head and sighed as if burdened. Zhao Xian found it somewhat amusing, yet also helpless. These beings were truly extraordinary, lacking even names. Then what do you call yourself? The little girl turned her eyes and asked Zhao Xian. My name is Zhao Xian. You can also call me Zhao Gongming. Zhao Xian answered truthfully. The little girl scratched her head. So it's like that. Can I have the surname Zhao? That should be fine. Zhao Xian chuckled dryly. The implication of his words was not whether it was acceptable on his side, but whether it was permissible by the sage Nuwa. Then can you give me a name? The little girl pressed her advantage. Zhao Xian felt overwhelmed. As a fully realized Luo Jinxian, he was unexpectedly put in a bind by a young Qi transformation practitioner. If I grant you a name, you must take me as your master. How about that? Zhao Xian sensed the connection growing clearer. He could now affirm that this girl surely had a bond with him. The little girl thought for a moment, and then nodded. All right. You give me a name, and I will take you as my master. Then you shall carry the surname Zhao, and your name shall be Wang Yu. Zhao Xian pondered. There is a celestial herb named Wang Yu with many stalks resembling a sunflower, bearing red flowers and yellow seeds like a baby's tongue. Consuming it clears the mind and enhances one's nature. Zhao Wang Yu. That sounds quite nice. The little girl scratched her cheek with her finger, nodding in satisfaction before bowing deeply to Zhao Xian. Zhao Wang Yu greets master. Good. Rise. Zhao Xian felt a bit pleased. To date, he had only accepted 2 disciples. One was a registered disciple from the human clan, and the other was the current Zhao Wang Yu. One was granted heavenly merit, and the other was a congenital being created by a sage. Both were remarkable. If you wish to take on disciples, then you should take on one more. Just as Zhao Xian was feeling joyful, he heard a familiar voice calling from not far away. Zhao Xian was startled, raised his eyes, and quickly got up to pay his respects. I pay my respects to my Shu. Zhao Wang Yu pays respects to the Holy Mother. Meanwhile, Zhao Wang Yu had not yet gotten up and bowed again to the sage Nuwa. Moreover, she felt a bit scared as she had taken the liberty to become a disciple, and was unsure if it was appropriate, fearing it might displease the Holy Mother. I did not wish for this clan to enter the world. They were created in my likeness, using the divine water of the 3 lights, the soil of the 9 heavens, and my sacred blood, so they can be considered my kin. The sage Nuwa nodded, allowing the 2 to rise before continuing. This clan is not numerous, but each possesses excellent aptitude, making their cultivation efficient. However, I have foreseen that if they enter the world, they will surely face tribulations, so I plan to take them to Huangtian. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Please forgive me, Shu. I truly did not know the details. Zhao Xian could only plead for forgiveness. Who could have known there were such circumstances? The sage Nuwa shook her head. This is fate. She is bound to you. At this point, there is no escaping. However, upon hearing the word however, Zhao Xian felt a chill run down his spine. He dreaded statements that began with however. Please go on, Holy One. Zhao Xian's expression remained unchanged. Besides this disciple, you must accept one more. The sage Nuwa said with a smile. Which one? Zhao Xian asked cautiously, his gaze fixed on the half-grown boy behind the sage Nuwa. It is this one. The sage Nuwa noticed his gaze and pointed at the boy. This is the son of an old friend sheltered in my palace. However, I do not accept disciples of the Qian Dao, so he will belong to you. Zhao Xian pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized, tentatively asking, is it Jin Wu? The sage Nuwa indeed nodded, confirming Zhao Xian's guess. At this point, Zhao Xian found himself in a dilemma. He truly did not wish to take on this karmic connection. He could not bear the karmic ties of the demon clan's heavenly court. Do not overthink. He is no longer associated with the demon clan or the heavenly court. The sage Nuwa seemed to understand his concerns and vocally dispelled his worries. Only then did Zhao Xian breathe a sigh of relief. If this child still had ties with the heavenly court and the demon clan, he would never accept this disciple. That would be inviting trouble upon himself. In that case, I shall accept him. Zhao Xian nodded. And do not be reluctant, as such a disciple is sought after by others, but cannot be obtained. The sage Nuwa could not help but laugh and chided Zhao Xian's serious demeanor. Zhao Xian also couldn't help but smile. What you say is true, Shu. Luya, go and pay your respects to your master. If you do not go, you may stay in Huangtian, but I will not teach you. The sage Nuwa addressed the half-grown child behind her. Luya nodded, took a few steps forward, and respectfully bowed to Zhao Xian. Disciple Luya pays respects to master. I know a bit about your past. I won't concern myself with what happened before, but once you enter my sect, if you remain reckless and cause trouble, I will not spare you. Zhao Xian stated sternly after some thought. Luya turned pale and did not dare to retort, repeatedly nodding. Zhao Xian then softened his expression rise. At the same time, he felt somewhat dazed. Who would have thought he would accept 2 disciples in one day? Truly a matter of fortunate coincidence. Luya stood up and looked at the young man before him, whose depths he could not discern. He was quite handsome, resembling. As for his age, no one knew. There is a saying that monks do not ask surnames and Taoists do not speak of longevity. If he dared to ask, he estimated that the outcome would not be favorable. In fact, the Holy Mother had previously mentioned finding him another master, which led him to speculate on the powerful figures in the 3 realms who might take him as a disciple. However, he had no leads after pondering for a long time. Today he followed the saint from the Huahuang Palace in a daze, realizing that he should have found his master. Yet he was completely unaware of who this master was, what their skills were, or what their background entailed. However, it seemed that they were quite familiar with the saint, and for that reason, he dared not harbor any ill thoughts. The only thing that left him somewhat dissatisfied was that he had arrived just a bit late, becoming a junior disciple instead of a senior. What Luya did not know was that even if he had arrived a bit earlier and became Zhao Wangyi a senior, he still could not become the eldest senior brother, as Zhao Xian had already accepted his first disciple. Seeing Zhao Xian accept Luya as his disciple, the Holy Mother nodded in satisfaction. This matter was settled, and in the future Zhao Xian would shield him from troubles with her support behind him, ensuring all would be well. Of course, the premise was that Luya should not seek his own demise, otherwise no one could save him. This place is where I cultivated before attaining enlightenment, quite remarkable indeed. It still retains the Dao scriptures and insights from me and your uncle Fushi. If you're interested, you can take a look. The Holy Mother looked around, reminiscing about the familiar scenery. Although her cultivation was far beneath what it was now, there were far fewer worries back then. Now her elder brother Fushi was wholly focused on the demon clan, which worried her greatly. Despite her multiple attempts to persuade him, he remained resolute. The sibling bond that once supported each other had faded into the distance. Just speaking of this place Fushi had not visited in a long time. Thank you very much, uncle. Zhao Xian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. The Holy Mother was skilled in the path of creation, while Fushi excelled in formations and divination. The Dao scriptures they left behind were immensely precious, unattainable by others. I have been keeping an eye on the matters you have been handling among the human race, and I am quite satisfied. The Holy Mother said again. Disciple feels apprehensive. Zhao Xian did not take it to heart. The Holy Mother appeared very satisfied, but how should one put it? He had reaped merits among the human race without much cost, and doing small deeds was merely a matter of raising a hand. I shall entrust this child to you. Do you have any questions? Speak them all now, or I shall take my leave. She was like this rarely, leaving the Huahuang Palace. Had it not been for bringing Luya here today, she would not have made a special trip to the primordial wilderness. Uncle mentioned the calamities faced by Zhao Wangyi's clan. One would think this clan was uniquely blessed, being a legacy of the saints. As long as they were cautious, their future achievements would be considerable. Why then did Uncle specifically point out this issue, leaving him perplexed? Heavenly secrets cannot be disclosed. When the time comes, you will naturally understand. However, do not worry too much, and let things follow their natural course. The Holy Mother shook her head, clearly unwilling to elaborate further on this matter. Afterward, the saint took everyone along and disappeared from that place. In the vast Taoist temple, only Zhao Xian and his 2 disciples remained, along with the trembling green lion hiding in the corner. This green lion had never feared even the Ta Ching saint, though it was cautious and measured in its demeanor. Yet it was extremely wary of the Holy Mother. Ultimately, it was the incident with the Yu Chao clan that left a shadow in its heart. In its mind, the Holy Mother was the one individual that could not be trifled with. Zhao Xian looked at his 2 disciples before him, feeling delighted, yet somewhat troubled. His outing had unexpectedly added 2 burdens. Zhao Wangyi was not to be mentioned, but at the stage of qi refinement, one could say that the journey of cultivation had just barely begun. Luya, however, was considerably stronger. After all, he was the son of the Heavenly Emperor, a child of 2 divine beings. Even without direct guidance, his foundation was strong. He had already reached the perfect stage of true immortal, just a step away from the Golden Immortal. As for his cultivation, it was neither high nor low, but there was still a long way to go before reaching maturity. Since you have accepted me as your master, you naturally should know the sect and background of your master. Zhao Xian called the 2 to him. I am a direct disciple of the Jiejiao Tongtian saint residing in the Golden Ao Islands by Yu Palace for cultivation, but my Dao temple is located in the Amei Mountains Luo Fu Cave. Since you have entered my sect, you will naturally receive the Jiejiao's record of teachings, making it so that you will have support outside, preventing ordinary people from deceiving you. You also have an eldest senior brother who is currently cultivating among the human race. In the future, you should unite in friendship, never harm your fellow disciples, and diligently cultivate to seek the great Dao. Did you hear me? We heard you, master. The two replied in unison. At this moment, Luya finally understood the background of his master. It turned out that he really was not one of those renowned powers of heaven and earth, but his background and connections did not disappoint him at all. Being a direct disciple of a saint, he was now considered a disciple of a saint himself. Although he was merely a third-generation disciple of Jiejiao, it would still serve as a foundation for traversing the primordial wilderness in the future. Since experiencing the previous catastrophe, Luya had matured significantly, also realizing how crucial a genuine backing was. The identity of the demon clan's prince was already not low in the primordial wilderness, especially now that the demon clan was at its peak. However, he found himself caught in a massive whirlpool, unable to escape, and more importantly, there were no saints in the heavenly court. Zhao Xian was quite satisfied with these two disciples. Even Luya, he believed that as long as he managed him well and did not let him stray, he would undoubtedly achieve great success in the future. However, the karmic burdens he carried made Zhao Xian's scalp tingle. The golden crow had wreaked havoc in the primordial wilderness, taking countless lives of its beings, thus entangling him in many karmic debts. If these could not be washed away, it would be very troublesome in the future. Moreover, no one could help him with this. He could only take it slowly himself. Perhaps he should help this disciple devise a plan or two. Zhao Xian settled temporarily with his two disciples in this place. Apart from spending some time instructing them in their cultivation every day, the rest of the time was spent studying the Dao scriptures left by the Holy Mother and Fuxi. Whether in the path of creation or the path of heavenly secrets and divination, they were all paths to the utmost, encompassing a vast array of content akin to a sea of knowledge as numerous as the stars. Zhao Xian began his studies anew. Even with the system's help, it still proved to be quite troublesome. However, the rewards were proportional to the effort, and his progress was immense. After a long time had passed on this day, while Zhao Xian was lecturing his two disciples, he suddenly stopped speaking. The two disciples were puzzled as to why their master had suddenly ceased. They looked up to see him enveloped in a rich aura of chaos, with flowers falling from the sky and golden lotuses emerging from the ground, auspicious clouds spreading like a canopy, and celestial music playing in harmony. The five elemental energies were swirling magnificently. This small realm trembled slightly, as if responding to something. Zhao Xian had finally crossed the threshold of the perfect golden immortal and entered the quasi-saint realm. The realm of quasi-saints is known as the closest state to that of a saint. Even at the early stage of quasi-saint, one can be regarded as a formidable being in the primordial chaos. This realm is quite peculiar. If one were to say it is a separate realm, that would not be entirely accurate. It serves as a transitional state toward achieving sainthood, and the entire process is in fact a journey of enlightenment. However, to claim that quasi-saint is not a realm would also be misleading, as the distance from quasi-saint to that of a saint is vast, presenting an enormous gap. Hence this realm was conceived. Quasi-saints are also referred to as the realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Though the realm is still that of a Golden Immortal, it possesses a nuance of Hunyuan in comparison to an ordinary Great Luo Golden Immortal. Thus it is also called Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Hunyuan refers to a state where the primordial qi is undivided, a chaos that is unified, the very beginning of primordial energy. Hunyuan encompasses all and is not chaotic, rather it represents a form of orderly transformation. Hunyuan embodies principle and Dao, the grand path of heaven and earth. All things originate from Hunyuan, which is boundless externally and infinitesimal internally. Quasi-saints possess this slight essence of Hunyuan, yet have not attained the fruit of Hunyuan Dao, hence are only referred to as Hunyuan Golden Immortals. If one can attain the fruit of Hunyuan Dao, it signifies mastery over the Hunyuan path, thereby becoming a Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. This title of Great Luo implies vastness, encompassing all existence. Nonetheless, most people prefer to refer to this as the quasi-saint realm. The gap between quasi-saints and Great Luo is indeed immense. This disparity is also a chasm. A quasi-saint can easily extinguish a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Because this realm carries the term saint, it possesses a hint of Hunyuan, and even if one is merely a quasi-saint, they are still a saint. That slight essence of Hunyuan signifies a fundamental enhancement. This differentiates quality from quantity. Thus all those known as formidable beings or great supernaturalists in the primordial chaos are invariably of the quasi-saint realm. They can be regarded as the strongest group beneath the saints. Zhao Wangyu looked at Zhao Xuanyuan, who was surrounded by various manifestations with confusion, unable to comprehend what had truly transpired. One reason was due to a lack of cultivation preventing her from perceiving the clues, the other was her limited perspective, which left her unaware of the underlying truth. However, Lu Ye seemed contemplative as he sensed a similar aura and pressure emanating from Zhao Xianyuan that was akin to that of his father. Congratulations, Master, on your significant advancement in cultivation. You have stepped into the realm of quasi-saints. Lu Ye exclaimed joyfully. He was genuinely pleased as he would rely on his master in the future, and naturally the stronger his master the better. With both status and cultivation attained, we disciples can finally feel secure. It is but a minor achievement. Zhao Xianyuan nodded, his expression neither joyful nor sorrowful. He did not react much to Lu Ye's congratulations, and began to continue his teachings. His breakthrough this time was truly a natural progression. He had not actively sought it, neither suppressing nor. This breaking of boundaries was akin to a river frozen in ice. As winter turned to spring for the river to flow into the sea, it must break through the ice on its surface. One can force through the ice, achieving a forced breakthrough. However, if you possess enough confidence, strong foundations, and vast accumulation, you can also allow it to happen naturally, letting the ice melt on its own until the river flows unobstructed. Moreover, this way the insights gained can be even greater, which was also why Ta Qing Shibo had specifically advised him, when he left Shouyang Mountain, that matters of cultivation should be pursued naturally. Now, not only had he smoothly broken through the quasi-saint realm, but he had also firmly established this realm without any sense of instability. Though Zhao Wanyu did not fully understand how remarkable or powerful the quasi-saint realm was, she sensed a distinctive charm, or Dao rhythm, emanating from Zhao Xianyuan. The rhythm arises naturally. Hunyuan is indestructible. Although the master was still sitting before them, he seemed to sit high above the clouds, every movement capable of shaking the heavens and earth. Zhao Zuanyuan's breakthrough did not stir up much of a commotion, partly because there were few people present. To traverse from the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm to the quasi-saint in such a short time is in itself quite shocking. It must be known that quasi-saints are not as common as cabbages. Many individuals never cross this threshold throughout their entire lives. Even now, when he claims to be the foremost disciple among the three teachings, no one can dispute it, for this is the truth. As the first among the third-generation disciples of the Xianmen to step into the quasi-saint realm, he is indeed worthy of this honor. However, Zhao Xianyuan did not place much importance on it. He had merely narrowed the gap with the older generation of cultivators. Besides, his target has never been on par with his peers. He was currently immersed in the profound seas of Dao principles. Whether it be the Dao of creation from his Shishun Voix, or the Dao of heavenly secrets from his Shishu Fushi, or even the supernatural technique of transforming into the three pure ones. All of these have captivated Zhao Xuanyuan, who had just broken through the quasi-saint realm, rendering him unable to extricate himself. Back then, when he learned the technique of transforming into the three pure ones during the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, he found it to be profoundly obscure, and even with the system's assistance, understanding it was extremely difficult. However, now it appeared much simpler. This supernatural technique is something that can only be cultivated at the quasi-saint realm. Now that he has reached this realm, his perspective naturally aligns, making it much more straightforward. Furthermore, he had not hesitated to employ the method of imparting profound wisdom, which allowed him to progress rapidly in this supernatural technique. Within just a few years, he had already reached a minor accomplishment. At this minor completion stage, he could manifest an avatar. Should he achieve major completion, he could produce another, and with perfection yet another. At this moment, Zhao Xianyuan looked at the figure before him, identical to himself, feeling quite pleased. This avatar could wield 90% of his true strength, making it extraordinary. However, this supernatural technique has its limitations. Once the true self attains sainthood, the avatar can only reach the quasi-saint perfection realm, unable to cross the threshold of sainthood. This is because the realm of saints is exceedingly unique. In all the heavens, only one exists, encompassing the past and future. The position of a saint is singular, and avatars cannot share that title, unless you allow your avatar to attain a saint position as well. However, that is rather difficult. The cultivation level of this avatar is also at the initial stage of quasi-saint, having differentiated from Zhao Zuanyuan's true self, albeit slightly unstable, merely barely at the initial stage of quasi-saint. This differentiation also caused a slight depletion of Zhao Zuanyuan's true self's power. Fortunately, this depletion can be replenished through cultivation. Thus, Zhao Xianyuan could only stabilize his cultivation first, raising his true self's realm to the level just broken through. With an additional avatar, Zhao Xianyuan found himself with more time, effectively doubling his time. Whether in understanding the Dao or in cultivation, his pace of progress did not slow down due to practicing this supernatural technique. Rather, it accelerated. No wonder those great supernaturalists and saints prefer to create multiple avatars. It is simply with the avatar in place, Zhao Xianyuan no longer concerned himself with teaching his disciples, instead wholly immersing himself in the Dao texts. The Dao of creation is exceedingly vast. and without a saint personally teaching, he could only grasp it bit by bit, thus his progress was not swift. Unlike at Shouyang Mountain where the Tao of Tai Chi was directly taught by Ta Ching Shi, Bo progressing from shallow to deep, from surface to essence in a step-by-step manner, always able to clarify doubts, which made it all the more effortless. Even so, he had not comprehended many aspects immediately. He merely stored the teachings of Shi Bo in his divine soul, and slowly contemplated gradually integrating and comprehending them. Here he had to rely entirely on himself, testing his extraordinary comprehension. Time flowed swiftly. Knock, knock, knock. What is it? A knock at the door interrupted Zhao Xuanyuan, who set down the tome in his hands and raised his head to inquire. Master, it's me. The young Qing lion pushed the door open and entered. Why aren't you training? What do you want with me? Zhao Xuanyuan felt somewhat displeased at the interruption. Master, we have been here for quite some time, but it is time to leave. The young Qing lion said softly. How long have I been in seclusion? Zhao Xuanyuan was taken aback, having genuinely forgotten how long he had been in closed-door cultivation. Today marks exactly 200 years. Your disciple Zhao Wanyo has already reached the heavenly immortal realm. The young Qing lion exclaimed, reflecting on how different things were when it came to teachers. In just 100 years, she has progressed from an ordinary mortal cultivator to the heavenly immortal realm. 200 years. How time flies. Zhao Xuanyuan felt a moment of disorientation. He only remembered specifically instructing the young Qing lion before going into seclusion to call him if he had not emerged after 200 years. Yet upon reaching this day, it felt as if it had been just yesterday. Well, it seems I've comprehended nearly all that I needed to understand. Continuing any further may not yield substantial gains. Zhao Xuanyuan rose. Throughout these 200 years, he had not relaxed for a moment, having thoroughly comprehended the Tao texts left behind by the Saint Tongtian. Some aspects remained beyond his current realm, allowing him only a cursory understanding. Additionally, the Tao of heavenly secrets was equally challenging, requiring immense effort on his part. In terms of cultivation realm, however, he had not made significant breakthroughs over these 200 years. Yet the insights gained from the Tao would serve as resources and foundations for his advancement to higher realms. At this moment, a temporary cultivation level did not hold much significance for him. Nevertheless, there were still some other gains. The unique environment of Buzhou Mountain had greatly enhanced Zhao Xuanyuan's physical body. He had not intentionally cultivated, but was already nearing the peak of the 7 transformations, advancing his physical realm to the mid-stage of quasi-saint. The increase in strength is considerable. However, as time passes, the effectiveness of this environment is diminishing. If one were to rely solely on this environment to cultivate the physical body and break through to the 8 transformations, it would likely take tens of thousands of years. Hundreds of years have passed, and Zhao Wanyu has transformed remarkably, having already achieved the realm of a celestial immortal from a mere qi refinement practitioner. Such speed is already quite impressive, mainly due to Zhao Zuan, who has abundant resources and time depth. The phases from mundane to true immortal are generally swift, but beyond that the pace slows down significantly. Each subsequent stage of cultivation represents a leap in growth. Thus the speed will slow down considerably. Master. Zhao Wanyu and Luya quickly bowed as they saw Zhao Xin arrive. Not bad. Zhao Xin expressed his satisfaction. Leaving Zhao Wanyu aside, Luya had also successfully broken through to the golden immortal realm over these past centuries. For the Jinwu, a rare species of the primordial era, such speed is commendable. Although the Jinwu possess immense potential and high ceilings, their growth is relatively slow, and what truly makes them formidable is their innate flame, the true sunfire. Initially among the 10 Jinwu, the other 9 were far stronger than Luya, yet in the end only Luya survived. This may be attributed to Luya being the weakest, thus causing the least harm to the primordial beings, and therefore carrying the lightest burden of sin. As for you, Luya, you need to find a way to eliminate your sins, otherwise when you reach the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, these sins will become your shackles and obstacles. Zhao Xin said, I will help you devise a plan for this, but you must be prepared to endure some hardships. Luya gratefully nodded, saying, I will follow Master's instructions. This Buzhou Mountain, who knows how much longer it will exist? Zhao Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the ancient mountain range below, unable to suppress his murmurs. Luya was taken aback, surprised, as he asked, What do you mean, Master? Is it possible that Buzhou Mountain might collapse? Even though he had previously gone through life without much care, merely fooling around with a few brothers, he had heard of Buzhou Mountain's renown. But now from Master's words, it seemed there was trouble brewing for the mountain. Zhao Xin shook his head, indicating he would not explain. Their vantage point was insufficient to see the deeper reasons. As long as the Witch clan fell into decline, Buzhou Mountain would undoubtedly collapse. Master, can we leave now? Zhao Wanyu was most concerned about this. The true reason she chose to become a disciple was her desire to leave this place and venture into the outside world. However, later on Master said she was too weak to survive in the primordial world, so he advised her to focus on her cultivation. Only when she became an immortal could she leave. Zhao Xian smiled, and nodded it is indeed time to go. Wang Yu was overjoyed upon hearing this. Finally she could leave this place. Although it was a magnificent place being a sage's sanctuary, even if it was merely the sage's site before becoming a sage, it was extraordinary and highly beneficial for cultivation. Yet, staying too long could also become tedious. At her age, being idle was unbearable. Her restless nature made solitude a torment. Can we return to Master's sanctuary? That would be the Amei Mountain's Luofu Cave. Zhao Xian shook his head. Not yet. This time we must first visit Kunlun Mountain to pay respects to the Yuan Shi sage, then return to the East Seas Bayou Palace for you to receive the teachings of the Jiejiao, and only then can we head to the Amei Mountain Sanctuary. Oh, that sounds even better. I've never seen what the outside world is like. Wang Yu was extremely pleased with Master's arrangements. Traveling through the primordial world with Master would surely be very interesting. The green lion revealed its true form at 7 lion heads, causing Wang Yu to gasp in awe. She never expected that the seemingly well-behaved little Taoist boy had such a terrifying true form. Usually this green lion was quite courteous to Wang Yu and Luya, as it was mindful of the disparity in their statuses. His mount, while called a loyal servant, was essentially a slave. If it broke the rules, it would face dire consequences the next day. Of course, this was also something it learned from the Great Luo Golden Immortal's old cow. It was said that when Xian Du first entered the sect, he was merely immortal, while the Great Green Bull had already been with the Taiching sage for countless years, having long reached the Luo level. However, the Great Green Bull still treated Xian Du with great respect, exemplifying how a mount should conduct itself. Fortune and misfortune have no door, only humans bring them upon themselves. The green lion was quite large, easily able to carry 3 to 5 people. After leaving the sanctuary of the Nuwa sage, they swiftly descended along the spine of Buzhou Mountain. Master, which direction shall we go? At the foot of Buzhou Mountain the green lion came to a halt. Zhao Xian calculated for a moment, and then pointed this way. I felt a surge of inspiration, just now a hint of something significant, suggesting it is something connected to me. Master, is there a great treasure about to appear? Wang Yu asked curiously. She had long yearned for the days of traveling and collecting rare treasures. Zhao Xian shook his head. I do not know either, only that it is connected to me, but I don't know the specifics. Let's go see what it is. Traveling westward, the green lion, now in the midstage of Taiji Golden Immortal, moved at full speed, taking nearly half a month before they finally arrived at the place, Zhao Xian sensed. However, upon reaching their destination, everyone felt a bit disappointed. This place was not some majestic cave of treasures, nor a perilous peak of divine craftsmanship. Instead, it appeared to be an ordinary human tribe. Although Zhao Xian was quite surprised that humans could survive in such a remote area, it was nothing extraordinary. Now that the human population was increasing and their migration range was expanding, it was not impossible for them to settle here under various fortuitous circumstances. There was nothing remarkable about it. Master, is this really the place? Could there be a mistake? Wang Yu has always been direct in front of Zhao Xian, saying whatever comes to mind. If it were anyone else, such comments would have been seen as disrespectful to a master. However, Zhao Xian was quite tolerant, not overly concerned with these trivialities. Instead, he was keen on protecting this girl's innocent heart, avoiding excessive scrutiny to prevent adverse effects. This approach differed from how he treated Luya, who was akin to a beautiful jade encased in stone, requiring careful polishing without any relaxation. Let's go down and take a look first. Zhao Xian pondered, having seen no signs of rare treasures appearing in, yet his calculations should not be wrong, indicating that the fated ones here are likely not rare treasures or materials. As they descended from the clouds, the green lion also reverted to its human form, rolling on the ground to become a young boy with red lips and white teeth. It had become accustomed to this, as being in human form was more suitable when meeting ordinary mortals to prevent scaring them and incurring Master's wrath. This human tribe was quite small, with not many inhabitants, and the people within had no cultivation at all. This peculiar phenomenon intrigued Zhao Xian. This place was not a good shelter, but rather dangerous mountains and treacherous waters with crises everywhere. The fact that this tribe could survive and take root here held some significance. The arrival of Zhao Xian and his companions was striking in this already sparsely populated tribe. Surprisingly, although the locals appeared extremely vigilant upon seeing the unfamiliar faces, they did not seem flustered. Soon the leader of the tribe found a few people wandering around the village. From where do the immortals come? The leader was an elderly man with a rosy complexion and a robust figure, suggesting that he lived quite well. His vitality at such an advanced age indicated that this tribe lacked for nothing, which was rare. In a world where humanity was still in the primitive stage of hunting and gathering, food scarcity was the greatest challenge to population growth. How do you know I am an immortal? Zhao Xian asked, humorously certain that the man before him was a mere mortal with no cultivation or supernatural abilities. Yet he confidently asserted that Zhao Xian and his companions were true immortals. The old leader smiled proudly, his expression filled with wisdom. Our tribe is located in a remote area with no other signs of civilization for hundreds of miles, surrounded by perilous mountains and treacherous waters. How could an ordinary person navigate such terrain? Only those capable of flying or teleporting like immortals or great demons could reach this place. Zhao Xian inquired, then why am I not one of those bloodthirsty demons? Please don't scare me, immortal. The old man's expression froze, feeling somewhat anxious. In truth, he was a bit afraid, but still mustered the courage to explain, those bloodthirsty demons, if they truly intended to harm us, would not be as approachable as you most would prefer to swallow us whole. It was no secret that demons consumed humans. Had it not been for the protection from the Nuwa, the progenitor of humanity, they would not have dared to be so bold, otherwise humanity would have long been decimated. However, the notion that consuming humans could enhance a demon's power was not mere superstition, it held some. Humans were born with innate Dao bodies, unlike demons who needed to undergo transformation. For lesser demons, devouring a few people could make their transformation much simpler. Some greater demons even regarded human hearts as delicacies. Zhao Xian had previously dealt with such creatures during his travels to various human tribes. But with the demons being numerous and powerful, killing a few was but a minor setback. As long as humanity could not protect itself, such occurrences would never cease. Zhao Xian nodded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with the elder's words. If I am not mistaken, the reason your tribe can remain safe here must be due to someone's protection. It would be impossible for you to achieve this alone, though. I wonder who it is. What do you mean by that? The leader's expression changed, but he forced a smile, saying, Immortal, what do you mean? There is no need to panic or deny it. I have a general idea of what's going on. Zhao Xian waved his hand, interrupting the old man's words, and his gaze fell directly on the temple in the center of the tribe. Let's go. We should take a look and see which deity resides there. Zhao Xian led 2 disciples and a young boy toward the temple. Immortal, we cannot do this. The old man was horrified, calling out in distress, but how could he stop Zhao Xian and his companions? Upon arriving outside the temple, Zhao Xian focused his gaze. It was a small temple, yet the incense offerings were surprisingly abundant. Which mighty deity could command such reverence here? It turned out not to be the Holy Mother Nuwa, as the statue depicted a reclining tiger, a demon, or a tiger demon. The temple's name confirmed this, as it was called the Mountain Lord Temple. It seemed to be a tiger demon without a doubt. Zhao Xian found it somewhat amusing. He initially thought a great deity was responsible for the protection here, only to discover it was a mere tiger demon. Moreover, this was Zhao Xian's first time witnessing humans venerating demons. With this thought, Zhao Xian's expression darkened as he turned to ask, May I inquire about the origin of this mountain lord that you sacrificed to him with incense? Immortal, please allow me to explain. When we first arrived here, life was difficult. We struggled for food, and there were demons causing trouble. If it weren't for the protection of the mountain lord, our tribe would have perished long ago. The leader's face was filled with sorrow, secretly blaming Zhao Xian and his group for meddling in their affairs. Zhao Xian's expression softened upon hearing this, and he asked again, Do you need to offer blood sacrifices to him? The term blood sacrifice refers to living beings. Some clever demons do not swallow their offerings whole, but instead protect the area, helping humans survive. Their requests are quite simple. In addition to incense, they might require a few humans to be sacrificed daily or monthly, which is not unlike raising livestock. He had encountered a few such demons, and had even used them to refine lamp oil. Of course not. The Mountain Lord is benevolent. He has never made such demands, and this temple was established by our own volition. The leader shook his head, repeatedly fearing Zhao Xian and the others might misunderstand him. Zhao Xian finally smiled, saying, I see, I was just overthinking it. I thought you might be harboring a blood-sucking demon. At this point, he understood what connected him to this place. It was indeed the tiger demon whose statue was enshrined in the temple. Could it be that rare black tiger? If his memory served him correctly, Zhao Gongming's original steed was a black tiger, a primordial rare breed, though he had never encountered one before, instead opting for a green lion as his mount. He hadn't expected to come across one today. Where is the Mountain Lord now? Zhao Xian asked the elder. Are you not seeking trouble with the Mountain Lord? The elder looked hesitant, fearing that this group might be here to exterminate demons. However, the Mountain Lord had granted them their lives, and he could not betray him. Don't worry. I just want to see what kind of being the Mountain Lord is to possess such power. Zhao Xian reassured him. The elder, however, kept silent, as he did not trust Zhao Xian and decided not to divulge anything. Luya raised an eyebrow, saying, You really have no sense of the situation. My master is not someone who breaks his word. It's fine. Zhao Xian interrupted Luya, Don't press him further. This tiger demon seems quite beloved by the people. They are not at fault for remaining silent. But since you want say, I will seek it out myself. With that, Zhao Xian entered the temple, stood beneath the statue, gazed upward for a moment, then gently tapped the forehead of the tiger demon statue with his fingers. Hey, who hit me? Who hit me? That blind fool is plotting against you, Mountain Lord. A childish female voice echoed in the temple, filled with indignation. Not only Lu Ya and the others were stunned, even Zhao Xian was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected it to be a girl. Zhao Xian quickly regained his composure, shook his head, and smiled, saying, "It was me. I am at the Mountain Lord's temple." "Oh, it's you. Just you wait." This little demon is indeed amusing. To not recognize a true person right before their eyes. Lu Ya found himself both amused and exasperated upon hearing his master insulted. That is a Quasi Saint. How many Quasi Saints can there be in the entire wilderness? Those great powers, even if they are not part of the three teachings, must still be treated with respect when visiting, and even some top Quasi Saints would receive courtesy from sages being addressed as friends. They would not deliberately snub or embarrass anyone. Though his master was still in the early stage of Quasi Saint, who would dare to disrespect him? Clearly there was still a lack of experience. At this moment the elder from the human race stood by dumbfounded. This immortal teacher is truly remarkable. How is this possible? He took a few cautious steps forward, gently touching the tiger statue, then realized it was merely a stone carving, not a real person, yet that immortal teacher could strike and hurt the Mountain Lord. Then he began to worry, if this immortal teacher was so powerful, would the Mountain Lord be able to contend with them? And if they couldn't win, would they be able to escape? Zhao Xian stood with his hands behind his back, waiting calmly for the Mountain Lord to arrive. Meanwhile, a small cave abode lay within a deep gorge where the terrain was unique, forming a natural formation that concealed the heavenly secrets from being discovered. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Xian had yet to find the hiding place of the tiger demon. The tiger demon was typically very cautious, always mindful of its movements, fearing that its concealment would be discovered. However, today, within this cave abode, the tiger demon felt anxious. It was confident that hidden in this mountain gorge cave no one could find it, yet just moments ago someone had struck. At that moment a girl in black attire sat on a stone chair, panic-stricken, while rubbing her head in grievance. Who is that Taoist? What is their background? Such terrifying Taoist techniques can actually hurt me from afar. They must be no ordinary figure. The girl's mind raced as she contemplated what she should do now was to immediately flee the cave abode and quietly depart, trying not to alert that terrifying Taoist. Fortunately, she had reacted quickly, just now evading that person, as she feared that person might still be waiting in the temple for her to deliver herself right to them. Did they really think she was foolish? The more she thought about it, the more dangerous it seemed. Since that person could strike her from afar, they could surely trace her to this cave abode. While an ordinary person might not discover it here, that individual was different. Run! I must leave. The girl climbed up from her seat, still feeling indignant. She had never harmed anyone, nor did she even eat meat, surviving solely on the essence of the skies and the dew of the earth. Although she lacked superior cultivation methods, she had still attained the golden immortal status. Moreover, her bloodline was unique, making her nearly impervious to most demons. It was just her misfortune to encounter someone she clearly could not provoke. A sudden breeze arose, and the girl transformed into a wisp of smoke, darting from the cave and diving into the sky, drifting away from the direction of the human villages. After running several thousand miles, seeing that no one pursued her, she finally felt somewhat relieved. However, she focused solely on checking behind her and did not notice someone in front of her. Aya! In midair, a girl in black was directly knocked off her path, the wisp of wind that enveloped her dissipating. Where did this little spirit come from, daring to confront my master? Do you wish to die? It turned out that the girl in black had just panicked and lost her way, crashing directly into the entourage of that great power had been resting in their vehicle, leaving their disciple to guard it. However, as a disciple of a great power, they had seen many things, and numerous high-ranking figures in the wilderness had strong ties to their master, and they had never encountered anyone who dared to charge indirectly. Forgive me, I was careless. I have matters to attend to today. I will come back to apologize another day. The black-clad girl lamented, inwardly unwilling to linger here, fearing that the person behind her would catch up, which would be a major trouble. You think you can just leave when you wish, I? The disciple was furious, not yet knowing how to explain this to their master. Saying this, they pulled out a magical artifact to strike, and the black-clad girl panicked, transforming directly into a large black tiger baring its teeth to bite. In front of the Mountain Lord Temple, Zhao Xian had waited a long time without seeing the Mountain Lord come for revenge, feeling puzzled. Illogically, that tiger demon should not be far from here, so why was it still delayed? He then opened his magical eye and immediately had a strange expression, first crying and laughing, then unable to contain his laughter. Why is master laughing? Lu Ya was extremely puzzled upon seeing this. Wang Yu also looked confused, wondering what amusing thing their master had encountered. Interesting. We were indeed blind. You say that others do not recognize a true person, yet you do not realize they were deliberately deceiving you and attempting to escape. Zhao Xian had encountered such an amusing little demon for the first time. What? We were actually played by it. Luya found it hard to believe. This little demon was quite audacious, but one had to admit it was very clever. If not for Master discovering it, it would have succeeded. Let's go. We need to see this interesting little creature. Zhao Xian patted the green lion boy, who transformed into a massive green lion, and then carried several people as they chased after the direction Zhao Xian pointed. They paid no mind to the old man below, who stumbled in fright at the terrifying sight of the green lion shouting about true immortals. As a disciple of a great power, they naturally possess some abilities. Being at the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal, with some roots, a breakthrough to the Great Luo Golden Immortal would be easily achievable. This black tiger, though a rare species from the wilderness, was extremely fierce, yet it was no match, and was quickly forced to retreat. The disciples saw that their master in the vehicle had not spoken clearly awake, but seemingly unconcerned about this matter, leaving it to be handled by him. Thus they became even more ruthless, seeing that they were about to kill it on the spot. Little friend. Wait. However, a voice came from ahead, filled with a resonant Dao rhythm, clear and gentle like the sound of a Dao bell. The disciples' murderous intent instantly dissipated, and they involuntarily withdrew their actions. Yet upon recalling that the tiger demon had crashed into the vehicle and their master had yet to speak, they found themselves at a loss, unsure whether to spare or strike. Step back. The voice from the vehicle commanded, and the disciple immediately stepped aside, secretly sighing in relief. Which Taoist friend has come here? Zhen Yuanzi had not yet inquired. As someone emerged from the vehicle, the figure wore a purple gold crown, a worry-free crane, cloaked shoes on their feet, and a ribbon tied around their waist. Their body resembled that of a young boy, with a face akin to a beautiful maiden. 3 whiskers floated beneath their chin, adorned with raven feathers by their temples. With billowing sleeves and a high crown holding a whisk, an aura of immortality surrounded them, instantly recognizable as a transcendent being. Disciple Zhao Gongming of the Jiejiao Sect greets the Great Immortal. I once saw you from afar when my master discussed Dao at the Bio Palace. Zhao Xian hurriedly dismounted from his mount, standing on a cloud, to pay his respects to Zhen Yuanzi. Although this person was only a quasi-saint, they had connections with many saints and were friends with his master, so it was worthwhile to show such respect. So it turns out you are a disciple of a sage. No wonder. Zhen Yuanzi's eyes lit up. Just now he had only heard the voice, but from the Dao rhythm in that voice, he knew the visitor's strength was not weak, and like himself was also a quasi-saint. However, he had already reached the peak of quasi-saint, while the person before him was still merely in the early stages of quasi-saint. Yet despite his higher cultivation, he could not underestimate the Zhao Gongming before him. Achieving quasi-saint at such a young age, his future accomplishments would surely not be inferior to his own. Moreover, he was a disciple under the revered sage Tongtian. In terms of strength and status, he could not afford to be careless. Among the second-generation disciples of the Jiejiao, there were actually such impressive figures. He had not noticed this before. When he previously visited Jiejiao Island to pay respects to Sage Tongtian, he had not learned much about his disciples, only knowing of the Taoist duo Bao. A little did he expect that this Zhao Gongming was even more formidable. As for the other disciples under various sages, he had never seen anyone break through to quasi-saint so early. Even the Xiandu under the Ta Ching sage was far from this. Wherefore do you praise me, senior? It is merely that my luck is somewhat better. Zhao Xian shook his head. No wonder this Zhen Yuanzi had friends throughout the 3 realms. One reason was his possession of the supreme innate spiritual root, the ginseng fruit, which extended life and increased cultivation. The second reason was that this person was extremely methodical in his dealings, making others feel comfortable and not provoking dislike. Though I may be a bit older than you, my cultivation is not significantly higher. If you do not mind, let us refer to each other as friends. Zhen Yuanzi smiled, greatly satisfied with Zhao Gongming before him. Zhao Xian shook his head repeatedly. How could a poor Taoist dare? The Great Immortal is a friend of my master. Before he could finish speaking, Zhen Yuanzi nonchalantly interjected. For us seekers of the Dao, the foremost priority is the attainment of Dao, then comes status. Such a straightforward statement. Zhao Xian had no choice but to go along with it. Then I shall follow your words. However, today I fear I must ask for a personal favor from you. Oh, do go on. Zhen Yuanzi noticed Zhao Xian's gaze falling upon the black tiger, realizing that Zhao Xian had come specifically for this creature. This black tiger is audacious and has offended my master's divine carriage. It is for this reason that I have slightly punished it. Zhen Yuanzi's disciple spoke at the right moment, first pointing out the black tiger's wrongdoing, then categorizing the incident as a conflict involving disciples. Zhen Yuanzi admonished, silence. Where do you have the right to speak? I see. Zhao Xian nodded, thinking to himself that Zheng Yuanzi's disciple was quite astute. It is not to blame your disciple. Today I have determined that this extraordinary black tiger is fated to be with me, and I intended to take it as my attendant. Who would have thought that this black tiger would flee believing I meant it harm, and ended up in your hands? I ask that you show some mercy. No worries, no worries. It is just a case of my disciple acting on their own. You may take it. Zheng Yuanzi waved his hand, showing no concern. The black tiger, originally curled up and afraid to move, now realized just how unfortunate her day had been. Although she had escaped from Zhao Xian's den, she had delivered herself into the hands of another powerful individual she could not afford to offend. Had Zhao Xian not arrived in time, she would likely have been killed on the spot. The black tiger transformed, becoming a girl in black clothing, and first bowed deeply to Zhao Xian, saying, "Mountain Lord, I greet you." She had just heard Zhao Xian say that he was not there to harm her, but to take her as his attendant. This arrangement seemed feasible to her. She felt it was better than living as a wild demon in the mountains. If she stayed in the wild, who knows when she might again provoke a powerful being and be crushed at a moment's notice. Get up. I know you are clever, and I see you have protected the common folk, and performed many good deeds, gathering blessings and virtue. Since we are fated, I shall take you as an attendant, teaching you the true methods of the Tao, so you may follow me and cultivate diligently. Zhao Xian thought that this black tiger should have been his mount, but now he already had a Qing lion. He had sufficient mounts, yet this little girl, though inexperienced, was very clever, so he decided to take her as an attendant. Thank you, my lord. The girl in black joyfully wiped her tears, and then ran to stand behind Zhao Xian, finally feeling she had some backing and would no longer have to hide and evade others. Zheng Yuanzi observed Zhao Xian's actions and realized that he was not an arrogant or ignorant person, and thus he was worth establishing a deeper friendship with. Are these two your disciples? Zheng Yuanzi looked at Luya and Wang Yu behind Zhao Xian. A glance told him that these two were also indeed, they are two rather unremarkable disciples of mine. Zhao Xian nodded, then recounted the events surrounding his two disciples to Zheng Yuanzi. Zheng Yuanzi was secretly astonished. He had not expected that this Zhao Gongming was not only a disciple of Saint Tongtian, but also favored by the sage Nuwa. This background was indeed remarkable. Even he had to treat him with seriousness. So it turns out you have such a fortuitous connection. After listening to Zhao Xian's recounting, Zheng Yuanzi sighed repeatedly, then shifted the topic. Do you know that my Taoist temple, Wuzhuang Temple, is not far ahead? Why don't you accompany me for a visit? This is fine. Zhao Xian could tell that Zheng Yuanzi's invitation was sincere, and he felt it would be rude to refuse, otherwise it would be disrespectful. It is an honor for Zheng Yuanzi that you can come to my Wuzhuang Temple. After saying this, Zheng Yuanzi had his disciples lead the way while he and Zhao Xian rode the clouds together. Just as Zhao Xian was about to set off, he suddenly remembered something. Wait a moment. He then reached into his sleeve, pulled out some heavenly materials and earthly treasures, fiddled with them in his hand for a while, and after refining them, a statue, resembling Zhao Xian, appeared in his hand. He then called over the Qing lion. You take this object back to the Mountain Lord's temple and place it there. The Qing lion took the statue, nodding repeatedly before turning and leaving. What does your friend intend to do? Zheng Yuanzi asked curiously. Previously this child protected a region of common folk, but now that I take her away, they will be left without support. If I do not resolve their concerns, this matter will not be right. The statue Zhao Xian had instructed the Qing lion to take back was one he had refined, leaving a strand of his hair in it. If those people faced difficulties, as long as they prayed in the temple, he would sense it from afar and could cast spells to help them. Meanwhile, the Qing lion returned to the human tribe with Zhao Xian's statue. The elder was still waiting in the Mountain Lord's temple. When he saw the Qing lion transformed into a young boy enter, he remembered that this was the great demon that had turned into a seven-headed Qing lion. Although he was afraid, he still mustered the courage to ask, what happened to the Mountain Lord? The young Qing lion rolled its eyes. This person was so clueless, and just happened to touch on its inner thoughts. It was only a mount, while that little girl had suddenly become an attendant. Yet it knew it could not act against this person, and could only speak in a muffled voice. As for her, she struck it rich, and was taken as an attendant by my master, who is teaching her the true methods of the Tao. There are many benefits. Upon hearing that the Mountain Lord was unharmed, the elder finally felt relieved. This is a gift from my master. Place it in this temple. If you face difficulties in the future, come here and light a stick of incense, and my master will know even from thousands of miles away. The Qing lion presented the statue in its hands, walked into the temple, and placed it upon the black tiger. At the moment the statue touched the black tiger, it seemed to take root upon her back. The two entities merged into one. The Qing lion scratched its head upon seeing this, then did not move again, simply turning to leave. Zhao Xian and the others waited where they stood. After the azure lion returned and clarified the matter, Zhao Xian finally relaxed, and followed Xinyuanzi toward Wanshou Mountain Wuzhuang Temple. Before they drew near, some distance still between them and the mountain, Zhao Xian halted, gazed across at Wanshou Mountain and sighed. What a true grotto paradise this is. This place of cultivation even makes me envious, he added. Haha, not at all. Xinyuanzi heard the admiration was heartfelt and felt pleased. Wuzhuang Temple rose in towering peaks, its grandeur austere, its roots linked to the Kunlun vein, while its summits brushed the vault of heaven. Sunlight bathed the clear groves, layers of colored clouds overlapped, red mists swirled through the woods, cranes beat their wings, and auspicious beasts called softly. An imposing air of Taoist virtue, a tranquil abode for immortals. As they drew near, they saw white cranes ferrying drifting clouds and monkeys offering fruits. At the mountain gate stood a stone stele inscribed with 10 large characters. Wanshou Mountain, blessed land, Wuzhuang Temple, grotto heaven. Ascending and entering, they saw a couplet hung at the entrance, abode of the ageless immortals, a Taoist household, as enduring as heaven. Great immortal, what an apt couplet. Zhao Xian could not help but nod. Xinyuanzi took Zhao Xian's wrist, waved his hand in modesty, and laughed. That couplet was not my doing. I once had a friend named Hongyan, someone who disliked restraint and wandered free. He would often linger here at my Wuzhuang Temple. He wrote that very couplet. What a pity, Zhao Xian replied, his face full of regret. Xinyuanzi sighed softly. Indeed a pity. I arrived too late that day. Hongyan had perished and his Tao was extinguished. I spared no effort to preserve a soul and a spirit by drawing them with a great elixir each day. I have kept a thread of hope alive. Zhao Xian only knew the broad outline of that grievance. The chief culprit was the demon clan's Kuanping Dijuan with Shuan, his treacherous enticement, which led to Hongyan's death. The finer details he did not know. Entering the main hall, they found an altar that did not venerate the Sanqing, nor Nuwa the Empress, nor the Western two saints. It honored only the characters, heaven and earth. Zhao Xian observed this, but felt nothing amiss. When he first met Xinyuanzi and offered such solemn salute, was it not because Xinyuanzi's seniority was truly great? In the years when Dao ancestor Hanjun lectured in Xixiao Palace, Xinyuanzi sat alongside the 6 saints. Though he had not become a sage, he descends from the Xian lineage and is of a generation with the 3 Sanqing saints. Thus Xinyuanzi had the assurance to refuse homage to the Sanqing and to withhold ritual deference from a second-generation disciple of Jiejiao. Like Zhao Xian was plainly a junior. Were it not for Zhao Xian's deep cultivation and his attainment as a quasi-saint, he would not dare accept Xinyuanzi's address as fellow Taoist. They feared to offend and thereby diminish his blessings and longevity. Wuzhuang Temple sheltered dozens of disciples, all students of Xinyuanzi. Most were registered pupils, some personally instructed, each walking the Tao, and all remarkable. Seeing the great immortal treat one person with such gravity, the disciples knew Zhao Xian was no ordinary figure, either of uncommon status or profound cultivation. In this vast primordial world, few could compel their master Xinyuanzi to such solemnity. Apart from the 6 saints and peers among the quasi-saints, no one who failed to meet Xinyuanzi's regard could expect even the slightest show of courtesy from him. Even if the demon clan's celestial emperor Dijuan personally arrived, the master would be too indifferent to attend to him, showing not an ounce of deference to that lord of heaven and earth. Ultimately, it stemmed from the matter of his friend Hanyun. It was already rare that he had not made trouble for Dijuan. To dare to come calling, did they not invite discomfort? Therefore, when Xinyuanzi's disciples entertained Zhao Xian and his companions, they were exceptionally attentive, presenting divine brews, immortal teas, and spiritroot fruits in a ceaseless stream. Zhao Xian could not decline and shared a generous bout of drinking with Xinyuanzi before they paused. Great immortal, from where have you just returned? To think we met you on the road. Zhao Xian asked lightly. This humble Taoist was bound for Kunlun Mountain. Yuanshi Shengren sent a posting inviting me to discuss the Tao. I could not refuse, so I took my disciples and prepared to go. I see. Zhao Xian realized it made sense, for Wuzhuang Temple on Wanshou Mountain lies not far from Kunlun, hence the saying that the land connects to Kunlun's root. I see. Zhao Xian realized it made sense, for Wuzhuang Temple on Wanshou Mountain lies not far from Kunlun, hence the It matters not, there is still some time before the appointed day with the sage, so no delay will befall us, Xinyuanzi replied indifferently. Zhao Xian nodded. In truth, my journey is also to pay homage to the sage at Kunlun Yushu Palace. After leaving Bo Palace, I lingered on Shouyang Mountain for several years, listening to Taiching's senior uncle expound the great Tao. To forego a visit to Kunlun now would be a breach of propriety for a disciple. That is a fortunate coincidence. We shall travel together then. Xinyuanzi laughed. You have arrived at an opportune moment. The sage is about to teach his disciples the great Tao. You should go and listen. Zhao Xian nodded. Excellent. With that, they began to sip tea and discuss the Tao. Xinyuanzi's mastery was naturally profound, keeper of the Earth Book, and hailed as the ancestor of Earth Immortals, a title not given lightly. Were fortune kinder a sage's station might be within his grasp, the attainment of sage would not be impossible. Even so, he possessed the right to debate with sages, which attested that his understanding of the great Tao had long exceeded that of countless top quasi-saints. Zhao Xian fell short in certain respects, yet he had learned widely and heterogeneously, relying on strong, innate talent, keen comprehension, and system aid. He embraced all teachings. Whether the Shangqing Hundong Dao passed down by his master Taiching senior uncles Taiji, Dao the Golden Core Path, the Outer Alchemy Path, Nuwa the Sage's Dao of Creation, or Fuxi senior uncle's Heavenly Mechanism Prognostication Dao. He had gleaned insight into them all, not merely acquaintance, but profound mastery, especially of Taiching senior uncle's personally transmitted Taiji Dao and the Golden Core Path. The more Xinyuanzi listened, the more astonished he became. At first he had not taken the discussion seriously. To be frank, Zhao Xian, though a quasi-saint, remained at an early stage, and was still far from Xinyuanzi's realm, with a long way yet to go. Only upon reaching that realm could one truly comprehend the magnitude of the difference. Yet as Zhao Xian cited scriptures and expounded the Tao, touching ever more topics and widening his scope, even Xinyuanzi could not help but become solemn. Their debate entered a rich scene. Xinyuanzi marshaled his full array of teachings to expound his Tao, while Zhao Xian unleashed his all ravenous as a whale, absorbing the ultimate verities of various Daoways, and by his own accumulation could infer broadly and even argue with Xinyuanzi where he dissented. Such depth was the fruit of Zhao Xian's 200 years of seclusion on Buzhou Mountain. He not only assimilated and digested the majority of the creation Tao and the heavenly mechanism predictive Tao, but gradually fused his prior studies into a single integrated whole. As the saying goes, 100 paths serve as kindling to ignite the great Tao's furnace, refining one's true self as one seeks that Tao which belongs uniquely to Zhao Xian. Though Zhun Yuanzi, the great immortal, may not possess the breadth of knowledge that Zhao Xian has, it is because he has not been as reckless as Zhao Xian, who comprehends multiple paths simultaneously in an utterly unreasonable manner. Strictly speaking, every path can lead to enlightenment, so the mainstream approach in the cultivation world is to specialize in one path, with perhaps a secondary focus. Even then, the primary and secondary paths are clearly defined. However, Zhao Xian's idea is to cultivate 100 teachings to comprehend as many paths as possible, and then transform these paths into nourishment, becoming a ladder for advancement. But if others were to follow his example, they would simply end up becoming lost, unable to find their way. This method is inherently unconventional. Without the aid of a supportive system or the enhancement of comprehension, Zhao Xian would not have taken such a path. If Zhao Xian's profound accumulation astonished Xinyuanzi, then Xinyuanzi's path truly dazzled Zhao Xian. It is widely known that in the primordial chaos there exists the heavenly way, the earthly way, and the human way. Today most cultivators pursue the heavenly way, and even the 6 saints are heavenly saints. Although the source of the human way lies with the Saint Nuwa, she herself does not cultivate the human way. Yet Xinyuanzi does not cultivate the heavenly way nor the human way, he practices the earthly way. Moreover, he is the first person to cultivate the earthly way, and those who attain immortality through this path are all Earth Immortals, which is why Xinyuanzi is called the ancestor of the Earth Immortals. However, due to the limitations of the earthly way, there can only be one saint of this path, and unfortunately, that position will not be filled by Xinyuanzi. Zhao Xian sighed inwardly as he listened, realizing that Xinyuanzi is indeed lacking in a measure of fortune. Nonetheless, given his status as the origin of Earth Immortal cultivation, he is certainly worthy of being a guest in the presence of a saint. Thus, Zhao Xian now understands that Xinyuanzi's uniqueness is not solely because of his seniority being of the same generation as the 3 pure ones, but also because he has pioneered a new path of cultivation. Heaven has the heavenly way, which begins all things. The earth has the earthly way, which gives birth to all things. Humanity has the human way, which leads to the completion of all things. Thus, the heavenly way is known as yin and yang, the earthly way as soft and hard, and the human way as benevolence and righteousness. Each governs its domain, yet is interlinked and mutually influential. A completely different path is presented by Zhun Yuanzi, as if he were unfolding a scroll before Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian can discern the differences from the heavenly way, while simultaneously finding their connections. It is akin to yin and yang. Without yin there is no birth, without yang there is no growth. The ways of heaven and earth are such that one cannot exist apart from the other. This nearly complementary principle of the great Tao enlightens Zhao Xian, clearing up concepts that had previously seemed obscure and allowing him to organize the once chaotic ideas in his mind. Seeing Zhao Xian's remarkable comprehension and his ability to relate his understanding to the heavenly and earthly paths, Zhun Yuanzi felt a surge of joy. Thus, When explaining the earthly way, he held nothing back and gave his utmost. When the two finished sharing their insights and exchanged glances, both were filled with surprise, yet also felt an insatiable desire for more. Meanwhile, the disciples nearby were left dazed and confused. Some who forced themselves to listen appeared pale or even frightened. Isn't it true that upon hearing the Tao, one feels joy, yet within the Tao, there is also great terror? When they spoke, they did not consider the disciples nearby, whether it was Zhao Xian's disciple Tongtian or Jin Yuanzi's direct disciple. They were all allowed to remain. However, to say how much they understood would be asking too much. The content discussed had long surpassed the average Golden Immortal level, far exceeding the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, and even was above the typical quasi-saint level. This was not something disciples who had not even reached the Great Luo realm could comprehend. Of forcing themselves to listen would only be futile, causing more harm than good. Friend Taoist, you truly surprise me. I did not expect you to be proficient in so many paths. This is definitely not merely a surface-level understanding, but you have walked far along each respective road. Zhun Yuanzi stroked his long beard, now regarding Zhao Xian as a true fellow cultivator. Zhao Xian shook his head. In fact, I must thank the Great Immortal for generously explaining the Tao without prejudice and not hoarding knowledge for himself. Today, in discussing the Tao, I have gained immensely. Saying this, he bowed to Zhun Yuanzi, this gesture not being flattery, but a testament to Zhun Yuanzi's broad-mindedness. Zhun Yuanzi grasped his arm. Why would you say that, friend Taoist? I too have gained greatly today. Huh. The two exchanged a glance, and then burst into laughter together. How delightful. Friend Gongming, do you know there is a primordial spiritual root of extraordinary mystery in my observation? Zhun Yuanzi pulled Zhao Xian up and headed towards the back courtyard of the temple. I've heard a bit. Zhao Xian nodded. I've heard that this spiritual root is called the ginseng fruit, also known as the grass rejuvenation pill. It is extremely extraordinary. Zhun Yuanzi nodded. Indeed, my spiritual root flowers once every 3,000 years, bears fruit once every 3,000 years, and matures after another 3,000 years. Only after 10,000 years can it be consumed. In this 10,000 years, there are only 30 fruits. A mere taste grants a mortal 6 lifetimes, and eating one can extend life by 47,000 years. Counting the time, the fruits should be ripe now, just in time for us to enjoy with our drinks and discuss the Tao. Zhun Yuanzi led Zhao Xian and his companions to the place where the spiritual root grew, and Zhao Xian finally beheld the legendary ginseng fruit tree. He saw the fruit tree adorned with countless auspicious colors, surrounded by chaotic energy, with 30 fruits faintly visible, radiating brilliant light, truly extraordinary. Those fruits resembled infants who had not yet reached 3 years, complete with limbs and facial features. Indeed, it is worthy of being a top-tier primordial spiritual root. Many can extend their lives by consuming it, yet only a handful can achieve such effects across the 3 realms. Zhao Xian praised. Zhun Yuanzi took the golden gavel from the boy's hands, and when he saw Zhao Xian looking, he explained, these fruits are extremely delicate. They fall if they touch metal, wither if they touch wood, dissolve in water, scorch in fire, and sink into the earth. Thus, even when I picked the fruit, I used the golden gavel to strike. Zhun Yuanzi was not a stingy person. He struck down 6 fruits in total, 1 for himself, 2 for Zhao Xian as a guest, 1 for each of Zhao Xian's 2 disciples, and even 1 for the boy in black. Zhao Xian tasted one. It was exquisitely delicious, yet the moment it entered his mouth, it dissolved, leaving no distinct flavor. Moreover, at his level, eating the ginseng fruit was merely a pleasure for the taste buds, and would not yield any progress in his cultivation. It truly felt like a bit of a waste. With 1 fruit remaining, Zhao Xian picked it up and asked Zhun Yuanzi, does the Great Immortal have an alchemy furnace here? You want to refine pills? Zhun Yuanzi was quite surprised. Zhao Xian toyed with the ginseng fruit in his hand and nodded. This fruit is an excellent alchemical material. If paired with auxiliary ingredients, it can refine a 9 revolutions golden pill. Zhun Yuanzi laughed heartily. Could it be that your alchemy teachings come from the Grand Pure One? Zhao Xian nodded. Indeed, taught personally by my master, the Grand Pure One. The Grand Pure One once said that when the opportunity comes, I would be able to refine the 9 revolutions golden pill that I've been unable to perfect. Today, I feel that opportunity has arrived. The Saint of Taiqing is well known for his mastery of alchemy, a fact recognized throughout the 3 realms. Together with the path of artifact forging of Kunlun Mountain and the formation path of the Bayou Palace in the East Sea, they are collectively known as the 3 absolute arts. This means that both his master and 2 senior uncles have reached the pinnacle in their respective fields. Naturally, there is an alchemy room here at Xinyuan's place, as he is also knowledgeable in external alchemy. After all, the ginseng fruit, if consumed directly, has little effect for a great cultivator. Even those at the Tai Golden Immortal level find it of minimal use. Unless one can consume it every day, but that is clearly impossible. There are only 30 ginseng fruits harvested once every 10,000 years, each one exceedingly precious. How could they be wasted so easily? Thus the best method is to refine it into pills. The ginseng fruit, being a supreme spiritual root of heaven and earth, serves as the best pill base. After refinement, its medicinal properties can be fully realized, leading to astonishing effects. However, Xinyuan's alchemical skills are certainly inferior to those of Master Tai Chin. It would not be an exaggeration to say they are rather superficial in comparison. Now that Zhao Xian, the direct disciple of the Saint of Taiching, is about to start refining pills, Xinyuanzi is naturally pleased and quickly leads him into the alchemy room. The fire used for alchemy here is not the six-ding divine fire, but the innate spiritual fire from beneath the earth. This fire is also a supreme flame suitable for alchemy. By utilizing the earth's energy, the resultant pills will have milder and richer medicinal properties. However, this underground fire is hidden deep within the earth, making it inaccessible to ordinary people, but for Xinyuanzi, who masters the earth's scriptures, it is no challenge at all. This fire is remarkably effective for alchemy. Zhao Xian is quite satisfied. As he speaks, an array of heavenly materials and earthly treasures flies out from Zhao Xian's sleeve. These are rare alchemical materials he has collected during his travels in the wilderness over the years. Although they may not match the ginseng fruit in individual quality, their effects are still astonishing. During the refinement of the 9 turns golden pill, Zhao Xian feels a significant difference. The entire process is much smoother, flowing like water. Although he handles the alchemical materials quickly, he does so without a hint of panic, remaining calm and composed. As the refinement progresses, Zhao Xian gradually enters a state akin to enlightenment. This is what the Saint of Taiching referred to as the right timing. This is opportunity. When the time is right, everything falls into place effortlessly. The Demon Tribe's Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court is currently in a rather awkward position, and the Witch Tribe below is in a similar situation. Previously, the Demon Tribe regarded themselves as the rulers of heaven, occupying the Heavenly Court and controlling the world, looking down upon everyone due to their powerful race. Even towards those saints, while they would not actively provoke them, they did not hold them in as much reverence as ordinary people. They were confident that based on their methods and strength, although they may not reach the level of a saint, they would not be entirely powerless. Whether it is Emperor Jun or Dong Huangtai, both are at the peak of quasi-saints. Coupled with the Chaos Bell and the great array of the celestial stars gathering the power of millions of demon immortals, they once believed they could fight against the saints. However, hundreds of years ago, the Dao ancestor Hong Jun suddenly appeared, effortlessly suppressing both tribes with a slap, finally awakening them. Not only the Demon Tribe, but the Witch Tribe is also in a similar situation. The Demon Tribe goes without saying, the Witch Tribe has never regarded them seriously. Their 12 ancestor witches were all formed from the essence blood of their father god Pangu, believing their origins to be extraordinary. Even when the 3 clear ones claimed to be the true disciples of Pangu, they held much disdain, even considering causing trouble for the 3 clear ones at that time, only to be dissuaded by their younger sister Hoodoo. However, they now suddenly realized that the strength they once took pride in, along with the legacy of their father god, the great array of heavenly spirits, is not as invincible as they had imagined. At the same time, they are also aware that the decisive battle between the witch and demon tribes has already begun, starting when the Great Witch killed 9 of the Golden Crow princes, and it will not easily come to a halt. The Dao ancestors' intervention has only delayed their decisive battle, not ended it. There must be a battle between the 2 tribes, and it will be a life-and-death struggle with no cessation unless one side is completely exterminated. Thus both tribes are hastily preparing for war during this period, with no one daring to slack off. The 12 ancestor witches are practicing the great array of heavenly spirits, while the demon tribe is similarly cultivating more powerful demon immortals and rehearsing the great array of celestial stars. In comparison, during the brief battle between the 2 tribes last time, the witch tribe had the upper hand, because the core of the witch tribe's array consists of the 12 ancestor witches, while other great witches merely act as support. Even if they are injured, it would not diminish the array's power. On the other hand, the demon tribe's great array of celestial stars has sufficient power, but its shortcomings are also evident. The number of demon immortals required to form the array is simply too many. Whether it is the 2 pivot points of the sun and moon, or the 365 main flags, or the 14,800 subflags, each is a crucial component. If any one of them is damaged, the power of the array will decrease, and the downside of having too many people becomes obvious at this moment, as every part may become a flaw, and there is no method to resolve it. Thus, the demon tribe can only cultivate more powerful demon immortals and train them to operate the array more smoothly. The one most dissatisfied with the temporary truce between the 2 tribes is perhaps not Emperor Jun or Dong Huangtai, but the Queen Shihi. Shihi does not actually love fighting. During the previous conflicts between the demon and witch tribes, she never involved herself. Her participation this time is merely to avenge her slain children. However, the result of that battle left her extremely disappointed. They did not crush the witch tribe, and more importantly the Great Witch is still alive. Emperor Jun, are you still trying to stop me? Don't you want to avenge those children who died tragically? He looks at Emperor Jun with disappointment in her eyes, her anger causing her to call out his name directly. Emperor Jun shakes his head with a bitter smile. How could I want to stop you? If I could, I would also want to descend to the mortal realm and personally take the head of that for the sake of our children. But do you know what will happen if we charge into the witch tribe like this? He falls silent. Emperor Jun continues, the Dao ancestor has decreed that there shall be no disputes for 10,000 years. The demons govern heaven and the witches govern earth. The two are clearly delineated and do not infringe upon each other. Now that the 10th Ascendier period has not yet passed, if our demon tribe initiates a conflict, we will undoubtedly offend the Dao ancestor. At that time, our demon tribe may truly have no path left but extermination. Then should I just watch as that he continues to live carefree? He is still unwilling to accept this outcome, although she knows that Emperor Jun speaks the truth. The demon tribe definitely cannot initiate a conflict at this time. Emperor Jun ponders for a moment, then tentatively says, since you have mentioned it, I think of a way that is not entirely without solution. If we specifically target that we can actually use some schemes to lure him to the heavenly court. At that point, it would not be our demon tribe initiating the conflict, but rather the fault of their witch tribe. If we are fortunate enough to have their entire witch tribe attack, perhaps the Dao ancestor will then take action. This kills two birds with one stone. Upon hearing this, contemplates thoughtfully. I know what to do now. I will handle this matter personally, so you need not worry about it. Just remember to be discreet. Even if someone notices, they should not be able to find fault. That way it will be effective. Emperor Jun advises. At this moment, the Huda tribe of the Witch clan was holding a grand celebration as the hero Wu Yi was about. Previously, Wu Yi had shot down 9 golden crows with his sunshot bow, and thus the tale of his heroic act of saving the entire Hongwang continent quietly spread. Moreover, he avenged the Great Witch Quafu, which significantly heightened Wu Yi's prestige among the Witch clan, making it rival that of the 12 ancestral witches. Of course, this was also due to the fact that the 12 ancestral witches were deliberately lenient. The battle between the witches and the demons was forcibly stopped by the Dao ancestor, which dampened the rising morale of the Witch clan. In order to maintain stability within the Witch tribe and to boost the warriors' fighting spirit, the ancestral witches devised this celebration to restore confidence among the clan members. The marriage of Wu Yi was a significant event in this era where marital customs were not yet established. The tribe used such festivities to express their joy. The only dissatisfaction among the Witch clan was that the woman Wu Yi was to marry was not of their kind. When this news first broke, many were puzzled, yet no one dared to voice their objections. Although numerous, Witch women secretly felt regret, they still yearned for such a hero as Wu Yi. However, intermarriage with humans was quite common in the Huda tribe, and it even received the personal encouragement of the ancestral Witch. The Witch clan faced difficulties in reproduction, but if they intermarried with humans, their population's birth rate would significantly increase. It has been proven that the approach of the ancestral Witch Hutu was indeed correct. Over the years, due to wars, the population of the Witch clan and other tribes had not only failed to increase much, but had actually decreased. Only the Huta tribe had thrived wildly, with a growing population, which meant more labor force and greater strength for the tribe. Therefore, the news of Wu Yi marrying a human woman did not stir much of a reaction within the tribe. Although most of them thought the human woman was quite ordinary in appearance. She was not as robust as the women of the Witch clan. The human woman was named Honghua, but others called her Changjiao. According to human aesthetics, Change was indeed a stunning beauty, delicate and gentle, and she was captivated by Wu Yi's youthful and handsome demeanor during a hunting expedition. Wu Yi too was taken by this gentle woman, so different from the strong women of his tribe, making him involuntarily fall for her. The Witch clan valued strength as beauty. Even their women could kill tigers and leopards with their bare hands. If a woman was strong and robust, she would be pursued by all the men in the tribe, as such women were seen as capable of bearing children and working hard. After the wedding, Wu Yi and Change lived harmoniously, and Change quickly garnered the affection of most tribe members due to her beauty and kindness. However, one day a mysterious old woman suddenly arrived silently at the Huta tribe. The ancestral Witch Hutu had been practicing a grand formation with her brothers and had rarely returned recently. Wu Yi was busy honing his archery skills and guarding the tribe, helping his kin to eliminate powerful demon beasts and remove dangers. Thus no one noticed the arrival of this old woman. After wandering around the tribe for a long time and observing Wu Yi's wife Change closely, the old woman quietly departed. Once she left the Huta tribe and was far enough away, her true form was revealed. She was none other than the current demon queen Shihi. Shihi traveled westward until she reached the depths of the Great Wasteland, arriving at Kunlun Hill. To the south of the Western Sea by the shores of shifting sands beyond the Red Water, and before the Black Water, there is a great mountain known as Kunlun Hill, as it resembles Kunlun Mountain, where the ancestral veins of the Hongwang world and the world's dragon veins converge. Though not as magnificent as Kunlun Mountain, it is still a rare, auspicious sight. The master of Kunlun Hill is the Queen Mother of the West, a well-known primordial deity in the entire Hongwang, who is also equal in status to the pure yang true immortal Dong Wang Gong. Hong Jun once said that the Queen Mother of the West could be considered the foremost among all female immortals, while Dong Wang Gong was the foremost among male immortals. Dong Wang Gong was originally a manifestation of primordial pure yang energy, also known as the energy of Dong Hua Ji Zhen, which was extremely precious, while the Queen Mother of the West also had an extraordinary background, as she was a manifestation of primordial pure yin energy known as the essence of Xiantian, Shi Hua Ji Miao. One yin and one yang, the supreme, and the most precious, overseeing the yin and yang of the universe, hence they are called the Queen Mother of the West and Dong Wang Gong. However, later on the pure yang true immortal Dong Wang Gong was schemed against, resulting in his death and the loss of his Dao, leading the Queen Mother of the West to abandon her aspirations of entering the heavenly court and retreat to Kunlun Hill, no longer concerning herself with worldly matters. In fact, this was the wisest course of action. Dong Wang Gong had met his demise precisely because he was too high profile, attracting the schemes of those with ulterior motives. When Shihi arrived at Kunlun Hill, her Saint cultivation quickly attracted the attention of the hill's master, the Queen Mother of the West. "Sister, why do you have the time to visit me?" The Queen Mother of the West's demeanor was rather cold upon seeing Shihi. In fact, the two had originally had a good relationship. Shihi, as the ruler of the moon, had been quite close with the Queen Mother of the West before she became the Demon Queen. After all, there were only so many famous female immortals in the world. Most knew each other and had frequent. However, after Dong Wang Gong was harmed, the Queen Mother of the West's dream of ascending to the heavenly court was shattered, and then the demon clan seized the heavenly court, marrying Shihi as their queen. Many could probably guess what ties there were in this matter. Shihi had a complex expression. "I implore you to assist me, sister." The Queen Mother of the West was surprised. She had never seen the dignified demon queen, Shihi, bowing down and asking for help. "What do you need from me?" The Queen Mother of the West remained silent for a long time and finally sighed before speaking. After all, Dong Wang Gong's death likely had nothing to do with Shihi, and her cold demeanor towards Shihi was ultimately just misplaced anger. "I have come to seek an elixir of immortality from you." Shihi's tone was sorrowful. The Queen Mother of the West furrowed her brows. It was well known that she possessed a renowned item in the Hongwang known as the elixir of immortality. This elixir of immortality is also a type of primordial spiritual root. Though it does not rank among the top 10 supreme primordial spiritual roots, it is still quite extraordinary, granting longevity and allowing one to ascend to the heavens and attain immortality. However, this elixir of immortality also has its drawbacks. If consumed, one would become an immortal, but only the weakest of heaven immortals with no possibility of further advancement. Sister has obtained the heavenly court and possesses one of the top 10 supreme primordial spiritual roots, the laurel, yet you are still not satisfied and come to covet my elixir of immortality. She shook her head. "I only seek a medicinal guide, not your spiritual root." The Queen Mother of the West's expression softened a bit, and she curiously asked, "This elixir of immortality has no effect on you. What do you want it for?" To this, Shihi was silent, showing no intention of speaking. "Very well, I shall give it to you, but do not come to Kunlun Hill again." The Queen Mother of the West waved her hand, producing a jade box within which was indeed the elixir of immortality. The elixir took on a human shape with a crest, tiger teeth, and a leopard tail resembling a cave. This was the fruit of the elixir of immortality. Shihi took the jade box, opened it for a glance, then tucked it away into her bosom, returning to the heavenly court and shutting herself in to begin concocting elixirs. Even when Dijun came in person, he could not see Shihi. He was unaware of her true intentions, but it was highly likely that she was plotting against the great archer Yi. It was said that Shihi had secretly descended to the mortal realm a few days ago and infiltrated the Hotu tribe. Dijun did not intervene. He dared say that if he were to thwart Shihi's revenge plan, she would surely turn against him in an instant. Several days later, Shihi finally reappeared, holding a special elixir in her hand. This elixir was non-toxic and could indeed allow mortals to ascend to immortality, yet it had been tampered with by Shihi. Shihi returned to the Hotu tribe with the elixir still appearing as the old woman, and she did not rush to execute her plan. Instead, she settled into life in the tribe with ease. In the blink of an eye, over a decade had passed. During these years, Hotu rarely returned to the tribe, which was the main reason he remained undetected. For a quasi-saint wanting to hide, even other quasi-saints would find it difficult to notice. She felt the time was ripe, and then she took the opportunity to meet Change under the pretense of a chance encounter while Dai was away. This young lady is truly beautiful. Such natural grace, no wonder she can match a hero like Yi. She praised with a smile. Change was extremely pleased to hear someone compliment her beauty, as in the Wu tribe a woman's strength was valued over beauty, and very few would say she was good-looking. Of course Hui thought she was beautiful as well. Thank you for the compliments, old lady. By this time Change had lost her youthful naivety and appeared much more mature and charming. The old woman shook her head and sighed deliberately, saying, "What a pity." Change's smile faded. "What do you mean by that, old lady? What a pity." But she disguised as the old woman turned and left without lingering. Change felt puzzled, but could not catch up. Months passed again, and finally Change encountered the old woman once more in a certain place. Change inexplicably recalled the old woman's words, which left her baffled, so she hurriedly approached to ask, "Old lady, you didn't finish what you said last time. What exactly is so unfortunate?" The old woman stared at Change for a long time before saying, "You are but a mortal unversed in cultivation, lacking the ability to live forever. Your beautiful appearance will gradually fade with time. But aging and death are natural for humans." Change replied in shock. "Yet you seem to forget that your husband is the great shaman of the Wu tribe, possessing extraordinary powers. Immortality is nothing to him. What about you?" After saying this, the old woman turned and left. Change felt as if struck by lightning, standing dazed for a long time, returning home in a daze, her mind lingering on that question. When Dai returned home, Change could no longer contain herself and brought up the matter. Hui was somewhat surprised. He knew that Change had poor aptitude for cultivation. He had originally sought many methods for her, but her progress was exceedingly slow. If she were to rely on cultivation for immortality, it would likely be hopeless. Now, hearing Change's words, fearing that her beauty would fade, and they could no longer be together, He felt a pang in his heart. "Don't worry, he'll think of a way." Afterward, He began to inquire everywhere, but such methods were not easily found. Any ability to prolong life that could be used by mortals was invariably a supreme, innate spiritual root. Even among the top 10 supreme, innate spiritual roots, not all possessed the ability to extend life. The prolonged search without results caused Change's heart to sink further. Hui also began to grow anxious. He decided to ask the Ho-Tu ancestor shaman at the Pango Hall. Perhaps she would have a way. Just as Hui had just left the tribe, she disguised as the old woman reappeared before Change. Change's eyes lit up upon seeing her. "Old lady, I've been looking for you everywhere these days, but couldn't find you. I was ill a few days ago, but I'm much better today." He replied calmly. "Do you know of any methods for immortality?" After some pleasantries, Change finally couldn't help but ask. The old woman nodded. "I've heard of some, but I don't know if they are true. Please tell me." "There are few methods for mortals to achieve immortality, but I've heard that there is an immortal in the Moon Palace who can provide mortals with elixirs. Just one is enough to grant immortality." Change felt somewhat disappointed. "But where can I find the immortal in the Moon Palace?" "You don't need to search for them. Just wait for a full moon night, go to the mountain peak alone, and pray to the moon. If you can move the great immortal, then this matter will be settled." Change was overjoyed upon hearing this. Indeed, the following night was a high full moon, so Change climbed to the top of a small mountain alone and began to pray to the moon. Change prayed for half a day, without any sign, feeling somewhat disappointed, thinking she had failed. Just then a streak of light flew from the Moon Palace and accurately landed in Change's hands. Moreover, as she received the jade box, she also gained a piece of information in her mind. This elixir must be consumed immediately, or it would lose its efficacy if it came into contact with the mortal world's impurities. Change hesitated for a moment, unable to resist the temptation of immortality any longer. She opened the jade box and swallowed the elixir in one gulp. The elixir melted upon entering her mouth, yet its effects were incredibly gentle. A rich fragrance enveloped Change, with moonlight cascading from the sky, shimmering in myriad colors. Change felt herself growing lighter and uncontrollably began to ascend. At first Change was delighted, thinking the elixir was working, but soon she grew fearful as her body rose higher and higher, accelerating towards the moon star. This commotion quickly alarmed the people of the Ho-Tu tribe, while Ho-E, who had just rushed back from the Pango Hall, was holding a fruit resembling a plum with great delight. On that plum the words Huang Zhong were faintly visible. At this moment he raised his head and saw Change flying towards the Moon Palace. Instantly struck with shock, he immediately took off in pursuit. In the Moon Palace, she let out a cold laugh. After planning for so long, how could she let it all go to waste? The power of a top-notch quasi-saint drew Change towards the Moon Star, while Ho-E, a great shaman, could not catch up at all. "If you dare to chase after her, you will trespass into the heavenly court. I can kill you without any consequence." As for this woman, if she desires immortality, I will grant her immortality. If you do not come, then you shall never see her again in this life. You made me suffer the pain of losing a child. I will make you endure the torment of separation from your beloved." At this moment, even if Hou-Yi were to react slowly, he understood that he had fallen into the heavenly court's scheme, and it was likely the work of the demon clan's empress Shi. Filled with rage, he took up his sun-shooting bow and charged towards the Moon Palace. He aimed to retrieve change. Inside the Moon Palace, he and Dijun had long set up a trap waiting for their prey to take the bait. When Hou-Yi finally arrived at the Moon Star, he discovered that there was no trace of change, only the figures of Dijun and Shi. "Return change to me," Dai shouted angrily at the two. "You, this thieving shaman, how dare you attack the heavenly court? The demon rules the heavens while the shaman governs the earth as decreed by the Dao ancestor. Do you not fear the Dao ancestor's wrath?" Dijun scoffed. However, Hou-Yi was too impatient to waste words. He directly took out his sun-shooting bow, drew it, and shot. Shi sneered, "A mere grain of rice dares to shine. She is the master of the moon, a primordial deity at the peak of Saint cultivation, and few in the entire heavenly court can compare with her. Since her manifestation from the Moon Palace, she has been born with a spiritual root of laurel, possessing extraordinary origins and profound heritage. Otherwise, she would not be able to hold the position of empress in the heavenly court. Although Dai boasted with his sun-shooting bow and killed her 9 sons, he is merely a great shaman equivalent to the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. A difference of one realm means a difference of an entire world, this world being the distinction between life and death. Moreover, with Dijun, the fully realized Saint present, he is not here for Dai, but rather to guard against the ancestral shamans. Faced with the terrifying arrows shot by Hou-Yi, Shi remained unmoved. As the arrows approached her, she raised her hand to block them, merely flicking her moon essence while causing the arrows to drop to the ground. Hou-Yi's expression changed. He knew he was unlikely to escape today. "These petty tricks are useless against me." Shi coldly snorted, flaring her sleeves and sending Dai flying backward, blood streaming from his body. Had it not been for the great shaman's robust body, he would not have been able to withstand that blow. Seeing that the ancestral shamans below were already stirred by the incident with Dai and change, Shi intensified her attacks, using high-grade innate spirit treasures to continuously strike Dai. Dai's powerful body finally could not bear the onslaught and shattered. At that moment, Dijun, who had been observing, intervened, collecting the blood and flesh in a purple-white gourd. This purple-white gourd was obtained from one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots, the innate gourd vine. The innate gourd vine bore 7 gourds, each a precious innate spirit treasure. They were highly coveted and were claimed by Nuwa, the 3 pure ones, Hong Yun, and others. He and Tai received one as well. At this moment, Shi also made her move, shattering Dai's soul and capturing his true spirit to suppress it beneath the laurel tree. A top-tier great shaman thus fell completely. Even the true spirit was captured. Dijun collected the malevolent energy generated after Dai's death and took away the sun-shooting bow, preparing to wait leisurely for the ancestral shamans to come knocking. "What do you need those filthy materials for? For such a grudge against my sons, he should be reduced to ashes." Shi questioned, puzzled by Dijun's collection of Dai's blood and malevolence. Dijun chuckled lightly. "Do not be angry, await until I refine a treasure from his blood and flesh to give to our son for protection." Only then did Shi's expression improve. As soon as they finished speaking, the 12 ancestral shamans stormed in with great fury. When they arrived at the Moon Star, and sensed the energy released upon the great shaman's death, their faces turned pale with dread. "Dijun, you seek death. You dare to kill my clan's great shaman. Are you declaring war prematurely?" Dijiang's voice boomed like thunder, filled with righteous anger. Dijun shook his head. "You are misunderstanding me. The truce between the Wu and Yao clans was decreed by the Dao ancestor. How could I dare to violate it? It is only that Dai was audacious and attacked the heavenly court unprovoked, and that is why we acted. Now you come here, what is it? Do you wish to defy the Dao ancestor's decree?" The ancestral shamans were furious and about to retaliate when Hou-Tu timely intervened. Hou-Tu understood very well that today's events were all meticulously plotted by the Yao clan. If they did not take revenge, it would be one matter, but if they took action, it would drag the entire Wu clan into the fray. It might even provoke the Dao ancestor's wrath, plunging the Wu clan into an inescapable abyss. At that point, even if the Wu clan warred on their own accord, the blame and consequences would fall squarely on them, a scenario she did not wish to see. Thus, she could only firmly hold her brothers back. Fortunately, although Hou-Tu was the youngest among the 12 ancestral shamans, her prestige was extraordinarily high. Moreover, she had always been very wise, contemplating matters thoroughly and comprehensively, which earned her the respect of the other ancestral shamans. "Little sister, why is this? Dijun is too overbearing. Let us together charge in to avenge your kin." The fire ancestral shaman, Zhu Rong, known for his explosive temper, was confused when he saw Ho-Tu obstructing them, but did not force his way, he merely inquired. Ho-Tu shook her head, aware that no resolution would come from the matter of Hou-Yi today. Since Dijun and he dared to strike, they surely would not leave behind any incriminating evidence. The Yao clan and Dijun feared Hong Jun, but did they not also harbor fear? On the day of that grand battle, Hong Jun suddenly appeared to stop them, breaking two unparalleled great formations effortlessly, and emerged unscathed, which left them feeling truly terrified and unsettled. Brothers do not fall for Dijun's cunning scheme. If we act here, even if by some stroke of luck we kill them, we would still bear the guilt of breaking the Dao ancestors' prohibition, and that sin would fall upon our Wu clan. At that time, do you have confidence in stopping Dao ancestor Hong Jun? Ho-Tu's simple statement silenced even the boisterous Zhu Rong, for they knew that he was genuinely unbeatable. It was then that they realized the era of the Wu clan's dominance in the world had long passed, or rather it had never existed. It was merely an illusion. They had never truly regarded the existence of saints. However, after that incident, they understood just how terrifying the might of a saint was, realizing the truth behind the saying that beneath the saints all are mere ants. Even when the ancestral shamans united, they were just slightly stronger ants. What shall we do? Asked Di Jiang, the leader of the 12 ancestral shamans. We should retreat. We have arrived too late. If Hou-Yi were not dead, we could have acted to seize him. At that time they would not dare to press too hard, but now it is too late. Our actions would be meaningless. Ho-Tu remained very calm. The ancestral shamans were filled with resentment, but they knew Ho-Tu's words held truth, and could only angrily turn to leave. Dijun, seeing this, felt a hint of disappointment. He had prepared for this moment after his scheme succeeded, quietly summoning Tai, Kuan Peng, Bai Zhe, and other powerful Yao saints. Even if the ancestral shamans tried to act, they could not kill them immediately. At that time, this plan to kill two birds with one stone would be completely realized, but it was not yet the time for the Wu clan to perish. Who would have thought that among the impulsive and violent ancestral shamans there would be such an anomaly as Ho-Tu? After seeing her brothers leave, Ho-Tu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had never told her brothers that since the war between the Wu and Yao clans officially began, she had always felt an immense ominous cloud enveloping the entire Wu clan, a sense of crisis unlike any she had ever experienced that made her extremely uneasy. She wanted to find the reason, but to her eyes the Wu clan still appeared strong, and the warriors of the Wu clan remained high-spirited, showing no signs of trouble. Thus for so long she had not found the answer she sought. With a storm brewing, even someone as easygoing as she did not dare to be lax during this period, practicing the heavenly god-killing great formation daily with her brothers in preparation for the impending war. The conflict between the two clans of Lich did not alarm many people. After all, it was merely the death of a great shaman. In the wilderness, what does it matter if a great shaman falls, let alone a primordial shaman? Thus not many were aware of this matter. However, it left behind some legends among the human race that have been passed down for many years without interruption. The actions of the demon clan this time were covert, and the timing was skillfully seized, effectively riding the coattails of the Dao ancestors' might. The shaman clan suffered a small loss, losing a key general, but it cannot be said that this had a significant impact on their overall strength. The core of the shaman clan's combat power still lies with the 12 primordial shamans. As long as the primordial shamans remain, the shaman clan's strength will not be greatly affected. These upheavals did not affect Zhao Xian of the Five Zhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou. It has been over 3 years since he began refining pills. Only now did he realize how difficult it was to refine this 9 turns golden core with his current cultivation. Do not be misled by the fact that a Ta Ching sage can refine a batch of 9 turns golden cores in merely 14 days at most. However, Zhao Xian had been sitting in front of this alchemical furnace for 3 years, 3 months, and 3 days. At this moment the pill was finally complete. Purple mist rolled in from the outside world, enveloping the entire pill room, and the rich fragrance of the pills instantly enveloped the whole Five Zhuang Temple. Those with higher realms could perceive the Dao rhythm wildly circulating between heaven and earth, while those with lower realms felt as if they were drunk from the overwhelming scent. Some young children with minimal cultivation were flushed and staggering, while immortal cranes and divine birds flew about, their calls filled with longing, turning the entire Five Zhuang Temple into a bustling scene. In the main hall, Zhun Yuanzi leisurely stood up, then turned his gaze toward the pill chamber. It seems that Dao friend Gongming's pill is ready. Upon hearing Zhun Yuanzi's words, the 2 disciples of Wang Yu and Lu Ya, who had been waiting impatiently, joyfully stood up. Indeed, as soon as Zhun Yuanzi's voice fell, Zhao Xian appeared gracefully holding a jade box. I apologize for keeping the Grandmaster waiting for so long. Zhao Xian expressed his regrets, having borrowed someone else's place, only to find that he had taken over 3 years to refine this batch of pills. No worries, no worries. To witness your Dao friend's alchemical skills is indeed a blessing for this poor Daoist. Zhen Yuanzi waved his hand. Then please allow me to taste it. Zhao Xian handed the jade box to Zhen Yuanzi, revealing 9 purple gold pills within. Each pill bore cloud patterns along with the features of a child, round and glistening with gold. When just out of the furnace, the fragrance was intoxicating, yet now held in hand it released no scent at all. Excellent pill. Such alchemical prowess. You have truly grasped the genuine essence of the Ta Ching sage's alchemical way. Zhen Yuanzi could not help but praise after just a glance. Then he pinched one pill and placed it in his mouth. The pill melted instantly, brimming with potency, yet its effects were surprisingly gentle. Upon careful tasting, it contained the profound truths of longevity and traces of the Tao, making it an exceptional item for extending life and enhancing one's cultivation. This pill is made using the ginseng fruit as the main ingredient. Hence its properties are quite similar to that of the ginseng fruit, being gentle and gradual in effect. Consuming one can extend lifespan by 30,000 years and enhance cultivation. Even mortals can take it, and upon consumption, they can become true immortals. Zhao Xian pointed at the pills in the box. Zhen Yuanzi nodded. He had personally experienced it, and indeed this pill was extraordinary, confirming that Zhao Xian's claims were not exaggerated. Although one pill only extends life by 30,000 years, it cannot compare to the ginseng fruit that extends life by 48,000. But one must know one ginseng fruit can yield 9 pills. This is the wonder of alchemy. Of course, there are not many in this world who can reach such a standard. Zhen Yuanzi estimated that apart from the Ta Ching sage, only Zhao Xian might possess such capability. Though he himself understood alchemy compared to Zhao Xian, he still fell short. Dao friend, this pill indeed possesses remarkable effects. It truly deserves to be a pill that took years to refine. Please keep it well, your disciples will find it useful. Zhen Yuanzi pushed the jade box back to Zhao Xian, however, took out 4 pills, rewarding them to Wang Yu and Lu Ya, as well as the young girl Shan Jun, and even the Qing Shi Tongzi received one. The remaining pills can be given to the Grandmaster's disciples. Zhao Xian bestowed the remaining 4 pills to several of Zhen Yuanzi's direct disciples. Zhen Yuanzi's disciples were not of very high cultivation. The highest was only Tai Yi, while the lowest was at the Golden Immortal level, making them quite suitable for such replenishing pills. Upon receiving these pills, they were all overjoyed and came forward to express their gratitude. Dao friend is indeed generous. Zhen Yuanzi did not stop them upon seeing this. At their level, such pills would not be held in high regard. Whether it was 4 pills or 40, they would still be of little use to them. At most, they would only be used to reward their disciples. Although such pills are good, they should not be consumed excessively. After all, they are external pills meant as support rather than reliance. Cultivation must still be solid and steady, progressing slowly. Quick methods, while effective, consume one's foundational reserves. Zhao Xian explained this to his disciples, and Zhen Yuanzi nodded in agreement. Dao friend, your words are wise. The path of Tao and the cultivation of virtue all lie within oneself, but one must never be careless. Zhen Yuanzi said this, then changed the subject. Dao friend, are you aware of the conflict between the 2 clans of Lich? Zhao Xian nodded at this, but did not speak, first dismissing his disciples. Zhen Yuanzi also let his disciples leave the room. I have no dealings with the demon clan. Even that disciple under me was sent by the Nuam master to my sect. However, I have exchanged words with the primordial shaman Hudu, who is a person of great compassion and wisdom. Zhao Xian spoke softly. I once discussed the Tao with the primordial shaman Hutu, and I believe that this individual's future achievements may not be inferior to those of the sages. Zhen Yuanzi was taken aback. Really? Every word is true. Zhao Xian nodded. Zhen Yuanzi appeared thoughtful. He believed that with Zhao Xian's insight, he would not speak without reason. Before you arrived at this 5 Zhuang Temple, Di Jun had once visited me. However, I have always disliked him, and thus paid him no mind. I don't care about him. He cannot do anything to me. But with so many disciples under me, it would be fine if they were capable, as they will surely find their suitable paths in the future. However, if there are those who are not capable, this poor Taoist must also seek a way out for them. Zhao Xian suddenly understood, so that was it. He was trying to find work for his disciples. Yet Zhen Yuanzi indeed had good judgment. Many only saw the lack of freedom in serving in the heavenly court, but failed to recognize the benefits within. Being a minor official and living a simple life allows one to earn merits and incense. How delightful that would be. However, one thing must be noted: the heavenly court must not be the current demon clan's heavenly court. Instead, it needs to be the new heavenly court rebuilt by the Tao ancestor after the demon clan's defeat. Why must the Grandmaster be anxious? The 2 clans of Lich will surely have a battle, and the outcome is hard to predict. How do we know that today's heavenly court will not become tomorrow's? Zhao Xian's face was filled with a smile. Zhen Yuanzi's question stemmed from the concern that one day the demon clan might completely defeat the shaman clan and truly dominate the world. If that were the case, the demon clan's momentum would surely surpass the present, exerting pressure on the wilderness. Even Di Jun might advance further by relying on the surging fortune of the heavenly court, who knows. At that time, even if he could still enjoy his freedom due to his cultivation, ignoring everything, his disciples would not necessarily fare any better. After all, he himself is not a sage. If he were to become a sage, then who cares who the ruler of heaven and earth? Reality is so helpless. When have the likes of the celestial sage or the supreme sage ever truly cared about who the ruler of the heavenly court is? In the battle between the witch and the lich clans, as long as it does not concern them, they are indifferent and merely watch from the sidelines. In fact, they even have an interest in hastening the conflict between these two clans, hoping for a more brutal fight, ideally leading to their mutual destruction, thus clearing the way to arrange matters that align with their interests. As for Zhao Xian, he is uncertain, but his master, the Supreme Sage, has surely seen through something. Perhaps he has long recognized that the human race is the true protagonist of the heavenly court in the future. Therefore, his master has made many arrangements in this regard, albeit subtly, so much so that even a perceptive person like Zhao Xian cannot discern much, only picking up on some unusual clues. Every time Zhao Xian thinks of his master, he feels uneasy. That master possesses vision and wisdom that far surpasses other sages, yet he knows how to conceal his capabilities, seemingly indifferent to everything. However, if you truly believe this, the next person to be buried might just be you. In contrast to his own master, who is straightforward, Zhao Xian finds it easier to interact with him, as there is no need for cunning strategies or mental duels. However, in certain aspects, his master's sensitivity is still somewhat lacking. He has a heavy burden to bear. He must find a way to rescue his master from the impending calamity. At this moment, the great immortal Zhen Yuan stroked his long beard, smiling, as he said, "It seems your master does not hold a favorable view of the demon race." Zhao Xian was taken aback for a moment, then immediately realized that this person was not here to inquire about his reactions or opinions, but was indirectly probing for his master's perspective on the celestial sage. Indeed, one cannot underestimate someone who has lived for so long. There is nothing simple about such beings. Does one's own opinion truly matter? What importance does it hold? Regardless of how reasonable one's views may be, what use is it? The future is truly swayed by those sages like Zhao Xian's master. Zhao Xian forced a laugh. My master's temperament is well known to the great immortal. He never concerns himself with such matters and never discusses them with his disciples. The great immortal Zhen Yuan nodded casually, then smiled noncommittally. It seems you have a more favorable view of the witch clan. Zhao Xian shook his head. Not exactly. Oh. The great immortal Zhen Yuan finally showed some interest. If you do not favor the demon race, nor the witch race, then whom do you support? Naturally, one supports whoever is strongest. Zhao Xian laughed heartily. And who is the strongest? Is there any force more formidable than the witch and demon clans? The great immortal Zhen Yuan laughed as well, but when he saw the growing smile on Zhao Xian's face, he suddenly could not smile anymore. For he realized who possesses the greatest power in this primordial chaos. Who told you that numbers equate to power? It is strength that defines true power. You are indeed a person of great wisdom. The great immortal Zhen Yuan suddenly sighed. I have been misled by the illusions before me. Only knowing that two tigers contend, yet not realizing the fisherman benefits. You are too humble, great immortal. Zhao Xian shook his head and fell silent. A mere 7 parts spoken is enough. They are both intelligent individuals. There is no need to make things too definite. There are too many calculations involved, and even he needs to sort through them slowly. Only after sorting can one gradually arrange matters and follow the sages, quietly reaping benefits from behind. It seems the great immortal Zhen Yuan shares a similar mindset, which is why he posed this question. Benefits will not come knocking at one's door. They must be fought for and planned for. Thus, he is not merely planning a path for his disciples, but is clearly thinking about how to secure sufficient benefits in the future. Zhao Xian is usually tight-lipped. The reason he is willing to share these thoughts in front of the great immortal Zhen Yuan is to establish a connection, and because he hopes to discuss Dao with this individual several more times. The breadth of the earth, immortal Dao, surpasses his imagination. Relying solely on himself to comprehend it from scratch is far too slow. If there is a ready guide, why not utilize it? Moreover, he has revealed none of the truly crucial matters. Even what he just mentioned is ambiguous and not definitively stated. So the praise you expressed earlier regarding the ancestor witch of the earth was perhaps just a ruse to deceive me. The great immortal Zhen Yuan had pieced together many things and relaxed, then smiled at Zhao Xian. Not at all. Zhao Xian shook his head. Those words were my heartfelt sentiments. She is a person who embraces the world. I genuinely admire her. To her, the witch clan is not an asset but a hindrance. The great immortal Zhen Yuan was taken aback, but upon seeing Zhao Xian's expression, he understood that these words were spoken from the heart, not mere nonsense. Great Immortal Zhen Yuan began to regret not having exchanged words with that ancestor witch of the earth. Speaking of which, he had seen the ancestor witch several times while listening to Dao at the Zhixiao Palace, but her character was calm and unambitious, appearing plain and ordinary. He had not taken her seriously, thinking that her ascendance to such heights was merely due to the legacy of the Pangu great god. However, after hearing Zhao Xian's words today, he realized he had likely misjudged her. It is a pity that now with the war between the witch and demon clans he cannot approach her. Zhao Xian can, but he cannot. If he were to go, the nature of the situation would change. It would not be a discussion of Dao, but an invitation to self-destruction. It is truly a pity that I, a humble person, have not engaged in a dialogue with such a figure. The great immortal Zhen Yuan expressed deep regret. Has the invitation from the primordial master to discuss Dao been missed? Zhao Xian, unwilling to dwell on this, shifted the topic to their journey to Kunlun. Rest assured, my friend, there is still plenty of time. This time the sage has invited many esteemed guests, including the 2 sages from the west. Just preparing the banquet and arranging the reception will take a lot of time. If we arrive too early, it will be of little use. We might just sit around for years. It would be better to arrive later, but calculating the time, if we leave a bit slower now, it is indeed a suitable time to set off. The great immortal Zhen Yuan calculated the time and then comforted him. Zhao Xian was secretly astonished. This sage banquet is indeed extraordinary. Just the preparation alone requires several years, and the reception will take a long time. With the addition of discussions on Dao, such a grand event might take hundreds of years to complete, which he finds unremarkable. For time has lost much of its significance to beings of their caliber. He has seen banquets that last over 100. In the entire cultivation world, there are very few individuals like Zhao Xian who live their lives by the clock. After all, the perception of time for cultivators cannot be compared to that of ordinary people. The so-called immortality and leisure. How can leisure be just words? Thus, how would mortals know the joy of those on the path of immortality? The happiness of cultivators is something the mundane world cannot even begin to imagine. Among this group, Zhao Xian is an exception. Since his transformation, he has grown accustomed to a life of rigorous cultivation, diligently practicing, not daring to relax for even a moment. But who can understand that he is also being forced into this? Who does not yearn for unfettered freedom? Zhao Xian longed for it too, feasting daily, embarking on excursions, even inviting immortal maidens as companions, living a life of unbridled joy. Yet the primordial chaos was perilous beyond measure. Without formidable strength, it was wiser not to wander recklessly. Zhao Xian had already set out with Jinyuan Daxian toward Kunlun Mountain, a journey requiring little time, but the grand assembly hosted by a sage would undoubtedly last far longer. And should the 2 sages of the West also attend, this discourse would gather no fewer than 3 sages simultaneously, an exceedingly rare spectacle. No wonder countless immortals and deities, upon hearing the news, hastened toward Kunlun Mountain. The nearer Zhao Xian and Xinyuanzi drew to it, the more profoundly they sensed the magnitude of the gathering. Along the way, they had already encountered several processions of immortals and deities, all bound for Kunlun Mountain to attend the celestial banquet. Most possessed lofty cultivation realms. Indeed, only those of exceptional attainment received invitations, each summons bearing distinct provenance, some issued in the name of the Chan sect disciples, others directly under the seal of Sage Yuanshi. Those dispatched under the Chan sect's banner were typically cultivators above Tai Jingxian, but below Zuanxing, whereas those personally invited by Sage Yuanshi were invariably Zuanxing cultivators, many among them peerless consummate Zuanxing masters. Such great sovereigns of cultivation had long severed their 3 corpses. They merely lacked the karmic opportunity to ascend to sagehood, and Jinyuan Daxian himself stood among them. This procession surpasses even my imagination, mused Jinyuan Daxian, seated upon a phoenix-drawn chariot. Though this azure phoenix was not a pure-blooded descendant of the primordial Fenghuang, it bore its noble lineage and possessed extraordinary majesty. Zhao Xian still rode his azure lion, declining to share the chariot. Though they traveled together, they would not ride. To ride together would inevitably imply hierarchy. Zhao Xian cared little for such formalities, but to compromise his own master's dignity would invite grave consequences. He had no desire for Tongtian sage to suddenly appear and haul him back for solitary penitence. Truly magnificent. I have never before attended an assembly of such scale. It is without doubt a hallmark of sagecraft. Zhao Xian could already vividly envision the scene. On Jiejiao Island, during his master's 10th Ascendier Grand Discourse, festivities likewise flourished, 10,000 immortals paying homage, a spectacle of no small grandeur. Yet, even at its zenith, that remained an internal affair of the Jiejiao Sect, falling short of this assembly's transcendent stature. With 3 sages presiding and 10,000 immortals assembled, though the invitation claimed it was for discourse among fellow Taoists, in truth, all had gathered solely to hear the sage's discourse. Yet what truly drew the immortals was precisely this: could a mere Dao Luo Jingxian, or even a Tai Jingxian, truly engage a sage in discourse? Even granted the chance, what could one possibly offer? Like a child brandishing a broadsword before Lord Guan, mere folly inviting ridicule. Rather, it was the sage's discourse itself, with all immortals listening in rapt silence, that promised true enlightenment. Even a being of Xinyuanzi's caliber would not dare miss it. Should this opportunity be missed, when next might such an assembly arise? Not even once per myriad years, perhaps not even once per cosmic cycle, could such a convergence be expected. Though I am somewhat senior in years, even I have seldom witnessed such a gathering. Yet if we speak of sheer magnificence, nothing compares to the time when the Dao ancestor expounded the Dao within the Zhijiao Palace. Zhenyuan Daxian stroked his beard and smiled. Then the Dao ancestor issued his decree: all sentient beings of the primordial chaos possessing karmic affinity might enter the Zhijiao Palace to hear the Dao. Thus 10,000 kinds of life converged. Countless beings stirred at the news. Yet most failed to depart the primordial chaos for the chaotic void, forfeiting their chance. Many immortals and deities lacking sufficient cultivation merit could not locate the Zhijiao Palace, and thus withdrew. In the end, only 3,000 mortals entered its gates, each a paragon of immense power, profound destiny, and unparalleled karmic fortune. Hearing this, Zhao Xian could not suppress a surge of yearning, yet regretted his late birth. Had he lived in that golden age, he would surely have journeyed there to hear the Dao ancestors' exposition firsthand. By now they had reached the outer fringes of Kunlun Mountain, and before them loomed an immortal peak whose height defied comprehension. Kunlun Mountain stretched across millions of li seas of clouds, billowed endlessly through its valleys, a perpetual violet chi wreathed its slopes, rainbows encircled its summits, jagged peaks and precipitous ridges abounded, auspicious clouds veiled its gorges, spiritual energy flowed like water, rare blossoms and exotic herbs flourished, grotesque rocks and ancient trees stood sentinel. Verdant canopies shimmered with crimson and violet hues, flocks of divine birds soared, celestial aura coalesced into drifting clouds, and the resonant chime of Taoist bells echoed ceaselessly. Its flowers bloom eternally untouched by seasonal change, golden halls glow with radiant vermilion light. Pavilions emerge from auspicious clouds, jade chimes and bronze bells intone a timeless melody. When the Huangting scripture stirs the heart, sainthood dawns, and the master of 10,000 immortals reigns supreme over the East. Until today, Zhao Xian had only grasped this verse abstractly, but now gazing upon Kunlun Mountain he understood. Truly it was the ancestral seat of the mystical Taoist lineage, its aura eclipsing even Jiejiao Island and surpassing his senior elder brother's Shouyang Mountain. Yet this was unsurprising. Kunlun Mountain had once hosted 3 sages simultaneously. The very mountain that nurtured their ascension could hardly be underestimated. Setting aside the incomprehensible Buzhou Mountain, Kunlun stood unchallenged as the foremost peak of the primordial chaos. Later, however, each of the 3 pure ones founded their own sects, and Kunlun Mountain, unable to sustain the combined destiny of 3 sects, was divided. Taiching Sage and Tongtian Sage departed to establish new abodes, leaving Kunlun Mountain solely to Yuanshi Sage. Truly worthy of being the place where my master and the other 2 sages attained enlightenment. This aura leaves me utterly astounded. Zhao Xian paused for a long while, gazing deeply before speaking. Zhenyuan Daxian waited patiently beside him, then smiled. When I first arrived here, my Wanshou Mountain, Wuzhuang Monastery, seemed no better than a squalid alley, utterly unworthy of mention. As they spoke, their mounts and chariots arrived at Kunlun Mountain. The Chan sect had designated a cliffside platform specifically to guide, receive, and accommodate the flood of guests from across the primordial chaos, or to tether their mounts and vehicles. Mounts held no privilege to enter the inner precincts, especially here within the Chan sect's domain. Sage Yuanshi held deep disdain for scaled, horned, moisture-born, or egg-born beings. A well-known truth throughout the primordial chaos, no secret at all. Still, as honored guests, the Chan sect extended a modicum of courtesy, and among the arriving immortals and deities, indeed, some belonged precisely to those very categories. Greetings, venerable Zhenyuan Daxian. Our master has awaited you long. A Chan sect disciple stepped forward the moment Xinyuanzi alighted from his chariot. Having visited before, Xinyuanzi was widely recognized by many disciples. Xinyuanzi nodded. A moment, please wait just a moment. Then he turned his gaze behind him. Zhao Xian had just dismounted from his azure lion, accompanied by 2 disciples and 2 youthful attendants, the Shanjun and Tongzi. Venerable Daxian, please proceed ahead. I require no waiting. Together. Let us enter together. Xinyuanzi replied with a gentle, knowing smile. And this is Elder Brother Gongming. The disciple who had approached Zhenyuan Daxian exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, you are Huanglong. Zhao Xian had not expected to be recognized so swiftly, and was genuinely surprised. Before them stood Huanglong Zhenren, the third direct disciple of Sage Yuanshi. Centuries earlier, Guangchengzi and the 12 Golden Immortals had joined Zhao Xian and Xuandu in mending heaven and earth, an encounter that made recognition entirely natural. So you have already met my friend. Zhen Yuanzi was also surprised. He initially thought that the disciple who came to greet him was merely a minor figure of the Chan sect, unaware that he was actually the personally taught disciple of the primordial saint, the true man of Huanglong. In truth, the cultivation of the true man of Huanglong was somewhat lacking, being a complete golden immortal, yet still falling short of the Tai golden immortal realm, which was quite disheartening. Thus he assumed he was simply an unknown junior. Even Zhao Xian's disciple Lu Yu was already at the mid-stage of golden immortal, while the disciple of a saint was at a similar level as Zhao Xian's disciple. This was somewhat hard to accept. However, Zhao Xian was not surprised. Although the true man of Huanglong entered the primordial master's sect quite early, and ranked among the top 3 among the 12 direct disciples, he lacked a solid foundation. He was a yellow dragon that attained enlightenment, and was born in Kunlun Mountain, barely qualifying for entry. The primordial saint always valued a solid foundation, and looked down upon those who transformed from demonic creatures to become cultivators. Thus, despite being a direct disciple, Huanglong was not highly regarded by the primordial master. In the sect, Huanglong was like an unloved child, shunned by many of his peers. Over time, his cultivation lagged significantly, and even some of his junior brothers gradually surpassed him. Among the 12 immortals of the Yushu, he was the only one still at the golden immortal level, while the others were at least in the Tai golden immortal realm, with the highest Guangchengzi having already reached the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. I met him once. At that time, it was my senior brother Guangchengzi, the primordial saint's first disciple, who led me and senior brother Xuandu, along with others, to repair the heavens that were shattered in the battle between the Wu and Yao tribes. This was how they became acquainted, Zhao Xian explained. In fact, among the 3, the one most surprised was the true man of Huanglong. He had long known Zhao Xian was no ordinary person. During their first meeting, he had seen master brother Guangchengzi treat him with utmost respect, without any hint of superiority. Now seeing Zhao Xian arriving together with Zhen Yuan Daxian chatting amiably, he felt an overwhelming envy at such treatment. One should know who Zhen Yuan Daxian is. Aside from the 2 saints from the west, he is the most distinguished guest at this grand gathering. This person can frequently visit Yushu Palace to discuss the Dao with the master, and is esteemed as a guest of honor. Even the master often reminds others to show respect to the Daxian and treat him with courtesy. This reflects his esteemed status in the eyes of the primordial saint. Yet this great figure actually addressed Zhao Xian as friend. What kind of honor is this? Though it is said that all cultivators in the world can refer to each other as friends, this is merely a saying. Ultimately, it depends on one's strength and status. If a mere loose immortal were to address a great Luo of the 3 teachings as friend, would anyone bother to acknowledge them? As senior brother entered the quasi-saint realm already, Huanglong asked tentatively. Zhao Xian nodded. I had a stroke of good fortune recently, and made a slight breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Huanglong's body trembled. He had only been trying to ask casually with a slight suspicion in his heart, yet he did not expect Zhao Xian to give him a definite answer. Truly remarkable. Even master brother Guangchengzi among many brothers had the fastest cultivation speed, yet he was still barely at the Great Luo stage. How long would it take to reach the perfection of the Great Luo Golden Immortal? Even if one reached the perfection of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, whether they could break through to the quasi-saint realm remained uncertain. That is a hurdle one that only a rare few can surpass. Congratulations, senior brother. Huanglong's heart was complicated, but his face bore a smile. Please, Huanglong, lead me and the Daxian to meet the Saint Master, so we may take our seats. Zhao Xian did not intend to continue provoking Huanglong. He was aware of Huanglong's predicament in the Chan sect, but there was nothing he could do about it. Even if there were a solution, it was of no concern to him. Why do something that brings no benefit? Sometimes it would only make things worse. Huanglong then realized he had briefly lost focus and left the 2 quasi-saints waiting here. This was quite rude. If someone reported this to the master, he would certainly face consequences. Huanglong led the way, guiding Zhen Yuan Daxian and Zhao Xian to pay respects to the saint. As guests, it is customary to meet the host first. This is proper etiquette. However, this etiquette varies for different guests. Some guests are not qualified for a private audience with the saint. Only those with special identities and immense strength are afforded such treatment. Zhen Yuan Daxian goes without saying. He originally came to welcome the Daxian, and Zhao Xian possessed both the status and qualifications. It seems today the quasi-saint seat will have one more addition. I had no idea there were so many immortals in the Huanglong. Zhao Xian, seeing the influx of immortals and deities, couldn't help but laugh. Huh, that is indeed true. Most of these immortals and deities usually conceal themselves in the immortal mountains and blessed lands rarely seen venturing out for leisure. Before the Wu and Yao tribes occupied the heavens and earth, the situation was much better, but ever since the Witch tribe occupied the land and the Demon tribe controlled the heavenly court, they have become elusive. This is indeed the case. In reality, there are quite a few immortals in the Hongwang. However, ever since the two tribes emerged, many immortals have found their living space squeezed. Since then, they either hide in the blessed lands leading low-profile lives, or leave the Hongwang retreating to the East Sea, residing on the three immortal mountains of Penglai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou. These three islands are also the largest gathering places for scattered cultivators in the Hongwang. Speaking of which, although these three islands are also in the East Sea, he has never visited them. Though these three immortal mountains are exceptional, they are still far inferior to the sanctuaries of the saints. Soon, everyone followed Huanglong to Yushu Palace. Daxin, please. Senior brother, please. Huanglong first ran inside to announce their arrival, and then quickly came back out to invite the two in while their disciples could only wait outside. Upon entering, Zhao Xian sensed that the Dao Palace of the Primordial Master was quite different from the Sanctum of the Saints he had seen before. His master's was imposing, Taiching master's was serene, while the Primordial Master's Dao Palace exuded an air of nobility. It vaguely gave a sense of being lofty, yet Zhao Xian dared not voice this thought. So it is Dao friend Jin Yuanzi who has arrived. You have arrived a bit late this time. Before Jin Yuanzi could speak, the Primordial Saint spoke first. Do not blame me, poor Daoist was delayed on the road for some time, which is why I am late. Not at all. Please come in. The Primordial Saint's tone was quite amiable, urging Jin Yuan Daxian to take a seat. At that moment, Zhao Xian formally paid his respects to the Primordial Saint, performing the ritual of a disciple. He was originally a disciple of the Celestial Master, and failing to perform the disciple's respect in front of the Master was discourteous. Even though he had become a quasi-saint, this remained true unless one day he became a saint. At that time, he might try referring to the Primordial Saint as friend and see how it goes. Disciple greets you, Master. May your longevity be boundless and the Tao flourish forever. Gongming, rise. When I last saw you, you were still at the Great Luo level. Now you have already stepped into the quasi-saint realm. You have brought glory to your master. In contrast, my disciples seem somewhat lacking. All of you senior brothers and junior brothers are undoubtedly exceptionally talented, with extraordinary backgrounds and great fortune. Given time, you will achieve remarkable heights. Zhao Xian shook his head repeatedly. How could he accept the claim that his master uncle was superior to his own disciples? Accepting it would only lead to enmity. He continued, as for me, it is merely a matter of fortunate coincidences receiving the kindness and guidance of master and various senior uncles. That is why I can barely break through this realm. Indeed, upon hearing this, the primordial sage was pleased, his smile broadening. Beside him, Jin Yuanzi couldn't help but marvel at how amusing his Dao friend was, speaking such nonsense with open eyes. Zhao Xian's words were a subtle declaration that his master uncle's disciples were all brimming with potential destined for greatness that might surpass even him. His own breakthrough to this level was not due to his own excellence, but rather the assistance of his master and senior uncles. Even though the primordial sage knew Zhao Xian's words were excessively humble, he spoke so appropriately that there was no fault to find, and instead, he felt quite pleased. The primordial sage had a proud character and a profound mind. If one truly acknowledged being superior to his disciples, he might not outwardly express anything, but deep down, he would certainly hold a grudge. Such matters once recorded must eventually be repaid. It was only a question of when. All right, you need not be so modest. Among your master's disciples, only a few can catch my eye. The primordial sage waved his hand, signaling Zhao Xian to rise and take his seat. You should know that there has been some disagreement between me and your master regarding accepting disciples, but that is a matter between us. You as disciples need not concern yourselves with it. Just focus on your cultivation. Understood, master. Zhao Xian did not respond to the primordial sage's words, instead sitting quietly to the side. Jin Yuanzi, how did you two come together? The primordial sage turned to Jin Yuanzi. This disciple of yours came specifically to Kunlun Mountain to pay his respects and by chance encountered me along the way. Observing his demeanor, I realized he was extraordinary, and thus we journeyed together. At first I thought you had taken on another personal disciple. Jin Yuanzi concluded, and Zhao Xian silently gave him a thumbs up, praising him in circles without leaving anyone out. From here on, it was the stage for Master Uncle Primordial, and Jin Zhao Xian, as the junior, merely maintained a serious listening demeanor, occasionally pondering deeply and at times appearing enlightened, but never interrupting. Jin Yuanzi could treat him as a Dao friend, but the primordial sage could not, and not only was there a vast difference in cultivation, but there was also a layer of seniority separating them. In such a situation, interrupting recklessly would be sheer ignorance. The primordial sage valued rules above all else. Indeed, seeing Zhao Xian behave this way, the primordial sage felt secretly satisfied, recognizing him as someone who understood the subtleties of progress and retreat. Unlike those arrogant and reckless individuals. It's a pity he isn't my own disciple. Zhao Xian's expression was solemn, sitting upright, but he felt quite uncomfortable inside. To be honest, at first listening to the conversation between the primordial sage and Jin Yuanzi was rather dull. If they were discussing profound principles, he would be interested, but as they exchanged trivialities, he found it somewhat distressing. However, such a privilege of accompanying them was something others might not even qualify for. This was only possible because he had now attained quasi-saint cultivation, who otherwise, after meeting the sage master Uncle Primordial, would have dismissed him as a junior. He had originally thought that when a sage spoke it would be profound teachings, but unexpectedly sages also had their moments of gossip. Nonetheless, it must be said that both the primordial sage and Jin Yuanzi indeed possessed profound knowledge. Various ancient tales and secrets of the world were effortlessly revealed in their conversation. Zhao Xian, initially bored, gradually became engrossed. Although it may not be directly useful for his own cultivation, it certainly broadened his horizons. After all, they were among the oldest beings from the primordial era with perspectives and insights that were rare in the primordial world. Listening to their tales of traversing the primordial world was quite delightful. He did not know how much time had passed. Zhao Xian only knew that a young attendant came in repeatedly to refill tea and change the fruits served. Time had certainly not been short. Within the sanctum of the sage, one could not perceive the cycles of day and night. At this moment, the primordial sage's first disciple Guang Qingzi entered and said to the primordial sage, "Master, all the immortals have taken their seats, and the two sage uncles from the west are also arriving soon." The primordial sage then paused his conversation with Jin Yuanzi, nodded, and said to Jin Yuanzi, "It seems the timing is just about right. Let us go out. Gongming is coming too. This time for the teachings, not only will I be present, but also you two sage uncles. This is a rare opportunity, so do not be lax or careless." Zhao Xian nodded repeatedly. This time I truly struck it lucky, being fortunate enough to hear Master Uncle personally expound the Dao. Zhao Xian followed the primordial sage out of the Dao Palace and arrived at the venue specially arranged for this grand event. The venue was intricately arranged. At the very top, 3 high platforms hovered above the heavens, arranged in a triangular formation surrounded by purple mist entwined with red clouds, radiant with glorious light and adorned with auspicious colors. This was the position of the 3 sages who, apart from them, no one dared to approach. One level below, there were 3 cloud platforms, which housed the positions of the 9 quasi-saints. This area was also filled with flying hues, celestial energy, and surrounded by ethereal blossoms and precious beasts. Another level down was the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortals, with this level hosting many more seats, totaling over 100, scattered about, hidden among the clouds like floating immortal islands. The next level was where the Tai Golden Immortals were seated. This realm barely qualified to listen to the sages, but these disciples were invited in the name of the teaching, which was akin to providing support. Adding in the disciples of the teaching, the numbers were astonishing, with roughly thousands present. Relatively simple high platforms also floated in the air, scattered like stars. If one stood at the highest tier and looked down, it appeared as if they were gazing at a cluster of chickpeas. Currently, most of these seats were already filled, with only 3 spots on the top tier remaining vacant, and among the 9 positions on the second tier, 7 were occupied, leaving 2 empty seats. The primordial sage nodded, taking leisurely steps to the highest tier and settling comfortably into his seat. Zhao Xian and Jin Yuanzi followed the guidance of the disciples of the teaching to the 2 remaining quasi-saint positions on the second tier. Zhao Xian and the disciples of Zhan Yuan Daxian closely followed the 2. Upon reaching the cloud platform, he saw a jade table and a mat prepared. With ethereal branches and jade trees as decoration, the edges of the cloud platform rolled with mist, wafting with celestial energy. He couldn't help but silently praise the grandeur of this arrangement. However, there was only one mat on the cloud platform, which meant only Zhao Xian could sit. His 2 disciples had to stand, let alone the black-clad girl beside him. However, for someone like Liu Wangyu, being able to enter the arena and ascend to the second level due to Zhao Xian's influence is indeed a rare stroke of luck. Let alone the little girl from Tongzi Mountain, as a demon who has transformed and merely a gold immortal, she wouldn't even be able to enter Kunlun Mountain without Zhao Xian's guidance. She might even be killed by others. Why did the Mountain Lord's girl flee in panic without knowing Zhao Xian's intentions? Yet upon learning that Zhao Xian wanted to take her as a disciple, she immediately bowed in submission. It's certainly not just because she understands the reality, it's also because she knows that a demon like herself cannot survive in the wilderness without a backing. She could be killed by passing celestial beings at any moment. If she's lucky, she might be favored by a great immortal and taken as a steed, which is still a position lower than that of a servant. Or she could be captured by a powerful demon and made a mountain wife. But if she follows a great being, even as a disciple, her future would be bright, as she could acquire the true laws of the Tao and cultivate to higher realms. The difference between having someone to guide you and having no guidance at all is truly immense. If she were to be even luckier and encounter someone as approachable and generous as Zhao Xian, receiving resources and gifts of pills and treasures, her cultivation could rapidly advance. Why wouldn't she want that? It's important to note that countless younger disciples below are watching. Even those tiny gold immortals, upon seeing a few younger gold immortals treated this way, are left wide-eyed and envious. However, no one dares to voice any dissent. After all, Zhao Xian has a master at the Quasi Saint level. If they had one too, they would have ascended to that second level long ago. Zhao Xian took a seat and looked around, only to find that among the 9 Quasi Saints on this level apart from him and Jinyu and Daxian, he didn't recognize a single one. It seems they are all ancient beings who have quietly cultivated in famous mountains and rivers for ages. Some may even be from the distant East Sea. Though Quasi Saints cannot compare to saints, they are still quite significant. To gather 9 Quasi Saints in one place is already an extraordinary feat. If the invitation range were to broaden to include the Wu and Yao clans, that number could multiply several times. But this is evidently impossible, as the Grandmaster Yuan Shi despises the demon race the most, and he is the one among all saints who openly looks down on demon transformations. As Zhao Xian silently observed these individuals, they too were weighing him up. This person who had come alongside Jinyu and Daxian and the saints, his cultivation realm aside his identity, must be quite extraordinary. Otherwise, a Quasi Saint in the early stage wouldn't attract such significant attention from a dignified saint. It's worth noting that the 2 remaining spots on the second level are the closest to the saints, one on the left and one on the right, which certainly carries deep meaning. They were still pondering where this rising star had come from, and they didn't even have a hint of information about him. But it is certain that Zhao Xian must have broken through recently. Had he entered this realm earlier, they wouldn't have been unaware of him. In fact, the cultivation world is quite similar to the mortal realm. Each realm has its own circle. Like-minded individuals can only be considered equals if their paths and cultivations are the same, otherwise one lacks the qualifications. Just at that moment, a disciple from the Chan sect came up to serve celestial fruits and delicacies. A Quasi Saint called out to the Chan sect disciple, "May I ask you what is the background of that Dao friend?" Startled by being called and questioned, the disciple thought he had done something wrong. Upon realizing it was merely an inquiry about someone's identity, he breathed a sigh of relief. The deputy leader might not know, but that individual is Zhao Gongming, a direct disciple of Bio Palace. He has come here to pay respects to the saints and coincidentally encountered them. Upon hearing this, the Quasi Saint was astonished and nodded to signal the disciple to leave, so it turns out he is the saint's nephew, the disciple of the Tongtian saint. At such a young age to be a Quasi Saint is truly remarkable. As all were great beings, their hearing was exceptionally sharp, and since this Quasi Saint had not concealed his words, soon all 7 Quasi Saints knew of Zhao Xian's origins. It turns out the one who had just asked was the deputy leader of the Chan sect, Randang Daoren. Randang Daoren occupies a somewhat awkward position within the Chan sect. As a Quasi Saint, he sought to take Yuan Shi as his master, but the saint declined, and instead gave him the position of deputy leader of the Chan sect, where he usually teaches disciples like Guangqingzi. Therefore, Guangqingzi and the others refer to Randang Daoren as their teacher. Yet Randang Daoren also calls Yuan Shi his teacher. In reality, Yuan Shi is actually Guangqingzi's teacher. With this dynamic, Randang Daoren finds himself in a rather uncomfortable position. He had not yet seen Zhao Xian. When Zhao Xian arrived, he was busy attending to many Quasi Saints. For a Quasi Saint, even if they are not as influential as Jinyu and Daxian, they cannot be treated lightly, necessitating a prominent figure from the Chan sect to preside. Thus, he as the deputy leader came forth. Zhao Xian naturally heard this and quietly looked towards the legendary Randang Daoren. Coincidentally, Randang was also observing Zhao Xian. Their gazes met, and they both paused for a moment before simultaneously breaking into smiles, yet their expressions held unspoken meanings. Randang Daoren, thin and frail, resembled dead wood with dark skin and slightly sunken eyes, yet he wore a Dao robe that gave him an air of ethereal elegance. Zhao Xian coldly sneered inwardly, yet maintained a composed exterior. He had not forgotten the connection between him and Randang. His own natal treasure, the Dinghai Pearl, was this Randang's path to enlightenment. Moreover, his own path to enlightenment is likely related to this Dinghai Pearl. Therefore, he would never part with it. Thus, their connection was established, and it was a connection of enlightenment. This connection is destined by heaven and cannot be avoided unless Zhao Xian were to abandon the Dinghai Pearl from the start. But if so, what path would Zhao Xian have to cultivate? However, it seems Randang Daoren is still unaware of this. But not knowing now does not mean there won't be enmity in the future. When it comes to the path of the Tao, no one would give up through enmity over obstructing the path is simply a matter of life and death, and there is absolutely no reason to retreat. Moreover, even if one were to retreat, most would still have to die once more. Seeing Zhao Xian smile and gesture to him, Randang Daorun did not pay much attention, thinking Zhao Xian was merely greeting him. Although Zhao Xian is a quasi saint, he is only in the early stage while he himself has already reached the pinnacle. Additionally, as the deputy leader of the Chan sect, he is a bit stronger than Zhao Xian. Therefore, it is no wonder he did not take Zhao Xian seriously. Another reason is that he knows Yuan Shi's opinion of the Jiejiao Sect is not particularly favorable. Although he does not know what merits Zhao Xian possesses to catch the saint's eye, he is ultimately a disciple of the Jiejiao Sect and does not have too much to do with him, which would not create much impact. The lantern bearer is a spirit coffin in motion accompanied by a coffin lamp as his innate treasure. He achieved enlightenment very early and even entered the Zhixiao Palace to listen to the teachings. This is also the reason why the primordial saint refused to take him as a disciple. Moreover, it is rumored that the corpse contained within the coffin belonged to a powerful being from the west. He doesn't pay much attention to Zhao Xian, but Zhao Xian will not underestimate him. This person is deep-minded, highly skilled in plotting, and most importantly, exceptionally patient. If someone like this who remains calm and collected sets their sights on you, unless one possesses remarkable cultivation, one must be careful not to be outmaneuvered. Only a saint seems to be above the lantern bearer in terms of cultivation. Master, why hasn't it started yet? Wang Yu quietly asked, Zhao Xian leaning closer. However, her gaze kept scanning below. This grand gathering of myriad immortals is her first experience, especially since every person here is significantly more powerful than her. Even the countless immortals scattered below are at least high golden immortals. This level of specification astonished and thrilled her. On the other hand, Luya is slightly better off. After all, he is the prince of the demon clan in the heavenly court. Although young, he has seen the world. The heavenly court has numerous quasi-saints, dozens of Great Luo, and clusters of Tai, countless golden immortals, who otherwise they wouldn't dare to claim to be the foremost clan in the current wilderness. Although the Witch clan is the first to disagree with this title. Nonetheless, this grand scene is not much stronger than when the demon clan gathers, but there are no saints in the heavenly court. This slight difference creates a gap in hierarchy. Just stay calm. Why are you so anxious? Zhao Xian felt somewhat helpless. His disciple was good in every way except for being too impetuous. Fortunately, her innocence and cheerfulness did not lead to unreasonable behavior. Luya, on the other hand, is too deep in thought and often overthinks. The situation isn't too serious now, but Zhao Xian worries about what will happen when the demon clan is destroyed. Luya, on the other hand, is too deep in thought and often overthinks. The situation isn't too serious now, but Zhao Xian, he had left in a hurry back, then merely passing down the teachings and establishing a foundation with a 9-turn purple gold pill without much guidance, unsure if their cultivation has been smooth. Oh, Wang Yu nodded, then looked around. Seeing no one paying attention, she secretly took 2 immortal fruits from the table, handing one to Luya and stuffing the other into her mouth. Luya's mouth twitched. Eating or hiding the immortal fruit became difficult. This senior sister has such audacity, while the other immortals haven't moved at all. However, seeing that his master did not stop her, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he is still quite afraid of Zhao Xian. Although Zhao Xian is usually easygoing, he becomes very strict when mistakes are made, which makes Luya uneasy. It's fine to eat now, but later when the 2 saints from the west arrive, be sure not to lose your manners. Don't let anyone laugh at us. Zhao Xian distributed some of the dishes on the table to the 2 of them, and also gave a portion to the eagerly watching mountain lord. As a quasi-saint, there is no need to be overly restrained, especially with a saint uncle above them, who would dare to have objections. Slapping Zhao Xian's face on the territory of the Chan sect would not just be a slap to the Chan sect, but a blow to the face of the primordial saint. In response, the Jinyuan Daxian felt that Zhao Xian is a person of true character and treats his disciples very well. Once this lecture ends, I will take you to meet your senior brother. Senior brother? What level is he at now? Leah asked. He had only heard Zhao Xian mention this so-called senior brother once during his apprenticeship and knows little else. Even when asking the Qing Lion, it wouldn't say much. It remains quite mysterious. Little did he know the Qing Lion is not fond of speaking, not because Yu Chao cannot be mentioned, but because it has a shadow of fear regarding the human race since being punished by the Saint Nuwa. It has become somewhat inscrutable towards this seemingly fragile race. Zhao Xian shook his head. I don't know either. It's been several hundred years since we last parted, and am uncertain how your senior brother is doing. But don't underestimate him just because he is from the human race. The human race is the innate Dao body beloved by heaven and earth. When it comes to cultivation, they are not necessarily slower than you. Moreover, that Yu Chao not only possesses outstanding talent among humans, but also has been blessed with heavenly merits. What level he has reached now I truly cannot say. As they spoke, Zhao Xian suddenly looked up towards the west. Then he said to the two, "Sit tight. They're coming." Wang Yu hurriedly swallowed the fruit in her mouth, and then sat down obediently behind Zhao Xian with Luya. Suddenly a patch of purplured clouds appeared in the western sky, followed by a dazzling golden light, grand, serene, compassionate, and peaceful, as if to dye the entire sky into a pure land. Umitbach. The sound of the Buddha's chant coming from afar was immense, like a huge bell ringing in one's ears. Those who heard the Buddha's name felt this voice was warm and compassionate, their hearts involuntarily filled with great joy. Zhao Xian raised his hand and gently tapped the foreheads of his two disciples, and the mountain lord, clearing his throat, ahem. Wang Yu, Luya, and the mountain lord suddenly woke up as if from a dream, their expressions changing drastically. Wang Yu was about to say something, but Zhao Xian shot her a slight glare, and she immediately fell silent. She exchanged a glance with Luya, both filled with trepidation and lingering fear. Have the two junior brothers arrived late? At this moment the primordial saint chuckled and spoke. Instantly a gentle breeze passed over the assembly of immortals, quietly dispelling the influence brought by the previous Buddha's chant. The differences were evident. Indeed, he is the strongest saint under the Tai Ching master. Such means are far superior to those of the two saints from the west. Brother, please do not blame us. We were delayed on the way. Two figures approached, both in monk robes, holding prayer beads, their bodies shining with golden light, each having a halo behind their heads within which Buddhas were seated, and countless bodhisattvas and arhats were paying homage with millions of beings praying. The one in front stepped on a 12-tiered golden lotus platform. This person is the welcoming saint. Slightly behind him is the quasi-teaching saint. Following them are a group of disciples from the Western Church, but there are not many disciples, just a handful, unlike the multitude of disciples from the Chan sect. In short, the West is simply too poor. If it weren't for the two saints supporting them, they wouldn't know what they would have. This is also Zhao Xian's first time seeing the two saints from the West. To be honest, he has met the other four saints, but he has never seen these two. Moreover, his master does not have a good impression of these two. In past conversations, Zhao Xian could always sense Tongtian's contempt for them from subtle hints. The most common evaluation was they have no sense of shame. Of course, Zhao Xian only dared entertain such thoughts inwardly. He would never dare utter them aloud. After all those words had been spoken by the sage Tongtian, for him to repeat them would be a grave offense against the celestial sage, warranting death as just retribution. Please, brothers, take your seats. Yuanshi sage smiled faintly, though his heart harbored no true. His displeasure did not stem merely from their tardiness, for though he had waited, propriety dictated that the host should yield to guests. It would have been unseemly, even disrespectful, for two sages to wait upon him. Yet what was truly unforgivable was their invocation of a Buddhist chant through sage-level divine artifice, a technique suffused with the profound resonance of the Tao. To cultivators of lesser attainment or unstable Tao hearts, such a chant could easily sever attachments and compel surrender to the Western religion. Had they performed this elsewhere, he would have remained indifferent. But today, before his very presence, such conduct bordered on deliberate affront. In truth, that resonant chant had issued from Junti Daoist who, overwhelmed by the abundance of exceptional talents gathered here, could scarcely contain himself. To guide these cultivators back to the West would surely herald its glorious ascendance. Only when Yuanshi sage prepared to dispel the artifice did Junti realize his own recklessness. Alienating brother Yuanshi would yield no gain, only grievous loss. My younger brother, though now a sage, remains impetuous as ever. Please forgive him, elder brother. Jain Daoist seated himself first, then offered a slight bow toward Yuanshi, a gesture of apology. Though his words were veiled, Yuanshi sage instantly grasped their meaning. Hearing Jain speak, thus eased his resentment considerably. Junti too recognized the gravity of his misstep and seated himself quietly before saying, "We arrived late. Pray do not hold it against us, elder brother." Not at all. Not at all. Yuanshi shook his head. Let us proceed with the discourse. The assembly structure was simple. Each of the three sages would deliver a lecture in turn, followed by mutual discussion. Very well, Jain nodded. As guests, we defer to you, elder brother. Guests follow the host's lead. Elder brother, please begin. Jain waved his hand gently, insisting Yuanshi speak first. After polite exchanges, he relented. Very well. We need not continue this courteous contest. Let Junti brother deliver the opening discourse, so elder brother may offer his discerning appraisal. An excellent suggestion. Yuanshi agreed. Junti bowed respectfully to both sages and began, the West possesses a scripture, the Infinite Life Sutra. Thus have I heard once the Buddha dwelled upon Vulture Peak in Rajagraha. He was accompanied by 12,000 great bhikshus, all perfected sages, masters of spiritual powers. Junti had devoted immense effort and contemplation to this discourse. Unable to directly convert disciples before brother Yuanshi, he resolved to lecture with unparalleled depth and clarity, to kindle interest in the Western path among these immortals, planting seeds for future recruitment. Even if only 1 in 10 proved receptive, he would deem it a triumph. For every cultivator present possessed extraordinary talent, having earned the rare privilege of attending Yuanshi Sage's assembly. Thus he opened with the Western religion's most sacred text, the Infinite Life Sutra, its definitive exposition of the Western Tao distilled through years of joint cultivation by himself and Brother Jean. Even his own Tao realization method was embedded within it, an investment of extraordinary magnitude. Yet he and his elder brother had always regarded such cultivation methods lightly, and welcomed their dissemination. The West lacked neither scriptures nor techniques, it lacked practitioners. The more who studied them, the better. Even if they never joined the Western religion, their practice itself embodied universal salvation. Zhao Xian listened intently, not out of fondness for the Western religion, but because he held no prejudice against profound discourse. The Infinite Life Sutra was vast and profound, brimming with ultimate truths of the Tao, undoubtedly one of the West's most refined cultivation systems. And Zhuanti Daoist, setting aside personal character, was an exceptional lecturer, lucid, methodical, and deeply instructive, yielding rich insights for Zhao Xian. Even Yuanshi Sage occasionally nodded in quiet approval, causing the assembled immortals and deities below to fall into rapt trance-like absorption. Yet as Zhuanti's discourse progressed, ascending in profundity and scope, more and more cultivators found themselves falling behind. First affected were the junior disciples brought along by their masters to witness such grandeur, Wangyo Luya and others seated behind Zhao Xian. Next came the Tai Golden Immortals in the lowest tier, initially able to follow, then straining to grasp, soon hovering between comprehension and confusion, until finally utterly lost adrift in incomprehensible abstractions. Gradually, even the Great Luo Golden Immortals felt the mounting difficulty, while only the 9 quasi-sages seated above remained effortlessly composed throughout. As for Zhao Xian, there was no cause for concern. His enlightenment and innate talent had long surpassed his former self, and with the aid of his divine advantage the discourse unfolded with remarkable clarity. Remarkably, even some quasi-sages seated above occasionally wore expressions of mild bewilderment. By now Zhuanti's teachings had delved deep into quasi-sage cultivation and beyond. When Zhuanti uttered the final word, and fell silent, celestial silence descended instantly, as if awakening from a profound dream. Zhao Xian smacked his lips, sated, yet yearning for more. Hearing this single sutra alone rendered the journey worthwhile, let alone the forthcoming discourses of the 2 greater sages. Though the Western Tao encompasses 800 esoteric paths, both Jin and Zhuanti trace their lineage to Hongjun, thus merging Western doctrines with the mystic gate tradition, giving rise to Zhuanti's present discourse. It is a distinct path, unique in its brilliance. As the ancient saying goes, stones from other mountains may polish jade. At the very least, Zhao Xian gleaned invaluable wisdom from it. His foundation deepened further, his cultivation advanced swiftly and imperceptibly, reaching the peak of the early quasi-sage realm without fanfare. Yet this astonishing progress stemmed less from Zhuanti's lecture alone, and more from his 2 centuries of arduous cultivation at Mount Buzhou. With such profound roots and solid foundations, his cultivation naturally surged forward like rising waters, overflowing when full as nature ordained. Zhao Xian's transformation attracted little notice, except for a subtle fleeting glance from Zhuanti Sage after concluding his discourse, clearly sensing the shift in Zhao Xian's aura. What extraordinary insight and constitution! If only he had been born in the West. To attain quasi-sagehood at such a tender age with limitless potential, his future achievements defy estimation. Zhuanti marveled inwardly. At the moment when the 3 saints were imparting their teachings on Kunlun Mountain, a figure leisurely headed north, making its way directly towards the northern sea. This was none other than the avatar of Zhao Xian. During his time on Mount Buzhou, Zhao Xian had instructed this avatar to teach his 2 disciples, saving his true self a considerable amount of time. This avatar preferred to wear a black Taoist robe, thus taking on the name Zhao Mo. Interestingly, the character Xian in Zhao Xian's real name also means black, making the 2 names quite similar. After teaching his 2 disciples for several hundred years on Mount Buzhou, the avatar, Zhao Mo, under the arrangement of his true self, quietly left the mountain, without alarming anyone. Only the Blue Lion, who had been following closely, sensed something unusual, but knowing Zhao Xian must have a plan, he dared not speak out. Zhao Mo indeed had business to attend to on this trip. He was not merely wandering aimlessly, but was heading straight for the Northern Sea. With his current quasi-saint cultivation, he was finally able to start making some arrangements, at least to gather what could be gathered. As for what could still be gathered in the current primordial chaos, that depends on one's perspective. Firstly, most blessed lands now have owners long since divided among the disciples of the 3 teachings, mighty practitioners, and various rogue immortals. Even he himself had acquired a piece. Next, regarding treasures and spiritual roots, the situation is similar. The one who could scour the primordial chaos for treasures and spiritual roots the best is the Dao ancestor Hongjun, but he did not monopolize them. Instead, he shared them with his disciples. Thus, the remaining treasures and spiritual roots in the entire primordial chaos are already scarce. Even if one encounters them, they are often not of good quality. The good items are all in the hands of others, and the simplest method to obtain them is to snatch them. However, it is actually unnecessary. Take Zhao Xian, for example. His goal is to attain sainthood. If he fails, acquiring treasures would be of little use unless they are innate supreme treasures. But innate supreme treasures are limited in number. Even if he obtains one, he might not be able to keep it. As for the top-grade innate spiritual treasures, they would be of little use to him and would only create unnecessary karmic ties. If he successfully attains the Tao of the Hongyuan, then ordinary innate spiritual treasures would hold even less significance for him. The only useful ones would still be the innate supreme treasures. Thus, to sum it all up, the topic circles back. You can either try to seize the Chaos Bell or snatch the Taiji diagram, the Panga banner, or the Excalibur of the Immortals. As long as you have the courage. You could even be bold enough to attempt to seize the Tao ancestor's creation. It is precisely for these reasons that Zhao Xian rarely schemes for such things. He indeed desires spiritual roots, especially the top-grade innate roots, but the 10 top-grade innate roots currently have owners. Firstly, the Ren Water Peach is still in the hands of the Tao ancestor Hongjun. The Ginseng fruit is held by the Great Immortal Zhen Yuanzi, and the Fusang Divine Tree belongs to the demon race, coexisting with the Sun Star. It cannot survive without the Sun Star. The laurel is on the Moon Star, which is similarly an accompanying spiritual root of the Moon Star, posing significant restrictions. The creation Azure Lotus is long gone, and the innate gourd vine has long been divided among the saints. The hollow willow transformed and attained the Tao, becoming the great immortal Yang, Mei, possessing extraordinary Tao skills, and even Hongjun once bowed down to him. However, he has since left the primordial chaos to roam the void of chaos. The innate bitter bamboo was acquired by the Taoist of the Quinti, who refined it into the treasure known as the 6 roots of purity bamboo. The Western innate Bodhi spiritual root transformed and attained the Tao, becoming the Taoist of the Quinti, who then refined it into the 7 treasures wonderful tree with the aid of 7 treasures. The only remaining Huangzhong Li is missing, and Zhao Xian currently does not know its whereabouts. Kunlun. That seems unlikely. What can be seized now? Then there is only merit left. Merit is more useful than treasures, and it can even be used for refining. If one can condense a merit golden body, one can also reduce karmic ties, lessen killing karma, eliminate slaughter tribulations, receive the protection of the heavenly Tao, avoid disasters, and evade curses, thus steering clear of harm and transforming misfortune into fortune. There are indeed significant events that will happen in the future, offering great amounts of merit to collect. However, some matters were predetermined from the very beginning, and at that time Zhao Xian might not be able to intervene, so he can only set his sights on areas with operational space. The Northern Sea is also quite remarkable, being a dwelling place for many great demons, among which the most famous is the Demon Master Kunpeng. Before being captured by Di Jun, the Demon Master Kunpeng was the Lord of the Northern Sea. He built a palace for demon masters there, dominating the Northern Sea, and gathered many great demons as his subordinates, establishing a powerful demon force. If it were not for this, Di Jun would not have thought to subdue him. However, Zhao Mo's journey is not for the Demon Master Kunpeng. He has no connection with him and has no need to befriend this person. What a magnificent ocean! Zhao Mo stood on the edge of the Northern Sea, unable to help but exclaim from the depths of his heart. The Eastern Sea is equally grand, but its scenery differs from that of the Northern Sea. The landscape of the Eastern Sea appears more gentle and picturesque, adorned with numerous immortal mountains and islands, truly a place blessed by nature, full of spirit and elegance. However, the Northern Sea is not like this. It is perpetually covered in snow, with the ice never melting, forming land from ice and snow, presenting a vast desolation. This place is bitterly cold, making survival difficult. Even the rough-skinned, tough-fleshed demon race struggles to survive here, facing fierce competition. Yet under such harsh conditions, the demons that manage to survive are extremely formidable, often possessing exceptional talents. I wonder if I can find it, Zhao Mo murmured. His journey was to search for the Northern Sea's mysterious turtle, but he thought it shouldn't be too much of a problem since this creature is quite large. Zhao Mo elevated his form, riding the clouds. His quasi-saint cultivation was evident, and his eyes glinted like lightning as he swept across the entire Northern Sea. Searching for months yielded disappointing results for the avatar, Zhao Mo. He had not found it. The Northern Sea is simply too vast. Even searching with quasi-saint cultivation is no easy task. Rubbing his sore eyes, Zhao Mo found a large island to land on. This island was covered in ice and snow, yet many beings lived there, and their numbers appeared quite substantial. a rare occurrence in the Northern Sea. However, just as he landed, his expression changed slightly, first in surprise, then in joy, and he couldn't help but smile. Found it. After searching for so long, it turned out to be right in front of him. Zhao Xian looked down at the massive island beneath his feet with peculiar eyes. The island was undoubtedly large, and it housed millions of beings who lived there happily, presenting a scene of peace and harmony. Now that he had found it, Zhao Mo was no longer in a hurry. He leisurely strolled around this great island, never suspecting that the island beneath his feet was the mysterious turtle, despite just sensing something unusual. From above, there was no trace of the mysterious turtle. It clearly resembled a special blessed land. To accommodate millions of beings is a great feat of merit. However, the future consequences might not be so good. Thinking of this, the avatar Zhao Mo gently stomped his foot and said, "Awaken." He did not exert much force, but a special wave penetrated through the ice and soil beneath his feet, striking deep into the earth, causing a colossal creature dwelling in the sea to suddenly open its eyes. A thunderous roar echoed through the skies as a colossal creature broke through the icy layers of the sea, as if a mountain were forcibly rising from the depths. Then Zhao Mo felt a sudden darkness envelop the sky. Looking up, he saw a neck as thick as a mountain and a head as massive as a star looming above him. A torrent of seawater continued to flow down the crevices, as if the Milky Way had turned upside down. Once the water had completely cascaded away, Zhao Mo finally discerned the true form of the North Sea mystic turtle. It was enormous, truly immense. In this primal realm, there were certainly creatures of gigantic stature, and some powerful enough to transform into hundred-zhang forms, such as one of the most classic supernatural abilities of Taoism, heavenly law manifesting earth. Zhao Xian could also perform this, but now in the presence of this mystic turtle, he felt a genuine sense of insignificance. He was even smaller than a single scale of this mystic turtle. This North Sea mystic turtle had a majestic head, its neck and head wrapped in layers of dark greenish-black scales. A pair of faint golden eyes filled with curiosity looked down at Zhao Mo's back. This mystic turtle was only at the Great Luo realm, but due to its unique bloodline, its body was naturally colossal, which still exerted a certain pressure on Zhao Mo. "Who are you? Why have you awakened me?" Despite its colossal size and fearsome appearance, the mystic turtle's voice was remarkably gentle, making Zhao Mo feel as though a graceful young man was softly inquiring before him. The mystic turtle spoke in a very soft tone, showing no signs of blame, but due to its immense physique, the voice was still frighteningly loud, and that was with it having carefully restrained itself. Otherwise, just its voice could unleash a cataclysmic tsunami, instantly annihilating all living beings on this island, or one might say a small continent on its back. After all, the highest realm among the beings on this small continent was merely the true immortal realm, quite weak. "I am Zhao Mo, a disciple of the East Sea Bio Palace under the teachings of the heavenly sage." Zhao Mo felt that speaking this way was truly exhausting, so he rode the clouds to a position level with the mystic turtle's line of sight. "East Sea Bio Palace, disciple of the sage. Oh, I know of the sage. It seems they are the most powerful cultivator in this realm." The mystic turtle murmured to itself, as if recalling something. It had been asleep for too long, and although it was waking up now, its thoughts were still somewhat rigid and sluggish. "Indeed." Zhao Mo nodded. "You are also quite strong. Far stronger than me." At this moment, the mystic turtle's tone suddenly grew serious, and its gaze towards Zhao Mo became vigilant, as Zhao Mo's Quasi-Saint aura was unmasked. Don't be fooled by the seeming thin line between the Great Luo and Quasi-Saint. That line represents an entirely different realm, causing the mystic turtle to feel an immense threat. "This cultivation of mine can only be considered passable." Zhao Mo shook his head, not overly concerned. "This is merely an avatar of my true self. My true self's cultivation is slightly higher than this." The mystic turtle fell silent upon hearing this, realizing that the visitor before him was not someone he could provoke. "What are you here for? Did I do something wrong? Did the sage send you to kill me, eh?" After a long pause, the mystic turtle asked hesitantly, and when he spoke this sentence, he was very quiet, only a hint of sadness visible in his pupils. "No, you did nothing wrong, nor is it to kill you." Zhao Mo shook his head. "Then is it to subdue me, eh? I have heard that some powerful beings enjoy enslaving mystical beasts, either as mounts or playthings." The mystic turtle relaxed slightly, but remained uneasy. Zhao Mo shook his head again. "No, that is not it. You needn't overthink it. I merely came across you by chance. You transformed into an island, protecting countless beings and providing them with a place to reside, living countless lives and accruing great merit. When I was born, I was muddled and only knew to fight for survival against other ferocious beasts in the North Sea. Then one day I suddenly developed spiritual intelligence, retreated into the depths of the North Sea, and began to sleep. I do not know how long I slept, and when I awoke again, there was an island on my back, and there were beings on that island. I feared that moving would harm their lives, so I never moved again, sleeping idly and never causing trouble. A few years ago, a fierce person appeared in the North Sea, just as colossal as myself. Realizing I couldn't defeat him, I hid, and he never discovered me. The mystic turtle rambled on about its experiences, and from these words Zhao Mo was quite astonished, feeling somewhat incredulous that such a gigantic and fearsome beast could possess a truly compassionate heart. However, based on the series of reactions from the mystic turtle, it seemed he was not lying. Whether it was when he had just awakened the mystic turtle, or during their subsequent conversation, one could discern details revealing the truth. Moreover, this mystic turtle had not moved a single muscle since waking up. I believe what you say, and you need not fear. I mean you no harm. As Zhao Mo said this, he suddenly paused. Originally, he had come to the North Sea merely to offer some guidance to the mystic turtle, to make some arrangements, and then later to reap some merit. But upon witnessing the mystic turtle's kind nature, he suddenly felt reluctant. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Upon hearing this, the mystic turtle was taken aback, somewhat surprised and hesitant. My aptitude is not very good. After so many years of cultivation, I have only reached my current realm, and I feel I have reached my limit. Why do you want to take me? I see your nature is good, but you are destined to face a calamity of death. Even with your merit, you cannot escape this fate. Death calamity. The mystic turtle fell silent again upon hearing this. He could sense that Zhao Mo spoke these words from the heart, showing no deception towards him. This was an instinct he held, as the mystic turtle, his intuition told him that this Taoist before him was coming with good intentions. Zhao Mo reached out and patted the mystic turtle's forehead scales. As for your cultivation, your physical body was a boon when you were weak, but as you reach profound heights, it becomes a burden. I imagine you have long struggled to transform, haven't you? Indeed, I long to transform, but cannot. The mystic turtle nodded. If you take me as your master, I will seek an opportunity for you to transcend this calamity and conveniently shed this physical form to start anew. Can you trust me? Since this death calamity is unavoidable, I will not flee or evade, but will instead take the plunge and gamble for it. This was the best solution Zhao Mo could conceive. The mystic turtle remained silent for an even longer time, long enough for Zhao Mo's patience to wear thin, thinking that the mystic turtle would not agree. After all, he was a stranger who appeared before it saying such things. What would an ordinary person believe? I am willing. Do you truly wish to take me as your disciple? The mystic turtle suddenly spoke. Zhao Mo was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but laugh. Since I said I would take you as a disciple, then I shall. However, I will not teach you anything now. When the time of your calamity arrives, I will return to assist you in overcoming it. Zhao Mo would not stoop to lying before a mystical tortoise, nor did he see the need to deceive such a kind-hearted creature. Moreover, every word he had spoken earlier was the truth without a hint of exaggeration. This mystical tortoise indeed faced a deadly tribulation, one that even a saint would personally intervene in, leaving no chance of escape. I pay my respects to Master. Upon hearing Zhao Mo's resounding reply, the mystical tortoise finally lowered its last shred of vigilance. Zhao Mo nodded. Remember my words, as long as you trust me, I will do my utmost to help you fight for a bright future. The mystical tortoise nodded its massive head. All right, I will listen to Master. Yet it was unaware of the great price required for such obedience, as it meant it had to completely abandon it. Zhao Mo took out a token from his waist. This token was crafted from a wisp of saintly aura extracted from the saint's decree, fused with his own essence. Take this token with you, it represents your identity. If you encounter danger that cannot be resolved, this item might help you turn peril into safety. Zhao Mo tossed the token, and the mystical tortoise caught it in its mouth. It instantly sensed the extremely terrifying aura within the token. Though the intensity was not great, the level of power was absurdly high, something it had never experienced before. Master, why does this token contain several different auras? The mystical tortoise inquired, somewhat puzzled. 2 of them are saintly auras, while the remaining 1 is mine. Zhao Mo explained. I see. I will keep it safe. The mystical tortoise solemnly tucked the token away, realizing, as Zhao Mo had said, that it could indeed save its life at certain times. Although it was limited in reaching only the early stages of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, its powerful physical body allowed it to almost disregard attacks from those at the Great Luo level and below. Thus, the only threats it faced were from quasi-saints and saints. Saints would not bother coming to trouble a mere mystical tortoise. As for quasi-saints, by the time they reached that level, their insight and perspective would greatly enhance, making them more cautious. Therefore, upon sensing the aura from this token, even if they were skeptical, they would weigh the consequences. It was akin to the thoughts of the celestial saint when he granted Zhao Xian the saintly decree. The token's function was not merely the peak attack from a quasi-saint, but rather its identity. Moreover, it also protected Zhao Xian from being harmed by quasi-saints or even saints. As for Zhao Xian's own lack of strength leading to being killed by Great Luo, or even weaker beings that would be his own fault, and at that time the token's effectiveness would be significantly diminished. How could some Tai Great Luo recognize the aura of a saint? If Zhao Xian presented it, they might even think he was deceiving them. In the wilds, the stronger one was the more cautious they became. Even saints were exceedingly careful. Conversely, those of lesser strength were the most reckless. This was ignorance and fearlessness. Those who jumped around too much had either turned to ashes or were mere pawns pushed out by others, used, and then discarded or killed. Thus in Zhao Xian's eyes there were no so-called villains in the wilds, only exchanges of interests. Of course, the absence of villains did not mean that everyone was good and harmonious. If one were to think that way, then even saints would not be able to save you. Zhao Mo nodded, then turned to look at the island on the back of the mystical tortoise, home to countless beings. He couldn't help but urge, take good care of these creatures and do not harm their lives. He could see a halo of virtue already forming around the mystical tortoise, although it was clear that it did not quite understand what was happening. However, if the mystical tortoise inadvertently destroyed these beings, it would instead be entangled by karmic retribution. I understand, Master. Zhao Mo did not linger any longer, using his divine powers to transform into a stunning figure and flew away. The mystical tortoise gazed in that direction for a long while before submerging its massive head back into the sea and the ice layers, carefully restoring the icy surface above the water. Its ability to control water and expel ice was a natural divine power requiring no effort. Zhao Mo had achieved his primary goal, so he began the tasks his original self had not completed, continuing to wander through the wilds. Being merely an incarnation, he felt emboldened, daring to explore some dangerous areas, though the results were less than satisfactory. Even in those perilous places, most had already been visited by others. Yet even so, Zhao Mo remained undeterred, for these locations not only expanded his knowledge, but some were also superb places for enlightenment. Although the cultivation between the original self and the incarnation could not be communicated, their insights into the Dao were the same. Thus, he possessed double the time to comprehend the Dao, resulting in a remarkably visible rate of progress. Time flowed gently, and 300 years passed in a flash. The discussions held at Kunlun Mountain by the saints lasted a full 300 years. During these 300 years, first 3 saints lectured, followed by 9 quasi-saints. Even Zhao Xian, who was somewhat apprehensive, had to give a talk to many celestial beings, which despite his nervousness appeared to have a good effect and response. After lecturing, the discussions began, with the 3 saints engaging in discussions that lasted the longest, truly showcasing the vastness of the Dao through their presence. Although each had their own specialized Dao and unique path to sanctification, they were not ignorant of upon reaching the saint realm, further advancement simply required comprehending more of the Dao. And the 3 saints discussed the 3,000 pathways of the Dao. This was an unparalleled treasure trove of knowledge, yet many present could not keep up with such heights. Even Zhao Xian found himself struggling towards the end. Even with his special methods, he could not fully understand and digest all the profound truths, and instead began to suffer from indigestion due to the overwhelming amount. After hundreds of years, Zhao Xian likely gained the most from this experience, even surpassing other peak quasi-saints. When the discussions that had lasted for hundreds of years finally concluded, Zhao Xian felt heavy-headed, as if a world had been forcefully crammed into his soul, filled with too many things to digest. Yet due to the tight timeline, it could only be rudely stuffed into his mind. How do you feel? Jin Yuan Daxian asked as he approached Zhao Xian, having noticed that Zhao Xian's expression was somewhat unsatisfactory. Hearing too much, remembering too much, and gaining too much has instead made me feel burdened. Zhao Xian forced a smile. This was the first time he had such a feeling. It was as if a child were carrying a colossal mountain on his back, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Zhen Yuanzi looked at Zhao Xian with a complex expression. How many people in the 3 realms wish to possess such troubles, but lack the opportunity? You are indeed a person of great fortune and enlightenment. It was merely luck. The 3 saints spoke so eloquently that I couldn't help but listen more. Zhao Xian couldn't help but laugh, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy within. The Master of Origins shook his head. How can there be so much luck? With so many people here, why is it only you who has such luck? You don't need to deny it. This is your ability, and others can only envy it. What did the Great Immortal gain? Zhao Xian countered. Not bad. Not bad. The Great Immortal stroked his beard and laughed. From his expression, Zhao Xian knew that he had also gained a great deal, as it was rare to encounter the teachings of the 3 saints. There were nearly 10,000 cultivators in attendance, all, at least at the Tai Golden Immortal realm. With so many people listening to the saints, who among them could truly claim to understand much? After all, this discussion was primarily for the saints' own cultivation, whether it was the primordial saint or the Western saints. Their main purpose was not to teach the crowd below. To allow them to listen in was already a great privilege, and how much they could comprehend depended entirely on their personal luck. For most people, the teachings of the three saints at the beginning were the greatest gain and the most useful part for them. After the Saint of Limitless Life spoke on the Sutra of Infinite Life, the Saint of Guidance then lectured on the Amitabha Sutra, while the Primordial Saint was not to be outdone discussing the Yellow Court Scripture, and even touching on the unique path of artifact refining. The content involved was mostly directly related to enhancing the power and realm of the cultivators. What surprised Zhao Xian the most was that the Saint of Guidance specifically spoke about two Buddhist powers while lecturing on the Amitabha Sutra, one being the six-character mantra and the other the Buddha realm in the palm. But after the Saint of Guidance finished speaking, he understood why this saint was so generous and unafraid of others learning from him. Because to practice these two powers, merely knowing the cultivation method was not enough, one also had to study the Buddhist scriptures and understand Buddhist principles. Only with a sufficiently deep foundation in Buddhist practice could one utilize incense power to cultivate these two powers. Then Zhao Xian realized that these two powers were of no significance to him. The six-character mantra was not superior to the 9 turns mystic art he was currently cultivating, and this Buddhist body did not suit him. Obtaining it would be useless. As for the Buddha realm in the palm, he felt it was even less practical than the Master of Origins universe in sleeve. The cultivation conditions were simply too high. Moreover, if one were to truly contemplate the Buddhist scriptures and principles, by the time one qualified to cultivate, they would have unknowingly become a practitioner of the Western Buddhist sect. Indeed, the Saint of Guidance deserved to be called the most formidable among the Western saints. His methods were subtly superior to those of the Saint of Limitless Life, silent, yet enticing. By using divine powers as bait, how could one compare this to the crude methods of the Saint of Limitless Life? Furthermore, even the Primordial Saint had no way to counter this, for they did not conceal their knowledge. How could they claim there was a conspiracy when they openly shared the methods of such supreme powers? This is also why when the Primordial Saint preached, he deliberately spoke about the path of artifact refining. He had to give something back. However, this kind of subtle power struggle among the saints was very obscure, and many people here were actually unaware. Only Zhao Xian and a few other quasi-saints noticed. Now that the Primordial Saint is discussing matters with the two Western saints, he probably won't have time for us. How about we two go explore Kunlun Mountain? The Great Immortal suggested. Actually, the Great Immortal made this suggestion for Zhao Xian's sake. He had been to Kunlun a few times and was quite familiar with most places, while Zhao Xian, despite spending over 300 years in Kunlun, knew very little about it. That sounds good, then it'll trouble you to lead the way, Great Immortal. Zhao Xian readily agreed. Do not call me Great Immortal in the future. Shall we refer to each other as brothers? The Great Immortal smiled. Zhao Xian was taken aback. How can that be? The Great Immortal is a friend of the saints. Both my master and my uncle treat the Great Immortal with great respect. If you call me a friend, you are elevating my status. Zhao Xian felt frustrated. What was wrong with this Great Immortal suddenly calling him brother and disregarding their ranks? No worries, no worries. In front of the saints we remain as we are. Privately we can address each other as brothers. I am simply pleased to meet you. The Great Immortal's actions were not without ulterior motives. The way he phrased it sounded nice, like a guest of honor among the saints standing apart from the world. But only he knew the truth. When in good standing he was a friend, but in bad standing he was merely a lamb. One must know that in his vision that spiritual root bore 30 fruits each time, and more than half had been sent to Kunlun Mountain. This was why the Primordial Saint regarded him as a guest of honor. After all, rank is rank, but strength is fundamental. Zhao Xian was quite loyal and had great potential. Moreover, with his identity being sufficient, there would be no loss in befriending him. Zhao Xian couldn't help but smile wryly at this situation. However, he genuinely felt a fondness for the Great Immortal's style of doing things. Being so unique and unrestrained by formalities was what a true cultivator should be. Let's go, Gongming. Today, as your brother, I will take you on a tour of Kunlun Mountain. The Great Immortal grabbed Zhao Xian's arm and led the way. After Zhao Xian was taken away by the Great Immortal, the two remaining Wang Yu and Lu Ye finally returned to their senses from the earlier shock. They had not realized the significance of a quasi-saint among the cultivators or the status of the Great Immortal among the quasi-saints. However, after this lecture they gained a clear understanding. Other quasi-saints treated the Great Immortal with great respect, demonstrating his strength and status, yet this supreme Great Immortal referred to Zhao Xian as a brother. They suddenly felt how impressive their master was. It made them as disciples feel honored. The disciples of the teaching sect saw the Great Immortal and Zhao Xian, two quasi-saints, walking together, and approached to inquire. Upon learning they were going to explore Kunlun, they immediately sent someone to invite their senior brother Guang Qingzi to guide them. This was the etiquette of the teaching sect. Although the Great Immortal and Zhao Xian did not need it, it would be impolite to refuse. Greetings, Great Immortal and junior brother. Guang Qingzi hurried over. Senior brother, it's been years since we last parted, and you seem even more impressive now. Zhao Xian chuckled lightly. Guang Qingzi smiled back. He never dared to act superior in front of Zhao Xian back then, and now he even less so. A quasi-saint. In this grand event there were thousands of celestial beings, but only 9 quasi-saints. The junior brother before him was one of them. This senior brother's status was already beyond that of their disciples. Where do I compare to my junior brother? Having stepped into the quasi-saint realm, you can already establish your own sect and pass down your teachings. Guang Qingzi sighed with a smile. By the way, have you decided on a place for your teachings? Yes, right at Amei Mountain. Good senior brother has noted it down. When you establish your sect, I will certainly come personally. Amei Mountain. This was the first time Jin Yuanzi learned of Zhao Xian's Daoist temple location. After a moment of contemplation he said, when I traveled through the primordial wilderness, I once saw that place. Indeed, it is an exceptional cave abode. Zhao Xian nodded. That place is quite nice, but it pales in comparison to the Kunlun Mountain of the Saint Master. If you were to speak up, the saint might not hesitate to reserve a cave for you at Kunlun Mountain. Jin Yuanzi shook his head. Now that I have quite a number of disciples, it is indeed time to establish a sect. I cannot just lead a group of juniors to stay at Bio Palace. If Zhao Xian were to establish a sect at Amei Mountain, it would not be a completely new sect, but rather a branch of the Jiejiao Sect, while also resolving his own temple issues. This could be considered the expansion of the Jiejiao Sect. Compared to Master Tongtian, he would not oppose it, and he also wished for many disciples to set forth and develop on their own. What good is it to all be cooped up at Bio Palace? With your current strength you are indeed qualified. Jin Yuanzi nodded, noting that many outside are already disciples of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. It is quite rare for someone like Zhao Xian, who is at the quasi-saint level, to not have set forth yet. However, this is also because Zhao Xian's cultivation speed is exceptionally fast, especially after reaching the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. His speed has not only not slowed, but has instead become terrifyingly rapid. Ahead lies Jinlong Cave. At this moment, Guang Qingzi, who was walking slightly ahead, suddenly spoke, introducing a certain scenery to the two. It turned out that the group had been walking and chatting, having traveled quite a distance. Hearing this, Zhao Xian looked over and saw a massive cave appearing ahead, deep and bottomless, shrouded in red mist. The cave rumbled like thunder, and upon closer listening one could hear the roar of dragons. What is the origin of this Jinlong Cave? Zhao Xian felt curious. Guang Qingzi smiled and said, do you know about the 3 clans of dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins? Precisely. The 3 clans fought a great war. The ancestral dragon fell, and the primordial phoenix was gravely injured and fell into a deep slumber within the immortal fire mountain, its fate unknown. At the end of its life, the primordial Qilin made a grand vow, and thus it too perished. This Jinlong Cave is the very place where the ancestral dragon fell. Ahead is also a Qilin cliff, the place where the primordial Qilin achieved enlightenment. Zhao Xian was shocked. 2 of the 3 most powerful ancestors of the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans had fallen on Kunlun Mountain. Such fortune is no wonder. They say Kunlun is the foremost mountain of the primordial wilderness. Originally there was also an ancestral dragon pearl here, but later the dragon clan sought out Master and exchanged it for the 9 dragons incense carriage. Master had no use for that pearl, so he agreed. Guang Qingzi revealed the secrets of that year, causing Zhao Xian to open his eyes wide. He was unaware of such matters because when he transformed, the calamity of the Dragon and Han era had long passed, and at that time Master and the others had not yet attained their saintly status. My junior brother Huang Long obtained a wisp of the ancestral dragon's aura from this place, which allowed him to transform and attain enlightenment. Master saw his deep fortune and thus accepted him as a disciple. Zhao Xian was astonished. So that's how it is. I did not expect my junior brother Huang Long had such an opportunity. The dragon pearl has disappeared, and the aura of the ancestral dragon has gradually dissipated, leaving no divine resonance. Only the malevolent aura from the ancestral dragon's death remains, which is why one can often hear the sound of dragon roars. Now the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans have long been dormant in the primordial wilderness, and their appearances are rarely seen. The remnants of the Phoenix clan suppress the immortal fire mountain to gain merit and to work off the burdens of sin they carry. The Dragon clan is also managing the water veins of the 4 seas with the same purpose. As for the Qilin clan, the primordial Qilin made a grand vow before its death that wherever the Qilin appears there will be auspicious signs, which is why the Qilin clan has retained some incense, but it is also rarely seen. However, there is a creature resembling a mishmash of forms on Kunlun Mountain, which is also of the primordial Qilin bloodline. When the primordial Qilin sought refuge under the Yuan Shi Saint, this hybrid offspring was allowed to remain on Kunlun Mountain. The burdens of karma from the 3-clan war are simply too immense, and the causes and effects incurred are countless, making it impossible to repay them in the short term. Guangqingzi, this guide has done remarkably well, having taken Zhao Xian and Jin Yuanzi around most places in Kunlun. Zhao Xian also visited the Qilin Cliff, which did not have any special features, and he thought that even if any treasures were left behind, they would have long been collected by the disciples of the Chan sect. Moreover, the Primordial Qilin still has a son on Kunlun Mountain. This is the last place. Guangqingzi raised his hand and pointed. Here stands a divine tree considered the most precious object in all of Kunlun. Is this the Jinmu? Zhao Xian looked at the towering tree before him, as thick as a mountain, and asked uncertainly. Exactly. This Jinmu grows at the source of Kunlun's spiritual veins, and it is comparable to the top 10 supreme innate spiritual roots. However, according to Master, this tree is still quite young. To mature, it will require several tribulations to nurture it. If it grows fully, this tree could connect the 3 realms, which would be incredibly beneficial. At this moment, even Jin Yuanzi nodded in praise. It truly deserves to be the legendary Jinmu. It is said that this Jinmu is even more precious than spiritual roots, and even the one in my observation is far inferior. Only the Chaos Green Lotus can be compared. It's a pity. It hasn't matured yet. If it had grown in the Chaos, it wouldn't have been too difficult for it to grow, but to grow in this primordial wilderness is indeed too challenging. Zhao Xian nodded. However, even though it hasn't matured, this Jinmu appears incredibly formidable. It is the first time he has seen such a large tree, far more shocking than seeing the ginseng fruit, one of the top 10 supreme innate spiritual roots. After they finished touring Kunlun, the two of them found that the Western Saints had already taken their leave and returned to the West, and the Yuan Shi Saint had also freed up some time. Zhao Xian and Jin Yuanzi decided to go pay their farewells. This trip had already yielded sufficient gains, and Zhao Xian had achieved all his goals. He originally came just to pay respects to Master Yuan Shi, and being able to hear the saint discuss the Dao one last time was already an unexpected gain. Moreover, he had made an acquaintance with a top Kwasa saint like Jin Yuanzi, and they got along well, considering each other as brothers. This trip was truly worthwhile. Now it was time to leave. More importantly, the things he had gained this time were simply too numerous, and he now needed to close himself off for a while to digest and absorb them, hastening the transformation of his gains into strength and realm. This was the immediate priority. Before closing himself off, he also needed to return to Bo Palace to confirm the identities of his disciples, and then head to Amei Mountain to formally establish his sect. Thus he had many things to attend to, and it was not good to delay at Kunlun Mountain, as time waits for no one. It had been 600 or 700 years since Hong Jun Daozu intervened in the battle between the witch and demon clans, and unknowingly time had passed. The deadline of 10,000 years was drawing ever closer. And for Zhao Xian, this brought an unprecedented sense of urgency. Leaving Kunlun Mountain, Jun Yuanzi warmly invited Zhao Xian, who, unable to refuse, took his disciple Tanjie and followed Jin Yuanzi to Wuzhuang Temple. As Zhao Xian had guessed, upon returning to Wanshou Mountain, Jin Yuan Daxian set up an offering table to establish a brotherhood with Zhao Xian. Seeing this, Zhao Xian felt a chill down his spine, yet he had no choice but to acquiesce. He could not refuse too harshly, as it would leave Jin Yuanzi with the impression that Zhao Xian looked down upon him, which would anger Jin Yuan Daxian. In the end, Zhao Xian had no choice but to kneel before Jin Yuan Daxian 8 times, pledging a brotherly bond and honoring heaven and earth. Afterward, Jin Yuan Daxian treated Zhao Xian and his companions lavishly at Wuzhuang Temple, providing various celestial fruits and delicacies without end. Zhao Xian and Jin Yuanzi feasted and discussed Dao, and he even learned the mystical art of sleeve magic from Jin Yuanzi. Thus, after lingering for several days, Zhao Xian made his case multiple times, and only then did Jin Yuanzi agree to let Zhao Xian and his group leave. Brother Jin Yuan, there are indeed urgent matters at hand. I cannot stay longer. When my Amei Mountain sect is established, I will personally come to invite you. I hope Brother Jin Yuan will definitely honor us with your presence. Zhao Xian solemnly bid farewell to Jin Yuanzi before Wuzhuang Temple. Jin Yuanzi nodded. How could I miss the grand ceremony of Brother Gongming's establishment? You may go, and another day I shall come to feast and discuss Dao with you. Until we meet again. Zhao Xian mounted the green lion, and with disciple Tanjie rode the clouds away. Once Zhao Xian and his group finally departed, Jin Yuan Daxian's direct disciple could no longer hold back, and asked, Master, why is this? What do you mean why? Why does Uncle Zhao Gongming hold such significance to you? I see you interacting with many Kwasa Saint powers, some of whom are not without comparison to you, yet you have never behaved this way, even going so far as to establish a brotherhood. The disciple was extremely puzzled, particularly because Jin Yuanzi had actually entered a brotherhood with Zhao Xian. When they first heard of this, they were speechless, and only because of the authority of their master did they refrain from saying anything. Now that Zhao Xian had left, they could no longer hold back their curiosity. Such a talented individual with a demeanor that captivates the heart, is that all there is to it? Jin Yuanzi vaguely replied. However, the disciple beside him could not help but roll his eyes at this statement, wondering if Master truly believed it. When you come to understand this matter for yourself, then you may leave the sect. Zhen Yuanzi chuckled while stroking his beard, then disregarded his disciple's reaction and turned back into the temple. Meanwhile, Zhao Xian's disciples were also discussing this issue. Initially, they thought their master was indeed formidable, able to befriend the renowned Zhen Yuan Daxian, but when the Daxian established a brotherhood with Zhao Xian, they began to feel something was amiss. Neither of them were fools, just somewhat inexperienced, but witnessing Zhen Yuan Daxian's actions, which could be described as bending down to make friends, they finally felt that something was off. Or rather, was it necessary? According to their master Zhao Xian, when Zhen Yuan Daxian arrived at Bo Palace, even a heavenly saint would personally greet him, addressing him as a fellow Taoist with the reception only slightly lower than that of a saint. Was it really necessary for such an existence to go to such lengths? Watching the two disciples argue, Wang Yu felt that it must be because their master was too powerful and charismatic, which greatly impressed Zhen Yuan Daxian, leading to their immediate camaraderie. In contrast, Luya believed that Zhen Yuan Daxian's actions must carry deeper meaning or ulterior motives, perhaps even targeting not Zhao Xian himself, but rather the Jiejiao and the ancestor of the heavenly saint behind him. Zhao Xian silently listened without interjecting, allowing the two youngsters to argue amongst themselves. When neither could convince the other and both believed they were right, they finally turned their attention to Zhao Xian. Master, what do you think of this matter? Wang Yu asked. Luya also looked over with anticipation, clearly hoping Zhao Xian would affirm his thoughts. You all think too much, and today I shall teach you something. In the primordial world, everything is calculated, yet not everything can be calculated. Zhao Xian chuckled lightly. When befriending others, one must categorize into 3 levels. The highest is to seek friendship without expecting anything in return. The second is to help others in their time of need. And the third is to please them with gifts and favors. Wang Yu and Luya frowned slightly upon hearing this, feeling that their master's division of the 3 levels was clearly flawed. According to their understanding, the second level seemed to be the most astute. Alas, the most expensive things are often free. My division of these 3 levels is not by friendship, but by returns. In these 3 levels, the first often yields the greatest returns. So does this mean that Zhen Yuan Daxian indeed has ulterior motives? Luya pondered. Zhao Xian shook his head. He seeks nothing, or whether he receives a return depends not on him, but on me. Oh, if master does not offer any return, then wouldn't Zhen Yuan's sure boss efforts be in vain? Wang Yu thought this method quite unimpressive. Therefore, this method of befriending others requires discernment. Each is indispensable. Zhao Xian sighed. Just remember, do not fear others owing you, fear that they do not owe you enough. The karmic ties are difficult to dissolve, and this is the principle. Zhao Xian spoke succinctly. When he officially opened his sect, these disciples would require further guidance. Previously, he focused on their cultivation, but once their cultivation rose, he would teach them the ways of dealing with others, which is a vast knowledge, especially in this perilous primordial world. Alright, stop thinking about this topic, and follow me to find your senior brother. We shall arrive shortly. Zhao Xian awakened the 2 bewildered disciples. Meanwhile, Tongtian, dressed in black, secretly rolled her eyes, feeling that her master's 2 disciples were a bit foolish and not very clever. What master had just said she understood, perhaps due to her own experiences of struggling to survive in the primordial world, giving her high insight into the ways of social maneuvering, which was simply the result of having endured the hardships of reality. The so-called human hearts and cunning with schemes everywhere made it hard to guard against. If not for her innate intelligence as a mere little demon, she wouldn't have survived to this day, much less cultivated to the golden immortal realm. In fact, her previous choice not to harm humans, but instead to serve as their guardian, already showed her foresight and intelligence, perhaps indicating that she was one of those who understood the heavenly principles. Those who do not understand the heavenly principles often find themselves with only self-destruction as their path. The Green Lion sped up, carrying Zhao Xian and his disciples swiftly toward the human tribe where the Chao clan resided. This time they did not delay on the road, and soon the tribe appeared in Zhao Xian's sight. Upon Zhao Xian's arrival at this tribe, even from a distance he noticed the differences. Hundreds of years ago this place was not large, especially when Zhao Xian first arrived with only a few hundred people. However, after hundreds of years it has transformed entirely, with the population now reaching tens of thousands. The original tribe has expanded countless times, with numerous people gathering together to form a vast settlement, and the houses are well-ordered, indicating that the residents are living well. Abandoning the lifestyle of cave dwelling has allowed the human race to inhabit the surface, bringing a hint of civilization to this place. Zhao Xian felt quite emotional upon witnessing this. It seems his disciple had done much for the tribe in his act. With so many people in the tribe, it surely cannot be just the original small tribe. Even though the living conditions have significantly improved, the lifespan of humans remains pitifully short, and the infant mortality rate is still high. A mere few hundred people over these years cannot possibly breed a population of tens of thousands. Upon entering the tribe, Zhao Xian found no familiar faces. Those he had met back then were long gone. For him, hundreds of years are but a fleeting moment. A discussion of Dao on Kunlun Mountain takes over 300 years, while for humans hundreds of years equate to many generations. Before Zhao Xian could seek out Yu Chao had already come to find him. Zhao Xian and his group did not conceal their presence or intentionally restrain their aura, and they were soon noticed by Yu Chao. Disciple Yu Chao pays respects to master. Initially, Yu Chao thought a great demon or practitioner had arrived, but upon seeing Zhao Xian, he realized it was his master and immediately bowed down, feeling quite excited. After all, it had already been hundreds of years. Although he had embarked on the path of immortality, his thoughts still belonged to the human race, and his perception of time was not like that of ordinary practitioners. These hundreds of years felt like an extraordinarily long time to him. Zhao Xian looked at the kneeling Yu Chao with mixed feelings of pride and heartache. He felt pride because although Yu Chao had not received his daily guidance, he had already entered the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. Moreover, his foundation was solid, his realm stable, and his aura profound, which is quite rare. Truly, he is worthy of the merit he possesses. His cultivation speed is impressive. What pained him was that Yu Chao had matured significantly, sporting a beard, which made him appear older than Zhao Xian, his own master. Zhao Xian also sensed the sorrow hidden deep within Yu Chaos' gaze. Get up. Zhao Xian extended his hand to help Yu Chao up. You are doing well, and I am quite pleased. I have missed you, master. Yu Chaos' voice choked with emotion. Over the years, I have seen familiar faces depart one by one, watching my elders pass away, my companions grow old and die, and my juniors move from life to death. I have never experienced such painful matters. Do you know why I left you here for hundreds of years? Zhao Xian asked. The human race owes its blessings to the Nuwa Saint and the innate Dao body, with most having decent cultivation potential. Individuals like you are truly one in a million. However, the human race faces a great difficulty in cultivation, which is the difficulty of severing worldly ties. I once mentioned that as long as your worldly ties remain, you cannot attain Tai de Luo. But now you have overcome this difficulty. From here on, the path before you is smooth, and the future is bright. Seeing that Yu Chaos spirits were still low, Zhao Xian pointed to the bustling tribe and said, Look, although your old friends are no longer here, this tribe is thriving. What is most precious about the human race is not their physical strength or power, but their enduring spirit, the endless cycle of life and descendants. Do you understand this? Yu Chao seemed to ponder for a moment before finally revealing a hint of a smile. Over the years, I have done little to manage matters. After my old friends left, I closed myself off to cultivate, ignoring worldly affairs. Now that I think about it, the tribe would develop with or without me, but it has not stagnated. That's right. The future of the human race has never been determined by one or two individuals. It is the result of generations of continuous effort. Zhao Xian nodded in satisfaction. Luya, Wang Yu. Greetings, senior brother. At this moment, Wang Yu and Luya stepped forward to greet Yu Chao. Yu Chao suddenly understood that these were disciples accepted by his master after him, and it was the first time he learned that he was the master's first disciple. Somewhat awkward, Yu Chao hurriedly returned the greeting to his junior brothers and sisters, saying, Greetings, junior brothers and sisters. Everyone here calls me Yu Chao. After a round of formalities and introductions, Zhao Xian finally explained the purpose of his visit to Yu Chao. Now that your worldly ties are severed, it's time for you to return to the mountain for cultivation. Staying here any longer will not benefit your practice. Do you have any unfinished business here? Yu Chao shook his head. There is nothing more that binds me here. I will follow my master and leave. As for matters concerning the human race, I shall leave them to manage themselves. I will only offer assistance when they face difficulties they cannot resolve. That is good. This time, I will take you 3 brothers back to Bo Palace first and register your names in the disciples roster of the Jiejiao Sect before heading to my Taoist venue in Mei Mount. Today, as we leave, your opportunities to return will be few. Zhao Xian nodded and called for the Green Lion, leading his disciples eastward. On the back of the Green Lion, Wang Yu took out a purple gold box from his sleeve and then retrieved a fruit from inside, handing it to Yu Chao. Senior brother, this is for you. Yu Chao stared blankly at the object thrust into his hand by his junior sister. It resembled a fruit, but bore the face of an infant, like a curled-up baby. Could it be a great pill concocted from human infants? Over the years of cultivation, as his abilities grew, so did his knowledge and experience. He had heard about how some demons favored refining great pills from human infants, claiming that consuming them could enhance one's cultivation. He had even specifically searched for information on this, but found nothing. This? What is this? Senior brother, just eat it. Wang Yu urged as she noticed Yu Chao was frozen in place. How can I eat this? This is clearly a human infant. Yu Chao panicked for a moment. Do not be afraid, senior brother. This is a spirit root fruit, a ginseng fruit. It is not an evil eye. Luya saw Yu Chaos on ease and spoke up to explain. Indeed, upon hearing that it was a spirit root fruit, Yu Chao immediately felt relieved. This ginseng fruit is the finest spirit root nurtured by a great being within a temple. Just this one fruit can enable a mortal to attain immortality and ascend to the heavens. For immortals, consuming it can extend their lifespan by 48,000 years. Yu Chao was momentarily stunned. Such a holy fruit, how could I possibly accept it? Senior brother, fear not. Brother and I each ate one of these fruits. But our master said this method of consumption yields only modest effects. One fruit suffices to savor its essence. Wang Yu reassured Yu Chao sure that great cultivator is Jinyuan Daxian of Wanshou Mountains Wuzhuangguan, a peerless sage who formed an oath brotherhood with our master upon their first meeting. When we visited, he bestowed 5 fruits upon our master, and at our departure he pressed another 5 into our hands. Yet even after hearing this, Yu Chao sure still regarded the fruit as extraordinarily precious. Such a miraculous elixir was utterly unknown to him. Zhao Xian then said, "Go ahead, taste it. Though this spirit-rooted marvel is rare, its true value lies chiefly with mortals or cultivators of low cultivation realms. For your younger sister still at the celestial immortal level, it retains genuine efficacy. For you, a Tai immortal, it merely extends lifespan." Hearing this, Yu Chao sure finally began eating the ginseng fruit in his hand. Though celestial immortals possess long lives, among immortals they are considered short-lived indeed. A celestial immortal's lifespan spans one cosmic cycle, 12,960 years. True immortals bearing the character Zhun true double that longevity. Above them stand golden immortals. The gene golden signifies incorruptibility. Even a trace of golden essence vastly expands their lifespans, allowing them to endure an entire kalpic eon without perishing. Above golden immortals stand Tai golden immortals, a realm fundamentally transcending temporal constraints. Tai means Tai, the primordial oneness itself. It is synonymous with the Dao itself. Thus a Tai golden immortal is a golden immortal who has truly attained the Dao. Likewise, Dao Luo golden immortals and quasi-sages abide beyond mortality. If spared tribulation, they may live through infinite kalpic eons unscathed. Yet the heavenly Dao remains inscrutable. Even having shed the fetters of lifespan, one must still face ordained tribulations. Survive them, and eternal freedom endures. Fail, and all remaining years vanish, reduced instantly to tribulation ash. Hence the ancient world of Hongwang measures time in kalpic eons. Not arbitrarily, but because when the appointed moment arrives, the heavenly Dao unleashes killing intent, descending calamities upon immortals. Whether one lives or perishes depends solely upon one's own karmic fortune. Only the sages stand beyond this cycle. Thus they are called untouched by 10,000 tribulations. Thus in truth the golden immortal realm already represents an exalted pinnacle, nearly the ultimate attainment for most cultivators. Without extraordinary karmic opportunity, it marks the absolute summit. Indeed, far more cultivators attain only the celestial or true immortal realms, and for them ginseng fruits which extend life are cherished above all else. Still, consuming more than one ginseng fruit is not entirely without benefit. It may deepen foundational cultivation and augment spiritual power. Yet only 30 fruits ripen every 10,000 years. How could one possibly eat more? This time Jinyuan Zi invested heavily. 10 fruits alone were gifted to Zhao Xian and his disciples. In truth, using them as primary ingredients for ninefold golden elixir refinement would be far more efficacious and yield superior results. Do not consume the remaining fruits. They hold little further value for you. When I find time, I shall refine them into pills and reforge your foundations anew. Zhao Xian paused thoughtfully, then reached out and took the purple golden casket from Wang Yu's hands, tucking it into his sleeve. The girl had an insatiable sweet tooth. Left in her care, she might well devour them as ordinary fruit. Wang Yu pouted, but dared not protest. She knew her own nature well enough to admit she truly might succumb. After all, the flavor truly was exquisite. Master, might I have just a taste? At that moment Qing Shi, the azure lion seated beside Zhao Xian, spoke up, his voice thick with grievance. Everyone present had savored the ginseng fruit, except him. As a mount he possessed no rights whatsoever. Even Shan Jun, the young beast tamer who had likewise taken human form, though merely an attendant boy, enjoyed far better treatment. At Kunlun Mountain, where sages expounded the Tao, all others attended. Yet he alone remained behind, crammed among other mounts, sleeping fitfully for 3 centuries. Midway a fragrant fox fell for him, and insisted on becoming his consort, but he dismissed her, deeming her unsightly. Yet he also knew she likely sought him only for his master's prestige. You wretched creature, what sacrilege is this? Wait until I refine the pills, then I shall grant you several. If you do not cultivate into a Dao Luo Golden Immortal, soon you shall no longer accompany me on journeys. Zhao Xian shook his head. The azure lion did not crave the fruit. He simply felt slighted, feigning pathos. Zhao Xian wondered whence this artifice came, certainly not before their journey to Shouyang Mountain. Ever since Qing Shi had changed. How innocent he once was. As they spoke, the group reached the eastern edge of the eastern sea. There Qing Shi lost his bearings. Zhao Xian himself now had to guide the way. After much winding travel, they finally arrived at Jiejiao Island. Wow, how breathtaking this place is. Wang Yu exclaimed, gazing upon Jiejiao Island with unrestrained awe. Did Master cultivate here originally? Indeed. All disciples burst into praise. Whether to honor Zhao Xian or from genuine admiration none could say, yet each spoke fervently. Even Shan Jun, the most taciturn of attendants, offered 2 compliments. Such a climate suggested something amiss. After all, they had all visited Kunlun Mountain, the supreme sacred site, and ought not to marvel so readily. Kunlun Mountain transcends mere blessed land or immortal grotto. It is rightly termed a sacred land. In truth, Jiejiao Island falls slightly short of Kunlun's grandeur. Yet, Jiejiao Island possesses a distinct charm. Kunlun radiates majestic magnificence, while Jiejiao dazzles with enigmatic splendor, each sublime in its own right. Follow me to pay respects to the sage. Mind your decorum, lest you offend propriety. Zhao Xian's expression grew solemn. Dismounting Qing Shi, he meticulously adjusted his Taoist robes and ceremonial cap. Though Tongtian sage cared little for such formalities, ritual reverence must never be neglected. His disciples and attendants followed suit without hesitation. No sooner had Zhao Xian stepped onto Jiejiao Island than the island's Dao bell resounded across the heavens. Countless Jiejiao disciples deep in cultivation seclusion were startled awake, uncertain whether catastrophe loomed or a sovereign guest had arrived. Little did they know Zhao Xian, returning after nearly a millennium of wandering Honghuang, had simply come home. So Tongtian sage rejoiced, and nothing more. Upon hearing the bell, Zhao Xian froze, then smiled wryly. Before he could utter a word, Tongtian sage's voice echoed directly in his mind. Enter directly. The bell rings for you alone. Must I personally greet you at the gate? Zhao Xian had no choice but to lead Wang Yu and the others swiftly into Bio Palace. Disciple Zhao Xian pays homage to Master. Disciples Yu Chao Shi, Wang Yu, and Luya pay homage to Grandmaster. The disciples prostrated themselves fully upon the ground, performing the highest ceremonial bow. Excellent, excellent, excellent. You have indeed attained the quasi-sage realm. Ha ha! Who among the 3 sects of the Taoist school has preceded you? Truly my disciples surpass even the eldest brothers. Only I can nurture such heirs. Tongtian sage laughed aloud at the sight. Master! Zhao Xian coughed lightly, gesturing for Tongtian sage to lower his voice. Speaking thus of the senior elder behind his back was unseemly. What is there to fear? I would speak just so to his face. Tongtian dismissed the concern. In his view, Zhao Xian possessed every virtue, save for a touch of timidity. Were that flaw absent, he would be truly flawless. Master, these are my disciples, Zhao Xian said, gesturing toward the 3 cultivators prostrate upon the ground, seeking to redirect Tongtian sage's attention. Ah, excellent. Truly excellent. All 3 are exceptional. With but a glance from his sage's divine eye, Tongtian instantly perceived each disciple's origins, roots, and karmic lineage with crystalline clarity. Luya bore heavy karmic burdens from past transgressions, yet simultaneously carried the celestial fortune of the ancient celestial court of the demonic clans. His true form was the divine golden crow, harmonizing with the auspicious chi of both the moon and sun stars. So long as he avoided premature demise, his future cultivation prospects were boundless. As for the young maiden, her race was singular, unknown even to him. Yet with a subtle calculation of fate, he discerned her origin. She was linked to Sister Nuwa, blessed with unparalleled innate advantages. Her true form, a human torso fused with a serpentine tail, was itself an embodiment of the Tao. Her ceiling, too, was extraordinarily high, her future shimmered with promise. As for Yu Chao Shi, though merely human, his innate talent rivaled that of the primordial humans born at heaven's dawn. Moreover, he bore immeasurable merit. Clearly a destined cultivator graced with profound fortune and virtue. He had already attained the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. While ascension to quasi-sagehood remained uncertain, attainment of the Great Luo Golden Immortal rank was all but assured. Your eye for selecting disciples has inherited 9/10 of my true art. Tongtian laid a hand upon Zhao Xian's shoulder, deeply gratified. That his disciple should now take disciples of his own, and such outstanding ones at that, was cause for genuine celebration. It signaled the flourishing expansion of the Jiejiao Sect under Zhao Xian's stewardship. Zhao Xian gave a dry chuckle. Master, I have returned precisely to inscribe these disciples' names upon our sect's official register. Very well. Each of them possesses the merit to enter the Jiejiao Sect's hallowed gates. So saying, Tongtian sage swept his sleeve, and a succession of artifacts soared forth, alighting respectively in the hands of Yu Chao Shi, Wang Yu, and Luya. Yu received a short cudgel, Wang Yu a radiant cloud robe, and a luminous pearl, Lu Ya a sacred vase. All were mid-tier primordial spirit treasures, neither supreme nor insignificant, yet rare and precious nonetheless. I've already bestowed my finest treasures upon your masters and uncles. Little remains worthy of offering you. Take these then for amusement. As for finer ones you must petition your own master. Tongtian sighed with mild regret. Though a sage he felt these gifts somewhat meager, fearing they might tarnish his dignity. Zhao Xian knew his master spoke truth. The spirit treasures Tongtian had claimed from the Finbao Rock had long since been distributed among his disciples. Having no personal need for them, he saw no reason to retain them. We thank Grandmaster for these treasures. Wang Yu, overjoyed to receive 2 artifacts, bowed deeply. Lu Ya and Yu Chaosher followed suit, offering fervent gratitude. Zhao Xian shook his head. These disciples' foundational temperaments remain unsettled. Such indulgence is unwise. Have you not yourself cautioned certain senior brothers and sisters on this very point? My disciples are mine, but they are your disciples' disciples. Their discipline falls entirely to you. Tongtian remained unperturbed. Zhao Xian could not help but feel a strange echo of intergenerational affection. Yet he was powerless to intervene, and his master had always been thus sovereign, unwavering, utterly self. Still his protest was mere courtesy. The most potent artifacts already bore masters. Equipping 3 new disciples properly would have demanded considerable effort and resources. Now with his master providing a portion, their needs would be met for quite some time. Thereafter Tongtian sage personally presided over the inscription ceremony. Yet once the name registers for Yu Chaosher, Zhao Wang Yu, and Lu Ya were complete, Zhao Xian hesitated, then spoke again with faint embarrassment. Master, please prepare 1 more name register. I do in fact have a 4th disciple. Tongtian sage paused, startled. Another? Why did he not accompany you? He finds it inconvenient. Zhao Xian considered the colossal form of the Beihai black tortoise. If it traversed the vast Honghuang continent from the northern sea to the eastern sea, the journey alone would prove arduous. Before accruing merit, it might instead accumulate grievous karmic obstructions. Moreover, the proper moment has not yet arrived. He is not yet meant to emerge into the world. Tongtian sage merely asked out of passing curiosity, and having done so let the matter rest. Disciples after all held their own designs. As master he saw no need to probe further. Thus he watched as Zhao Xian inscribed 4 characters upon the blank register Beihai black tortoise. The moment those characters appeared, Tongtian sage murmured a soft exclamation, and instinctively raised his hand to divine their portent. He sensed fleetingly a tremor within the Jiejiao Sect's collective fortune, yet whether auspicious or ominous he could not discern. This disciple of yours. Tongtian sage's expression grew grave. Zhao Xian replied ambiguously, he bears immense merit, but I foresee one final tribulation he must first transcend. Only after surmounting it may he pay formal homage to you, master. I see. Tongtian nodded. His own divination aligned closely, though he too could not pinpoint where this trial would manifest. Yet that phrase, bears immense merit, revealed Zhao Xian's profound intention, deliberately gathering disciples laden with merit to stabilize and fortify the Jiejiao Sect's celestial fortune. Clearly, every selection had been made with meticulous care. His satisfaction with Zhao Xian deepened accordingly. Unbidden he reached out and gently ruffled Zhao Xian's hair, leaving Zhao Xian utterly bewildered by this sudden tender gesture. Master, beyond inscribing these disciples' names, I have also returned to inform you I intend to establish my own sect at Luofu Cave on a May mountain. Zhao Xian knew the timing was less than ideal, yet he voiced it regardless. Tongtian fell silent for a long moment, then nodded. Indeed, well advised. Given your current cultivation level, remaining within Bo Palace is no longer fitting. It is wise to begin cultivating your own abode without delay. A quiet melancholy settled over the chamber. The 3 disciples exchanged glances, and intuitively withdrew from the grand hall, leaving master and disciple alone. The Jiejiao Sect has grown vast and prosperous. The elder brothers and sisters will inevitably take disciples and impart the Tao. Were all to remain crowded within Bo Palace, harmony would suffer. Zhao Xian smiled. He knew his master, though a sage, was fundamentally sincere and emotional. Thus he offered gentle reassurance. Though my abode lies upon a May mountain, it is not distant from Bo Palace. I shall return often to pay respects and seek your guidance. Enough, you need not console me. So long as once you dwell upon a May mountain, you do not forget you still have a master. This suffices. Tongtian sage spoke with feigned irritation, then waved his hand. Duo Bao and the others should arrive shortly. Send your disciples to greet them. Zhao Xian keenly sensed his master's subdued sorrow. Yet immortals and Buddhas, beings of eternal life, regarded parting far less gravely than mortals. After all, reunion was never impossible. Indeed, the sound of the Dao bell resonated, startling many who were in seclusion on Golden Ao Island, who all the senior brothers and sisters who were cultivating there gathered. They all thought something significant had happened. However, when they arrived at the Bo Palace, they realized it was merely Zhao Xian's return. They couldn't understand why a disciple's return would cause such a commotion. But when Zhao Xian emerged from the presence of the celestial sage, they seemed to understand. This normally unassuming junior brother had quietly stepped into the Quasi Saint realm. Such a level was already the first among those beneath the saints on Golden Ao Island. Among them, senior brother Duo Bao looked the most displeased, as he had always been the foremost disciple of the Jiejiao. Even when Zhao Xian ascended to the Deluo realm, he had never lost composure like this, for even though they were both Deluo, he believed he was progressing further and faster on this path. Yet now it seemed he had been surpassed by someone he had never thought to regard. Fortunately, Duo Bao Daoist managed to maintain his composure. There was only a fleeting change in his expression before he quickly returned to normal. Zhao Xian and his 3 disciples greeted their fellow brothers and sisters. Currently, the only 3 disciples of Jiejiao were those 3 under Zhao Xian. The other brothers and sisters had yet to take on apprentices. This indeed set a precedent for Jiejiao, and Zhao Xian's early entry into the Quasi Saint realm was also a matter worth celebrating. Thus, he received a barrage of compliments. After all the brothers had left, Zhao Xian, feeling exhausted, led his 3 disciples to Santian Island. Now what I am about to introduce you to are my 3 junior sisters, your 3 aunts, who share a sisterly bond with me. You must not be rude. Zhao Xian reminded the 3, and they immediately understood that these 3 must be the closest people to Zhao Xian at Bo Palace. By the time Zhao Xian arrived at Santian Island, Yun Xiao and the other 2 had already received the news, but they did not go to Golden Ao Island to greet him, knowing that Zhao Xian would surely bring his disciples along. Elder brother, you're back. The 3 sisters were very pleased to see Zhao Xian. It's been a while since I went out, so I thought I'd return to have a look. Zhao Xian was much more relaxed with the 3 sisters, needing no flattery or insincere pleasantries. Is this your disciple? Yun Xiao scrutinized the 3 disciples of the Yu Chao clan with a look of amazement, not expecting her elder brother after hundreds of years to suddenly take on 3 disciples at such speed was beyond their expectations. The 3 disciples quickly stepped forward to pay their respects. Wang Yu, being sweet-tongued, even complimented that the 3 aunts were truly beautiful. This instantly won the favor of the 3 sisters. Now only Yu Chao and Lu Yu remained in a long silence, exchanging glances, yet they dared not voice their thoughts. Bi Xiao has made some progress, as she has already reached the peak of the mid-stage Tai. Qiu Xiao was also doing well. If she consolidates her progress for a bit longer, she will likely attempt to break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Zhao Xian looked at the cultivation levels of the 3 sisters with satisfaction. He did not worry about the junior sister Yun Xiao. In terms of both innate talent and effort, she was the most outstanding among the 3 sisters, now already in the mid-stage of the Luo Golden Immortal. Unlike Zhao Xian, she did not have any assistance, yet she had managed to progress from the early to the mid-stage within a few hundred years, which showed her dedication. Qiu Xiao had also advanced from the mid-stage Tai to the peak of Tai. As for Bi Xiao, she lagged a little behind, but had successfully broken through to a small realm. For all these years I have been listening to elder brother, keeping her confined on the island. That's why she has made such progress. Yun Xiao chuckled lightly. Zhao Xian shook his head, feeling he had no good way to manage his younger sister's temperament. Upon hearing her elder brother and sister bring up cultivation matters again, Qiangxiu's expression turned somewhat sullen. Elder brother, am I not already working hard? Zhao Xian sighed in helplessness. Younger sister, I'm just a bit worried that your realm might fall behind my disciple, and then how can you face being an aunt? He pointed at Yu Chao, who was walking behind. Upon seeing Zhao Xian's gesture, Yu Chao was puzzled, but still bowed respectfully to the elders. Upon hearing this, Bi Xiao glanced at Yu Chao and her expression immediately fell. She truly was a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Where did elder brother find such a disciple cultivating at such an astonishing speed, which was simply unbelievable? Sometimes reality is this cruel. In fact, Yu Chao had first obtained a 9 turns purple gold pill, and combined with the accumulation of merit, there was no way his cultivation speed could be slow. Moreover, although Yu Chaos foundation was solid and quite remarkable compared to Bixio's foundation and accumulation, it was lacking by more than 1 level. The 3 sisters of the Sanshao were indeed beings born with innate roots. Such foundations are difficult to compensate for with acquired effort. Speaking of which, each of the Sanshao sisters actually possesses the potential of a quasi saint. But for Yu Chao in the future, she might find reaching the peak of Great Luo Golden Immortal to be her limit unless she encounters other opportunities or gains more merit from the Dao. However, the difficulty of this matter is beyond imagination. Alright, I will go back and cultivate in seclusion. Unless I reach Great Luo, I won't come out. Bi Xiao intended to refute, but she couldn't find the words, so she could only resign herself to it. In fact, once reaching the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm, Chaos cultivation speed had already slowed down significantly. Wanting to catch up to Bixiao was practically impossible. Zhao Xian understood this principle as well, but he intentionally did so to push her a little. More cultivation is never a bad thing. In fact, Zhao Xian had his reasons for acting this way. While it wasn't obvious now, once the calamity of the Fengshen era begins, there will be a descent of deadly threats, and as tribulation chi spreads, if one hasn't yet severed their karmic ties, they may very well invoke their own worldly karmic tribulation. Regardless of whether one wishes to avoid the tribulation, they will likely have to undergo it. The karmic tribulation faced by the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect arose from this. Guang Qingzi and the others had been stuck at the Deluo realm for too long, unable to sever their karmic ties, and coincidentally faced the heavenly calamity, which triggered the karmic tribulation. Yet Yuan Shi Saint was ruthless enough to use this to scheme against the Jiejiao, intending not only to have his disciples cross the karmic tribulation, but perhaps also to help them sever their 3 corpses. As for Yunxiao, he was not worried. Based on her current cultivation progress, she would definitely enter the Quasi Saint realm before the Fengshen calamity. At that time, whether it was plotting or withdrawing from the affairs, escaping disaster, or avoiding tribulations, she would be able to navigate freely. Xiao just needed to strive hard, as opportunities were also quite ample. But as for Bixiao, although she had talent, her character was too impulsive, she couldn't restrain herself, and didn't take cultivation seriously, making it somewhat difficult for her to break through to the Quasi Saint realm. Unfortunately, there were some things he couldn't openly say, so he had to use this method. However, Yunxiao seemed to have sensed some urgency, some sense of crisis from his past behavior, thus, she had never relaxed her vigilance. Or rather, Yunxiao vaguely detected a sense of urgency and crisis from Zhao Xian. Although she didn't understand where this feeling came from, since her elder brother said nothing she didn't ask, and simply focused on her cultivation. This is the tacit understanding between Zhao Xian and Yunxiao, for in this world, perhaps no one understands Zhao Xian better than Yunxiao. Even the Tongtian saint, who is Zhao Xian's master, pales in comparison. Perhaps this is also because Zhao Xian is sufficiently cautious in many matters. Even his arrangements are made without revealing any hints, for he knows clearly that only through caution can one survive longer in the primordial chaos. Those who casually leak heavenly secrets and perform astonishing acts usually meet with terrible fates. They show too little regard for those saints as well as for the Hongjun, Laozu, who aligns with the Tao of heaven. How long can Big Brother stay this time? Yunxiao changed the subject. Not long. I will soon head to Amei Mountain's Luofu Cave to establish a place of cultivation and open a sect to receive disciples. Zhao Xian explained. Now I have 4 disciples, and the number has increased. It would not be good to remain at Bio Palace and disturb Master. Yunxiao shook her head with a light laugh. I fear that now if you stay at Bio Palace, Master would actually be quite pleased. Among the 3 teachings, you are the first to step into the Quasi Saint realm, which brings honor to Master. Zhao Xian was indifferent. He did not forget himself just because he had entered the Quasi Saint realm. Below the saints, everyone else is but an ant, even the Quasi Saints. Although it is difficult to become a Quasi Saint among the disciples of the 3 teachings, there are many with good potential, and it is almost certain that they will reach the Quasi Saint realm in the future. It is merely a matter of time. It is just taking a step ahead of others that is not worth making such a fuss. The Jiejiao Sect is becoming increasingly large, and since Master is not one to manage affairs closely with disciples of mixed quality being left at Bio Palace, it is easy to get entangled in karmic repercussions. Yunxiao fell silent upon hearing this. Over the years, the Jiejiao Sect has accepted more and more disciples, yet the core disciples have hardly changed. Only Zhao Xian and the Sanshao sisters have been added. However, the number of outer disciples has already reached a considerable level, and with so many people, intrigues and conflicts will inevitably arise. Of course, on Golden Ao Island it is relatively better, as the Tongtian saint presides over it. Although the disciples have some disagreements, they know to restrain themselves. However, there are far too many outer disciples who are merely affiliated with the Jiejiao Sect. I think there is nothing wrong with Big Brother going to Amei Mountain. Bai Xiao suddenly interjected. Those affiliated disciples don't even know which way the main door of Bio Palace opens, yet they dare to call themselves Jiejiao Sect disciples, using the Jiejiao Sect's name to commit wrongdoing. When we returned last time, we encountered a demon who was refining pills with human infants among the human race. Zhao Xian's expression darkened upon hearing this. What happened? She was killed by elder sister, her body transformed into nothingness using the primordial golden dipper, erasing her soul and true spirit. Qiong Xiao said softly. Zhao Xian's expression improved significantly. If this continues, the fortune of the Jiejiao Sect will soon be ruined by such parasites. Yun Xiao hesitantly asked, Master, why not intervene? Zhao Xian sighed. The time has not yet come. Do not worry, Master has his own plans. And besides, hasn't the recruitment of disciples also stopped? Yin Xiao thought for a moment and realized that the Jiejiao Sect really hasn't recruited disciples for quite some time. But what she didn't know was that the Jiejiao Sect has been slowly losing its fortune due to the absence of a treasure to stabilize the sect. Continuously recruiting disciples and strengthening the power of the Jiejiao Sect is a method to slow down this process, but it has its pros and cons, and it's hard to say which is better. Zhao Xian understood this, which is why he proposed to master the idea of seeking the Chaos Bell, urging the Tongtian Saint to stop this self-destructive behavior. Although the Tongtian Saint did not explicitly state his thoughts, it was clear he had his own plans. However, he did stop the recruitment of disciples. This time I will establish a place of cultivation at Amei Mountain. The 3 younger sisters must come to support me. Zhao Xian changed the topic, and I think Bai Xiao should stay at Amei Mountain with me to keep an eye on things. Bai Xiao's expression visibly fell. Big brother. Yin Xiao laughed upon hearing this. I think it's not bad. Nowadays this girl has become increasingly bold, and even I sometimes find her hard to listen to. Let big brother keep her in check. Xiong Xiao said, big brother seems a bit biased. Among us 3 sisters you only want to keep Bai Xiao. What about the 2? Zhao Xian laughed heartily. Of course not. As long as you both are willing to stay I would welcome it. It would be perfect for you to help me teach a few disciples. As the group walked and chatted they entered the protective island formation and arrived at the Sanxiao cave. Yun Xiao had already instructed her maidservants to prepare a feast waiting for Zhao Xian to be seated. These maidservants were some celestial beings transformed from plants on Sanxiao Island cultivated by Yun Xiao after reaching the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Although their qualifications were average, they were extremely useful for managing the cave. Most cultivators in the Primordial Chaos prefer to cultivate such maidservants, but these maidservants are still far inferior to the ones Zhao Xian has taken in as attendants. Thus Zhao Xian and the 3 disciples lingered in Sanxiao Island for nearly several years, but it was not all about drinking and merriment. Rather, it was specifically to lecture the Sanxiao sisters on the Dao. Moreover, this lecture was also an opportunity for Zhao Xian to organize his own insights. Over the years of travel he had gained nothing in terms of treasures, but he had accumulated a considerable amount of merit and increased his cultivation significantly. However, the greatest harvest was the profound truths of the Dao expounded by various great beings, and even by several saints. In his view, this last aspect was the most important. Any treasures or magical artifacts are external forces. They can be used, but they cannot be relied upon. Without sufficient personal strength, even if you are given a primordial treasure, you won't be able to exert much power. This organization allowed him to have a clear plan and arrangement regarding his understanding of the Dao, preventing him from becoming lost and aimlessly groping around. Of course, this was just a preliminary organization. If he wanted to fully digest and absorb these insights, it would require a long period of time. Even though his comprehension and qualifications are now vastly different, this time requirement is still quite long. But in fact, this speed is already quite fast. Other cultivators would likely take a comparable amount of time to reach the same point measured in calamities. This is already a form of cheating. Afterwards, Zhao Xian took the Sanxiao sisters and his 3 disciples to Biao Palace to bid farewell to Tongtian. However, this time, Zhao Xian did not meet the Tongtian Saint, but was welcomed by the 7 celestials on duty. Master let junior brother head directly to Amei Mountain. By the way, this is a gift from Master. The leader of the 7 celestials, Wu Yunxian, said to Zhao Xian with a smile. Then he waved his sleeve and produced 2 plaques, each inscribed with the words, Amei Blessed Land, and Luofu Cave Heaven. These were personally written by Master, and a trace of Saint's aura has been left upon them. It signifies that junior brother's place of cultivation is the authentic direct lineage of the Jiejiao Sect, so that others would not dare to provoke it lightly. Even the gods and Buddhas of the heavens must give some respect. Wu Yunxian spoke with a hint of jealousy. It was his first time seeing Master take such care for a disciple's place of cultivation. Zhao Xian felt a warmth in his heart. Initially, when he heard that his master was unwilling to see him, he thought the Tongtian Saint was displeased. However, upon receiving the plaque personally inscribed by the saint, he realized that his master had indeed put in effort. It was rare for ordinary disciples to receive such treatment when establishing their own sect. This was far more precious than any treasure or rare gem. The plaque was personally written by the saint and contained a trace of his aura, a valuable item capable of consolidating and suppressing the sect's fortunes. Furthermore, the meaning embodied in these 2 plaques was exceedingly rare, signifying that the Tongtian Saint acknowledged Amei Mountain as the legitimate inheritance of the Jiejiao Sect. This would be the foundation of the Amei sect in the future. Not to mention the 7 fairies in attendance, even the 3 Xiaos couldn't help but feel envious. Their Sanxian Island could be considered their own sect, but the name was chosen by them, and the plaque was crafted by themselves. In comparison, this was immediately overshadowed. Thank you, Master. Zhao Xian carefully stored the 2 precious plaques, and then bowed respectfully towards Biao Palace. Master is truly kind to you, junior brother. Even senior brother feels a bit envious. Wu Yunxian said jokingly. Zhao Xian waved his hand and chuckled. How can I compare to the 7 senior brothers? You often accompany master receiving his direct guidance, which others can't envy. At that moment Xiao Xian from the 7 fairies stepped forward hesitantly. Is there something you need, senior brother? Zhao Xian noticed this and felt a stir in his heart, yet his expression remained unchanged, looking perplexed instead. Xiao Xian opened his mouth and forced a laugh. I noticed that junior brother has a Qing lion under his command which I recognize as an exotic breed from the same origin as mine. I originally planned to ask junior brother for it, but since it belongs to you, I wouldn't want to take something dear to you. Moreover, junior brother's cultivation is extraordinarily high. You following you would surely offer him better prospects. Xiao Xian glanced at the boy following Zhao Xian, his gaze meaningful, then forced a smile. This? Zhao Xian hesitated. Xiao Xian waved his hand. You need not feel awkward. My kind is rare, and perhaps throughout the vast wilderness it is just me and him. Please treat him well. Zhao Xian nodded repeatedly. What you say, senior brother, is too much. I would certainly not treat him poorly. Afterwards, Zhao Xian bid farewell to the 7 fairies and left Jiejiao Island's Bo Palace heading towards Amei Mountain. On the way, the Qing lion boy who had been holding back for a long time finally couldn't restrain himself. Master, what did that Xiao Xian mean just now? Is it possible that he thinks I am of his kind, so he specially told you to take care of me? Honestly, I never expected to meet a kindred spirit. And to think I have even become a disciple of a saint. The Qing lion grew more excited as he spoke, considering how rare it was for his kind in the vast wilderness, let alone those of the same origin. Zhao Xian sneered, fool. If I were to really give you to him, tomorrow would be your death day. The Qing lion was stunned. Why is that? Master, please don't scare me. You and he are of the same kind, but he is a disciple of a saint living freely. You, however, have become my mount, which has embarrassed him. Not tearing the face directly is already quite restrained. Zhao Xian spoke leisurely. The Qing lion was horrified and struggled to say, then what did he mean when he spoke to you just now? What was his intention? He was merely hinting at me, suggesting I should be mindful of his reputation as a senior brother and not intentionally embarrass him. Zhao Xian knew that it was rare for Xiao Xian to hold back from exploding. Moreover, it was undoubtedly because Zhao Xian's current status was far superior to before, both in cultivation and in the saint's eyes. He was no longer someone the 7 fairies could easily manipulate. The 7 fairies had long accompanied the saint, holding a somewhat special position in the sect, except for a few direct disciples who would dare to disregard the 7 fairies. Had it been before, when Zhao Xian was merely an outer disciple with cultivation not yet at the quasi-saint level, Xiao Xian likely would not have been so accommodating, nor would he have been so careful and indirect. So that's how it is. The Qing lion fell silent upon hearing this, realizing that he had been overly sentimental. You wretched creature, what are you doing? Being able to follow your older brother is your fortune. Who knows, one day you might surpass him and step into the Luo realm even earlier or even higher. Bai Xiao couldn't help but scold upon seeing this. Indeed, the Qing lion immediately nodded upon hearing this. Following master is certainly great. But, master, could you please reward me with a few more golden cores when the time comes? I fear I won't surpass him. Get lost. Just focus on the journey. Zhao Xian laughed and scolded. As for Xiao Xian's thoughts and intentions, he simply did not care. He had long lost interest in this kind of disciple rivalry. As long as he was not provoked in front of him, he wouldn't bother with it. Thus, this minor incident could not stir any ripples in his heart. The group traversed thousands of mountains and rivers, crossing almost half of the vast wilderness, and finally arrived near Amei Mountain. As they were about to reach Amei Mountain, Zhao Xian's avatar, Zhao Mo, also awakened from his meditation. Once the Amei sect was established, his true self would enter long-term seclusion, and Zhao Mo would need to oversee Amei Mountain on a daily basis. During these hundreds of years, the growth of his avatar's cultivation was not substantial. Reaching the quasi-saint level without a great opportunity, it was difficult to rapidly increase in a short time. Once the Amei sect was established, his true self would enter long-term seclusion, and Zhao Mo would need to oversee Amei Mountain on a daily basis. Thus, Zhao Mo also rode the clouds and planned to head directly to Amei Mountain. However, as he passed by a mountain peak, he suddenly frowned and stopped. Originally, he had already crossed this mountain, but after some calculation, he retreated back, descending from the clouds to land on this mountain. Is it here? When Zhao Xian stepped onto this celestial mountain and carefully calculated the heavenly secrets, it took a long time for him to suddenly realize where this was. This mountain currently has no name, but in the future it would become quite famous. Wui Mountain. In this book, Wui Mountain is named during the era of the 5 emperors. This is actually a blessed land of cave heavens, and yet it is unoccupied. Zhao Mo's expression grew increasingly peculiar. This mountain indeed has some fate with me. He had initially overlooked this place. Although Wui Mountain could be considered a celestial mountain, it did not stand out externally, and at first glance it seemed unremarkable. Even he had been deceived at first, seeing it incorrectly. Had it not been for a sudden whim earlier that made him sense something unusual, he likely would not have stopped, and would have missed the wonders of this place. Zhao Mo grew interested in this mountain, for it had yet to be discovered by outsiders, meaning there might be many good things to gain here. Moreover, since this blessed land of cave heavens had no master, he naturally would not let it go for nothing. He would seize what he could. Originally, this mountain was supposed to be occupied by two wandering immortals, later causing Zhao Gongming to lose a treasure here and suffer a great defeat. This was likely the reason he felt a connection. Zhao Mo stepped inside, and as he entered the depths of Wui Mountain, he sensed something unusual. After a brief moment of sensing, he headed straight toward a location. Zhao Mo's heart stirred, and he murmured to himself, "Falling treasure coin." The falling treasure coin is a top-tier innate spiritual treasure shaped like a round coin, with square holes featuring wings on both sides. Moreover, Dao inscriptions faintly appeared on its surface. He examined it closely and indeed found that it was this treasure. This made sense. The two loose immortals, Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao, who occupied this mountain, must have obtained this treasure here and claimed this blessed land for themselves. But now this treasure belonged to him. Zhao Mo reached out to grab the falling treasure coin, which seemed to resist him, struggling in his hand. Zhao Mo's heart stirred, and he said, "This treasure is destined to be with me." He employed a bit of Buddhist and Taoist principles while saying this. Indeed, he had learned this from the two saints of the West. Whether there was fate or not didn't matter. As long as I make you feel fated, there's no escape. If there's no fate, I will forcibly create it. Indeed, as soon as he said this, the falling treasure coin, which had been struggling, immediately quieted down. Zhao Mo contemplated this method of creating fate is truly effective. At this moment, Zhao Mo seemed to understand why this Wui Mountain blessed land was so inconspicuous. The reason lay in the falling treasure coin. This treasure suppressed the source of the mountain's spiritual vein, concealing the divine aura of Wui Mountain, making the treasure obscure, serving as a means of self-protection. Had he not been vigilant, he would have truly missed it. When I say you are fated to be with me, it is not mere nonsense. At this moment, Zhao Xian thought of something and couldn't help but chuckle softly, for originally, Zhao Gongming ascended to the divine ranking and became the god of wealth. This falling treasure coin is also money. Isn't it perfectly aligned with this path? However, the current Zhao Xian would not stoop to being a so-called god of wealth. He looked down on it, and a dignified quasi-saint becoming a god of wealth was too demeaning. However, if it could be a part-time job, he might consider it. Although the falling treasure coin is a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, its actual effectiveness is rather disappointing. It can attract human treasures, but cannot attract weapons, and it is useless against innate supreme treasures. Moreover, every use consumes merit. Can wealth connect with the divine? No, in the primordial era, merit is the hard currency. Zhao Mo never finds merit too much, if not for necessity. Only using it to attract human treasures would be foolish. However, it is better for him to keep this thing in his own hands. At least he cannot let others use it to scheme against him. Moreover, this treasure can assist in divining heavenly secrets, which is not entirely useless for him. Zhao Xian stored the falling treasure coin and continued inward. This Wui Mountain blessed land is not very large, significantly smaller than his Amei Mountain. Obtaining this treasure had already surprised him. He did not expect to gain anything further. But soon he was pleasantly surprised again, as a superior innate spiritual root tea tree had grown on the cliffs of Wui Mountain. First, the cliff was extremely peculiar, with rocks protruding into the shape of 9 dragons and the dragon heads, all facing the spiritual root tea tree. The tea tree stands 100 zhang tall, with leaves as large as a human palm. The young buds bright in color crimson, as if dyed, and even unbrewed, it exudes a fragrance of orchids and musk. Zhao Xian took a leaf, placed it in his mouth, and chewed it. His eyes lit up, as the tea leaf surprisingly had the effects of curing diseases, prolonging life, and enhancing comprehension. Especially the latter, the effect is unexpectedly good. Otherwise Zhao Mo would not value it so highly. He himself cannot use it, but his disciples certainly need such a marvelous item. While this thing cannot directly increase cultivation, using it in conjunction with practice and comprehension, he believes it is even better. Although this spiritual root still belongs to the superior innate spiritual root level, it is likely not far from the top-tier innate spiritual root. Zhao Mo looked at the 9-dragon wall for a long time, stroking his chin. It seems I need to dig this cliff wall back. Such a good thing naturally has no reason to remain here. Even if he plans to occupy this Wui Mountain blessed land, he certainly cannot use it himself. Amei Mountain's Luofu Cave is his future foundation, so he must bring this spiritual root back. Thinking it, he acted, forming a blade with his hand. Zhao Mo carefully avoided harming the tea tree, and with a few strokes cut down the entire rock wall, then used the technique of Sleeve Universe to take it away entirely. Fortunately, his true self learned this divine power at Wu Zhuangwan, who otherwise ordinary storage techniques would not be able to contain such a large item. After all, the tea tree alone is 100 zhang tall, combined with the cliff wall, ordinary storage techniques simply cannot hold it. Moreover, those aggressive techniques for capturing and binding would easily damage the spiritual root, but this sleeve universe is unexpectedly useful. After storing away the spiritual root tea tree, he looked at the bare rock wall feeling quite depressed. This counted as ruining a scene of Wui Mountain. He thought for a moment, and then waved his mana to write the words Wui Mountain on it. Then he set up a protective formation around Wui Mountain. A quasi-saint level formation is already sufficient. Saints would not care about such a blessed cave, but cultivators below the saint level would immediately understand that this mountain has an owner upon seeing this formation, and most likely would not force their way in. After all, why provoke a quasi-saint for no reason? This blessed land does not appeal to him, but rewarding it to his disciples is a good choice. Now he can fortuitously acquire a cave-blessed land for free, which is already very rare. Many immortals and deities have long occupied all the famous mountains, rivers, and blessed lands. Finding an unclaimed one is quite difficult. Many disciples of the three teachings may currently remain in their respective sects, but like Zhao Xian, they have long since left restrictions or markings on some blessed lands and caves. They have already claimed their spots. After all, no one is foolish, and the importance of a sect is self-evident. Naturally, they seek out good locations early on to occupy. The quality of a sect is related to the inheritance of cultivation. Just like this Wui Mountain, although it cannot compare to a top-tier blessed land like a Mei Mountain, it is still a treasure for low-level cultivators to practice in such a place. The speed must be faster, and the efficiency of transporting mana must also be significantly improved. The land and wealth companions and blessed lands refers to this. I have resolved some karmic ties in advance. Zhao Mo looked at the newly completed formation feeling extremely pleased. After saying this, he once again employed the escape technique, moving towards a Mei Mountain. His entire being transformed into a streak of light vanishing into the sky. Calculating the time, his true self must have already arrived at a Mei Mountain by now. As Zhao Mo expected, Zhao Xian had already brought everyone to the foot of a Mei Mountain. Zhao Xian looked up at the massive mountain range stretching for millions of miles before him, feeling quite emotional. It has been thousands of years since we parted back then until today. Although he had not stayed here for long, after all, since his transformation, he spent most of his time in Bo Palace practicing hard. But today, returning to this place unexpectedly made him feel at ease. This Taoist ground should rightfully belong to him. From the moment he first arrived at Mount Amei, an instinctive pull stirred within him, a guiding intuition rare and profound for any cultivator. Heavens will unfold in silence. Though in this primordial world heaven itself is sentient and deliberate. So this is Elder Brother's Mount Amei. Yunxiao gazed upon the mountain's undulating ridges stretching tens of thousands of li, its twin peaks curving like delicate moth eyebrows, graceful, elegant, and exquisitely named. Yet that was but a distant impression. As they drew near, the mountain revealed its full majesty, heroic, exquisite, wondrous, perilous, and profoundly secluded. A verse proclaims the twin peaks of Dao unfold in symmetry. Shaoyi meanders gracefully. Zhong Yi follows in solemn procession. The splendor of the three E's surpasses all under heaven. Why seek the isles of Penglai across the sea? Once I ascended to the cloud's radiant verge, riding a white crane summoning azure birds. Grottos and caverns staggered down the cliffs. There I chanced upon immortals gathering celestial herbs. Great cliffs cascade with vermilion cliffs and thunderous waterfalls merging into mighty rivers. Even the great Peng soaring southward dares not pass. At noon, thunderstorms erupt from forested foothills. By midnight, starlight nestles deep within rocky ravines. How do you find this mountain? Zhao Xian asked, pride shimmering in his tone. Truly extraordinary. It befits Elder Brother's stature perfectly, Yunxiao affirmed with a nod. Though it fell short of Kunlun Mountain, the supreme sacred land, it ranked among the foremost immortal realms of the primordial world, unmatched in both scenic grandeur and spiritual magnificence. Let us ascend. Zhao Xian swept his hand, dissolving the ancient prohibitions he had once set in place, then led them upward. Along the path, immortal roots and spirit plants carpeted the earth, spirit beasts bounded freely, celestial birds soared in graceful arcs, and violet chi mist enshrouded 10,000 li. Wonders beyond count, a true immortal sanctuary, a peerless marvel of the primordial world. Upon reaching the main peak, Zhao Xian stood before a sheer precipice, gazing into the boundless churning sea of clouds below. When I first arrived here, I beheld this cliff face, and faintly discerned two characters naturally formed by heaven's breath, Su Ling. Thus this immortal realm is named the Su Ling Immortal Realm. Zhao Xian pointed downward to the precipice. All marveled. Following his guidance they approached, and indeed saw the characters Su Ling subtly etched into the cliff. Spontaneous, celestial, unmistakably born of nature not craft. Then I shall name this main peak Su Ling Peak, and my Dao Palace Su Ling Palace. What say you? Zhao Xian turned to the three Xiao inviting their counsel. Yun Xiao paused in quiet contemplation. Su Ling feels unbalanced. What if we reverse them to Ling Su? Zhao Xian's eyes lit with sudden brilliance. Precisely. Though merely inverted, the resonance shifts entirely. Profoundly deeper, more resonant. Sister, your insight is unmatched. Elder brother, though Mount Amei is a blessed land, it remains barren and unadorned, requiring careful cultivation and refinement. Xiong Xiao observed that no dwellings existed, not even a Dao palace nor the slightest trace of human excavation, clearly unfit as a cultivated abode. I have already gathered the materials. Now I ask the three younger sisters to join me in forging the palaces and halls across each peak. With a flick of his sleeve, a torrent of rare substances surged forth, treasures amassed during his wanderings across the primordial world. Celestial woods and wondrous stones spilled forth in abundance. Fortunate indeed that he had foreseen this day and collected them deliberately, otherwise they would surely have fallen short. Mount Amei possessed one main peak, 35 secondary peaks, and countless lesser summits. Constructing sufficient palaces and pavilions demanded staggering resources. Thereafter Zhao Xian and the three Xiao labored side by side in alchemical forging, while their three disciples, the Mountain Lord and the Azure Lion, assisted diligently. Yet even at such speed, progress remained arduous. Still, it consumed over 3 months of relentless effort. Only then were the Dao Palace atop the main peak and the palatial complexes across all 35 secondary peaks completed. For the lesser summits, they selected only those most singular or intriguing, erecting modest pavilions and terraces thereon. As for pathways linking the peaks, including suspension bridges and stone stairways, they entrusted entirely to the three disciples. Meanwhile, Zhao Xian and the three Xiao turned to a far weightier task, establishing the mountain's protective formation array. After meticulous study of the terrain, Zhao Xian resolved to center the formation upon the main peak and 35 secondary peaks, integrating myriad lesser summits into a colossal array rooted in the 36 Celestial Realms formation. Its core formation evolved from the 24 Celestial Realms formation he had once deployed on the Three Immortals Island, now expanded and refined into the 36th Celestial Realms formation. Its outer layers drew inspiration from the Demon Clan's Cosmic Star Array. Each minor summit functioned like a miniature stellar banner, aligned with the 36th Celestial Realms formation, channeling geomantic veins and spiritual currents into a unified, seamless whole equally potent in defense and offense. The scale astounded even the three Xiao, renowned masters of formation arts. Only Zhao Xian's mastery, combined with their profound expertise and his first-hand knowledge of the Cosmic Star Array, made such a feat possible. Upon completion, the heavens themselves seemed to shift. Mount Amei coalesced into sovereign grandeur. Clouds roiled with celestial fury, spiritual energies surged skyward, an ineffable transcendent splendor, as if a celestial palace had descended to earth. This single formation consumed nearly half a year, testament to its staggering complexity. And this was no ordinary artisan's labor. Zhao Xian, a quasi-sage, worked alongside the three Xiao in perfect synergy. Unless a sage descends in person and intervenes directly, even a peak quasi-sage stands powerless before this array. Any lesser cultivator who dares intrude upon its inner sanctum shall never return. Bixiao gazed upon the spectacle, swelling with quiet pride. Justifiably so, for her contribution had been indispensable. By then the disciples had completed all inter-peak thoroughfares and returned to report. Zhao Xian withdrew 2 inscribed plaques, each penned in the sacred hand of his master Tongtian sage, and affixed them to the cliff faces flanking Mount Amei's base. At last the Mount Amei Taoist sanctuary was complete. Surveying the transformed immortal realm, all felt their spirits, uplifted hearts brimming with quiet triumph. Yet it lacks vitality. So vast a realm inhabited only by elder brother and a handful of disciples. How desolate it feels. Xiong Xiao, ever taciturn, spoke again. Zhao Xian smiled wryly. His younger sister had always spoken plainly, yet her words invariably struck the heart of the matter, unvarnished and unyielding. With elder brother's cultivation, a mere gesture could awaken mountain spirits as celestial attendants, granting them profound karmic fortune. After all, strictly speaking, we are outsiders. Having claimed this land as our sanctuary, we owe its original denizens a karmic debt. Yin Xiao had already conceived the solution. Zhao Xian found her reasoning sound. Indeed, the local spirits and awakened beings were the land's true sovereigns. His arrival constituted a karmic imposition, repaying that debt was wise, even if he doubted any force in existence could compel such reckoning. Thus Zhao Xian traversed Mount Amei, selecting 900 beings of exceptional root virtue and pure spiritual resonance, 300 celestial crane attendants, 300 spirit plant attendants, and 300 spirit tape attendants, encompassing avians, beasts, and flora, alike harmonizing with the Dao's celestial order. After brief cultivation, they were distributed across the peaks to tend the palaces and halls. At last the Mount Amei sanctuary stood self-sustaining. Its foundations laid, its essence awakened. Now remained the paramount rite, the inaugural ceremony. Having just completed all foundational construction work, his avatar, Zhao Mo, returned. I still arrived a step too late. Zhao Mo's tone was filled with regret, yet his expression betrayed no hint of sorrow. Perhaps feeling that he had escaped the busiest time, his mood was actually quite good. Upon arriving at Lingshu Palace, Zhao Xian and the Sanshao sisters had been waiting for a long time. This is my avatar, alias Zhao Mo. He introduced the avatar that looked almost identical to himself to the Sanshao sisters. Where have you been? Seeing that the avatar Zhao Mo remained so calm and unhurried, Zhao Xian was somewhat speechless. The relationship between him and the avatar was quite peculiar. The avatar could communicate thoughts with him at any time while still acting independently without any influence on each other. I encountered a masterless cave heaven and found a good treasure, even obtaining a superior innate spiritual root tea tree. You can all try it later. Zhao Mo first explained to Zhao Xian the reasons for the delay, then spoke to the Sanshao sisters. As he spoke, Zhao Mo took out the fallen treasure and tossed it to his true self, then found a cliff to release the 9 dragons wall along with the spiritual root tea tree from his sleeve, using the Tao of creation to meld it into the mountain wall, making it appear as if it had always grown there. What is so extraordinary about this tea? Zhao Xian realized that Zhao Mo must have acquired something valuable upon seeing his importance placed on the spiritual root. It prolongs life, enhances comprehension, awakens wisdom, and clarifies the heart. When Zhao Mo first spoke, everyone was still indifferent, but with each subsequent statement, Zhao Xian and the Sanshao sisters' expressions grew more serious. Such an extraordinary effect. Yin Xiao sat up straight. Zhao Mo nodded. Even a Kwasa saint would experience slight effects, though not very noticeable. If this tea is refined through external alchemy, the effects might be even better. Zhao Xian responded, we can give it a try. The Sanshao sisters were also quite delighted upon hearing this, such a divine object. Even if it were just a superior, innate spiritual root, they would believe it. More importantly, this kind of thing would also be effective for them, especially for Qiongxiao and Bixiao. Both of them were still at the Tai Golden Immortal stage, and it seemed that consuming this would yield even better results. Just in time for the grand ceremony, Il used this tea to entertain guests. I must bring out something good to avoid being looked down upon by others. Zhao Xian had already made his plans. He was worried about what to use to welcome guests during the grand ceremony. Although there were some spiritual root immortal seeds on Amei Mountain, their quality at most reached the middle grade, and the specifications were still somewhat lacking. This tea was quite suitable. Does this tea have a name? Yin Xiao asked. I don't know. I observed that the rock wall seems like a dragon breathing, so how about calling it dragon tea? Zhao Xian shook his head. Qiongxiao shook her head, too mundane. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian was left speechless. How could this junior sister show no mercy at all? How about taking it from its effects instead, Let's call it enlightenment tea. It will have a resounding name, and in the future who knows, it might become as famous as the ginseng fruit of Zhenyuan Daxian, renowned across the 3 realms. Yin Xiao chuckled, seeing Zhao Xian at a loss. But she quickly spoke up to alleviate Zhao Xian's embarrassment. However, it must be said that while the elder brother was good at cultivating the Tao, his naming skills truly fell short. The Sanshao sisters then stayed on Amei Mountain, leading Zhao Xian's 3 disciples and many other children to begin preparing the Taoist venue, picking spiritual fruits and immortal materials for the grand ceremony. The date for the grand ceremony of establishing the sect had already been set for 3 years later. As this was the first time Amei Mountain was hosting external guests, everything was in its infancy, and the invited guests were not simple figures, so preparations began slowly from this moment. Meanwhile, Zhao Xian began refining the enlightenment tea and used the ginseng fruit as the core to open the furnace again to refine the 9-turn golden core. Time quietly slipped away amidst the flurry. The invitations to the guests had already been sent out by the 3 disciples, leaving only the most important ones, which the avatar, Zhao Mo, personally went to deliver. For instance, Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace, Jiejiao Island's Bio Palace, and Shouyang Mountain's Bairing Palace. Although the master and 2 uncles wouldn't attend, he still needed to personally deliver the invitations to his disciples. After all, the people coming represented sages. The hierarchy must always be clear, and becoming arrogant is not a long-term path. After waiting for the 3 disciples and the avatar to return, and after some time, the day of the grand ceremony finally arrived. On this day, Zhao Xian led the disciples and the Sanshao sisters to open the mountain protection formation and quietly waited at the mountain gate. As a quasi-saint he did not need to take such a posture, but some of the people among them had too high a seniority. Although his cultivation had grown rapidly, his seniority had not increased with it. Status is status and seniority is seniority. Others might not care, but he could not pretend to be unaware. It would not be good to leave an impression of arrogance and rudeness during the establishment of the sect. Behind them 900 children were busy under the direction of the Mountain Lord, and the Qing Lion coming and going as countless jade tables and cushions were arranged in rows. Also plates of immortal fruits, spiritual dishes, and divine brews were successively delivered. These were all produced by Amei Mountain. For example, the spiritual bamboo Amei Mountain has a peak named Daju Peak, where a large area of inferior, innate spiritual root bamboo grows. Among them the largest one is even a middle-grade, innate spiritual root. There are also fairy peaches from Luofu Peak. Although they cannot compare to the Ren water peaches, they excel in quantity, and the fruits are large and juicy. Originally, a group of spiritual monkeys lived there led by a rare white ape, which Zhao Xian enlightened to become a child. Speaking of which, there was also a group of iron-eating beasts living on Daju Peak. He did not enlighten these beings, but intentionally left them there as a scenic feature. After all, these creatures are quite adorable. Even beings like the Sanshao sisters find these little things to be quite delightful as playthings. However, the iron-eating beasts living in the primordial wilderness are somewhat different from the rolling ones Zhao Xian had seen before. Although they are similarly black and white, and look clumsy, they are actually rare exotic species naturally adept at the forces of yin and yang, their magical powers profound, capable of eating iron and swallowing steel with remarkable strength. Previously, a few children went to pick bamboo shoots and had conflicts with these iron-eating beasts, but they were no match. In the end, it was still the eldest disciple Yu Chao who went personally. They're coming. At this moment, Zhao Xian looked at the horizon, a smile appearing on his face. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, a colorful cloud appeared in the sky, accompanied by the cry of a Qing Wan as it broke through the clouds, dragging a carriage that flew out, gliding through the sky, and leaving a long rainbow trail. Brother Gongming, I have indeed arrived. The voice of Jinyuan Daxian echoed from afar, filled with joy. Zhao Xian chuckled. Brother Zinyuan's presence brings glory to Amei Mountain. Although he knew that Jin Yuanzi would certainly give him face, he never expected that Jin Yuanzi would be the first to arrive. However, it was evident that Jin Yuanzi truly had no airs about him. How is the preparation going? Jin Yuanzi stepped down from his carriage, allowing his disciples to follow the young attendants of Amei Mountain to settle the steeds, while he stood beside Zhao Xian. To support you, I've even informed some of my friends. Thank you, Dao brother. Zhao Xian felt quite grateful. Not only had Jin Yuanzi come himself, but he had also personally invited numerous celestial friends. After all, for such a grand ceremony, the more attendees the better, especially those of higher status. Those whom Jin Yuanzi considered friends were generally not of low standing. Jin Yuanzi waved his hand, saying, "Why be so polite between us? This Amei Mountain is indeed a superior celestial abode rich in heritage." Jin Yuanzi looked around and realized that Amei Mountain was truly exceptional with its enchanting aura. It cannot compare to Dao Brothers' Wanshou Mountain. Zhao Xian chuckled fervently, praising Wuzhuang Temple. You. Jin Yuanzi raised his hand to point, then couldn't help but shake his head. His sworn brother was still the same, elusive and slippery. Dao brother, you should take your seat first. There's no need to stay here with me. Zhao Xian then introduced Jin Yuanzi to the Sanshao sisters, and then beckoned Yu Chao to come forward and guide Jin Yuanzi to his seat. All right. Jin Yuanzi thought for a moment before nodding. Upon careful reflection, he realized that his sworn brother truly did not need him to hold up the scene. With his quasi-saint cultivation, and as a disciple of a saint who in the three realms would dare to not give him some face. After Jin Yuanzi left, more celestial beings soon arrived in succession. Some were scattered immortal friends Zhao Xian had befriended during his travels in the chaos. Although they were scattered, most of them were not simple characters possessing either deep cultivation or ancient lineages. Some of those who impressed Zhao Xian this time were sent invitations through young attendants. The other part consisted of Jin Yuanzi's friends who arrived only slightly later than him. This group included 3 quasi-saints, with the rest all being perfected Great Luo Golden Immortals. Such a grand affair left Zhao Xian somewhat dazed. Fortunately, Jin Yuanzi arrived in time to guide this group away, so today, he could be considered half a host here. At this moment, aside from the 3 teachings of the Xuanmen, the number of celestial beings present had already approached 1,000. Amei Mountain suddenly became lively, with numerous young attendants darting around the banquet, serving wine and fruits to the celestial guests. The entire Amei Mountain was adorned with auspicious colors, vibrant purple chi stretching for miles, as nearly 1,000 celestial beings gathered, creating a unique aura that made Amei Mountain appear even more mysterious and profound. Just as Zhao Xian thought it was time for the 3 teachings to make their entrance, a sudden flash like a shooting star descended from the sky. The ruler of the heavenly court, the emperor and empress of the demon clan, congratulate the Great Immortal on establishing a school. A Great Luo Golden Immortal from the demon clan landed before the mountain gate, speaking respectfully. Zhao Xian's brow furrowed slightly, but his expression remained unchanged. He still wore a hint of a smile. He hadn't expected that the demon clan would send someone as well. He hadn't sent them an invitation, so how did they know? Establishing a school was after all just a trivial matter, hardly worth such a display. His only connection with the demon clan was his disciple Luya. However, when Zhao Xian received the congratulatory gift from the great demon, he immediately understood the situation. This was not a congratulatory visit for him, but rather a delivery of treasures for Luya, as inside the box lay a purple and white gourd. Thinking about it, ever since he accepted Luya as a disciple, the Saint Yuhua must have informed Emperor Jun, having agreed that from now on Luya would have no ties with the demon clan or the heavenly court. They couldn't come looking for him, so they could only use this opportunity to send someone to check in and deliver the protective treasure crafted by Emperor Jun for Luya. You may go inside. Zhao Xian knew what was going on, but didn't point it out. As long as these two didn't cause trouble or bring him complications, he would pretend he hadn't seen them. Unexpectedly, the demon immortal merely glanced at Luya, saw that he was doing well, and felt relieved. Then he shook his head and bowed, saying, "Please forgive me, Great Immortal. I must report back to the Lord Emperor and Empress." Zhao Xian was more than happy about this, as it perfectly allowed him to let the matter slide. He then watched the demon immortal ride off into the clouds. Not only did Zhao Xian breathe a sigh of relief, but the celestial beings on Amei Mountain, who had long noticed the unusual situation, also quietly relaxed. It was indeed wiser not to provoke the demon clan. Despite the current might of the demon clan ruling the heavenly court, they were a nest of troubles. Most of these beings were clever. Upon seeing someone from the heavenly court, they would typically retreat as far as possible, fearing any entanglements. Thus the banquet on the mountain returned to its lively atmosphere. The celestial beings all sighed in their hearts. While they were reluctant to get involved with the demon clan, they had to admit that Zhao Xian truly had a significant reputation. Even the heavenly court came to congratulate him for establishing a dojo, although they merely sent a demon immortal with a congratulatory gift. But one must understand that ever since the demon clan took over the heavenly court, they had become known for their arrogance and strength throughout the three realms. Ordinary people couldn't hope to catch their eye, and even common quasi-saints would have to retreat. "Master, I was unaware of this matter." At this moment, Luya walked up to Zhao Xian, looking quite anxious. Zhao Xian shook his head, patting Luya's shoulder. "No need to worry, I know it has nothing to do with you. Just focus on welcoming guests." Seeing Luya about to leave, Zhao Xian called out to him, then handed him the treasure from the box. "This treasure, while powerful, carries harm to the heavens. It is best not to use it unless absolutely necessary." This treasure was the legendary immortal slaying flying knife, forged from the remnants of the great archer Ho Yi's blood and flesh, along with the malevolent aura left by the two great witches Kwa Fu and others, gathering the essence of the sun and moon, embodying the changes of yin and yang, seizing the spirit of the earth and turning the five elements upside down. Only with meticulous craftsmanship, like yellow sprouts upon white snow, can this treasure be formed. However, the method of its crafting is exceedingly brutal, filled with heavy malice akin to a demonic artifact. Long-term use of this treasure can easily attract misfortune, harming one's own fortune and blessings. Upon hearing this, Luya nodded and accepted the gift box from Zhao Xian. "Master, I understand. Unless in a life-and-death crisis, I will certainly not use it." After Luya obtained the immortal slaying flying knife, he immediately understood the ritual for its use. Its power was indeed formidable, but just as Master had said, upon careful sensing, he could vaguely feel an ominous aura emanating from it. "All right, go. Don't think too much about it, just focus on your own matters." Zhao Xian once again reminded him, as this child was quite heavy-hearted due to past experiences. Among his three disciples, Luya received the strictest tutelage. His background was by far the most intricate, entwining the demonic clans, the celestial court, and even the sage goddess Nuwa. Had the sage not personally intervened in those early days, he would never have accepted this disciple. Of course, he himself harbored calculated intentions, but no matter how intricate his schemes or grand his designs, he would never bring harm upon him. Such fidelity is the very essence of mentorship. Though Luya's cultivation required little oversight, his innate talent and spiritual aptitude were already extraordinary. His temperament and moral character demanded far greater guidance and care. He had no desire to nurture a disciple who would defy heaven and earth, flout virtue, and sow chaos. In contrast, Yu Chao Shi and Wang Yu possessed such unimpeachable conduct that he felt no concern for them. Elder brother, aside from the three teachings disciples, surely no others remain. Yun Xiao stepped forward to ask. The number of immortals and deities arriving today had already exceeded her expectations. Fortunately, preparations had been ample. None remained. Zhao Xian nodded mentally, gauging the timing. Indeed, moments later, another vast host of immortals and deities descended upon clouds and missed the assembled immortals of the Bio Palace. At their vanguard marched senior brother Duobao, Holy Mother Jinling, and the other direct disciples. Behind them followed the 7 attendant immortals, and further back outer disciple cultivators. Even these outer disciples possessed extraordinary root capacity. Only those deemed worthy to attend the sage's lectures within the Bio Palace had been invited. As for the rest, he held them in low regard, and thus extended no summons. Yet their numbers still vastly surpassed the number of formal invitations he had sent forth. Greetings, senior brother. HM. Brother, you appear especially radiant this day. Duobao replied with detached courtesy, then added with a faintly tart undertone, our master has instructed all disciples not in seclusion to gather here and lend their support. Zhao Xian instantly understood the master, fearing his inauguration might lack grandeur, thus diminishing his prestige and weakening his authority, had deliberately dispatched disciples to magnify the occasion. Speechless, Zhao Xian bowed thrice deeply toward the eastern sea. Do not hasten to express gratitude. There is more yet, Duobao added. As Zhao Xian watched, puzzled, Duobao drew forth a celestial whisk. This is the Hunyuan whisk, a treasured artifact long kept beside our master's person. Cherish it well. No wonder Duobao's tone carried a hint of sourness. The Hunyuan whisk had been bestowed upon their master by the primordial sovereign Hongjun himself and was habitually held close, a cherished companion in quiet contemplation. Though not an ultimate weapon of annihilation, its symbolic weight was immeasurable. Moreover, at first the master had even contemplated bestowing upon him the Qingping sword. Had the disciples not dissuaded him, it truly would have transpired. Duobao himself had persuaded the sage Tongtian, arguing that the Qingping sword embodied the shared origin of the 3 pure ones, their master and his 2 elder brothers, and that granting it to Zhao Xian would in truth imperil him. Thus did the sage Tongtian abandon that notion, only to immediately present the Hunyuan whisk instead. At that point none dared object further. After all, their younger brother had just ascended to become the sage's most cherished disciple. Zhao Xian accepted the whisk with genuine delight. He knew Duobao spoke truth. The sage indeed often held and fondled it in idle moments. Such sincerity was profoundly precious. Please, senior brothers and junior brothers, be seated. I must still greet disciples from the other 2 teachings. My sincerest apologies. No trouble at all. Pray attend to your duties. The immortals of the Jie teaching exchanged polite pleasantries, offered their congratulations, and then ascended the mountain. Scarcely had they departed when, as if by prearrangement, the 12 immortals of the Chan teaching arrived, led by Guang Qingzi. Brother, I have come precisely as pledged. Guang Qingzi gazed enviously upon the vibrant spectacle unfolding across a Mei mountain. For a second-generation disciple of the 3 teachings to establish his own sect with such majesty was exceedingly rare. Even venerable ancient great cultivators might fall short in splendor. Your presence honors me beyond measure, elder brother. Zhao Xian warmly exchanged courtesies with him. With disciples of the Chan teaching, one could not afford the same casual ease shown to those of the Jie teaching. Offending them was tolerable, but provoking the wrath of their patriarch Yuanshi would be perilous indeed. That patriarch bore grudges fiercely and exacted vengeance without delay. Before departing, our master personally decreed that the Qilin's offspring, the Sabuxiang, be granted to you, to serve as guardian of your mountain gate. A great teachings branch sect must embody the dignity and bearing of its source. With that, Guang Qingzi signaled for the Qilin's offspring, hitherto restrained behind him, to be led forward. I am profoundly grateful for my elder uncle's boundless kindness. Zhao Xian bowed solemnly toward Kunlun Mountain. Well, to speak plainly, though the Sabuxiang had originally petitioned the sage Yuanshi, begging to serve as his divine mount. Once the patriarch acquired the 9-dragon incense wood palanquin, the creature's purpose faded entirely. Yet to receive such a gift directly from the patriarch himself was already extraordinary. Greed would be unseemly. One certainly ought not covet the patriarch's famed artifacts, though admittedly he did eye them rather hungrily. After guiding the Chan teaching's disciples to their seats, senior brother Xuandu arrived, somewhat belatedly. He rode the great azure ox utterly alone, and after all the grand patriarch had but this single direct disciple. Greetings, senior brother. Xuandu leapt down from the azure ox and promptly returned the bow, evidently ill at ease amid such clamorous festivity. Brother, may you fare ever well. Meanwhile, Qingshi had already approached and led the great azure ox away. This sacred beast was his half-master from whom he had learned countless profound arts. Now, having arrived at Amei Mountain, it was only fitting that he play host. Our master bids you should leisure permit journey to Shoyang Mountain to hear his Dao lectures. Xuandu casually pressed 2 large gourds into Zhao Xian's hands. I shall certainly pay my respects to elder uncle in due time. Zhao Xian accepted the words, and then glanced curiously at the gourds. What are these? My humble self possesses few treasures. These were given by our master. 2 gourds of 9-fold transmutation golden core pills. As Xuandu strolled beside Zhao Xian back toward the mountain, he remarked quite casually. Though attending his junior brother's grand ceremony, Xuandu, who was no adept at social rites, knew well he ought to offer a gift. Yet finding himself bereft of suitable tokens, he sought counsel from his own master. Thereupon the Grand Patriarch Taiqing simply tossed him 2 gourds of pills. Zhao Xian was astounded. How magnanimous Elder Uncle Taiqing truly was presenting immortal elixirs in gourds. Truly Elder Uncle understands me, knowing my Ame sect is newly founded and lacks for everything. Zhao Xian laughed heartily. Though he himself could refine 9-fold transmutation golden core pills, the rare heavenly materials required were prohibitively precious. He simply lacked such resources. Within our master's lineage, I am his sole disciple. These pills once refined go uneaten, many end up chewed by the Azure Ox. To Xuandu the elixirs held little inherent value. Zhao Xian's lips twitched. Among the 3 sages' disciples, only this elder brother could utter such words. And who could blame him? As the sole scion of his lineage, he possessed every right to speak so. Zhao Xian wished to change the subject, lest further talk make him suspect the pills were meant for bovine consumption. Enough, elder brother. All guests have now assembled. The grand ceremony is about to commence. Pray accompany me to your seat. Very well. Attend to your duties. I require no escort. Xuandu knew little of founding a mountain sect or establishing a lineage. Much of the ritual remained obscure to him. Today he had merely come to observe, and soon returned to Shouyang Mountain. Upon Ame Mountain, the arrival of the 3 teachings disciples ignited the atmosphere to its zenith. Unseen, Zhao Xian's prestige surged wildly. At that moment, many realized Ame Mountain would henceforth rise to greatness. Its renown throughout the 3 realms was only a matter of time. The invited guests had all arrived, and Zhao Xian took his seat alongside the 3 disciples at the entrance of the Lingshu Palace. This is the main palace of the Ame Mountain sect, which is also Zhao Xian's personal Dao Palace. At this moment, the great doors of the palace slowly opened, and the thousands of immortal cultivators on Ame Mountain paused their commotion, turning their gazes toward this direction in unison. Zhao Xian adjusted his robes and crown, took the incense offered by his disciples, and solemnly entered the grand hall. Inside there was an incense table, and above it hung several portraits, the central one depicting his master, the Tongtian sage. This is the ancestor hall of Ame Mountain. Today I, Xian, respectfully address heaven and earth, upholding the sacred will of my master, establishing the Lingshu sect under the Ame teaching. In accordance with the sage's teachings, I hereby open the mountain gates wide, welcoming disciples, and guiding all fated beings, teaching and passing down the Tao in an orderly fashion. After speaking, Zhao Xian bowed 3 times, with the 3 disciples mimicking his actions behind him. However, they performed a kneeling salute. Zhao Xian then offered incense to the portraits of the Taqing sage, the Yuqing sage, and the Nuwa sage that were hanging nearby. Though the hierarchy was clear, the formalities were thorough, and the observing disciples of the 3 teachings nodded in silent approval. It should be noted that he had struggled for quite some time when it came to the portraits of the sages in the ancestor hall. The Taqing master had imparted teachings to Zhao Xian, and thus it was fitting for his portrait to hang here. The same applied to the Nuwa sage. After all, he had spent several hundred years in the sage's domain and received teachings from his uncle. Then he realized an awkward situation. Since he had hung the portraits of these 2 sages, he could not possibly leave out the portrait of the Yuanshi sage, could he? Thus he could only begrudgingly hang it up. After all, it was just an extra stick of incense. After finishing the incense offering and the bowing, just as Zhao Xian was about to leave with his disciples, he noticed that the originally ordinary 4 portraits hanging above suddenly trembled lightly, and then rays of radiant light burst forth, enveloping the figures in a haze, leaving only faint shadows behind, rendering them difficult to discern. Then Zhao Xian vaguely heard the 4 sages speaking in unison. Good. Zhao Xian's heart stirred, and he quickly bowed again. He knew that this was his master, and the masters invoking their powers from afar, bestowing these portraits with divine abilities, thus making the ordinary extraordinary, while also indicating to everyone that the 4 sages accepted Zhao Xian's incense offerings and acknowledged the Lingshu sect as the true orthodox inheritance of the Xian men. The general meaning was that the Lingshu sect had their support. Zhao Xian felt a sense of reassurance. Today's event had been executed beautifully. With these 4 sage portraits hung in the ancestor hall, not only could it suppress the sect's fortune, but it could also serve as a defensive trump card. It was a double benefit that only required a bit of incense money. This was indeed a good deal. The guests were all somewhat shocked. They had never seen a sect's ancestor hall that hung portraits of 4 sages, and it seemed that these 4 sages were quite willing to accept Zhao Xian's incense offerings. The implications behind this were tremendous. Many had not truly regarded Zhao Xian, especially some of the invited quasi-sages. In their eyes, Zhao Xian was merely a junior, and the only reason they were giving him face was that he was a disciple of a sage. This dual endorsement made them willing to come to observe, but after witnessing this scene, they couldn't help but reassess Zhao Xian's standing in their hearts. To gain the favor of 4 sages was certainly no ordinary feat. In fact, the ceremony of founding the sect was quite simple and not as complicated as one might imagine. However, it required these immortal cultivators as witnesses, and it also served as an opportunity to amplify his reputation, spreading it throughout the 3 realms and beyond. Many present speculated that after today the number of people seeking enlightenment on Amei Mountain would likely. However, Zhao Xian would not reveal to them that although he spoke of opening the mountain gates wide and teaching all fated beings, the prerequisite was still fate. He had already grasped the true essence of the great method of fate. Whether there was fate or not was still up to his own words. The Lingshu sect would not truly accept just anyone. Fortune roots nature and character. None could be lacking. What use was it to accept a bunch of useless individuals? To invite disaster upon oneself. Moreover, after the ceremony his focus would be on seclusion and cultivation, thoroughly digesting the gains from the recent period rather than wasting time on such trivial matters. Thus he likely would not take in disciples again in the short term unless he encountered someone truly remarkable. Next came the feast and discussions. For this Zhao Xian endured the pain of parting with some of the Dao tea as hospitality. The Amei Mountain Dao tea indeed sparked waves of astonishment among the gathered immortals. This tea was brewed by Zhao Xian using the method of external alchemy, and then prepared with the finest spirit water from the Lingquan peak of Amei Mountain, achieving a peak effect. From then on, the name of the Dao tea began to spread slowly throughout the 3 realms, its reputation not inferior to that of rare innate spiritual roots such as the ginseng fruit. Fortunately, this tea harvest was quite bountiful. Although the grand ceremony consumed a large portion, what remained was enough to share with the several disciples and the 3 sisters. This grand event lasted for 3 months, and it was only after Zhao Xian exhausted sent off the last guest that the foundation ceremony could be considered truly concluded. Remaining until the end was naturally the Zhenyuan Daxian, who truly did not consider himself an outsider. After all the immortals left, he spent over a month discussing the Dao with Zhao Xian, even bringing out the Book of Earth to study together. Ultimately, it was a disciple who found him saying that a friend had come to visit at the observatory, which finally made him leave Amei Mountain with great regret. Had it not been for this, it would not have been surprising for him to stay another 10 or 8 years. Sigh. Finally gone. Wang Yu sighed from the side. Zhao Xian glared at the girl. How disrespectful. Is this something you can say? He knew this girl was just being stingy, because Zhenyuan Daxian had taken a bag of Dao tea with him when he left. When others offered ginseng fruits, she was all smiles, but when it came time for her family to give something away, she became rather reluctant. Master, I was wrong. Wang Yu immediately approached, looking aggrieved. Go back and copy the sect rules 10 times. Zhao Xian raised his hand and flicked her forehead with a finger, causing Wang Yu to cry out and fall to the ground. This disciple had recently become increasingly unruly, relying on the affection of the 3 sisters. She no longer practiced diligently, running around the mountains all day, provoking those iron-eating beasts for no reason, yet she couldn't even win against them. As a direct disciple, this was rather embarrassing. If she were not kept in check, who knows what kind of trouble she would stir up in the future. Moreover, her cultivation was simply too poor, having fallen far behind, though a significant reason was that her cultivation had started a bit later than that of Yu Chao and Luya. I understand, Master. Wang Yu knew that her master was not truly angry, otherwise the punishment would not have been as simple as copying the sect rules. The Lingshu sect had specifically prepared a punishment chamber for disciples, which was the real deal. Entering the chamber, one would experience alternating yin winds and heavenly fires daily, albeit with their powers controlled. Though painful, it did not damage the essence. It could even temper both the physical body and the spirit. The purpose was to serve as a warning for disciples, but it was not intended to harm them. Returning to Lingshu Peak, he coincidentally encountered Bai Shao lecturing the 900 disciples on the. Firstly, this place is spacious enough, providing a secluded area for their meditation and enlightenment. Secondly, it serves to urge and guide Bai Shao in her cultivation, as only Zhao Xian can truly keep her in check. Moreover, this place offers enlightenment tea and miraculous items like the 9 Revolutions Golden Core, which are greatly beneficial for their cultivation. It also helps Zhao Xian in training his disciples. For instance, the method of Bai Shao lecturing the disciples was devised by Zhao Xian, and while teaching, she also clarifies her own understanding of the Dao, which in turn compels Bai Shao to strive to enhance her own comprehension of the Great Dao. This approach is simple yet effective, achieving multiple objectives at once. He initially thought Bai Shao would resent it, but to his surprise, she quickly grew fond of the feeling of imparting teachings and took joy in it. The efficiency of their cultivation also saw a significant improvement. Zhao Xian listened for a while, and found her lectures quite impressive, and he also discovered that among these 900 disciples there were several with exceptional talent. Among them the most remarkable was the white primate he had enlightened. He found this unusual white primate intriguing when he first encountered it. At that time, there were many spirit monkeys on Amei Mountain, each forming their own groups and claiming territories. Only this white primate did not associate with any group, instead occupying a solitary peak, living in peace, feeding on spiritual fruits, and drinking from mountain springs, and every moonlit night, it would sit cross-legged, absorbing the moonlight to transform it into spiritual power. During the day, it would harness the sun's essence to refine its physical body. Although it had yet to transform fully, it already resembled a human to a significant degree. What was even more remarkable was that it had shed its monkey nature. Humans have human nature, monkeys have monkey nature, and demons have demonic nature. Why is cultivation so closely tied to one's foundation? Why are some innate beings more favored when sects recruit disciples? It's because of this reason. Like Zhao Xian and the three Xiaos who possess a pure innate foundation, without any external influences they can see the true essence, and thus their cultivation flows smoothly, as if a boat gliding on water or a climber finding a path up the mountain. In contrast, postnatal beings possess various stubborn natures, and their cultivation requires them to first subdue their inner monkey's reign in their wandering thoughts and eliminate their inherent nature to truly enter the Tao. This unusual white primate, lacking a teacher's guidance, was able to comprehend the Tao and subdue its inner monkey, showcasing its extraordinary talent. At that moment, Zhao Mo appeared beside Zhao Xian like a ghost, asking, "What do you think? Is this unusual white primate worth cultivating?" Zhao Xian nodded. "Indeed extraordinary, but let's observe a bit longer and refine it further. Currently, it is like a beautiful jade that has been polished to a very high degree, just lacking a bit more to achieve perfection. If you take action now, all its previous efforts will be in vain. Let's wait then." "Alright, I see its innate power and exceptional physical talent. It may be able to learn the 9 revolutions mystic art," Zhao Mo replied. "How do you know? To learn this art the requirements for comprehension are quite high." Zhao Xian expressed some disbelief. Since he himself practiced this art, he was acutely aware of its demands on comprehension. Zhao Mo shook his head. "You are mistaken. Some people, when their opportunity arrives, can grasp it intuitively, unlike us, who must strive for comprehension based on our qualifications." "Is that so? You decide how to handle it. I will soon enter seclusion, and all matters here are up to you." Zhao Xian decided not to get involved any further. "This time you will oversee Amei Mountain while I retreat into the chaos for seclusion. The reason I am eager to leave the primordial chaos and enter the chaos is that I can sense my physical cultivation has reached a bottleneck. Achieving the completion of the 7 revolutions, crossing into the 8 revolutions in the primordial chaos, is nearly impossible. While I lack in comprehension, I am lacking sufficient tempering and external forces to hone my skills. The primordial chaos has limited chaos energy. The fact that I have cultivated to the completion of the 7 revolutions is already due to my good fortune, having gained many opportunities along with the tempering from Buzhou Mountain. However, the gap between the 8 revolutions and the 7 revolutions is like a vast chasm. To cross it, conventional means are utterly ineffective, and even places like Buzhou Mountain have become ineffective for me. Where else can I find a suitable place for refining my body? After careful consideration, I can only enter the chaos. Chaos has never been a safe place. Even saints are not guaranteed absolute safety upon entering, let alone I who am merely at the early stage of quasi-saint. Yet I must proceed. This time of seclusion will not be short." After that, Zhao Xian and his avatar discussed matters for after the seclusion, alleviating Zhao Xian's worries. On a certain day, having prepared everything, Zhao Xian did not disturb anyone, but quietly stepped out of the primordial chaos and into the chaos. As soon as he stepped into the chaos, Zhao Xian felt an overwhelming pressure. The boundless chaos energy swirled around him, and in the depths the chaos thunder rumbled with a deafening roar. Even from a distance he felt the immense pressure. He had encountered chaos energy before, and had used it multiple times during his cultivation, but only upon arriving here did he realize how vastly different his understanding of chaos was. It was as if these two were entirely different. It was like the difference between playing with water in a basin and wrestling with waves in the sea. Previously, using chaos energy in the primordial chaos felt like playing in a basin, but now he found himself in a vast ocean facing towering waves. Within this chaos there is no distinction of space, no concept of up or down, left or right. The essence and form are intertwined and undivided, a complete fusion. Within it one sees nothing, hears nothing, and cannot trace a path. An unprecedented sense of solitude surged from the depths of his heart like a tide. This was the first time he experienced such a feeling. When he entered the primordial world, he transformed into a wisp of unformed breeze, only successfully taking shape after numerous tribulations, yet even then he had never felt as he did now. It felt as if the heavens had forsaken him, and all things had become estranged, leaving him as a solitary island in an endless sea. However, he quickly shook off this emotion, forcing himself back to focus, though he still felt a lingering dread. So this is chaos. Truly terrifying. It nearly unsettled my state of mind. Zhao Xian murmured to himself, but in this chaos words could not carry, unless using spiritual power as a medium. However, he dared not slacken for even a moment. All his spiritual power was dedicated to shielding himself from being crushed into dust by this chaotic sea. He closed his eyes to carefully sense, and he faintly detected a direction with an aura closely tied to him. He immediately understood that direction was where his avatar resided on the primordial earth. This avatar served as an anchor point, preventing him from losing himself in the chaos and failing to find his way back. That is the most terrifying aspect of traveling through the chaos. After all, saints have the heavenly Dao holy position, which serves as an anchor point, and its efficacy surpasses his own by far, without worry of getting lost. But he could not afford such luxury. Thus it was essential to keep the avatar closely tied to him in the primordial chaos. This serves as a safeguard. Zhao Xian felt the faint connection, and his final worries dissipated. He carefully found a spot, sat cross-legged, and gradually released his magical defense, only to witness the terrifying chaotic energy surging towards him like a tidal wave. The pressure brought by this chaotic tide acted upon Zhao Xian's physical body, forcing him to let out a muffled groan. The initial pain of using chaotic energy to temper his flesh returned. He felt as fragile as dust, as if the chaotic sea aimed to reduce him to nothingness in an instant. His body continuously dissolved, yet he relied on the operation of the 9 turns mystic art and his own magical power to recover. It felt like an endless tug-of-war. Despite the immense pain, Zhao Xian sensed that his body was rapidly advancing under this terrifying pressure. This long-lost pleasure filled him with joy, and he knew that coming to the chaos was not a mistake. This boundless chaos was like a great mill, constantly grinding and devastating Zhao Xian's body, while simultaneously promoting the rapid increase in his physical strength. The reason why those innate divine demons, regardless of their cultivation level, often possessed unmatched physical prowess was that they had lived in chaos since their inception. Even without specialized training, they could ultimately gain a powerful body capable of traversing chaos. As for the primordial heavenly ancestor Pangu, it was even more so. Born from the chaotic blue lotus, constantly accompanied by chaotic energy, and after a long period of tempering, his physical body alone surpassed the primordial realm. Uncertain how much time had passed, Zhao Xian gradually adapted to the intensity of the chaotic energy's tempering. The initial pain began to fade, becoming less pronounced than before, allowing him to focus his attention on comprehending the Dao. As for refining his body, he only devoted a small portion of his energy to it. Even though this chaos was a treasure land for physical cultivation, it couldn't be achieved overnight. After all, wanting to break through from the 7th turn to the 8th turn required crossing a chasm, with the necessary accumulation exceeding several times that of the previous 7th turn. This was destined to be a long seclusion. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 8,000 years of the primordial era had flown by, as if it were just a moment. Amei Mountain Lingshu Peak. In the alchemy room, Zhao Mo sat cross-legged, waved his hand, and opened the lid of the alchemy furnace from a distance. Another furnace of 9 turns golden pills was completed, and 9 round golden pills flew out from the furnace. Zhao Mo stored the pills in a gourd and casually tucked it into his sleeve. Over these 8,000 years, Zhao Mo's alchemy skills had become increasingly terrifying. Previously, he needed the supreme spirit root fruit, the ginseng fruit, as the main ingredient to refine the 9 turns golden pill, but now he could use slightly inferior spiritual materials to work wonders and refine the 9 turns golden pill. However, the materials couldn't be too poor, as the foundation determines the ceiling. Moreover, the 9 turns golden pill refined from inferior materials had effects slightly inferior to those refined from spirit root fruits like the ginseng fruit. Nevertheless, even so, it was still in the ranks of 9 turns sufficient to reward his disciples. 8,000 years have passed. You seem to be living quite leisurely. Previously, when Zhao Xian mentioned he would enter a long seclusion, Zhao Mo had already mentally prepared himself, but no one expected this seclusion would last for 8,000. Previously, when Zhao Xian mentioned he would enter a long seclusion, Zhao Mo had already mentally prepared himself, but no one expected this seclusion would last for 8,000 years. Of course, this so-called long duration was only relative to Zhao Xian. In the primordial era, a seclusion lasting 10,000 years was commonplace, and tens of thousands of years were merely ordinary. There were some determined individuals who secluded themselves for an entire yuan meeting, or even several Yuan meetings. It should be known that previously Zhao Xian's seclusions on Golden Ao Island at the Bayou Palace had only lasted 1,000 years at most. This was also because his master the Tongtian saint would explain the Tao to these disciples every 1,000 years, which Zhao Xian could not miss, thus forming a habit over time. In these 8,000 years the primordial era had experienced a rare period of tranquility. The witch and demon clans had officially put down their arms, resting and recuperating, but beneath this calm lay boundless undercurrents. Countless perceptive individuals clearly understood that as the 10th Sandier agreement approached its end, although the two clans were more restrained than before, it was merely because they were focusing their energies on sharpening their blades and preparing for war. Once it erupted, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous spectacle that would shake the heavens and earth. Yuan Hong. Zhao Mo stood in silence for a long time before suddenly speaking. A young man in a white robe approached upon hearing the call, bowing deeply before Zhao Mo, and then spoke. This young man, Yuan Hong, was a transformed white ape taking the surname of his innate lineage. He adopted the name Hong, making him Yuan Hong, the ape. However, Zhao Mo felt that Yuan sounded better than Yuan, thus changing it, and from then on he became known as Yuan Hong. At first, when he helped change the name, Zhao Mo only realized later that Yuan Hong. Was it perhaps that Yuan Hong? May Mountain? Or was it a May Mountain? But Zhao Mo only felt a fleeting surprise before returning to normal. Afterward, he secretly observed Yuan Hong for 1,000 years. Seeing that he had completely removed his spiritual ape nature, his Tao heart was polished, shining like exquisite jade, he promoted him to an outer disciple. After that, he left him idle in the outer sect for 1,000 years before beginning to teach him the 9 turns. Then, as expected, Yuan Hong seemed to have a natural affinity for this technique. Although his comprehension in other areas was far inferior to Zhao Xian's, he could suddenly gain enlightenment just by looking at this technique. Moreover, he possessed innate divine power and exceptional physical talent. Learning the 9 turns mystic art was like adding wings to a tiger. With Zhao Mo gathering chaotic energy for him, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had already achieved the 3rd turn of the mystic art. Where is your senior sister? Zhao Mo inquired. His mention of Yuan Hong's senior sister naturally referred to his direct disciple Zhao Wanyu. She should be at the Dezhu Peak. Yuan Hong pondered. Go find her for me. Zhao Mo's expression darkened. Yuan Hong took his leave, and after a while he saw a girl riding a plump, iron-eating beast rushing towards him. Master, did you call for me? The girl riding the beast was naturally Wanyu. 8,000 years had passed, and the once little celestial girl had now become a fully fledged golden immortal capable of stepping into the Tai realm at any time. Yet her nature remained unchanged. What kind of behavior is this? Zhao Mo's expression darkened further. He originally wanted to give her the strange beast bestowed by the primordial master as a mount, but she adamantly refused, claiming it was too ugly and did not suit her taste. Then he realized what Wanyu was aiming for. Previously, she had always enjoyed provoking that iron-eating beast, but couldn't defeat it. Later, when her cultivation advanced, she immediately sought revenge, not only winning, but also selecting the best-looking one as her mount. This very beast. The iron-devouring beast swallowed the pill in one gulp, chewed it several times, then downed it whole. Soon as the medicine's potency surged through its body, it began to sway unsteadily, drunken and disoriented. Before long, it collapsed beside Zhao Mo, snoring deeply. Though outwardly plump and endearing, even seemingly dull-witted at times, its racial instincts were extraordinarily formidable. Born to ingest gold and iron, its digestive capacity was unparalleled. Even the 9-fold refining golden pill could be rapidly broken down and its essence fully absorbed. Its fur, black and white, perfectly embodied the dual principles of yin and yang, and within its stomach raged those very same primordial forces. Rotating ceaselessly like a cosmic mill, they ground nearly all ingested matter into absolute oblivion. How long have you been stalled at the Golden Immortal realm? Seeing that her master had not reprimanded her beloved mount, Wang Yu quietly exhaled in relief. Yet before she could fully relax, Zhao Mo suddenly posed the question, and Wang Yu's smile vanished before her very eyes. Master, did you not say cultivating the Tao demands solid foundations and warns against rash ambition? She murmured meekly in defense. I urged you to lay firm roots and walk steadily. That much is true. But I never sanctioned decades of idle stagnation, of perpetual playfulness and mischief across every peak. Zhao Mo knew full well, over the years Wang Yu had been doted upon most tenderly by the 3 Shao sisters on a May Mountain. Even Yunxiao, the most solemn of them all, could sometimes be charmed into radiant smiles by the girl's honeyed words. Compounded by her mischievous wit, she now answered to no one on a May Mountain, save Zhao Mo himself. Had she developed other vices or strayed onto a perilous path, he would have had no choice but to enforce strict sect discipline. Master, I swear, I'll never dare again. I'll retreat immediately for seclusion and cultivation. Wang Yu looked utterly crestfallen. Enough, Zhao Mo sighed deeply. This too is for your own good. You already lag behind Luya and your senior brother. Should you slacken further, the chasm between you will only widen. Hearing such unprecedented gravity in her master's words, Wang Yu at last grew solemn. I do not seek to confine you. Once you ascend to the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm and attain even modest self-preservation power, you may evade calamitous tribulations altogether. Only then may I truly rest easy. Immortals face tribulations, heaven and earth themselves impose trials. How else could one escape disaster without strength? Seeing her master's troubled expression, Wang Yu stepped forward and gently clasped Zhao Mo's sleeve. Master, your disciple understands. I shall obey your words henceforth. At this, Zhao Mo could no longer press his reproach further. Has your senior aunt Yunxiao emerged from... He asked again. In recent years, with Bixiao and Xiongxiao managing discipleship affairs, Zhao Mo had enjoyed rare tranquility, devoting himself either to cultivation or alchemy. Indeed, during his last emergence, he'd learned that senior aunt Yunxiao had declared seclusion. Her retreat stemmed from millennia of cultivation, having finally reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, and now preparing to sever a corporeal fragment en route to ascendant sagehood. Not yet. Wang Yu shook her head. Amei Mountain has grown quiet these past years. Yu Chaosher entered seclusion, Aluya did likewise. Xiongxiao and Yunxiao followed suit. Yet this silence signaled extraordinary leaps in their cult, especially aided by enlightenment tea and Zhao Mo's periodic refinement of ninefold refining golden pills, freely distributed every few years. Yu Chaosher broke through to the Great Luo realm only slightly slower than Bixiao, a testament to his accumulated merit and celestial mandate. Luyo ascended to the Tai realm. Bixiao and Xiongxiao both attained Great Luo status, Xiongxiao even advancing to the midstage. Yet the most astonishing progress belonged to Yunxiao. Even without Zhao Mo's divine advantage, her cultivation speed remained breathtaking. Truth be told, had Zhao Mo lacked his system's constant enhancement of talent and insight, Yunxiao would undoubtedly have been the most gifted among the four siblings. That she achieved ascendant sagehood so swiftly struck Zhao Mo not as miraculous, but entirely reasonable. It should happen within these days. Ascendant sagehood poses no great obstacle for senior aunt Yunxiao. Zhao Mo expressed no anxiety whatsoever. Among them all, excluding himself, the greatest potential unquestionably resided in Yunxiao, and Luya. Ascendant sagehood was merely a matter of time. Others, however, would require extraordinary fortune to reach that threshold. Take Yu Chaosher, for instance. Though blessed with merit and rapid progress, the Great Luo realm likely marked his ultimate limit. The odds of him transcending to ascendant sagehood and severing all three corporeal fragments were vanishingly small. Scarcely had these words left his lips when Amei Mountain trembled violently. Purple chi surged eastward for 3,000 zhong, while radiant auroras blossomed across Lufu Peak. Auspicious clouds unfurled like canopies. 3 sacred blossoms exuded fragrance. It is done, Zhao Mo thought, amused. Just as he'd spoken, Yunxiao had broken through. How wondrous the workings of celestial fate. In the next moment, Yunxiao glided gracefully down from Luofu Mountain, her aura unmistakably that of an ascendant sage. Bixiao and Xiongxiao, sensing the resonance, emerged instantly from their cultivation chambers and hastened there. Yu Chaosher and Luya arrived shortly thereafter. Congratulations, senior sister, on attaining ascendant sagehood. Zhao Mo smiled warmly. Yunxiao too beamed with rare joy, her normally serene countenance alight with triumph. But I've severed only one corporeal fragment. The path ahead grows steep indeed. Though elated, she remained profoundly grounded. The higher one climbed, the more arduous cultivation became. Severing the second fragment would likely demand tens of thousands of years. Bixiao and Xiongxiao, overjoyed, rushed forward to greet her. Elder sister, take your time. We're already far behind you now that you've become an ascendant sage. Bixiao, ever broad-minded, felt no envy, only shared pride in her sister's triumph. Has elder brother yet returned? Yunxiao noticed only Zhao Mo's avatar present, not Zhao Xin himself, and concern flickered across. Seclusion elsewhere would pose little worry, but to vanish for millennia within the chaotic expanse with no words stirred deep unease. Upon hearing this, Yunxiao, Bixiao, and the others all turned their gazes toward Zhao Mo. Zhao Mo offered a wry smile. Though I retain faint resonance with him, it holds true only within the Honglong realm. Within the chaos, that link has faded almost beyond perception, the sole comfort being that he remains safe, untouched by mortal peril. Then did elder brother set no appointed time before departing? Bixiao pressed, still unsettled. Zhao Mo shook his head. No fixed date was given, only that he would emerge once his cultivation reached midstage ascendant sagehood and his physical body advanced to the 8th transformation. Though he spoke thus, an intuitive certainty stirred within him. The moment drew near. Zhao Xian's emergence, and return to the Honghuang realm, was imminent. Deep within the chaotic expanse, a dense mass of chaotic qi coalesced almost into solidity. Egg-shaped, enclosing a lone figure immersed in profound seclusion, Zhao Xian. Yet Zhao Xian now lay motionless. Eyes tightly shut, body curled inward, suspended in silent slumber like a fetus within the womb. Zhao Xian found himself in the chaos, having long forgotten the concepts of time and space, his being akin to a return to the womb, yet this womb was not ordinary, but the womb of chaos. What would normally be considered poison to living beings, the chaotic energy, was now incredibly gentle, enveloping Zhao Xian's body like the amniotic fluid in a womb. Not only did it not harm Zhao Xian, but it also bestowed upon him immense benefits. In this moment, Zhao Xian, who had been dormant, felt a slight tremor in his eyelids, and his previously dormant body began to stir rapidly, blood coursing through his veins like a chaotic thunder. It was as if a volcano suddenly awakened and a stagnant pool began to churn with waves, an unprecedented aura rising in this place. The chaotic energy surrounding him became even more vibrant, playfully weaving and dancing, as if. Then Zhao Xian abruptly opened his eyes, and within them flashed the chaos thunder, while countless streams of chaotic energy surged from his body, resembling a chaotic demon god. Zhao Xian awoke, still a bit dazed, finding himself deep within the chaos, in a place without up or down, momentarily unable to comprehend his surroundings. After a long while, his previously dormant thoughts finally regained their vigor, and he realized his state. He recalled that he was in seclusion, practicing within the chaos. Over the years, not only had he broken through to the midstage of Saint, but he had also surged to the peak of the midstage of Saint, ready to step into the late stage at any moment. The most significant change was in his physical body, as the 9 revolutions mystic art successfully broke through the 8 revolutions, and it was already complete, elevating his physical realm from midstage Saint to complete Saint. Compared to before, his strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. When he first arrived in the chaos, he only dared to act at the edges of the primal world barriers, but as time passed, he discovered that the chaotic energy here had less and less effect on him, so he boldly ventured deeper. In the end, he unwittingly dived into a sea of chaotic thunder. However, upon entering this chaotic thunder, he realized he had been overly reckless. The power of chaotic thunder far exceeded his expectations, nearly resulting in his demise here. Had it not been for his active self-rescue, merging the paths of creation and the yin-yang of Taiji, seeking life within death, he would have likely faced grave peril, let alone breakthrough to his current realm. However, risks often come with astonishing rewards, allowing him to successfully break through to the complete midstage of Saint, and his physical cultivation had also succeeded in the 8 revolutions. Moreover, due to his subsequent slumber, he entered a mysterious realm, his comprehension of the Tao advancing by leaps and bounds, and with the system's ability, he converted thousands of years of accumulated comprehension opportunities into aptitude refinement, allowing him to reverse his innate nature and reshape his foundation. Although he was originally an innate being, he had taken a long time to take shape, and his foundation was far inferior to those who took shape at the dawn of creation. In terms of foundation aptitude, those nurtured by chaos and who took shape before the opening of the heavens are the best, just like the Panga god and the 3,000 chaotic gods and demons. This is the first tier. Those nurtured by chaos who took shape after the opening of the heavens are slightly inferior. This is the second tier. The above 2 categories are actually all chaotic beings. Their foundation surpasses that of innate beings. Then there are the first batch of beings born after the opening of the heavens, which are the innate deities born with enlightenment. Most of these beings are born receiving the blessings left by the opening of the heavens, like Zhao Xian's master, the Tongtian saint. This is the third tier. Furthermore, there are those born and nurtured by the earth, often the first things to emerge between heaven and earth, that develop consciousness, and thus take shape and gain enlightenment. Although they are also innate beings, they did not receive the blessings of the opening of the heavens, and took shape late, making their foundation the lowest. This can be classified as the 4th tier. And the last is the postnatal beings, which are the 5th tier. Zhao Xian was the first trace of pure wind to take shape and gain enlightenment between heaven and earth, belonging to the 4th tier. Although he far surpassed the postnatal beings, he still lagged behind the 3rd tier by a significant margin. However, at this very moment, through his efforts in the chaos, reversing his innate nature, transforming his womb into a shape, and reshaping his foundation, he finally crossed over from the 4th tier into the ranks of the 3rd tier. Moreover, he reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. The intuitive manifestation of this leap in tier is that his aptitude and comprehension now surpass 5 times that of his original state when he first took shape. Do not underestimate the effects of this foundational transformation. In cultivation, it represents a vast disparity. When cultivating for the same amount of time, the gains between the third and fourth tiers can be several times greater. It's like Zhao Xian at this moment. If he were to cultivate for 10,000 years, he would surpass Yunxiao, who has cultivated for 50,000 years. The difference is so profound merely because Yunxiao's foundation can only enter the fourth tier, even though she is already among the top of that tier. Had it not been for the system's assistance, he would never have had such an opportunity to defy fate. Zhao Xian stretched his body, feeling an unprecedented state of well-being. His entire being exuded a solid and heavy aura, making others admire him. In these thousands of years of cultivation, his gains far exceeded what his cultivation realm could express. He was like a vast furnace, continuously pouring various profound principles into it, refining, digesting, absorbing, and transforming them into his own. Whether it was the path of creation of the Nuwa, Saint the Taiji path of the Ta Ching, Saint the Golden Core, Dao the external pill path, the earth immortal path of Zhen Yuanzi, or the Huang Ting Dao of the primordial saint, and the Western Buddhist paths of the two saints, all had turned into nourishment for him over these thousands of years, enriching him. The furnace nurtured myriad scriptures and absorbed countless paths, greatly enhancing his foundation and laying a solid groundwork for his future attainment of the Hongyuan Dao. He understood that his goal was to prove the Dao through power, so no matter how solid the foundation was, it was not excessive. One must know that proving the Dao through power has no shortcuts. Without the heavenly fruits represented by the primordial purple energy, and unable to borrow the merits and fortune of the Dao to compensate for the shortcomings in cultivation, one can only climb step by step, cultivating great power within oneself. I wonder how much time has passed or what has happened in the Honghuang now. Zhao Xian felt a surge of worry. He had no idea how long he had been asleep in this chaos, only concerned that he might have overslept. If he returned to find that the world had changed drastically, it would be quite awkward. It's time to go back. Zhao Xian closed his eyes to sense locating the faint connection with his avatar and began to navigate swiftly through the chaos in that direction. Compared to his arrival, his movements now were much bolder. His formidable physical body allowed him to traverse the chaos without the need for magical protection, crossing it with just his body. However, he now faced a genuine bottleneck. To advance further, his physical body needed to attain sainthood. But how difficult it was to achieve physical sainthood. The 12 ancestral witches, each with formidable physical bodies and astonishing foundations, had not crossed that threshold even after all these years. Attaining physical sainthood, while not as challenging as achieving the Honyuan Dao fruit, is not something that can be accomplished easily. The 12 ancestor witches, also known as the 12 demon gods, are born from the essence of the great Pangu, possessing unmatched physical strength, capable of devouring the heavens and the earth, manipulating wind, water, thunder, and lightning, moving mountains and filling seas, altering the very fabric of existence. Though they possess a primordial spirit, it is inherently incomplete, making it difficult for them to cultivate the Dao, unable to condense the 5 qi, gather the 3 flowers, sever the 3 corpses. Thus they cannot become Dao saints or attain the mixed primordial Dao. Therefore the methods of achieving Dao through the 3 corpses and the methods of attaining Dao through power are useless to the ancestor witches. However, heaven does not completely cut off one's path. If they wish to enter the sacred realm, there is another way. Achieving sanctity through the physical body. However, achieving sanctity purely through the physical body is significantly weaker than a true saint, as a saint cultivates both the physical body and the primordial spirit. Once they attain the Dao, their physical body gains the blessings of the Dao, refined by the grand Dao, becoming unmatched, thus leaving no weaknesses. Nevertheless, even so, achieving sanctity through the physical body indeed surpasses the level of Quasis. However, it is equally difficult to achieve sanctity through the physical body. The 12 ancestor witches have languished for countless years, and now their physical bodies remain at the perfected quasi-saint level, equivalent to Zhao Xian's current level. Why did Zhao Xian choose the 9 turns mystic art back then? It was because achieving sanctity through the physical body is much simpler compared to achieving Dao through power. However, he was initially unaware that the 9 turns mystic art only has 8 turns, with the 9th turn being a mere outline, lacking a detailed cultivation method. Or rather, the level of the sacred realm is inherently unspeakable, and the methods of becoming a saint have no fixed pattern. Only when you walk that path yourself and comprehend it can you truly find that route, rather than being given a predetermined path to follow into that realm. If it were truly that simple, then everyone under heaven could become a saint. Therefore, he still needs to ponder and create the method for the 9th turn, which is the way to achieve sanctity through the physical body. Moreover, this method in his hands, after countless enhancements, has become completely different from the original. He was fortunate to witness the witch clan using the great celestial formation of the distant heavens to condense Pangus's true form on Shoyang Mountain, which led to insights allowing him to obtain the marvelous methods of physical cultivation, and by combining these with his own cultivation of the 9 turns mystic art, this method has inclined more towards the physical body, which is why his physical form is so powerful now. However, back then, due to Hong Jun Daozu acting too early, he did not achieve full success, resulting in his inability to complete the 9th turn of the mystic art. Nevertheless, he believes he will have another opportunity. Zhao Xian traveled swiftly, returning much faster than he came. Having spent a long time here, he had grown more familiar with the surroundings, and his strength had greatly increased. Now, with his Dao cultivation combined with his formidable physical body, he can be considered among the top tier of quasi-saints. Just as he burst out of the chaos, Zhao Mo on Mount Amei also sensed his aura in an instant. In the Lingshu Palace, while discussing the Dao with Yunxiao, Zhao Mo suddenly stood up from the mat. What happened? Seeing Zhao Mo suddenly stop speaking, Yunxiao thought something unexpected had occurred. Zhao Mo laughed heartily. He's back. Upon hearing this, Yunxiao was momentarily stunned, then filled with immense joy. You mean Big Brother? Big Brother has emerged? Zhao Mo nodded. I can already sense his aura. He must have returned from the chaos. I believe he will arrive shortly. As Zhao Xian crossed the countless mountains and rivers of the primal world, when he arrived at Mount Amei, Zhao Mo, the 3 Shaos, and many disciples had long been waiting. Having not seen each other for such a long time, and with the chaos acting as a barrier, the connection between him and his avatar was tenuous, making him feel as though he was isolated from the world. Now, upon seeing them again, that sense of disorientation flooded his heart. You're finally back. Zhao Mo's expression was complex. He could already sense that Zhao Xian's aura was completely different from before. Big Brother. The 3 Shaos also joyfully stepped forward to greet him. Greetings, Master. The 3 direct disciples, and Zhao Mo's external disciple Yuan Hong all performed grand bows in reverence. Zhao Xian greeted the 3 Shao sisters, and then reached out to help several disciples up from the ground. How long have I been gone? Zhao Xian asked. It has already been 8,000 years. Zhao Mo replied. So long. Zhao Xian was quite surprised upon hearing this. He had a rough idea that he had been in seclusion for a long time, but he did not expect it to be a full 8,000 years. Fortunately, he awakened in time, otherwise he would have missed many significant events in the primal world. You've been carefree, leaving this vast Mount Amei to me and the 3 sisters, and then disappearing for such a long time. Zhao Mo pursed his lips. The personality of this avatar was inherently free-spirited and restless, unable to stay idle, yet this time, he had been forced to remain on Mount Amei for several thousand years without moving, which had been quite stifling. Moreover, during these 8,000 years, the progress in cultivation for the avatar, Zhao Mo, was not significant. He had barely advanced to the mid-stage of quasi-saint, lagging far behind his true self. Were it not for the attachment to Mount Amei, he would have either secluded himself in cultivation or traveled to visit friends. Thank you for your hard work. Especially to the 3 sisters, were it not for your help managing this place, Mount Amei would be a different sight altogether. Zhao Xian smiled. Especially seeing the progress of several disciples, he was quite satisfied, clearly seeing that the 3 sisters had expended great effort on them. Finally, he looked at Yuan Hong, exchanged glances with Zhao Mo, and instantly understood the backstory. He felt somewhat surprised. When he had enlightened that white ape, he had not expected that this white ape referred to Yuan Hong. You're doing well. I'll continue your cultivation. Do not become lazy. Zhao Xian patted Yuan Hong's shoulder, encouraging him. Being able to cultivate the 9 turns mystic art is indeed an opportunity. His 3 direct disciples did not have such fortune. They could not cultivate. I have yet to congratulate Sister Yunxiao for also stepping into the quasi-saint realm. Zhao Xian felt the aura emanating from Yunxiao, although it appeared that she had just recently broken through a quasi-saint, is still a quasi-saint incomparable to the Deluo. She is qualified to be called a great practitioner. Compared to Big Brother's progress, my little advancement seems insignificant. Yunxiao shook her head. Upon their first meeting, Yunxiao sensed a familiar aura from Zhao Xian, a weighty and profound presence that was not something an ordinary quasi-saint could possess. She had only felt a similar aura from top-tier quasi-saints. Although not as pronounced as that of the genuine sage, it was still distinctly different. Thus she was certain that Zhao Xian's retreat was far from just a simple breakthrough to the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Moreover, perhaps due to having already stepped into the quasi-saint realm, Yunxiao could evidently feel that Zhao Xian seemed to have undergone some special transformation, but this transformation was not merely about cultivation level, it was something she could not articulate. It was something that involved his very essence. This change made Zhao Xian seem reborn, exuding an extraordinary and transcendent aura. And it was even more unfathomable. This is the marvel of changing one's foundation. What? You are leaving again? Am I to remain at Amei Mountain? Zhao Mo was struck as if by lightning, left in a daze. Just a moment ago, Zhao Xian had informed him that Zhao Mo could not leave Amei Mountain for the time being. This was rather cruel for Zhao Mo, who yearned to descend the mountain and visit friends. Zhao Xian had always allowed him great autonomy, but when it came to serious matters, Zhao Xian was always in charge. Not bad. Zhao Xian nodded with a smile. Zhao Mo sat despondently on the mat, saying, "Though I am merely an incarnation, you cannot be so excessive. Calm down. Calm down. Bear with it a little longer, or once I finish handling everything, I will set you free. How about that?" Zhao Xian said with a smile. Zhao Mo nodded, expressionlessly resigned to his fate, realizing he was merely an incarnation. For now he was still engaged in menial tasks, and if Zhao Xian ever required him to do dirty work or take the blame, he would have to comply. "What are you going to do?" Zhao Mo was curious why Zhao Xian was leaving again so soon after returning. "I calculated, and it seems one of my disciples is about to be born." Zhao Xian spoke ambiguously. Zhao Mo furrowed his brow. "You are taking on disciples again. Where is this disciple supposed to be? I cannot figure it out." Zhao Xian shook his head. "The path of divination is not your forte. You should focus on your alchemy study." This incarnation was created by Zhao Xian to handle trivial matters primarily related to alchemy, and he had only mediocre understanding of the path of divination. In truth, Zhao Xian did not necessarily need Zhao Mo here. He was now at the mid-stage of Quasi-Saint realm. The divine ability of transforming one into three had allowed him to condense another incarnation, although he had other plans for this one. After discussing with Zhao Mo, Zhao Xian did not set off immediately. After all, there was still ample time. After celebrating with his 3 junior sisters and several disciples on a May mountain, he spent some time guiding them in their cultivation before finally descending the mountain. Especially for Zhao Mo, due to the chaotic separation over the years, their insights could not be exchanged. Thus, Zhao Xian specifically transmitted his recent understandings to Zhao Mo. However, this method of imparting knowledge could only be used between incarnations. Once off the mountain, Zhao Xian mounted his green lion and headed east towards the human tribes, as he had calculated that this disciple should be among the humans. However, he truly did not know who it was. Throughout the journey, he was not in a rush, instead taking his time as he traveled through various human tribes, stopping here and there. 8,000 years had passed, and the primordial world remained much the same, without significant changes. Perhaps for some innate beings, or those who lived long lives, these 8,000 years were not much at all. However, for the short-lived humans, this represented an exceedingly long period of development. First, the human population had grown immensely despite aging, illness, and death. The overall numbers were still increasing. During Zhao Xian's visits, he discovered that most human tribes had actually reached a bottleneck. The humans lacked sufficient education and clarity about their future, thus, they could only explore on their own. But for the humans, a world filled with gods and Buddhas was evidently not friendly. Fortunately, he had once imparted teachings in many places, leaving behind some seeds of cultivation for these human tribes. However, cultivation today was no longer as easy as it had been in the past, primarily due to the demonic tribe's heavenly court. Thousands of years ago, the demonic tribe set up the great array of the heavenly court, capturing the light of the stars. Most of the star power and moonlight were trapped by the array, with only a small part reaching the primordial land. As a result, the spiritual essence in various places of the primordial world greatly diminished, and the amount of spiritual energy decreased significantly. In the past, ordinary plants and stones absorbed some spiritual essence and the star power and moonlight over long periods, eventually transforming into spirits. However, the number of such spirits had drastically decreased. The only places unaffected were the many blessed lands and fairy mountains. These places seized the creation of heaven and earth, had abundant spiritual essence, and were self-sufficient in spiritual veins. Even if the star power were completely isolated, the impact on them would be minimal. This was also the reason why many celestial beings turned a blind eye to the actions of the demonic tribe. If not for this, should the demonic tribe dare to forcefully seize the creation of heaven and earth, cutting off the path of the celestial beings, the numerous celestial cultivators residing in the primordial land would make the demonic tribe regret it. At least the demonic tribe had not completely lost their senses and offended everyone. Although there were many inconveniences, now the overall impact was not too great. The ones truly affected the most were the witch tribe and the human tribe. The difficulty of cultivation for these two tribes had suddenly increased significantly, and only true geniuses could stand out. The reduction of spiritual essence also meant a sharp decline in the number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, which are the resources for cultivation. With fewer resources available, the path of cultivation became increasingly arduous. Such rampant disregard for restraint. Disaster is not far off. Zhao Xian looked up at the sky, shook his head, and sighed softly. He had never had a good impression of the demonic tribe's heavenly court, which cared for nothing but self-interest. How could such beings be fit to rule the heavenly court? In fact, whether it was the witch tribe or the demonic tribe, even without the heavenly Dao schemes, Zhao Xian believed they should not be the rulers of heaven and earth. With their oppressive cruelty and nature, they are intolerable to all living beings. Zhao Xian finally stopped in front of a small human tribe. He raised his hand to calculate and nodded. It should be right here. Master, are we going to the humans again? The green lion beneath him had originally been quite excited, but upon seeing that Zhao Xian's destination was again the humans, its enthusiasm instantly waned by half. It has been 8,000 years since Zhao Xian had returned. Although Zhao Mo could be considered his master, Zhao Mo had never ridden him, so the green lion had been idly sitting in a May mountain for 8,000 years. What? You don't want to go? It's been 8,000 years since we last met. Your temper has grown even bigger than mine as the... What? You don't want to go? It's been 8,000 years since we last met. Your temper has grown even bigger than mine as the master. Zhao Xian asked with a smile. This green lion did not know where it had learned this, but now it was increasingly acting like a stubborn brat. Over the years, relying on countless celestial pills and spiritual herbs bestowed by Zhao Mo, it had forcibly raised its cultivation to the Great Luo. Its original form had transformed from a 7-headed green lion to a 9-headed lion. However, this Great Luo was built up through sheer effort, lacking substance. In terms of strength, it probably would not rank highly among the Great Luo. Nonetheless, the green lion never cared, regardless of how it prioritized raising its realm first. The weakest Great Luo is still a Great Luo, and even the weakest can surpass a Tai Golden Immortal. Yes, it is as the old cow said, regardless of the foundation, let's first attain the Great Luo Golden Immortal. As for the magical power and Dao practice if necessary, I can just consume more spiritual pills and refine myself. One gourd is not enough, so let's have another gourd. Hearing Zhao Xian's words, the Qing lion felt no fear, for he had long understood his master's temperament. If Zhao Xian were truly angry, his words would be sharp and thunderous. However, if his tone was gentle and he used words like scoundrel in a light-hearted manner, it likely meant he was in a good mood. He had taught this discerning method to Wang Yu, from whom he had tricked a few 9 turns golden pills. In fact, Zhao Xian had always encouraged his disciples to minimize the consumption of 9 turns golden pills, as even if they did take them, it should not be excessive. They were merely to aid in cultivation. One must not indulge like the Qing lion, forcing a superficial realm. The disciples remembered this well, and although they received plenty of celestial pills, most merely remained in their possession. Over time, they no longer regarded the 9 turns golden pills as anything precious. In Wang Yu's hands, they had even become candy for the disciples and the iron-eating beasts of the bamboo peak. Little did they know that cultivating in the outside world was arduous, and if such celestial pills were available, they would surely be in high demand. Master, you know this well. I fear nothing except when I arrive in the human realm my legs tend to weaken. The Qing lion said, shaking his... Previously it was fine, as he carried Zhao Xian past many human tribes, merely observing from a distance without entering, but now they definitely had to go in. Yet he wondered if there was a sanctuary here. I think it's useful for you to face some adversity. And how exactly did you cultivate to this level? In my eyes, your cultivation is loose and superficial, like grains of sand swaying like the wind. Zhao Xian was both amused and exasperated. The Qing lion took no offense. Master, you do not know this. I am merely a mount following you to show off your grandeur. Why should I truly engage in battling and fighting? Furthermore, as your mount, who would dare to attack me? Naturally, those who would not dare to strike at Master would also not dare to strike at me. Those who would dare to attack Master must be even more powerful, at least on par with him. Such a great being, even if I were a bit stronger, how could I compare to Master? In the end, they would surely be no match. Thus the result remains the same. The Qing lion spoke with conviction, and his reasoning sounded quite reasonable. Zhao Xian gave the Qing lion a meaningful glance. What had previously been mere suspicion now felt almost certain. This fellow must have learned from someone else, for with this lion's foolishness, he could not possibly articulate such high-minded discourse. He pondered for a moment, and then asked, you learned this from the green ox on Shouyang Mountain, didn't you? I nearly forgot that great green ox is half your master. Indeed. The Qing lion nodded. Master's insight is like a torch. That great ox is indeed impressive. I hold him in great esteem. Zhao Xian suddenly chuckled. Speaking of oxen, there is another that is no less remarkable than the one on Shouyang Mountain. Where? The Ox clan truly has such talented individuals. The Qing lion was taken aback. Speaking of which, my master's mount is also an ox, but it is an ancient beast, the Kuei Niu. That ox is also quite formidable, only superior to the one on Shouyang Mountain. It certainly won't be inferior. Zhao Xian suddenly recalled the Kuei Niu in Bio Palace, who would one day become the renowned bull demon king, the great sage of the heavenly peace. Is it also a saint's mount? Indeed, the ox demon clan has an abundance of geniuses. The Qing lion's words were filled with envy and admiration. Scoundrel, are you not returning to your senses? Zhao Xian chuckled reproachfully. The Qing lion then rolled on the ground, concealing its true form, transforming into a Taoist boy, following Zhao Xian as they entered the human tribe before them. This human tribe was not large, only a few hundred people, a small scale among the many human tribes. Yet he was astonished to discover a connection to him through the power of incense in this tribe. Zhao Xian felt puzzled. He had never allowed anyone to spread incense among the humans, so where had this offering originated? It was quite curious. But when he saw the statue in the Tianjun temple, he began to understand the situation. The statue depicted a human and a black tiger. He vaguely recalled leaving a statue in a human tribe once protected by the Tongzi Mountain Lord. "Oh master, I feel like I have seen this statue before." The Qing lion scratched its head and recounted the time it had sent a statue of its master to that human tribe, detailing the miraculous connection between that wooden statue and the black tiger statue. "However, I remember that tribe was not located here." The Qing lion ran outside to take another careful look, ultimately confirming that this was indeed not the original tribe. They must have migrated from that tribe. After all thousands of years had passed, that tribe would have grown and migrated, unable to remain stagnant in one place. What a coincidence! The Qing lion thought, silently fortunate that this place did not worship the mother goddess. They then asked someone from the tribe, and it turned out to be true. This group of humans had indeed migrated from that original tribe. According to that person's account, their tribe, under the protection of the Black Tiger Immortal Lord, experienced favorable weather and was free from external evils, quickly thriving. Their original territory could hardly support more people, leading to constant branching and migration. They also retained the tradition of worshipping the Black Tiger Tianjun. Generation after generation, this legacy continues, with incense offerings never ceasing. Indeed, when Zhao Xian opened his divine vision, he saw that the power of incense in the temple was condensed and almost tangible. However, this power of incense was of no use to him at present. After some thought, he reached out to empower the statue, imbuing it with divine powers, so that should the tribe face a great crisis, the statue could draw upon the power of incense from the temple, possibly averting disaster. He then exited the Tianjun temple, calculating as he walked through the tribe, ultimately stopping in front of a wooden house. This should be the place. At that moment, a man emerged from the wooden house. Upon seeing Zhao Xian and the Taoist boy dressed in splendid clothing, he immediately bowed and asked, "Where do the immortals come from?" He seemed rather knowledgeable, not panicking, and deduced that Zhao Xian and the other were of exceptional status. "A May Mountain Lingshu Palace," Zhao Xian replied with a smile. However, he clearly did not expect this person to have heard of this place. In the mortal world, ignorance abounds. This was not a mockery, but a statement of fact. Sure enough, the man looked bewildered, having never heard of a May Mountain's name. "Do you know that the one worshipped in your tribe is none other than this poor Taoist?" Zhao Xian stated directly. Indeed, upon hearing this, the man widened his eyes, and then suddenly bowed deeply, his voice trembling. "I bow before the Tianjun. Master, is this disciple the one you mentioned?" The Qing lion looked at the trembling man on the ground, unable to believe that its master's judgment had become so poor. Zhao Xian shook his head. "Not exactly, but he is related to the person before us." "Oh." The Qing lion finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it was not this one. "You may rise." Zhao Xian instructed the man to stand. "Has your family recently welcomed a newborn?" Upon hearing this, the man's expression changed slightly, instantly alerting Zhao Xian to something unusual. Zhao Xian noticed the man's unusual expression and realized that something must have changed. Indeed, under Zhao Xian's questioning, the man finally revealed that there was indeed a newborn infant in his family, but that child was born different. When this child was born, birds and beasts gathered in front of the house, remaining for a long time, with red light filling the room. After the child was born, everyone noticed that he had dual pupils and did not cry, instead smiling at everyone. Some people in the tribe claimed that this child was a demon and possessed ominous traits, causing everyone to avoid this place. Today, Zhao Xian's arrival and his inquiry about the child made the man realize that there was indeed something unusual about the child. It was likely that he was here to suppress the evil, as Zhao Xian was the celestial lord who protected the tribe, and his visit indicated a sensing of the lurking crisis within the tribe. Hearing the man's words, Zhao Xian felt both amused and bewildered. "I did not come to suppress any ominous presence. That child is not a demon. Those extraordinary phenomena are not bad omens, but rather auspicious signs, a manifestation of a sage." The man widened his eyes in disbelief, his mouth agape, then filled with joy, realizing that this was indeed his child. Even if he was born different, he did not want the child to be extinguished. Is what you say true, Celestial Lord?" Zhao Xian nodded. "I have come because I sensed a connection between this child and me, and I am here to take him as my disciple." Upon hearing that the Celestial Lord wanted to take his child as a disciple, the man's heart filled with even greater joy. "But the child was just born not long ago." Zhao Xian nodded. "I did not expect this child to have just entered the world. Let's do this. I will settle in a nearby valley and wait here for a few years. When the child is older, if he wishes to seek me as his master, he may come to find me. Zhao Xian brought the Qing lion to a valley not far from the tribe. The valley had a serene environment with flourishing flowers and trees and a river coursing through. Before Zhao Xian could make a move, the Qing lion waved his robe, using great magical power to level the ground and conjure a series of houses out of thin air. If Zhao Xian had not stopped him, he could have built a palace here. My lord, are we really going to wait here? Is this disciple really that important? The Qing lion asked in confusion. Zhao Xian shook his head. Not exactly, I am just waiting for a fellow Taoist. Waiting here was the result of his divination, though he could not be certain if the person would come. However, he believed it was best to let things unfold naturally. On the other side, the news that the infant was not a demon but a sage reincarnated, and that the celestial lord had come to take a disciple, began to spread throughout the tribe. At first, everyone was skeptical, dismissing the child's case, but the arrival of the celestial lord was a monumental event, causing everyone to become serious. The elder members of the tribe hurried to the valley to pay their respects. When they saw the transformation that had taken place overnight, with the houses standing proud, they realized that the matter was likely true. Such miraculous abilities were not something an ordinary person could possess. After this incident, the incense offerings at the celestial lord's temple became even more fervent. For them, it seemed that the celestial lord had manifested, and indeed, he was as powerful and benevolent as the legends described. The only uncertainty for them was that they had never seen the black tiger that served under the celestial lord. According to the elders, the black tiger had once protected them. As time passed, several years quickly went by, and that child had grown quite a bit. Ever since the tribe learned that the child was born a sage, they no longer looked at him with odd eyes, but instead took great care to ensure nothing unfortunate happened to him. This child soon displayed remarkable traits, being strong and intelligent, and he seemed to possess an innate charisma. This charisma made him quite popular among the other children in the tribe, with almost everyone eager to find a born leader. This was the thought in everyone's mind. Indeed, as the celestial lord had said, this child was truly a sage born of heaven. Meanwhile, Zhao Xian continued to reside in that small valley, observing the child gradually revealing his extraordinary qualities, and he allowed things to unfold naturally, without any intervention. There was no rush for him to take a disciple at this moment. When the time was right, it would naturally happen. What was meant for him would not escape. If he had to put it in words, it was simply fate. The definition of this fate was quite vague. If Zhao Xian sensed the heavenly opportunity, but did not come, could others not take this disciple? Certainly not. Others could still take them. Thus, fate was not fixed, it depended on one's ability to seize it. On this particular day, the disciple had not yet come to pay his respects, but the person he was waiting for had arrived. Zhao Xian, who was meditating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and glanced toward the horizon, then waved his dust brush to wake the Qing lion, who was sleeping soundly beside him. You lazy bum, why aren't you awake yet? Huh, my lord, what happened? Who offended you? The Qing lion asked, looking baffled. I asked you to meditate with me, yet you fall asleep on the cushion. You are as useless as a mud wall. Zhao Xian replied irritably. What use is there in meditating? My lord might as well reward me with some immortal pills, the Qing lion muttered. Get up and fetch some water to brew tea. Guests are coming. Zhao Xian, not wanting to argue with this lazy fellow, simply instructed. Upon hearing there was important business, the Qing lion immediately perked up and said, My lord, I know there is a blessed immortal mountain nearby. I will go see if there are any spiritual springs or immortal waterfalls to bring back. Although he did not understand tea, he knew the tea he had was an exquisite kind, and using ordinary water to brew it would be a waste. Moreover, the person his lord was treating with such seriousness must be extraordinary. As he rode the clouds toward the nearest immortal mountain, after a moment a figure suddenly appeared before Zhao Xian's dwelling. It was a woman who stopped and gazed at the house, clearly formed by magical energy, with a peculiar look in her eyes as she sensed a familiar aura. Who is this old friend ahead? Taoist Hoodoo. How have you been? Zhao Xian opened the door and stepped out, smiling lightly. Hoodoo was first surprised, then quite delighted. So it is my old friend here. What a coincidence. Zhao Xian found a spot on the grass in front of the house, set up a jade table and mat, and said to the Earth Mother, Ancestor, which please? Zhao Xian shook his head and said, There's nothing wrong with being at ease. The Earth Mother was taken aback by his words, which were indeed true, especially for someone like her who was deeply entangled in the conflict between two clans, yearning for freedom but unable to attain it. Just then the blue lion returned from fetching water. As he had expected, there was indeed a cold pond and a warm spring on the celestial mountain, an extraordinary sight. He brought back water from the cold pond, which was infused with spiritual energy, and quite remarkable. Though it was not as good as the spirit spring on a mountain, it was still quite nice. He diligently prepared tea by the fire, waiting to serve this female deity he did not know and his own master, before quietly retreating to the side. One should not easily provoke a female immortal, especially one who appears exceptionally powerful. This one before him was indeed a formidable female cultivator, as he had heard his master refer to her as a fellow Taoist. If I remember correctly, several thousand years ago you seem to have already opened a temple and established a sect, right? It is said that the grand occasion was known to all three realms. The Earth Mother was quite curious. But why are you not at the temple, and instead here? Zhao Xian nodded. I have indeed established a temple down at Amei Mountain. As for lingering here, it is because I sense someone here has a connection with me as a master and disciple. However, it seems I arrived a bit too early. The Earth Mother nodded. I see. Back in the day I heard news that you were going to open a temple, and I intended to attend the ceremony, but my witch clan has too many troubles. It would have been rude to show up. The Earth Mother sighed. Although she and Zhao Xian had only met once and discussed Dao for a few days, they had no further interactions, yet they had a rare affinity. Moreover, she was well aware of Zhao Xian's extraordinary background, being connected to many saints and highly valued. What was particularly rare was that Zhao Xian had never relied on this, but instead remained humble and courteous, not pretentious. Zhao Xian chuckled lightly. If the ancestor which has such a heart, I feel immensely honored. If the Earth Mother truly went, that would indeed be troublesome. There are far too many causes and effects, making one feel overwhelmed. Ancestor Witch, please try this tea. Zhao Xian raised his cup in invitation. The Earth Mother took a sip and her eyes lit up. Indeed remarkable. It's just a pity that my witch clan is not adept. Then the two of them began to enjoy tea while discussing Dao, or rather Zhao Xian was asking for guidance on the path of physical cultivation. After all, it must be said that in today's primordial world, physical cultivation is still dominated by the witch clan, and the 12 ancestor witches are particularly skilled in this field. The Earth Mother was also very generous, selflessly explaining the path of physical cultivation to Zhao Xian also did his utmost to explain his understanding of physical cultivation. This surprised the Earth Mother, as she realized that Zhao Xian was actually quite adept in this area, and many aspects resonated with the cultivation methods of the witch clan. At that moment she suddenly realized why she had felt something strange about Zhao Xian's aura when she first arrived. At first glance he appeared to be in the mid-stage of Quasi Saint, but there was another aura that made her feel he was in the latest stage of Quasi Saint. It seems Zhao Xian has achieved remarkable accomplishments in physical cultivation, having already brought his training to the perfected realm of Quasi Saint. It should be noted that when she last saw Zhao Xian, he was still at the Luo realm. Such a speed of cultivation was unprecedented. No wonder he was so highly regarded by the saints. As the two continued their discussions, the levels of the physical Dao they touched upon became increasingly profound, subtly surpassing the Quasi Saint realm, greatly benefiting Zhao Xian. In such a discussion they enjoyed themselves thoroughly, and time flew by unknowingly. Meanwhile, in the human tribe, the child with the innate double pupils had unknowingly turned 10. On the very day he turned 10, his father and mother suddenly told him that he needed to find an immortal to become. Child, that immortal has been here since the day you were born, and has said he would take you as a disciple. But you were too small back then, so he did not take you away to teach you, saying you should decide whether to become a disciple when you turn 10. The double pupil boy was stunned for a moment, unable to react. His father then revealed the miraculous event at his birth, and the subsequent discussions about prodigies in the tribe, without holding back. That immortal's background is extraordinary. He is the heavenly lord revered by our tribe. He has protected our clan for 10,000 years in immense grace. The double pupil boy nodded. All right, I will go and become a disciple. Although he did not understand why this heavenly lord wanted to take him as a disciple, or what his future master could teach him, he could feel the hope in his father's words urging him to seek a master. At his current age, he was still unaware of the mysteries of pursuing longevity and the Dao. So the double pupil boy bid farewell to his parents and left the tribe alone, heading towards the valley. When he truly approached the valley, he suddenly realized that since this valley had existed beside the tribe for so long, and that heavenly lord had stayed here, why had he never noticed it all these years? He had wandered and adventured with the children of the tribe to far-off places, yet had never entered this valley. This meant they had been blind to this place. Now the boy finally felt a flicker of interest in his future master. As soon as the boy stepped into the valley, he felt the world transform. Although he remained standing in the same spot, the scene before him suddenly changed. The once unremarkable valley now appeared vastly transformed in his eyes, with flowers and grasses everywhere, spiritual plants abounding, spiritual energies swirling, and countless mystical beasts and celestial birds leisurely residing here, showing no fear of him, but instead curiously observing him. This place originally did not have such beauty. It was merely an extremely ordinary valley. But as the saying goes, a mountain is not high if there are immortals, and water is not deep if there are dragons. Zhao Xian had secluded himself here for 10 years. Although he did not actively do anything, the aura of his Quasi Saint realm had influenced this place, generating a wealth of spiritual opportunities, gathering spiritual energy, altering the foam, shui, transforming it into a small, blessed land. Some of the wandering beasts and birds had originally lived here, while others had migrated from afar, sensing the extraordinary nature of this place. Even after all these years, these originally ignorant beasts had begun to awaken spiritual intelligence, leading to many remarkable changes. The boy bravely delved deeper, and soon saw a cluster of houses hidden among the flowers and trees. He knew that the immortal was there. Just as he was about to approach, a young attendant suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. The attendant looked the boy up and down, and nodded to himself. The Lord said that ordinary people cannot enter this place now except for that disciple. So this must be him. This attendant was the transformed blue lion. The azure lion had merely intended to test the boy's courage. After all, when he first met Jiejiao Sect, the latter had beheld his true form, and yet shown no fear. Still, a flicker of anxiety lingered within him. What if this disciple of his master fled in terror? Would he himself be punished? Yet his worry soon dissolved, for the boy with twin pupils showed no change in expression. Instead, his gaze held a peculiar, almost condescending air, as though regarding a fool. Hey, why is this child unafraid? The azure lion slumped in dismay, a wave of defeat washing over him. Could it be that his awe-inspiring, fearsome visage carried not the slightest trace of intimidation? I can see, the boy with twin pupils replied. Startled, the azure lion tumbled once upon the ground, and instantly transformed back into a youthful acolyte, drawing near curiously to examine the boy's extraordinary eyes. Do you mean you perceived my true form the moment you laid eyes upon me? The azure lion asked, incredulous. Is that nine-headed lion your notion of my true form? The boy nodded. That is it. The acolyte scratched his head. Ah, I see now. Then are you a celestial lord who dwells in seclusion here? The boy asked. No, not at all. I am but my master's mount. Pretending to be his master, even in jest, would invite unspeakable punishment, flaying, tendon removal, and worse. Then take me to your master. The azure lion nodded, then hesitated. Could you perhaps refrain from mentioning what just occurred to my master? The boy blinked. What just occurred? Relieved, the azure lion nodded approvingly. Excellent. You surpass Jiejiao Sect, that simpleton, by far. Your future achievements shall know no bounds. Jiejiao Sect. Is he the sage who taught humanity to build dwellings? The azure lion nodded vigorously. Yes, that very one. Once you formally enter the sect, he shall become your senior brother. Hearing this, the boy felt profound awe. The master he was about to serve stood among the most exalted beings. Ever since Jiejiao Sect invented dwellings and burial rites, these two innovations gradually spread across human tribes. Though the vastness of the primordial wilderness hindered communication over nearly 10,000 years, customs shifted. Humans abandoned cave dwelling in favor of constructing shelters from wood and stone. Concurrently, Jiejiao Sect's renown flourished, venerated by humanity as a sage ancestor and primordial saint. Yet only now did the boy realize that this revered sage would soon stand before him as his own senior brother. Wait here. I shall ask my master whether he will receive you now, said the azure lion, wobbling off toward. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the dwelling, Zhao Xian and Ho Tu, the ancestral god of earth, had long been alerted by the commotion. Zhao Xian shook his head. The foolish lion assumed his discourse with a guest would blind him to events elsewhere. Yet every gesture, every word, had been observed with perfect clarity. Your mount possesses an intriguing disposition, Ho Tu remarked with a light smile. And that child, is he the disciple you are about to accept? Indeed, Zhao Xian affirmed with a nod. What is your assessment? Truly extraordinary. Born under celestial omens, blessed with staggering fortune. Ho Tu's appraisal was measured and precise, neither exaggerated nor diminished. Through her divine sight, the boy's exceptional traits shone forth, undeniable and unhidden. Though still young, the boy radiated immense fortune, golden red in hue, as if forged by heaven itself, destined to arise at the turning of the Tao. I confess I have long wondered you are not of humankind. Why do you so consistently shelter and nurture them? She had pondered this question for some time. I act solely upon the commission of the holy sovereign Yuhua, Zhao Xian replied, half-truth, half evasion. He could hardly admit his motive was pragmatic, that humanity's ascension promised tangible benefit, making its guidance and cultivation a wise investment. Nor could he claim the unwavering resolve of one who would single-handedly elevate humanity to dominion over the myriad heavens. Yet measured benevolence remained fitting, a graceful settling of karmic debts. Ho Tu, unaware of his inner calculus, accepted his explanation without doubt. Master, the child has arrived, announced the azure lion approaching. Bring him in, Zhao Xian replied. Seeing no further reaction from his master, the azure lion breathed a quiet sigh of relief. His earlier antics had evidently gone unnoticed. Moments later, he led the boy with twin pupils before Zhao Xian. The youth cast a single glance at Zhao Xian, then prostrated deeply. Feng Yunrua of the human clan bows before the celestial lord. Rise, Zhao Xian said. Are you aware of the circumstances surrounding this meeting? I am. Then will you accept me as your master? Feng Yunhua did not answer immediately. He paused, lips parted as if to speak, then hesitated. Speak freely. Fear nothing, Zhao Xian said, intrigued. What will the Celestial Lord teach me? Zhao Xian smiled faintly. And what would you wish to learn, eh? To govern the human clan, and lead my people to a better life. His words rang with unwavering conviction. Agreed, Zhao Xian nodded. Feng Yunhua bowed again, low and reverent. Disciple Feng Yunhua greets his master. Well done. Return home today. Beginning tomorrow, attend me for half a day to study. The remaining half serve your parents' labor and hunt with your tribe. Feng Yunhua beamed and bowed his farewell, departing the valley for his tribe. As the Azure Lion turned to leave, Zhao Xian's voice halted him. A jolt surged through the Azure Lion, suddenly gripped by foreboding. Sure enough, Zhao Xian's voice followed, calm and detached. I observe you idle away each day, lingering here beside me, with little purpose. The dread intensified. There are countless unclaimed peaks nearby. Since you have naught else to do, carry several mountains back to my amazed Taoist sanctuary. The Azure Lion swallowed hard. How many, master? Not many. Just begin with 100. Though Zhao Xian's tone held a trace of amusement, it brooked no. The Azure Lion wailed inwardly, but outwardly grinned. At once, master. 100. 1,000. I shall strive without fail should you command it. Excellent. Then make it 1,000, Zhao Xian laughed. The Azure Lion froze, stunned, before drifting away dazed and hollow-eyed. Why trouble him so? Ho Tu chuckled. It is no torment. His cultivation stems entirely from ingested elixirs. Residual celestial energies remain undigested within him. A measure of hardship will serve him well. He may never grasp your deeper intent. Ho Tu sighed, shaking her head. That matters not. Obedience suffices. Zhao Xian dismissed the matter lightly. By the way, I have yet to ask, why has the ancestral god departed her tribe to come here? Upon hearing this, Ho Tu's expression became exceedingly complex, filled with confusion and compassion. I can sense that the Wu clan is on the brink of life and death, yet I do not know what to do. With a long sigh, the ancestral, which Ho Tu lamented. The 10th Ascendier period was approaching, yet she chose this moment to leave the Wu clan and wander about. It seemed highly inappropriate. But the true reason only she knew. From the beginning, she had no love for conflict, and even held a strong aversion to fighting. It was merely the bonds of her kinship that made it impossible for her to remain uninvolved. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that her understanding of the Wu clan's future became clearer, her mind sharper, and she was far less optimistic about the outcome of the war between the Wu and the Yao clans than her brothers. Previously, she had only had a vague sense, but after leaving the Wu clan tribe under the pretense of seeking peace, this premonition became even more pronounced. She felt the malice of the heavenly Dao. This malice was not directed at her personally, but at the entire Wu clan. Perhaps the only way to prevent disaster from befalling them was to cease the war between the Wu and Yao clans. But that was utterly impossible. Not to mention that the Wu and Yao clans had already formed a deadly feud. Even if the Wu clan chose to retreat, the Yao clan would likely not let it go. Moreover, regardless of which race it was, ambition and greed knew no bounds. Having become the lord of the earth, they sought to become the lord of the heavens as well. Having grasped the heavens, they wished to grasp the earth once more. In the struggle between races, it was a fight to the death. Zhao Xian sighed inwardly upon hearing this, but had indeed come to this point, yet he said nothing as he could offer no advice on such matters. After so many years of war, I can only feel that the Wu clan is growing weaker. After accumulating life for tens of thousands of years, perhaps a single war could see us suffer devastating losses. What benefits have these wars brought us? Ho Tu muttered, her face increasingly filled with sorrow. It seems there is nothing, only pain and disaster. The sky is shattered, the earth is scarred, and countless beings have perished because of us, with trillions of souls left without a home. Left to be ravaged by wind and sun, they fade into oblivion. Saying this, Ho Tu took a step forward and vanished from the spot. Zhao Xian followed suit, stepping out from the valley to stand beside the ancestral, which Ho Tu, both gazing down from the peak of a celestial mountain at the endless wilderness below. Ho Tu pointed at the wandering souls and ghosts. As I traveled this way, I collected the remnants of countless beings. These remnants are as fragile as dust, not nearly as resilient as the primordial spirits of celestial cultivators, dispersing at the slightest touch. Though I have gathered many, I have nowhere to place them. Ho Tu produced a bone flute which she used to contain the endless souls. Zhao Xian saw countless specks of light floating within like the sands of the Ganges, countless and uncountable. Great virtue of the ancestral witch. Zhao Xian bowed to Ho Tu, genuinely impressed. He could feel the sincerity in every word she spoke, and her heartfelt compassion moved him deeply. Ho Tu shook her head in disappointment. I nurture these remnants of souls with my magical power daily, but it is of no use. Even with such care, over time these souls continue to dissipate, so this is not a long-term solution. Zhao Xian fell silent for a long time upon hearing this, then suddenly asked, "Does the ancestral witch truly wish to give these souls a proper resting place?" Ho-Tu was taken aback. "Could it be that you have a way?" Zhao Xian did not answer, but instead bent down to pluck a small flower from the ground. In the vast wilderness, among all beings aside from those like us who have attained the Tao and sought immortality, all others regardless of their lifespan are like this flower and grass. They have a time of growth, a time of blooming, and naturally a time of withering. Indeed, in the entire wilderness, how many beings can truly achieve eternal life? For most beings, even some naturally long-lived races, the final destination is still death. This flower's life is spring growth, summer flourishing, autumn wilting, and winter extinction. But come the next year, the seeds of this flower can take root and sprout again, showcasing its glory once more. As Zhao Xian spoke, he used the way of creation, causing the countless flowers and grasses on this mountaintop to undergo rapid growth, flourishing, withering, and extinction, then producing seeds falling to the ground, taking root, and sprouting again, repeating the previous experiences. Ho-Tu pondered, "Does your meaning imply that living beings are like this grass, and would experiencing birth, aging, sickness, and death? Though this cannot be changed, will there not come a day when there is resurrection and renewal?" Zhao Xian nodded. "It should be so. There is a cycle to the Tao, and flowing water does not rot. It is just that the heavenly Tao is currently incomplete. Yin and Yang are unclear. The earth has no master, and the cycle of beings is lost. Hence the wandering souls and ghosts are everywhere." Then he elaborated to Ho-Tu about the great principles, from the transformation of the earthly Tao and the cycle of reincarnation to the inversion of life and death, and finally, to the interplay of Yin and Yang in the Tai Chi. He shared his insights on this aspect of the Tao without reservation, hoping to offer some assistance to Ho-Tu. At this moment, he could only be grateful for his deep connection with Zhen Yuanzi, and the many discussions they had, for his understanding of the earthly Tao had greatly advanced. Otherwise, he would have been unable to articulate anything meaningful. All things should have a cycle, and this cycle perfectly corresponds with Ho-Tu. Though he could not alter this, he still hoped to offer help within his capabilities. Not for any other reason, but because he knew that Ho-Tu was a truly compassionate person. Ho-Tu listened intently, and once Zhao Xian finished speaking, she seemed to grasp something, a faint smile appearing on her face. "Thank you for your enlightening words, friend." Ho-Tu bowed to Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian quickly stepped back, declining. "These are merely my insights, hoping to help the ancestral witch. I have gained much." Ho-Tu shook her head. Zhao Xian hesitated, but ultimately said nothing. After watching Ho-Tu leave, he stood in place for a long time, silent and contemplative. He then let out a long sigh. "Master," the Qing lion softly called out, bringing him back to his senses. "What is it?" Zhao Xian asked. "Feng Yunhua has arrived." The Qing lion reminded him, quietly, sensing that Zhao Xian seemed a bit disinterested, though he did not know the reason. "Oh, let him in." Zhao Xian gathered his thoughts. He knew well what choice Ho-Tu would ultimately make, but whether it was good or bad, he could not say. Perhaps this was not so bad, at least it left a glimmer of hope for the Wu clan. He had little interaction with Ho-Tu, but the two encounters he had made him genuinely admire her. "I pay my respects to Master." The arrival of Feng Yunhua shifted Zhao Xian's focus entirely. This disciple, though young, was quite opinionated and had excellent talent and insight. Despite having only half a day each day, Feng Yunhua not only had to learn the principles of governance and education, but also pursue cultivation. Though time was tight, his progress was steady. This made Zhao Xian feel pleased. Encountering a clever disciple was always a comforting matter. If he had to face a fool, even with his gentle temperament, he feared he might not be able to endure it.